Everyone on Earth was thrown into a survival game. Tens of billions of people descended into the wilderness. At the start, all you got was one bed, and staying alive depended entirely on fighting for it. While everyone else was smashing their heads open over a mouthful of water, I was worrying about whether to drink iced cola or mineral water, all because I awakened the one and only Gaudier talent. Endless vitality. Ding. You took a deep breath and obtained. Basic wood. 17. Ding. You yawned and obtained. Iced cola. 10. Ding. You let out a sigh and obtained. KFC family. Bucket 1. 1 minute into the game. While everyone else was still waiting to die under the blazing sun, I was already having fried chicken and cola for afternoon tea. Campus bell. Brother Chen Xia. You're amazing. Can you share a little food with me? Me. Gnawing on a chicken leg. Call me master, and I'll reward you with this chicken bone. While everyone else was still worrying over upgrading their shelter, I was already sitting in air conditioning and pondering life. World Channel. Holy shit. That guy named Chen Xia in Area A already hit level 2. He has to be cheating, right? And so, the story begins here. You just don't want to take responsibility for me, my child. My child is never going to have a father now. Chen Xia, you heartless bastard. As soon as she finished speaking, Liu Jiajia raised her hand and slapped at Chen Xia. Chen Xia's gaze turned cold. His body instinctively shifted to the side, and he easily dodged the unreasonable slap. Her strike missed, and Liu Jiajia staggered, nearly falling over. Liu Jiajia, are you out of your damn mind? You've slept with 108 people before and after me. How the hell would I know which black guy it belongs to? From beginning to end, the most I ever did with you was hold your hand once. Are you joking? Angrily, Liu Jiajia pulled out her phone and started taking pictures. No matter what, we were together for 3 days. Besides, did I ever force you not to do anything else with me? If you wanted to, I was always open to it. If you still won't take responsibility, I'll give birth to this child and flush it down the sewer. Chen Xia was speechless. Then, all of a sudden, everything in front of him went black. Had that woman pissed him off so badly that he just died on the spot. But after only 1 second of darkness, scorching and blinding sunlight stabbed into his eyes. In its place was a barren, unfamiliar wilderness. Wild weeds grew everywhere around him. The bare ground lay exposed, and above him hung a vicious blazing sun in a cloudless sky, unbearably hot. And, beneath him, there was clearly a crude and worn single wooden bed. At that moment, congratulations to all qualified adults across the globe for successfully joining the Universal Survival Game. Game rules are now publicly announced in real time. 1. All selected participants are adults with independent survival ability. Any hidden illnesses or chronic diseases on players have all been automatically cured, and their bodies have been restored to a healthy state. 2. Your personal game interface has been fully unlocked. You may check your own status, supplies, and shelter information at any time. 3. All players begin with the same starting supplies. Only one basic, single bed. The bed may be upgraded by consuming resources and gradually transformed into a safe shelter. 4. The game difficulty will continue to rise dynamically. The longer you survive, the more environmental crises, beast disasters, resource shortages, and other dangers will multiply. Do not lie flat and give up. Those who waste their days passively will not even survive the first day's survival test. 5. This is an age of fast-paced survival. The basic rules have now been announced. More hidden gameplay and special mechanics must be explored and discovered by the players themselves. Game content will be updated in real time from time to time. The cold notification sound fell and echoed through every player's mind. Wilderness survival, a game for all humanity. And before Chen Xia could recover from the shock of transmigrating, another exclusive notification sounded in his mind alone. Detected player, Chen Xia, awakening, talent, awakening, successful, exclusive, talent, endless, vitality, talent, effect 1, passive and permanent. Every time you breathe on your own, inside your shelter, you may randomly obtain 1 unit of supplies. The drop range is linked to the shelter's level, and the probability of rare materials decreases with rarity. Talent, effect 2, unlocks a special binding mechanic. You may bind multiple special talented beauties with a comprehensive score above 95. After the other party willingly chooses to follow and rely on you, a two-way portal may be opened. The instant the binding succeeds, you gain the sum of the other party's base attributes, plus your own base attributes, 1 time. Talent Effect 3. For every exclusive goddess you bind, your rare material drop rate permanently increases. At the same time, when the other party breathes on her own, she may also produce one extra random unit of supplies for you, granting two-way benefits. Position does not matter. Talent Effect 4. Only the talent owner may activate the binding mechanic. After successfully binding with a special talent, you may perfectly replicate her exclusive talent. The replicated talent's effects are amplified to 150%, far beyond the original version. At the same time, consumption will also increase. After reading the long string of talent descriptions, Chen Xia's pupils contracted sharply, his heart pounded wildly, and his face filled with disbelief. He could get supplies just by breathing. If he bound high-score talents, not only could he freeload off their talents, he could also stack rare drop rates, and even when other people breathed, he could pick up supplies himself. How was this some ordinary survival talent? This was obviously a heaven-defying, gaudier talent. Suppressing the wild joy in his heart, he immediately moved his mind and opened the personal backpack interface. The next second, the items in his backpack appeared clearly before his eyes. Backpack supplies: iron axe 1, iced cola 10, 5-liter bottle of mineral water 1, wheat filling bread 10, basic wood 17, soft wool 3, KFC family bucket 1. Chen Xia sucked in a cold breath, his eyes full of excitement. In just those few short seconds, by doing nothing but breathing, he had freeloaded this huge pile of supplies. He had a weapon, staple food, drinking water, and even a high-calorie bucket of fried chicken. His supplies were absolutely stacked. He had basically won at the very start. Right after that, he opened the shelter panel. Shelter level 0, crude, open ground bed. Current facilities: worn single bed. Materials required to upgrade to level 1 shelter: basic wood 40, soft wool 5, special binding function, bindable targets 0. Note: the binding mechanic can only be unlocked after upgrading to a shelter with protective ability. In an empty wilderness, with nothing but one bed, no one is willing to rely on you. After reading it, Chen Xia instantly understood. No wonder the binding function of his talent couldn't be used right away. There was a prerequisite. Thinking about it carefully, it made perfect sense. Out in the middle of nowhere, with nothing but a broken bed, exposed to the wind and sun, with wild beasts roaming around, no one in their right mind would be willing to suffer alongside someone else. No rush. He could take it slowly. He casually took out the 5-liter bottle of mineral water from his backpack, looked at the huge volume, and decisively gave up on it. That thing was too heavy, and the taste was bland. Compared to that, iced cola was obviously more comfortable. He twisted open a bottle of cola and gulped down a big mouthful. The icy, sweet fizz instantly washed away the oppressive heat. Then, he took out the fragrant KFC family bucket, tore open the packaging, grabbed a piece of crispy golden, fried chicken, and started devouring it in big bites. Under the blazing wilderness sun, drinking happiness water, it couldn't be more pleasant. While eating, Chen Xia opened his personal basic panel. Player: Chen Xia. Age: 19. Strength: 10. Constitution: 10. Spirit: 10. Note: the base attributes of an ordinary adult male are 9 points. The player's overall physical fitness is slightly above average. Shelter: level 0. All 3 basic attributes were above that of a normal person. His physical condition already gave him a small advantage at the start, and with this heaven-defying talent on top of that, this survival run was steady. Chen Xia looked toward the materials needed to upgrade the shelter. He currently had 17 wood, only 23 short. At the speed his breathing generated materials, gathering enough wood wouldn't take long at all. The only shortcoming was that his current level 0 shelter was way too shabby. In the bare wilderness, with only a single bed and the blazing sun overhead, there wasn't even the slightest bit of shade. It was both hot and harsh, truly miserable. After gathering his thoughts, Chen Xia casually opened the world public chat channel. Current online players in area Aon 1 million. Akun, damn, what kind of universal survival is this? This sun is way too brutal. About to get roasted alive. We start with nothing but one broken bed, not even a sip of water. What a scam. But I got lucky just now and caught a wild chicken with my bare hands. Slaughtered it on the spot. Tonight's barbecue is settled. Did I force you to look? Chickens are so cute. Why would you eat chicken? Is it because your name is Akun? That's way too cruel. 36-year-old pianist. Can any big shot show mercy? Looking to trade. I got forcibly teleported here and don't have any food or water at all. About to starve to death. Whoever gives me a bite to eat. I'll tune your piano for free, in real life forever, to repay you. The text in the world public chat channel scrolled frantically. Messages swept by so fast it made one's eyes spin. Leaning against the wooden bed, Chen Xia held half a leftover piece of fried chicken in his hand and watched the screen with interest. He had originally thought the people dragged by force into this survival game would be wailing nonstop and discussing the philosophy of survival. But the tone had completely veered off the rails. Look at everyone's graduation photo. Who has water? I'll trade my wife for it. Black stockings, long legs, just half a bottle of mineral water, unopened and sealed preferred. If I don't talk trash for a day, I feel bad all over. Hey, is your wife guaranteed genuine? Don't tell me she's packing. Biscuit, sister, looking to be kept. User 8848. Is there any kind person willing to lend me a pair of underwear? I was taking a shower when I got teleported over. So now, I'm standing buriest in the wilderness, with the wind blowing on me. The breeze is chilling my balls. Chen Xia, brothers, awaken your martial souls. Chen Xia decisively closed the chat panel. These people probably still hadn't truly realized how cruel the survival game was. By nightfall, the temperature would likely plummet. There might even be wild beasts. They wouldn't even know how they died. Putting away the panel, Chen Xia turned over and felt around on the rough wooden bed with his palm. Touching a stiff piece of paper, he picked it up and saw that it was a yellowed note with worn edges. Supplementary explanation of the game rules. 1. Supply chests will randomly spawn in the wilderness. Their quality is divided into wood, black, iron, bronze, silver, gold, and so on. The chests may contain survival necessities, crafting, blueprints, special items, and more. Note, the probabilities have not yet been announced. If you pull trash, do not curse your mother. 2. Supply chests usually spawn within 1 kilometer around the player's shelter. Please explore on your own. 3. There may or may not be other people around you. The surrounding environment will refresh over time, and each refresh may spawn other players. Supply chests. Chen Xia sat up from the bed and looked into the distance. A few withered weeds curled in the hot wind. As far as the eye could see, the land was flat and empty. Forget a supply chest, he couldn't even find a slightly larger rock. But he wasn't in a hurry. Other people had to brave the scorching sun and gamble their luck in the wilderness. He didn't. Breathe. Inhale. Exhale. The only thing by his ears was the sound of wind, but the system prompts in his mind kept sounding in an orderly rhythm. Obtained basic wood, 1. Obtained sausage, 1. Obtained basic wood, 1. A few minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Xia reopened his backpack. The amount of basic wood had already risen to 45 units, and soft wool had also reached 8 units. The upgrade requirements were met. Upgrade shelter. Chen Xia gave the command. A flash of white light. The worn single bed beneath him vanished into thin air. The dirt around him rolled and shifted as several rough wooden planks rose from the ground, joining and locking together, while a thin wooden roof covered the top. Shelter upgrade successful. Current level. Level 1, crude, wooden shack. Chen Xia stood where he was and stretched his arms. His fingertips directly touched the wooden walls on both sides. The space was extremely cramped, less than 2 meters in both length and width. There were no windows, only one flimsy wooden door. Rather than calling it a wooden shack, it would be more accurate to call it a one-person portable public toilet planted in the wilderness. Though narrow, it at least blocked the vicious sunlight overhead. The indoor temperature was 2 or 3 degrees lower than outside. Better than nothing. Chen Xia pushed open the wooden door to let air circulate in, then casually opened the chat channel again. The friend request icon in the upper right corner was flashing wildly. When he clicked it open, he saw a girl with a pure-looking profile picture, twin ponytails, and a white dress. Her ID was Su Muxu. Su Mushi. Chen Xia's gaze paused on the note attached to the friend request. He recognized the name. She was the campus belle from his university. She usually wore a white dress, and there was always a crowd of eager boys around her. Everywhere she went, she was treated like the moon, surrounded by stars. He casually clicked accept. The other side replied almost instantly, without even a 1-second pause. Chen Xia, is it really you? That's great. I thought I wouldn't see any familiar faces in this damn place. After the text was a pitiful little cat sticker, leaning against the wooden wall. Chen Xia didn't rush to reply. Yai, your shelter is already level 1. The second message followed immediately, and the probing intent between the lines was impossible to hide. Isn't everyone still level 0? I haven't even had a sip of water yet. Did you find a supply chest? Or do you have some special survival trick? Out in the desolate wilderness, under the blazing sun, at that moment, Sumushi was sitting on her bare wooden bed. Her white dress was already covered in dust and dirt, and the exposed skin on her body had been scorched red and was peeling. She stared fixedly at Chen Xia's profile picture on the chat panel, and at the glaring words, shelter, level 1. Her throat was so dry, it felt like smoke was about to come out. She wasn't stupid. How long had this game even been running? The chat channel was filled with crying and complaints. No one even had a place to block the sun. So how could Chen Xia have upgraded? Either his luck was heaven-defying, and he had found a high-quality supply chest, or he had awakened some outrageous cheat. Whichever it was, this was a thigh she absolutely had to cling to. Got lucky, picked up some wood. Chen Xia typed a few words over. He didn't waste even half a sentence on extra nonsense. Testing the waters. No need. The woman's intentions were written all over her face. Looking at the cold reply, Sumukshi bit her lower lip. Back at school, what guy would dare brush her off like this? But times were different now. She was just thinking about how to keep getting closer when Chen Xia suddenly stopped responding altogether. Because Chen Xia's attention had been drawn by something outside the door, he pushed open the flimsy wooden door, and a wave of heat hit him head-on. On the cracked yellow dirt, less than half a meter from the wooden shack, a square wooden chest had appeared out of nowhere. Its surface was covered in rough grain, and its edges were stuck into the dirt clods. A supply chest. The thing mentioned in the game rules had actually spawned right in his face. Obtained. Hard stone foundation. 20. Obtained. Daily sanitary pads. Full pack. 1. Obtained. Japanese-style plaid skirt. JK outfit. 1. Chen Xia looked at the 3 items on the ground and stayed silent for 2 seconds. The stone foundation was good stuff. It was a necessary material for upgrading to a higher level shelter. As for the other 2, at this early stage of wilderness survival, when people couldn't even get a mouthful of water, Head opened sanitary pads and a JK uniform. The game system's nasty sense of humor was a little too much. Who, when they were about to die of thirst, would still be in the mood to change into a JK uniform and stroll across the wilderness? Not to mention, he was a man. Okay. Chen Xia bent down, picked up the pack of sanitary pads, and casually opened the regional trading channel. The channel was in complete chaos. Most people were trying to trade all kinds of bizarre items for water or food. He entered the words Stone Foundation and did a targeted search. The screen flashed, and one trade listing popped up. Seller, he, Sixway, selling hard stone foundation, 30. Wanted, 500 milliliters of drinking water, or special, feminine, hygiene products. Note help. Whoever has that thing, I'll trade all my materials for it. Also buying wood at a high price. Chen Xia raised an eyebrow. He 6. That name was even more familiar. She was his little brother's elementary school homeroom teacher. She wore black-rimmed glasses and was usually so stern, she seemed unapproachable. Every time he went to a parent-teacher meeting, Chen Xia got a scolding from her because his little brother's grades were bad. Judging from that note, this strict teacher, he had been lucky enough to open Stone Foundation, but unlucky enough to get her period at the same time. Wilderness, blazing sun, high temperatures. On top of that, menstrual torment without sanitary products. It was basically a hell start. Chen Xia opened a private chat and directly sent a trade request. 1 pack of daytime sanitary pads plus 15 basic wood in exchange for your 30 stone foundation. The other side accepted almost instantly. Chen Xia, your Chen Dong's older brother. He Sixu had obviously recognized the name, but she had no time for catching up. Her tone was urgent. You have sanitary pads. Quick, trade right now. A flash of white light, and the items were exchanged. 30 heavy blocks of stone foundation appeared in Chen Xia's hands. He counted up his current family assets again. Backpack, supplies, basic wood, 555, hard stone foundation, 50. Iron axe, 1. Iced cola, 47. 5-liter bottle of mineral water, 1. Wheat, filling bread, 30 oni. Soft wool, 8. KFC family bucket, half remaining. Big banana fruit, 5. Sausage, 13. Instant noodles, 7. All of these had been accumulated through every breath he took, with the talent endless vitality. It really hadn't been easy. The wood count had already completely overflowed, and he had enough stone foundation, too. It was time to say goodbye to this one-man public toilet. Upgrade the shelter. The dirt on the ground churned outward in all directions. 50 pieces of solid stone foundation automatically arranged and combined themselves, driving deep into the earth to form a flat and sturdy base. Right after that, 180 units of basic would turn into streams of light, weaving together and stacking on top of each other. The originally narrow and cramped space was rapidly stretched and expanded. The flimsy wooden planks were replaced by thick logs, the gaps were sealed shut with some unknown adhesive, and the roof rose up, forming a sloped structure that could effectively drain water. A few seconds later, the commotion died down. A sturdy little wooden cabin covering about 10 square meters stood firmly on the wilderness. Shelter upgrade successful. Current level. Level 2, sturdy little wooden cabin. Current facilities. Wooden single bed, crude wooden table, ventilated wooden window. Special binding function. Unlocked, current bindable number, 1. Note. A place to shelter from wind and rain. Though crude, it is enough to make a wanderer feel at ease. Chunxia pushed the door open and walked in. The space was much roomier now. His feet stepped on the solid wooden floor, producing dull thudding sounds. A small window had been opened in the wall, ensuring airflow while cleverly blocking direct sunlight. The temperature inside the cabin was at least 5 or 6 degrees lower than outside. Most importantly, that sense of danger that it could be knocked over by wild beasts at any moment was gone. He sat down by the newly spawned wooden table, twisted open a bottle of cola and took a sip, then casually opened the world channel to observe the situation. The mood in the channel had already changed. The joking around and dirty jokes from the beginning had dropped by more than half. As time passed, the blazing sun was rapidly draining everyone's stamina. Water! Who can give me a sip of water? I'm so hungry my stomach is cramping. There's nothing but grass around me. Food is way too hard to get. Wood isn't easy to get either. I punched trees barehanded until my hands split open and only got 2 pieces of wood. How long will it take to save enough to upgrade the house? You don't have an axe? The hell, if I had one, would I be using my hands? Chunxia watched the scrolling messages and got a clear sense of things. At this stage, edible water and food were absolute hard currency, sitting at the very top of the pyramid. Basic building materials came next. And as for him, he could keep producing these things endlessly just by breathing. He closed the public channel and pulled up the system's friend list. There were only 2 people on the list at the moment, Su Mushue and Hisishue. Now that the shelter had reached level 2, the talent's special binding function had been unlocked. Chunxia's gaze fell on the 2 names, and the system immediately gave detailed scan feedback. Target: Su Mushue. Overall rating: 96 points. Meets binding standard. Talent: A rank lucky favor, greatly increases the chance of obtaining high-quality items when opening supply boxes, and gives a small chance to avoid fatal danger during daily actions. Target: Hisishue. Overall rating: 97 points. Meets binding standard. Talent: A rank benevolent healing hands, medical specialization. The effect of using any medical supplies is doubled, and most external injuries and minor internal injuries can be treated by consuming mental power. Chunxia lightly tapped the surface of the wooden table with his finger, producing a steady tapping sound. 2 A-rank talents. 2 top-tier targets above 95 points. Su Mushue's luck was an extremely rare probability-type talent that could greatly make up for bad luck. Hisishue's medical talent was even more of a god-tier skill in a survival game. In the later stages, when fighting wild beasts and exploring ruins, getting injured would be commonplace. Having a portable healer by his side would send his survival rate soaring. As long as he bound them, not only could he perfectly copy these 2 talents, he would also get a 150% effect boost. Not to mention that every breath they took in the future would also drop extra supplies for him. This deal was pure profit. But the talent rules were written very clearly. The other party had to willingly choose to follow and rely on him. Forcing them would not work. He had to make them bow their heads willingly. How do you make 2 proud women willingly submit? In civilized society it might require money, power, or emotional value, but in the wilderness only one thing was needed. Chunxia opened private chat with each of them, copied, pasted, and sent the same sentence. Hungry? Thirsty? The bait had been cast. Now it was time to see how the fish would bite. Less than 3 seconds after the message was sent, Su Mushue's reply popped up. You have food? Chunxiagage, you're way too amazing. In this kind of environment you can still get food. Several messages came bombing in one after another. Actually, ever since I was teleported here, I haven't had a single sip of water, and my stomach has been growling with hunger for a long time. But Gidge, do you have enough for yourself? You have to make sure you keep up your own strength first. After all, you're a guy, so your consumption is higher. As long as Gidge can eat his fill, I'll be fine even if I stay hungry. I can hold on. If there's extra that you can't finish, I can help you eat it. A strong yet aggrieved crying emoji followed behind it. Chunxia looked at the screen and tugged at the corner of his mouth. This green tease level really could make those clueless college boys who had never entered society lose their minds on campus. Not a single sentence directly asked for anything, yet every sentence was asking. First raise you up high, then show how sensible and pitiful she is. For an ordinary man, he would already be so heartbroken he'd hand over his supplies with both hands. Unfortunately, she had misjudged the environment and picked the wrong person. Chunxia ignored her and directly switched the chat box over to Hisishue. Hisishue's reply was slower, clearly because she was weighing her words. Chunxia, do you have extra food on hand? The current situation is very severe. Food is a non-renewable resource. Since you managed to get some, you should plan carefully. You absolutely must not casually give it away just because of a moment of softness or a few nice words from someone else. Of course, if your reserves really are quite sufficient, then as Chun Dong's homeroom teacher, I can be considered your elder. You can hand the extra portion over to me, and I'll keep and distribute it for you. That would be a more reliable arrangement. After reading it, Chunxia nearly laughed out loud. This teacher, he really was holding her pose steady. She was obviously so hungry she was about to collapse. Yet she still had to put on the posture of an elder and use some high-sounding excuse like keep it for you to beg for food. Hinting, or making it obvious. Fine. Since both of you are so good at acting, then I'll play along. Chunxia took out an ordinary sausage from his backpack. He peeled off the red plastic wrapper and gestured over the chopping board with an iron axe. His hand rose and fell. He cut off a tiny piece only about the size of a pinky fingernail. Then he opened Hisishue's trade window, placed that tiny piece of sausage onto it, and clicked confirm to send. Attached message. Teacher, he is absolutely right. Food really is scarce. This is a little bit I squeezed out by scrimping on my own meals. Please use it to hold off your hunger first. Meanwhile, out in the wilderness, Hisishue was curled up under the bed because it was too hot. Although she had changed into sanitary products and solved the huge problem, the high temperature and hunger were frantically devouring her sanity. She had not eaten all day, and then she had been inexplicably teleported into this game. Her strict professional outfit had long since been soaked through with sweat, clinging tightly to her body and outlining her full curves. She pushed up the black-rimmed glasses slipping down the bridge of her nose, and as she looked at the notification lighting up on the trade panel, a trace of secret joy flashed through her heart. This brat still knew how to respect his teacher and elders. She had only casually knocked him down a couple of pegs. And hadn't he obediently handed over food anyway? Chun Dong's older brother, if she remembered correctly, he should be 3 or 4 years younger than her, right? She clicked receive impatiently. A flash of white light. Hisishue held out both hands to catch it. There was nothing there. She froze for a moment, then lowered her head and searched for a long while. Finally, in the crack of the bed, she pinched up a bright red chunk of meat only the size of a fingernail. What was this? A sausage? Crumb? Hisishue's eyes instantly widened, and her chest heaved violently. She couldn't believe her own eyes. She brought that tiny little piece of meat right up to her face and examined it carefully 3 times. Chunxia, isn't this way too small? It's pathetically small. Who is this even enough for? Hisishue was trembling with anger. Her face had already been pale from dehydration, but now it was flushed bright red. So if I say I don't want it, you really won't give me any more, huh? Humph humph humph. With this little bit of food, who would even care about it? But her stomach very unwillingly let out a thunderous protest. Grumble. The intense hunger felt like stomach acid burning her from the inside. She had forgotten that she hadn't eaten all day. Hisishue clenched her teeth and stared fixedly at that pitiful little bit of diced sausage in her hand. In the end, she gave in. Carefully, she put that tiny bit of meat into her mouth. She couldn't even bear to chew it and just used her tongue to melt it down. The long-lost salty, savory taste spread through her mouth, but instead it only stirred up an even crazier appetite. You bastard kid! Leaning against the wooden planks, Hisishue felt the sun outside that seemed ready to roast everything alive, feeling both angry and wronged. Chunxia's calm face appeared in her mind, and she couldn't help cursing him viciously in her heart. Stingy! Petty! Cutting it this short. Men really are this short. Humph! Inside the wooden cabin, Chunxia looked at the received notification Hisishue had sent, and leaned back against his chair with satisfaction. 1 down. Even though it was only the first step mentally, the effect was outstanding. He could practically imagine Hisishue's expression. From shock to anger to humiliation, and in the end she still had to grit her teeth and accept it, obediently eating it. This felt way better than directly giving her a whole box of supplies. When dealing with people like this, the kind who think too highly of themselves and always want to control others, this was the way to do it. Grind away their arrogance and dignity bit by bit until they saw reality clearly. This was a survival game now, not civilized society. A teacher's identity was worth nothing here. Right after that, Su Mushua's messages popped up again, like a tireless mosquito. Brother Xia, talk to me. Okay? Did you run into some trouble? I saw people in world chat saying that some bad women use their bodies to scam supplies. You absolutely mustn't fall for it. Those women are filthy. You're such a nice person, brother. You'll definitely get tricked. I'm so worried about you. Her T-act was as steady as ever, unchanged for 10 years straight. First she acted pitiful. When he didn't respond, she started hinting around the edges, implying that other women were all bad, and that only she was the purest one, the one who cared most about him. Was she trying to shape herself into an innocent, harmless little white rabbit to trigger a man's protective instincts? He thought for a moment, then started replying. Oh thanks. After sending it, he directly minimized Su Mushua's chat window and stopped looking at it. Leaving her hanging was the best way to deal with her. Meanwhile, out in the wilderness, Su Mushua sat on the scorching hot wooden plank bed, staring at the cold and emotionless message Xia had sent. Oh, thanks. This school beauty lowered herself to talk to you so much, showing concern and giving reminders, and you only reply with 3 words? Su Mushua's face turned pale with anger. Back at school, what guy didn't treat her like a goddess and fawn over her? Forget replying with just 2 words. Even if she left them on read, those simps would still spend half the day wondering whether they'd said something wrong. But now this Xia, some completely unremarkable guy at school who was even a little withdrawn, actually dared to brush her off like this. Isn't it just because he got lucky and upgraded his shelter? What's so great about that? She thought bitterly, but then quickly calmed down again. No, she couldn't get angry. In this hellhole, whoever had supplies was the boss. Since Xia had upgraded so quickly, he definitely had quite a few good things in his hands. Right now she was completely destitute. She couldn't even get a sip of water, and her skin was burning painfully from the sun. If this kept up, forget maintaining her beauty, whether she could even survive today was a question. Going head-on definitely wouldn't work. Xia didn't look like the type to go soft on women. She had to change her approach. Su Mushua bit her lip, and a trace of calculation flashed through her pretty eyes. She opened Xia's profile picture again, and when she saw the glaring words, shelter, level 2, her pupils suddenly contracted. Level 2? How long had it even been? He had already gone from level 1 to level 2. She knew what the chat channels were like. Fuck. How are you even supposed to play this game? My hands are almost falling off from working, and I've only gotten 5 pieces of wood. I'm still far from upgrading. Who has water? I'll trade you my girlfriend's black stockings for it. Original scent. Is anyone teaming up? I'm so scared alone. It sounds like there are wolves howling nearby. There wasn't even a second person who had reached level 1, let alone level 2. This Xia definitely had something going on. He definitely had cheats. After realizing that, Su Mushua wasn't scared at all. Instead, she became even more excited. Cheats were good. That meant the resources in his hands were far more than she had imagined. No matter what, she had to latch onto this thigh. She took a deep breath, adjusted her mood, and sent Xia another message. Her tone was even softer and more pitiful than before. Brother Xia, I think I might have a little heat stroke. My head feels so dizzy, and everything is going black. I'm not trying to ask you for anything. I'm just a little scared and want someone to talk to. In this place, you're the only person I know. If you're busy, then you don't have to reply to me. Please don't delay your own matters because of me. She refused to believe that after putting it like this, a normal man could still remain unmoved. However, Xia's chat window remained as silent as death, without even a single punctuation mark in reply. Bastard! She finally couldn't hold it in and cursed under her breath. She couldn't figure out what exactly had gone wrong. Had her charm dropped, or was this Xia just a stone man? Inside the wooden cabin, Xia didn't even look at what Su Mushua sent afterward. He was currently planning his next steps with great interest. The shelter upgrading to level 2 and unlocking the binding function was good news. But upgrading to a level 3 shelter required materials that had become even more complicated. Materials required to upgrade to a level 3 shelter: basic wood times 400, hardstone foundation times 40, cement times 40, iron ingots times 40. As for wood, he had more than enough now. He could get it just by breathing. But cement and iron ingots, he hadn't seen a single one of either so far. If he relied on breathing for random drops, who knew how long he'd have to wait? Looks like he still had to find a way to get them from other people. He opened the trade channel and searched for cement and iron ingots. As expected, across the entire A1 region with more than 1 million players, not a single person had listed either material. That meant that at this stage, these 2 items were rare resources. Either no one had found them yet, or the people who had found them knew how valuable they were and were hiding them, waiting for them to appreciate in value. This is troublesome. Xia rubbed his chin. Without a higher level shelter, he wouldn't be able to unlock more binding slots. If he couldn't bind more people, then both his strength growth and his efficiency in obtaining resources would get stuck here and stop advancing. This was a vicious cycle. He had to find a way to get cement and iron ingots, Just as he was thinking, Hisishua's profile icon in his friends list started flashing. Chunxia raised an eyebrow and opened the chat box. Chunxia, what do you mean by this? Chunxia smiled. Teacher you can't put it that way. What's going on right now you know better than I do. I don't need to tell you how precious food and water are, do I? The fact that I can spare even a little from my own rations for you already counts as doing it for the sake of you being my little brother's homeroom teacher. You can't seriously expect me to hand over my own survival supplies to you for free, right? Then what am I supposed to eat? What am I supposed to drink? We're all adults here. We have to be responsible for our own survival, don't you think? His words were reasonable and well supported, and he even put personal ties and reality right on the table, instantly shutting down Hisishua's questioning. On the other side, Hisishua looked at the reply and felt so angry her chest tightened. Of course she knew Chunxia was stating facts. The logic was sound, but she just couldn't swallow this humiliation. But she had no way to argue back, because right now she really was starving and thirsty. With the blazing sun overhead, she was hiding under the bed. Even moving a little felt exhausting. Her lips were so dry they had cracked and peeled, and her stomach felt like there was a fire burning inside it. Fine, Chunxia, I won't beat around the bush with you anymore. Name your price. What will it take for you to sell me food and water? Seeing that message from Hisishua, Chunxia knew the timing was about right. Teacher you've misunderstood. My supplies are not for sale. On the other side, when Hisishua saw that reply, she froze completely. Not for sale? What was that supposed to mean? What do you mean? You don't want to sell? Aren't you short on materials? I still have some wood here. It's not much, but I can give it all to you. I'll trade all my supplies for 1 bottle of water and 1 loaf of bread. That should be enough, right? To stay alive, she could no longer care about anything else. Right now, she just wanted to get food and water as fast as possible and escape this torment that was worse than death. Chunxia looked at her messages and replied unhurriedly. Teacher do you still not understand? Something like wood. For me, I can get as much of it as I want. When I need it, it has value. When I don't, then in my eyes, it's completely worthless. As for food and water, those are hard currency forever. Especially in the early stage of the game, their value isn't something your little pile of wood can measure. Chunxia's words were like a bucket of cold water dumped over Hisishua from head to toe. A deep sense of powerlessness rose in her heart. Was she really going to starve and thirst to death here just like this? Hisishua refused to accept it. She was a teacher, respected by others, with a decent job and a decent life. Her life had only just begun. How could she die in this damned place for no clear reason? Then what exactly do you want? Hisishua almost typed out those words with a trembling voice. She knew that the moment she asked that question, she had already handed all the initiative over to the other side. From this point on, she was fish on the chopping block, ready to be carved up at someone else's mercy. That was exactly the sentence Chunxia had been waiting for. He did not directly state his goal. Instead, he changed his approach. Teacher what do you think is the most important thing in this game? Hisishua froze for a moment and answered instinctively, food and water? No, Chunxia rejected her answer. Food and water are only the basics. The most important thing is attaching yourself to a strong person. Finding someone you can rely on so you can live on in peace. On your own, even if you're lucky and don't starve to death today, what about tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? What if wild beasts come out at night? What if the weather suddenly turns cold? What if you get sick? You're a woman. Your physical strength and energy are limited. Can you really handle all that? Hisishua could not argue back, because everything Chunxia said was true. Without food, without water, without a safe shelter, she might not even survive tonight. So, teacher think it through. After laying the groundwork for so long, Chunxia had finally reached the moment to reel in the net. He believed Hisishua was a smart woman. She should be able to understand what he meant. Sure enough, after a full minute of silence, Hisishua finally sent another message. You mean, you want me? Parent Chunxia, I'm your little brother's homeroom teacher. I never thought you were this kind of person. Her tone was full of uncertainty and a trace of wariness. Heh, teacher you understand pretty well, Chunxia replied. Then he directly pulled up that special binding contract from the system panel and sent Hisishua a screenshot of the detailed terms. Special talent binding contract. Party A Chunxia. Party B, to be decided. Contract terms 1. Party B voluntarily chooses to attach herself to Party A and become Party A's exclusive little pet. 2. After the contract takes effect, Party B will receive Party A's protection and enjoy a basic guarantee of survival supplies. 3. Party B must be absolutely loyal to Party A and must not commit or even harbor thoughts of betraying or harming Party A. Otherwise, she will be punished by the system. 4. Party A holds absolute authority over Party B, and Party B must obey any and all of Party A's commands unconditionally. Note, this contract is a one-way compulsory contract. Once signed, it remains valid for life unless Party A takes the initiative to terminate it. Party B is advised to choose carefully. On the other side, Hisishua stared at the overbearing terms on the screen, terms that could practically be called a contract of sale, and was completely dumbfounded. Her eyes widened, and she read it over several times before she dared confirm that she had not seen it wrong. After saying so much, wasn't it all just one thing? He fucking wanted to sleep with her, and this wasn't finding a backer at all. This was obviously finding a master, selling herself like a slave, the kind with no dignity at all. Chan Xia, dream on. What kind of person do you take me for? You want me to work like an ox or a horse for you? Let me tell you, even if I, Hisishua, starve to death, die of thirst, and die out here in this wilderness, I will absolutely never sign something like this. She was trembling all over from anger. She admitted that Chun Xia was strong and that he had plenty of resources in his hands. But she had dignity too. She was a people's teacher, not some commodity to be bought and sold at will. To make her sign this kind of contract and become the other party's pet? Impossible. What if Chun Xia was some kind of pervert? That would feel even worse than killing her. Looking at Hisishua's intense reaction, Chun Xia was not surprised in the slightest. If she had taken one look and agreed immediately, he would have started suspecting whether there was something wrong with the contract instead. Teacher you don't want to starve to death, do you? I'm only giving you a choice. Whether you sign or not, the decision is in your hands. Take your time and think it over. I'm not in a hurry. After saying that, Chun Xia stopped paying attention to her. He knew that no matter how much he said now, it would be useless. Besides, at the moment he could only bind one person. If Hisishua wouldn't do, there were others. It wasn't like it had to be you. Giving you a few crumbs of ham already counts as thinking highly of you. He closed the chat box and took out a cup of instant noodles from his backpack. It was something he had gotten from the Breathing Refresh earlier, braised beef flavor. He tore open the packaging, put the noodle cake and seasoning packets into a bowl, then took out a large 5-liter bottle of mineral water from his backpack, boiled some water, and got 2 sausages ready too. Very soon, a rich fragrance spread through the little wooden cabin. Chun Xia picked up the fork, lifted a clump of springy noodles, slurped up a mouthful, then took a sip of the steaming hot soup. Nice. As he ate his noodles, he opened the World Chat channel. The channel was still full of wailing and misery. Chrysanthemum is easy to raise. I can't take it anymore. I'm about to die of thirst. Can anyone give me some water? Why is water so hard to get? Can supply chests really open into that? Let me help you. The odds are really low. Hey, person above, your name and mine kind of look like a couple's names. Xiaoza Henren. I seriously can't take this sun anymore. There's only one bed. How am I supposed to play? Good thing I was just about to get enough wood to upgrade my shelter. If nothing goes wrong, I should be the first one to upgrade a shelter, right? Shawawani Yizapin. Help! There's a monster. After that last message was sent, that ID instantly turned gray. Dead. The survival game had only just begun. Death would become the norm. After finishing his noodles, he even drank the soup clean, then let out a satisfied burp. Outside, the blazing sun still hung high in the sky, heat waves rolling endlessly. Chun Xia leaned back in his chair, bored out of his mind, and opened the chat channel again. The messages in the channel were scrolling a bit slower than before. Probably a lot of people had already been baked by the sun until they didn't even have the strength to type anymore. But the resentment was more than 10 times heavier than before. Go Wani. People are going to die. What kind of garbage game is this? I searched under the burning sun for so long and finally found 3 supply crates. When I opened them, they were all damn wood and stone. Not even a single drop of water. Shalimian. Bro upstairs, you're not alone. My lips are so dry they've split open. If I don't get water soon, I'm really done for here. Shijing. Any big shot willing to spare me a mouthful of water? I'll trade 10 pieces of wood for it, please. Right when everyone was wailing, one message caught Chun Xia's attention and instantly blew up the entire chat channel. Don't get your hopes up too high, everyone. My awakened talent is data insight. It lets me see through some hidden probabilities. I just used my talent on an unopened supply crate. Guess what happened? In this game, the chance of getting food and drinking water from a supply crate is only a pitiful 10%. And that's for the lowest tier wooden supply crates. I haven't run into higher tier crates yet, so I don't know if the probability is even lower. Wang Shigo, 10%? Are you fucking kidding me? You need 10 crates just for a chance at one with food. Li Si, it's over. It's all over. This isn't a survival game at all. It's slaughter in disguise. Where are we supposed to find that many crates to open? Zhao Huaijin. I quit. Send me back. I want to go home. Looking at those messages, Chun Xia had to admit that a 10% chance really was absurdly low. No wonder these people were all starving and howling. Searching for supply crates under 104-degree heat already consumed massive amounts of stamina and water. If they couldn't get supplies from the crates, they were just accelerating their own deaths. He lowered his head and glanced at his system backpack. Dozens of bottles of ice cola, dozens of wheat-filled bread rolls, plus fried chicken, ham sausages, instant noodles and fruit. He had gotten all of that just by sitting here and freeloading through breathing. So tiring. Chan Xia closed the world channel, and his gaze landed on Su Mushua's profile picture in his friends list. This woman had previously sent a whole pile of manipulative green tea nonsense. When she saw he wasn't responding, she went quiet after that. Since he had already cast the bait on Hisishua's side, he couldn't leave Su Mushua's side out either. Chan Xia directly copied the same special talent binding contract he had sent to Hisishua and sent a copy to Su Mushua. He added one sentence. If you want food and water, fine. Sign this. Less than 10 seconds after the message was sent, Su Mushua's reply popped up. Every word practically reeked of rage and humiliation. Chan Xia, are you insane? You're asking me to sign something like this? Absolute obedience? No personal freedom at all? What do you take me for? Your slave. Do you think you're collecting pets? In school, so many guys chased after me. Those rich second-generation guys drove luxury cars and gave me gifts, and I didn't even bother looking at them. And now you're trying to use a tiny bit of food and water to make me sell myself to you? Dream on. I, Su Mushua, would rather starve to death, rather die of thirst, than sign this trash contract that humiliates and strips away all rights. Get lost. I'm collecting mounts. This woman was still using the standards of the real world to measure her current situation. Rich second generation. Luxury cars? Here, they weren't worth even a single wooden plank. She still hadn't realized that right now. Aside from that pretty shell of hers, she had nothing. Fine. You've got backbone. Chan Xia directly closed his chat window with Su Mushua and casually set her messages to do not disturb. He wasn't in a hurry at all. Time was on his side. With every minute and second that passed, hunger and thirst would torment them a little more. Right now, he only needed to do one thing. That was to keep breathing. Breathing was a technical skill too. The air inside the wooden cabin was a bit stuffy. Even though it blocked out the blazing sun outside, it still felt somewhat dry. Chan Xia sat on the wooden bed and breathed in great mouthfuls. The system notification in his mind sounded like the most beautiful music in the world, chiming once every few seconds. Obtained. Basic wood X1. Obtained. Iced cola X1. Obtained. Hardened stone foundation X1. Watching the numbers in his backpack keep rising, Chan Xia felt absolutely delighted. Obtained. Wall-mounted solar air conditioner X1. Air conditioner? He quickly opened his backpack to check. A brand new white wall-mounted air conditioner was lying clearly inside the slot. The item description was written very clearly. Solar-powered air conditioner, comes with its own energy storage panel, no external power source needed, no outdoor unit needed, mounted on the wall and use immediately, dual cooling and heating functions. Chan Xia couldn't help cursing. This talent was downright heaven-defying. Could even drop modern appliances like this. Without another word, he directly extracted the air conditioner from his backpack. A flash of white light later, the air conditioner appeared in his hands. It wasn't light either. He walked to the cabin wall, found a suitable height, and directly hung the air conditioner there. The back of the air conditioner came with some kind of powerful adhesion device. The moment it touched the wooden wall, it locked itself firmly in place. Chan Xia pressed the switch on the air conditioner's panel. Beep! A crisp startup sound rang out. Right after that, the air vent slowly opened, and a strong stream of cold air blew out. Standing beneath the vent, Chan Xia closed his eyes and felt the refreshing coolness of the air brushing across his face. The stuffy heat inside the room was instantly driven away by more than half. While everyone else was still digging pits everywhere to avoid the sun or hiding under their beds and barely clinging to life, he was already enjoying air conditioning out in the wilderness. The difference in treatment was practically heaven and earth. He walked back to the wooden table and sat down, twisted open a bottle of cola, took a big gulp, and continued his great breathing enterprise. With the air conditioner helping him out, he didn't feel like this was hard to endure at all anymore. He even felt this survival game was kind of interesting. Obtained. Basic wood X1. Obtained. 1 box of Durex ultra-thin condoms. What the hell? He stared wide-eyed at the little box that had just appeared in his backpack. Those familiar English letters on the packaging were especially glaring. What was the point of dropping something like this? Still, it would definitely be useful in the future. For now, he could only use it to blow up balloons. Before he could recover, the notification sounded again. Obtained. Black ultra-thin stockings X1. Obtained. Forced undressing card X1. Chan Xia was completely speechless. He extracted all those items and tossed them onto the wooden table. A box of condoms, a pair of unopened black stockings, and a card glowing faintly. There was definitely something wrong with this game's drop pool. It wouldn't drop proper survival supplies, only this weird random stuff. He picked up the card and took a look. Forced undressing card. Special item. After use, all clothing and armor on a designated target within a 10-meter range can be forcibly removed. The target cannot dodge and cannot resist. One-time consumable. Looking at the description on the card, the corner of Chan Xia's mouth twitched. You couldn't say this item was useless. In certain specific situations, it was definitely a god-tier skill. Useful? What could he even use it for at this stage? Skinning beasts when he ran into them? He shook his head and swept all those bizarre items into a corner of his backpack, out of sight, out of mind. His top priority now was gathering the materials to upgrade the shelter to level 3. He was no longer lacking wood and stone foundation materials. What he lacked now was cement and iron ingots. Those two belonged to higher-tier basic materials, and their drop rate was obviously much lower than wood. Chun Xia took a deep breath, adjusted his mindset, and continued breathing with focus. Time passed second by second. The sun gradually tilted westward, and the originally glaring sunlight turned orange-red. The temperature in the wilderness began dropping rapidly. Chun Xia stayed in the wooden cabin for an entire afternoon. He turned off the air conditioner's cooling mode, and the temperature inside the room was just right. Throughout those past few hours, his breathing had never stopped. As time passed, he finally got what he wanted. Obtained cement X1. Obtained iron ingot X1. The high-level materials had finally started dropping. Although the frequency was very low, probably only one drop after breathing several hundred times, as long as they could drop, gathering enough was only a matter of time. Chun Xia opened his backpack and checked his inventory. He already had 16 pieces of cement and 10 iron ingots. There was still some distance left before reaching the 40 cement and 40 iron ingots needed to upgrade the shelter to level 3. There was no way he could gather enough tonight. But he wasn't worried. He had a clear understanding of how sturdy a level 2 shelter was. As long as he didn't encounter some massive monster with terrifying destructive power, ordinary beasts would have no way to deal with this wooden cabin. The sky had completely darkened. The wind across the wilderness grew stronger, howling over the bare ground and making a mournful whistling sound. The temperature had dropped to a little over 10 degrees, forming an extreme contrast with the 40-degree heat of the daytime. Chun Xia stood up, walked to the small wooden window, and looked outside through the crack. Outside was pitch black. There was no moon and no stars. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Suddenly, a chilling sound broke the silence of the night. A woo! It was a shrill wolf howl. The sound wasn't far from the wooden cabin. He could hear it clearly. Chun Xia's gaze sharpened. He made no sound and quietly stood by the window observing. Very soon, several faint green lights lit up about a dozen meters in front of the cabin. They were the eyes of wild beasts. Using the weak light, Chun Xia vaguely made out 3 large wild wolves. Their fur was messy, and their bodies were thin. They had obviously been starving for a long time and were searching everywhere for prey. The pack slowly approached the small wooden cabin. They circled the cabin once, pressing their noses against the rough log walls and sniffing nonstop. The largest wolf, clearly the alpha, tentatively raised a front paw and scraped hard at the wooden boards a few times. Screech! The sharp claws left several white marks on the wood, but they couldn't damage the thick log structure at all. The alpha seemed unwilling to give up. It walked to the foundation and tried to dig with its claws. But what it hit was a hard stone base. Its claws scraped against the stone, making an unpleasant grinding noise, but it dug up nothing. This level 2 shelter was like a flawless iron barrel, firmly protecting Chun Xia inside. The wolves lingered around the cabin for more than 10 minutes. After realizing the thing couldn't be bitten through or clawed apart, they finally gave up. The alpha raised its neck and let out another long howl. Then, with the other 2 wolves, it turned and disappeared into the dark wilderness, going to look for an easier target. Chun Xia watched the direction where the wolves vanished, then stepped back to the center of the cabin. He had felt the game's true malice. The extreme heat during the day was only the first round of selection. The nighttime cold and beasts were the real death sentence. Without a sturdy shelter, running into a wolf pack in the wilderness at night would absolutely be a dead end. Chun Xia sat back down on the wooden bed and opened the chat channel. He wanted to see just how cruel tonight really was. The chat channel had already completely exploded. Messages were scrolling so fast that nobody could read them clearly. Unlike the daytime complaints and pleas for water, the channel was now filled entirely with desperate cries for help and screams. Help! There are wolves outside. Wolves are clawing at my door. I ran into them too. I finally traded all my supplies for wood this afternoon and upgraded to a level 1 shelter. I thought a wooden plank house could block beasts, but that wolf pierced the planks with one swipe. Everyone, do not make any noise. Don't light a fire. Beasts are very sensitive to light and sound. Too late. My door got smashed open. Ah! Right after that message, that player's profile picture instantly turned gray, and all contact was completely lost. The game rules had made it very clear. The game's difficulty would continue rising dynamically. On the very first night's first day, it had already sent out pack-hunting beasts like wolves. A level 1 shelter, that so-called crude wooden plank house, was nothing more than a single-person public toilet pieced together out of a few thin boards. It was fine for blocking the sun, but trying to stop starving wild wolves? That was a bit unrealistic. Wolf pack attacks weren't something every player would necessarily encounter. This was a probability-based event. But with a base of millions of people, there would always be unlucky ones targeted by a wolf pack. And as for those players who hadn't even upgraded to a level 1 shelter and could only sleep on open-air wooden beds, tonight was even more likely to end badly for them. He closed the chat channel, switched the air conditioner to heating mode, and set the temperature to 25 degrees. The room quickly warmed up. He took out a soft wool pad from his backpack and placed it under himself, then lay down comfortably, preparing to sleep. The screams and wolf howls outside could just serve as a lullaby. At the same time, somewhere in the wilderness an unknown distance away from Chansya, Hisishue was going through the darkest and most desperate moment of her life. That afternoon her luck had been pretty good. She had found a wooden supply chest nearby and gotten wood from it. Along with trading with others, she had barely managed to scrape together enough materials to upgrade to a level 1 shelter. When the crude wooden plank house was built, she had even let out a sigh of relief, thinking she had made it through the first day. But she was wrong. After night fell, the temperature plunged. The business outfit on her body, soaked through with sweat, had now turned into icy armor pressed against her skin, making her shiver all over. Even worse, she had been targeted by a lone wolf. This wolf wasn't large, but it was abnormally vicious. It seemed to know there was prey inside the plank house and had been prowling outside the whole time. Half an hour ago, the wolf started attacking the plank house. It rammed with its head and clawed with its paws. The planks of a level 1 shelter were just too thin. Under the wolf's attacks, the planks let out creaking sounds under the strain, and several places had even already been clawed into cracks. Hisishue didn't dare stay inside the house at all. She was afraid that the moment the door was broken open, she wouldn't even have anywhere to hide. Using all her strength, she climbed through the gaps between the boards and crawled onto the flat roof of the plank house. Now, her whole body was curled up in a corner of the roof, both hands clutching her knees tightly. The banging below was still continuing. Bang! Bang! With every impact, Hisishue's heart trembled violently along with it. She felt like this broken house could collapse at any moment. She hadn't eaten all day, and she hadn't had a single drop of water. Her exhausted physical strength, combined with extreme fear, made her vision start to blur, and her mind became sluggish as well. Bang! The wolf below delivered another fierce slam. This time, the wooden door let out a piercing cracking sound, and half of one plank was smashed off by force. Hisishue screamed in fright and clamped a hand over her mouth. Tears surged out like floodwaters after a broken dam. She had never imagined that one day she would end up like this, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, hiding on a roof that was on the verge of collapse, waiting to die. Chansya's face suddenly flashed through her mind, along with that special talent binding contract he had sent her that afternoon. No, it should be called a pet contract. That afternoon, she had felt that this contract was an insult to her dignity, treating her like a slave. She would rather die than sign it. But now, only by staying alive did she have the right to talk about dignity. If she died, she would just become a lump of rotten flesh gnawed on by wild beasts. Crack! Another piece of the wooden door below broke apart. Half of the wolf's head had already pushed into the house, letting out an excited low growl. At that moment, Hisishue's mental defenses completely collapsed. Her hands trembled as she fumbled to open the game panel and clicked on Chansya's chat window. Her fingers were so stiff they almost wouldn't obey her. She made several typos before finally managing to send out a message. Chansya, are you there? Please, save me. There are wolves outside. The house is about to collapse. I don't want to die. I'll sign the contract. I'll agree to anything. I'm willing to be your little pet. I'll do whatever you tell me to do, as long as you give me a bite to eat, a mouthful of water and let me live. Master, please save me. Master, hurry and send the contract over. Master, I am your star. Time became unbearably long at this moment. Every second felt like death by 1,000 cuts to her. The wolf below had already squeezed most of its body into the house and was trying to jump upward to reach the prey on the roof. Inside the wooden cabin, Chansya actually had not fallen asleep. He had been lying on the bed resting with his eyes closed when the system notification in his mind suddenly rang out, alerting him that a specially marked friend had sent a message. He opened it and saw that they were all desperate pleas for help from Hisishue. Hey teacher he, you can even say something like this now? Looking at the screen full of humble words, especially that last line, Chansya curled his lips into a cold sneer. Sure enough, in the face of life and death, there was nothing that couldn't be cast aside. Teacher he, who had been putting on airs and preaching principles during the day, could now say even this just to stay alive. Chansya did not hesitate at all and directly sent that binding contract again. On the other side, up on the roof, Hisishue did not even look at any of the contract terms again. She directly chose agree to sign at the bottom. The moment she confirmed it, a rapid silsila of dense system notifications rang out in Chansya's mind. Ding! Target detected. Hisishue has voluntarily signed the special talent binding contract. Contract activated. Binding successful. Congratulations, player Chansya, for successfully binding your first exclusive member. Current binding slots. 1/1. Talent effect triggered. You have perfectly replicated the target's exclusive talent. A rank, Benevolent Healing Hands. Replicated talent effect increased to 150%. Talent effect triggered. Target Hisishue's autonomous breathing will generate additional random supplies for you. Income stream activated. Detected that bound member is in an extremely dangerous state. Activate two-way portal and bring the member to your shelter. Hearing the string of notifications, Chunxia sat up directly from the bed. It worked. Not only had he gotten an A-rank medical talent for free, he had also gained another person to work for him just by breathing. This was a huge profit. As for the portal, of course he was going to open it. He had finally tamed this pet. He couldn't just let her get eaten by wolves on her first night. Activate portal, Chunxia said silently in his mind. As soon as the words fell, a burst of dazzling blue light suddenly erupted from the empty space in the center of the wooden cabin. The light quickly spun and gathered together. In just a few seconds it formed an oval light gate about 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide. Light and shadows flowed within the gate, making it impossible to see the scene on the other side clearly, but it gave off a mysterious spatial fluctuation. Chunxia got down from the bed, walked to the portal, and waited with interest, and over on Hisishua's side. At the critical instant when the wild wolf below finally jumped onto the wooden bed and was about to pounce at the roof, a blue light gate appeared out of thin air on the roof in front of her. Hisishua had no idea what this thing was, but she knew Chunxia had made it. Half crawling and half scrambling, using the very last bit of strength in her body, she threw herself headfirst into the blue light gate. The very next second after her body completely disappeared into the gate. Boom! The level 1 wooden house completely fell apart. The wolf missed its target and crashed into a pile of broken planks, letting out an angry roar. Chunxia stood in front of the portal with his arms crossed. Suddenly, the light inside the portal flashed violently, and immediately after, a dark figure tumbled out from within. Thud! The figure hit the hard wooden floor heavily and let out a muffled groan. After completing its task, the portal rapidly shrank and turned into specks of blue light that disappeared. Chunxia lowered his head and looked over the woman lying on the ground. Hisishua. Her current appearance could only be described as miserable to the extreme. Her originally well-tailored professional outfit was now covered in dust and mud, wrinkled and clinging to her body. A large tear had been ripped open at the collar of her white shirt, revealing a large patch of pale skin underneath. The worst part was her legs. The black stockings that had originally wrapped around her slender legs had been torn with countless rips during her escape and climb, exposing large patches of white skin. Her hair hung down in a mess, and her trademark black-framed glasses had slipped crookedly to one side, with smudges on the lenses. She lay on the ground, her whole body trembling violently and uncontrollably. The warm 25-degree breeze inside the cabin blew over her body, making her feel as if she had returned from hell to the human world. She struggled to raise her head and, through her blurry lenses, saw Chunxia standing in front of her. Looking down at her from above, his gaze cold. Chunxia. Oh my, isn't this teacher he? How did you end up in such a state? If you'd been like this earlier, would you have needed to suffer? Hearing those words, Hisishua's face flushed bright red. I'm sorry. Hisishua lowered her head, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. I was wrong. I was too full of myself. Please, give me some water. I really can't hold on much longer. She gave up struggling and completely lowered her proud head. Looking at her humble appearance, the irritation in Chunxia's heart finally eased completely. But from now on, they were on the same side, so there was no need to make things too difficult for her. When dealing with a woman who thought herself lofty and pure, you had to completely crush her self-respect and make her recognize reality. Only then would she obediently listen in the future. With a thought, Chunxia brought up his personal panel. Player, Chunxia. Age, 19. Strength, 27. Constitution, 27. Spirit, 27. Note: the base all attributes for an ordinary adult male are 9 points. The player's overall physical condition is slightly better than that of an average person. Shelter, level 2. All 3 basic attributes had increased. Looking at it this way, Hisishua's 3 attributes were probably only 7 each, though that was normal. She was a woman, so being a bit lower made sense. Chunxia clenched his fist and felt the explosive power inside his body. He even had the illusion that he could punch an old sow to death with one blow right now. This was the power of talent, and all of this had only come from binding a single person. If he bound more people in the future, his strength would continue to stack and surge at this terrifying rate. Enough! Stop lying there and get up. Chunxia's voice was very calm. When Hisishua heard that, she tried several times but still couldn't stand up. She hadn't eaten or drunk anything for a whole day, and after going through such an extreme scare, she didn't have a bit of strength left in her body. I can't get up. Chunxia looked at how miserable she was, her pale thighs pressed together and both hands covering below her stomach, and he couldn't be bothered making things hard for her anymore. He took out a lot of food from his backpack and gave it to Hisishua. Eat something first and fill your stomach a little. The moment she saw the food and water, Hisishua's eyes instantly lit up. It was the kind of light only someone who had been starving for days would have upon seeing food. She no longer cared about dignity or appearances. She crawled over with both hands and feet, grabbed a loaf of bread, tore open the packaging, and stuffed it into her mouth. She ate too fast, and the dry, hard bread choked her so badly her eyes rolled back, like she was about to die. Hisishua grabbed the water. Gulp, gulp. With the moisture soothing her throat, the speed at which she ate the bread picked up too. Several big pieces of bread were completely wiped out by her in just a few minutes. After eating and drinking her fill, Hisishua's reason finally came back a little. Teacher He, how do you feel? The food I have here is decent, right? Chunxia pulled over a wooden stool and sat down, looking at her leisurely. The moment she heard him call her Teacher He, Hisishua's body obviously stiffened. She remembered the parent-teacher meetings back at school. Chunxia's younger brother, Chundong, had poor grades and was mischievous. He had long been a major problem in the class. Every time there was a parent-teacher meeting, she would call Chunxia into the office, put on a stern face, and scold him in the harshest tone, saying that as the older brother he had failed to fulfill his responsibility to supervise him, and that there was a problem with their family's upbringing. Back then, she had been aloof and superior, the one holding the power to speak, and Chunxia had only been a student's guardian standing in front of her with his head lowered, silently listening to her lecture. But now, the situation had completely reversed. Why, you don't have to call me that anymore. Hisishua lowered her head, her voice very quiet. Oh? Then what should I call you? Chunxia asked on purpose. I remember that during those parent-teacher meetings you were pretty imposing, weren't you? Every time. You scolded me so badly I couldn't even raise my head. Chunxia's words were like needles stabbing into Hisishua's heart. Her face flushed red and white by turns, and she was so ashamed she wanted the ground to swallow her up. Yeah, what right had she had to scold him so righteously before? Just because she was a teacher? Thinking about it now, the her back then was truly ridiculous and pitiful. Sorry. Hisishua bit her lip. Other than apologizing, she didn't know what else she could say. I was wrong before. I was too self-righteous. I apologize to you. No need for an apology. Chunxia waved his hand. Since you signed the contract, you're my person from now on. I can let bygones be bygones for the past. But the way you address me has to change. Hisishua's heart tightened. She knew the main point was coming. She had already prepared for the worst. Her mind had even started running wild, thinking about what Chunxia would do to her in a moment. Toy with her? Humiliate her? Or something even worse? She didn't dare think too much, but she knew she had no room to resist. To then what should I call you? She asked in a trembling voice. Chunxia leaned forward slightly, stared into her eyes, and said word by word, Call me Master. Master. That form of address represented complete submission and possession. Hisishua hesitated at once. What, you don't want to? Chunxia's voice turned cold. Master. Her voice was very soft and carried a sob, but she really did say it. Louder. Didn't you eat? Hisishua closed her eyes, gave up all resistance, and shouted it out loud in a tone that was almost like smashing the pot because it was already broken. Master. That's more like it. Good girl. Chunxia nodded in satisfaction. He stood up and walked over to Hisishua. Hisishua shuddered all over in fright and instinctively closed her eyes, curling her body into a ball as she waited for the coming storm. She had already accepted her fate. As long as she could live, even if he treated her like a toy, she would accept it. From now on, she could only be a dog. However, the violation she had imagined never came. Chunxia merely reached out and helped her up. You're filthy and stink. Hurry up and clean yourself up. There's water over there. Use it sparingly. He pointed at a big barrel in the corner of the wall. It was filled with bottled water, all of it gathered by Chunxia bit by bit. Hisishua was stunned. What are you standing there for? Waiting for me to wash you? Chunxia glanced at her. And no, I'll go right away. Hisishua snapped out of it like waking from a dream. Looking at Chunxia's back, an extremely complicated emotion suddenly surged up in her heart. There was gratitude, relief, and also a trace of indescribable disappointment. She walked to the corner and looked at the big barrel of bottled water that was almost as tall as her calves, and she was shocked once again. Such a huge barrel of water. In this hellhole where everyone was practically dying of thirst for a mouthful of water, he actually had such a huge barrel of it. She turned back and looked at the furnishings in the room again. Sturdy wooden walls, flat flooring, a table, a bed, and even a white thing hanging on the wall blowing warm air. What was that? An air conditioner? Oh my god. Hisishua's worldview was completely overturned. She had thought before that Chunxia was only a little luckier than others, with just a bit more supplies. But looking at it now, how was this just a little more? This was practically a mobile supermarket. She suddenly felt that all of her persistence and arrogance that afternoon had been laughable. Signing that contract wasn't some humiliation. Instead, it was the most correct decision she had made in her life. Following a master like this, forget just surviving, she could probably live even better than she had in the real world. So good. She twisted open the lid of the barrel, scooped up a little water with her hand, and simply wiped her face and hands. The icy water touching her skin made her spirits rise. After cleaning herself up, she walked over to Chunxia. Chunxia, what should I do next? Use the title. Master, what do you do? Sleep. Sleep. Hisishue was stunned. At the fiercest age, you're sleeping? What else? It's the middle of the night. If you're not sleeping, what do you want to do? Chunxia said impatiently. The bed is mine. After saying that, he turned over, facing away from Hisishue, and ignored her. On the first day, Chunxia wasn't that desperate yet. Too much had happened today. This morning he had still been on Blue Star, and now things had become like this. Hisishue stood there, looking at Chunxia's broad back, then at the cold, hard wooden floor, and for a moment she didn't know what to do. Still, she quickly adjusted her mindset, went over beside a patch of wool, and went to sleep in warmth. Hopefully she wouldn't get attacked at night. That night, Chunxia slept very deeply. The soundproofing of the level 2 wooden house was average, but it was enough to block out most of the noise outside. Occasionally, a few shrill screams drifted into the house along with the wind, but they only made him sleep even better. This feeling really wasn't bad. Early the next morning, Chunxia was woken up by the system notification sound. Ding! A new day has begun. The game's difficulty has been dynamically increased. Notice, today's wilderness temperature will exceed 45 degrees Celsius. All players, please take precautions against the heat and avoid prolonged outdoor activity. Notice, new beast species have been refreshed into the wilderness. The danger level has increased. Please explore cautiously. Chunxia opened his eyes and stretched lazily, feeling comfortable all over. He glanced at Hisishue, who was curled up in the corner and sleeping soundly. That woman was probably scared badly yesterday. Even her sleeping posture was like a shrimp, with both arms tightly wrapped around her knees, looking completely lacking in security. He didn't bother with her and directly opened his backpack. After a whole night of breathing, the supplies in the backpack welcomed another huge harvest. It had directly increased by nearly 10,000 units of supplies. But most of it was wood and food, along with some strange odds and ends. But the 4 basic materials needed to upgrade the shelter to level 3 had all been gathered, with some left over besides. It needed 400 wood, 40 stone foundations, 40 cement, and 40 iron ingots. Perfect. Upgrade shelter. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The huge noise instantly jolted Hisishue awake from her sleep. She snapped her eyes open, thinking it was an earthquake, but the moment she stood up, the sight in front of her stunned her where she stood. The entire wooden cabin was shaking violently. Solid stone foundations rose from underground, reinforcing and widening the original base by a full 1 times over. Countless pieces of wood, cement, and iron ingots turned into streams of light, flying and weaving through the air. The roof lifted upward, and the space instantly became open and bright. The whole process lasted less than half a minute. When the dust settled, the little wooden cabin that had originally been only about 10 square meters had already turned into a sturdy stone and wood fortress covering more than 30 square meters, complete with an independent bedroom and living room. Shelter upgrade successful. Current level. Level 3, sturdy stone and wood fortress. Current facilities. Soft double bed, exquisite wooden table and chairs, anti-theft ironwood windows, simple fireplace. Special binding function. Unlocked, current bindable number of people. 1. Note. Upgrade again to unlock more bindable number of people. New shelter effect. Impregnable, all allied units inside the shelter gain plus 10 strength. Note. This is already a true home, enough to resist most dangers from the outside world. Chunxia quickly opened his status panel to check. His strength stat had been forcefully raised by another 10 points on top of its original base. It was now 37. Although it only worked inside the shelter, that was still enough. Chunxia walked to the wall and threw a probing punch at the wall built from a mix of stone and wood. Bang! A muffled thud rang out. He had actually punched a shallow fist mark straight into the hard wall. Even Chunxia himself was startled. If it had been before, his hand would definitely have been torn open and bleeding badly. Holy crap! Is it really that brutal? Hisishue's voice came from beside him. Chunxia turned around and saw Hisishue staring at that mark with a face full of shock. She had also been frightened by that kind of strength. What is it? Chunxia withdrew his fist and asked flatly. Nothing. Hisishue quickly lowered her head. Patriarch Chunxia, aren't you way too amazing? This man could not only conjure supplies out of thin air, but also punch marks into a stone wall with his bare hands. Was he even human? Following someone like this, what did she have to be dissatisfied with? Use my title when we're working. Oh, okay, master. Chunxia ignored her flattery. He was still immersed in the joy of his power surging upward. He walked to the newly appeared double bed and dropped onto it with one motion. So soft. This bed was 100 times more comfortable than that broken wooden plank bed from before. There was a thick wool pad spread over it. If someone lay down on it, they would probably sink right in. Right then, Hisishue was feeling puzzled. You felt it too? Chunxia asked. Yes, I feel like my strength has increased quite a bit. This is the special effect of a level 3 shelter. People's strength increases while they're here, Chunxia explained simply. After hearing that, Little stars practically appeared in Hisishua's eyes. Could even work like that? Just living here could make you stronger? Chunxia got off the bed, walked to the window, and pushed open the newly replaced ironwood window. Solid iron bars had been installed outside the window, allowing ventilation while also preventing things outside from breaking in. The sun outside had already climbed high into the sky. The scorching sunlight baked the land, and even the air had become distorted from the heat. He casually opened the world chat channel. The wailing in the channel was even worse than yesterday. Protecting Yingzheng feels great. Damn it, this cursed weather. 45 degrees, is this trying to roast people alive? Why can't pounds be called English Gene? Does anyone have water? I'm about to dehydrate. Can I trade the iron axe I just got for 1 bottle of water? Can handle it. Whoa, my friend got eaten by wolves last night. His ID turned gray. I'm so scared. Will I be next? Li Feifei. I just saw a new kind of monster near my shelter. It looked like a scorpion, but it was half a person tall, and the hook on its tail was made of metal. It was terrifying. As the game's difficulty increased, more and more people would only keep dying. This was survival of the fittest. The strong lived, the weak were eliminated. He closed the chat channel, took out 2 KFC breakfast combo meals from his backpack, tossed one to Hisishua, and ate the other himself. Eat, then get to work. Hisishua took the still warm burger and soy milk, and her eyes reddened again. Thank you, master. You're so good to me, master, she said softly, then started eating in small bites. Her table manners were very refined, completely different from the starving ghost reincarnated look she had yesterday. Chunxia finished off his own breakfast in just a few bites, then said to Hisishua, starting today, your task is to explore the area within 1 kilometer around the shelter. Explore. Hisishua froze for a moment. That's right. Chunxia nodded. Supply crates will randomly spawn around the shelter. Go out and look for them yourself. If you find one, open it and bring back whatever's inside. But it's dangerous outside. Hisishua sounded a little afraid. People in the chat said new monsters have appeared. What are you scared of? Chunxia glanced at her. If you run into danger, just run. Just wander around near the shelter. You don't need to go too far. I'll give you a weapon too. Ordinary wild beasts are no match for you at all. As he spoke, he took out a brand new iron axe from his backpack and handed it to Hisishua. This iron axe was one of the first things he had breathed out, and he had never had a chance to use it. Hisishua took the heavy iron axe and held it in her hands. Her heart settled a little. Remember, only move around within 1 kilometer nearby. Don't go far. If you run into monsters, run. If you discover anything, report it to me immediately, Chunxia instructed. Master, can I not go? It's really too hot. Master, please. Master, how about I give you a kiss? Okay? A woman who acts cute has the best life. Hisishua started with a triple combo of acting cute, because she had also realized it by now. Chunxia was actually pretty handsome. Chunxia told her she only needed to wander outside a bit every day, then come back. The main thing was to see whether any supply crates had spawned. If not, just come back. Yes, bury it. Hisishua nodded. Go on. Take a look around. If there's nothing, come back, Chunxia said with a wave of his hand. Holding the iron axe, Hisishua took a deep breath and pushed open the shelter's main door. A wave of scorching air rushed at her face, instantly making her feel as though she had stepped into a giant oven. She looked back at the cool, safe stone and wood fortress behind her, then at Chunxia standing in the doorway. Gritting her teeth, she stepped into the wilderness. After Hisishua left, Chunxia did not stay idle. He first cleaned up some of the construction debris left inside after the upgrade, then started planning out the space of more than 30 square meters. The small section partitioned off on the left was the bedroom, with the soft double bed inside. The right side was the living room with a table, chairs, and a newly appeared fireplace. Although the weather was hot as hell right now and the fireplace was temporarily useless, once winter came, this thing would become a life-saving divine tool. Chunxia was extremely satisfied with the layout of this level 3 shelter. He sat on the chair in the living room, leisurely sipping cola while continuing his great breathing endeavor. Obtained, basic wood X1. Obtained, soft wool X1. Obtained, fresh apple X1. As the number of exclusive members bound to him increased to 1, he could clearly feel that the speed at which he gained supplies had become much faster. Before, a notification would pop up about once every 3 or 4 seconds. Now, it was almost once every 2 seconds. Ding! Your exclusive member, Hisishua's breathing has brought you Iron X1. Ding! Your exclusive member, Hisishua's breathing has brought you 500 milliliters of mineral water X1. Double the happiness really was this plain and unadorned. Chunxia lay back in the chair, feeling like a landlord. He did not need to do anything every day, just sit around and collect rent. Time passed little by little. About 30 minutes later, the shelter door was pushed open. Hisishua walked in from outside, drenched in sweat. Master, look what I found. When Hisishua returned, her whole body was in a state of extreme excitement. She did not even have time to close the door before rushing in front of Chunxia, holding a silver chest that sparkled with light. A silver treasure chest? Chunxia was a little surprised too. The quality of supply chests from low to high was wood, black iron, bronze, silver, and gold. He himself had opened a wooden one before. This was the first time either of them had seen a silver quality chest. Open it quickly and see, Chunxia urged. Yes, Hisishue placed the silver treasure chest on the ground and took a deep breath. A soft white light spread out from inside the chest. Obtained. Antibiotics 1 box X1. Obtained. Wall-mounted solar bath heater X1. Antibiotics were even more of a life-saving item. In this world without hospitals, once an infection flared up, it could be fatal. Still, both he and Hisishue had medical talent, so it was not that useful to them, that was all. And the last item left both Chunxia and Hisishue stunned. A bath heater? And a solar-powered one at that? Chunxia took out the thing that looked like an oversized exhaust fan. Item: wall-mounted solar bath heater. Effect: comes with a solar power storage panel and can absorb surrounding water molecules. It is your best companion for enjoying a comfortable bath in the apocalypse. Chunxia looked at the item description, then at Hisishue's blank face beside him, and suddenly laughed. Looks like we can take a bath today. The moment she heard the words, take a bath, Hisishue's face instantly turned red. Last night, she had only wiped herself down. She had not had a proper bath at all. But, a bath. She secretly glanced at Chunxia, then at the bath heater, and her heartbeat began to speed up uncontrollably. Countless messy images flashed through her mind in an instant, and her cheeks grew so hot they felt like they were about to burn. Was she going to do that with him? Was it going to happen this soon? She had not prepared herself mentally yet. What are you thinking about? One look at her absent-minded expression, and Chunxia knew this woman was letting her thoughts run wild again. What are you standing there for? Take this thing and install it in the corner. We are taking a bath in a bit. Ah, oh. Yes, master. Very quickly, she installed the bath heater. The moment warm hot water poured down from above, she was so comfortable she almost moaned. The fatigue, filth, and grievance that had built up over the past 2 days seemed to be washed away with the flow of water. She carefully washed her body, not missing a single spot. After finishing her bath, she discovered an awkward problem. She did not have any clean clothes to change into. The office outfit she had been wearing was already filthy and torn. There was no way she could put it back on. Master! She could only call out softly from the shower area, her face red. What is it now? I do not have any clothes to change into. Only then did Chunxia remember that he had apparently not prepared any clothes for her. He opened his backpack and rummaged through it. There were quite a few clothes inside, but most of them were weird odds and ends. After searching for a long time, he finally found something relatively normal. It was a loose white shirt, the top from a set of men's pajamas he had breathed out earlier. He tossed the shirt over. Just make do with it for now. Hisishue took the shirt and held it up against herself. The shirt was too big for her. When she put it on, the hem nearly covered the tops of her thighs, enough to wear it like a dress. Blushing, she changed into the shirt and walked out of the shower area. The loose white shirt hung off her body, slack and relaxed. The collar was a little too open, revealing her delicate collarbone and a patch of fair skin. Her 2 long, straight legs were bare, faintly visible beneath the hem of the shirt. Her wet long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and her black-rimmed glasses had been removed, revealing a clean and beautiful face. To be fair, Hisishue really did have an excellent foundation. At school, she was always stern and old-fashioned, wrapping herself tightly in black-rimmed glasses and a professional suit. Now that she had washed off all the dust and changed into this homey outfit, her whole body gave off the intellectual charm unique to a mature woman. Chunxia looked at Hisishue in front of him and was briefly stunned as well. Once this woman cleaned herself up, she was actually quite nice to look at. A comprehensive score of 97 really was not for nothing. Hisishue felt a little embarrassed under his gaze. She subconsciously tugged at the hem of the shirt, lowered her head, and did not dare meet his eyes. Chunxia took a look and decided he would mess with her a bit later. First, he needed to see how that other talent was doing. In the list, Su Mushua's profile picture was glowing there all by itself. Ever since this woman got scolded by him yesterday, she had not sent another message. Chunxia was a little curious about how she was doing now. With a thought, he used his system authority to check Su Mushua's current status. Target: Su Mushua. Comprehensive score: 96. Talent: A rank, Fortune's favor. Current status: healthy. Looking at her profile, she also had a level 1 shelter, and her status was healthy. Chunxia was somewhat surprised. It seemed that her A-rank luck talent really did have something to it. She had probably been lucky when opening chests and gotten a pile of wood. But that was all. Luck was not something that could last forever. He only hoped she could stay alive until he unlocked the second binding slot. He already had Hisishue now with an A-rank medical talent that was extremely practical. As for Su Mushua's luck talent, although he was tempted by it, It was no longer something he absolutely had to have. He only hoped she could survive until he unlocked the second binding slot. Chunxia opened the world chat channel again, wanting to see what the situation outside was like. To his surprise, that woman Su Mushue was actually quite active in the channel. Ikuin, are there any big shots willing to carry me? I'm about to starve to death. I'm willing to pay any price. Su Mushue replied to Ikuin. Don't lose heart, little brother. Hang in there a bit longer. Maybe the next supply chest will have food in it. Keep it up alright. If you have supplies, you can give them to me and I'll help you plan things out. Li Daqiang. Damn it, this game is too hard. I still don't even have an axe. Punching trees has rubbed my hands bloody. He closed the chat channel. The shelter had already been upgraded to level 3. Next, it was time to push for a level 4 shelter. He opened the upgrade panel and checked the requirements for upgrading to a level 4 shelter. Materials required to upgrade to a level 4 shelter basic wood X 500. Solid stone foundation X 100. Iron ingots X 100. Steel ingots X 100. Any monster core X 20. Special building. Wind turbine or solar generator. Choose one. Seeing this long list of materials, Chunxia couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. These requirements were way too high. Wood and stone foundations were manageable. He already had quite a bit in stock, and he could slowly save up more just by breathing. 100 iron ingots also weren't a problem. It was only a matter of time. The most troublesome part was the last 3 items. Refined steel ingots, he had never even heard of them. Monster cores, just as the name suggested, meant he had to kill monsters for them to drop, and he needed 20 of them. And then there was the final special building, the generator. This thing probably could only be obtained from advanced blueprints or treasure chests of gold grade or above. Chunxia opened the trading channel and searched for those items. The result was exactly what he expected. In the entire trading channel, he couldn't find even a single trace of them. Looks like if he wanted to upgrade the shelter to level 4, relying on himself and working behind closed doors wouldn't be enough. He had to take the initiative and go obtain those rare resources himself. Since there was nothing in the trading channel, then he could only try his luck in the chat channel. After thinking for a moment, Chunxia edited a message in the world chat channel and sent it out. Chunxia, buying refined steel ingots, monster cores, and generator blueprints at a high price. If interested, private message me. Food, drinking water, weapons, tools, or any other supplies can be used in exchange. The moment his message was sent, the world channel, which had been filled with wailing just a second ago, instantly went quiet for 2 seconds. Right after that, it completely exploded. Holy shit, am I seeing this right? Chunxia? Why does your profile show level 3? I'm only level 0. A big shot appeared. A living one. Buying at a high price? Big shot, do you still need anything? Take a look at me. Okay? I can do anything. What the hell is a refined steel ingot? Never even heard of it. Monster core? I'd love to go fight monsters, but I can't even beat a chicken. Big shot, you're awesome. We're still worrying about a mouthful of water, and you're already buying advanced materials. When most people had finally managed to upgrade to a level 1 wooden shelter and thought they could barely survive, he was already living in a level 3 stone and wood fortress. Chunxia watched the scrolling messages. The friend request icon in the top right corner was flashing madly at a terrifying speed. In just a few dozen seconds, it had already broken past 99+. He tapped it open and saw that it was full of all kinds of application messages. User 7392. Big shot. Please, take me in. I can do anything. I can wash clothes, cook meals, and even warm your bed. GG Xiao. Xiagod? Do you want a wife or not? My wife is right next to me right now. If you like her, I'll send her over immediately. Xiao Shua Ting Da. Mr. Chunxia, hello. If you need a servant, please consider me. Although I'm not good in combat, I can play the piano to amuse you. Chunxia was dazzled by what he saw and decisively turned off the friend request notifications. The moment he showed himself, this bunch swarmed over like flies that had caught a scent. Still, that also showed from another angle just how deadly the attraction of the resources in his hands was to ordinary players struggling on the line between life and death. He ignored all those messy friend requests and continued paying attention to the activity in the world channel. Although most people were expressing amazement and begging to be taken care of, some people also raised doubts. Wang Shigo, no, don't you guys think this is weird? It's only the second day since this game started. How could he possibly upgrade to a level 3 shelter? He's definitely cheating, right? User 8848. I think so too. Upgrading a level 3 shelter needs so many materials. Cement, iron ingots, we've never even seen those things. Where did he get them? He must have exploited a game bug. Kunang Yijing Han Zhulu. Isn't the official side going to do anything? People like this seriously affect game balance. I suggest everyone report him together. Although he had posted a buying message in the world channel, he actually didn't have much hope. After all, at the current stage, the number of people who could get those advanced materials had to be extremely small. Even if someone had gotten them, they would most likely hide them like treasures. How could they possibly take them out and trade them so easily? Right at that moment, Su Muxue sent him a message. Chun Xia there? Chun Xia raised an eyebrow. What did this woman want? A few seconds later, Su Muxue's second message came through again. I saw you buying generator blueprints in the World Channel. I just so happen to have one here. There was even a shy emoji after the message. The moment Chun Xia saw that message, his interest was immediately piqued. She had really called it. This woman's luck talent truly lived up to its reputation. Something as extremely rare as a generator blueprint had actually been opened by her. What blueprint? Chun Xia replied with 3 words. It's a solar generator crafting blueprint, big brother. Su Muxue replied instantly. I got lucky today. I opened a treasure chest and got this. My luck is pretty good, right? Chun Xia couldn't be bothered to waste words with her and asked directly, what's your price? Oh my. Talking about price really hurts our relationship. Su Muxue started putting on her act. We're schoolmates no matter what. How could I take your money? But you know too, in this environment, survival isn't easy for anyone. Even though I already have a level 1 shelter, I still go hungry often, and I'm scared every night. I can't even sleep well. I'm just a girl. It's really hard for me, unlike you. You're so amazing, so you definitely don't lack food or water, right? Looking at this long string of build-up from her, Chun Xia cut her off directly. Just say it. How much? Seeing how direct he was, Su Muxue stopped acting. Since you're saying that, then I won't stand on ceremony. I can give you the blueprint, but I also have a tiny little request. I want 500 cups of instant noodles and 500 bottles of mineral water. I know you definitely have them. This little bit of stuff isn't much to you, right? Seeing the price she named, Chun Xia was so angry he laughed. 500 cups of instant noodles? 500 bottles of water? This woman really knew how to ask for an outrageous price. Did she think he was running a supermarket? Although these things really were nothing to him and could be farmed out just by breathing. The problem was, why should he give them to her? It was only one blueprint. Did she really think it was some family heirloom? Are you dreaming? Chun Xia replied without any courtesy. Su Muxue's side fell silent. She obviously hadn't expected Chun Xia's reply to be so crude and so merciless. After quite a while, her message finally came again, her tone full of grievance. Chun Xia, how can you say that to me? I'm just a girl. I worked up the courage to trade with you. And not only do you not comfort me, you even scold me. I named that price for a reason. This blueprint is so rare, it'll definitely go up in value in the future. And who knows, I might open even better things later. Building a good cooperative relationship with me would be beneficial to you too. At most, 5 cups of instant noodles and 5 bottles of water. Chun Xia cut her off again. Sell it or don't. If not, then get lost. Don't feed me that useless crap. He was already too lazy to keep wrangling with this woman. He wanted her to understand exactly who was begging whom right now. The initiative would always be in his hands. 5 cups of instant noodles? 5 bottles of water. Was he sending off a beggar? When Su Muxue saw Chun Xia's reply, she was so angry she nearly snapped the wooden stick in her hand. She had originally thought that with the generator blueprint Chun Xia urgently needed in her hand, she could pin him down and extort him hard. 500 cups of instant noodles and 500 bottles of water. Although that price was high, with Chun Xia's strength, he could definitely afford it. As long as the trade went through, she could instantly go from an ordinary player struggling just to get by to a rich woman with abundant supplies. When that happened, she could even use those supplies to develop faster. But she never, ever expected Chun Xia to play so completely out of line. 5 buckets of instant noodles? Big brother, can you give me a little more? Nobody else has this. I really do want to give it to you, but this is seriously worth a lot. If you don't want it, then I'll sell it to someone else. Really? Then go sell it. Good luck. After sending that line, Chun Xia directly closed her chat window and stopped bothering with her. He knew very well that the generator blueprint was indeed valuable, but the problem was, at this stage, other than him, who could even afford to use it? Even if Su Muxue sold the blueprint to someone else, that person could only stare at it helplessly. There was no way they could actually make it. A blueprint that couldn't be turned into a real object was just a piece of waste paper. Why would anyone spend a huge price on a piece of waste paper? Su Muxue obviously understood that too, but she refused to accept it. Good lord, soft tactics and hard tactics both failed on him. She didn't believe that aside from Chun Xia, nobody else would recognize what it was worth. Gritting her teeth, she opened the world chat channel and copied Chun Xia's approach, posting a trade message. Su Muxue. Selling a rare, solar generator blueprint. The only one in the whole region. Highest bidder wins. Interested buyers DM me. As soon as her message went out, the world channel immediately became lively again. Goddess, protect me. I'm willing to serve you like an ox or a horse. How are you selling the blueprint? I've got 30 pieces of wood here. Do you think that's enough? Get lost, idiot upstairs. You want to buy a rare blueprint with 30 pieces of wood? I'll offer 35. 35? Isn't that too expensive? Su Muxue looked at those private messages and got so angry she nearly coughed up blood. Wood? What she wanted was food, water, After waiting for a long time, she finally got contacted by a buyer who looked somewhat reliable. It was a player with the ID Lone Wolf, Shelter Level 2. Lone Wolf. I'm interested in the blueprint. Name your price. When Su Mushue saw his message, a trace of hope flared up in her heart. Su Mushue, hello? You should understand the value of this blueprint. I won't ask for too much. Just give me 100 portions of food and 100 portions of water. She had proactively lowered the price by 5 times, thinking it was already very fair. However, the other party's reply was like a bucket of cold water poured straight over her. Lone Wolf. 100? Are you crazy? You're asking me for 100 supplies for a blueprint that's useless right now? At most I'll offer 5 loaves of bread. Sell it or don't. 5 loaves of bread. Su Mushue was completely despairing. Damn you. Chunxia. She had wanted to squeeze Chunxia, but instead, Chunxia had her completely locked down. What was she supposed to do now? Keep clutching the blueprint in her hands and wait for it to slowly appreciate in value? But could she afford to wait? Even though she had upgraded to a level 1 shelter today, her food and water were already almost gone. She couldn't guarantee that her luck tomorrow would be as good as it was today, and that she'd still be able to find food. Once she ran out of food, she'd end up just like the people in World Chat, wagging her tail and begging for a single loaf of bread. At that point, forget maintaining her goddess image. Whether she could even stay alive would be a question. But if she really sold it to Chunxia that cheaply, she couldn't accept it. 5 buckets of instant noodles. This was simply the greatest humiliation of her life. Su Mushue sat on the cold wooden planks, caught in fierce inner turmoil. Inside the stone and wood fortress, Chunxia couldn't care less about what was happening on Su Mushue's side. He wasn't in a hurry anyway. He glanced at Hisishue beside him. This woman was wearing a white shirt, and her 2 long legs swayed back and forth, making his eyes heat up a little. Especially when she bent over, the loose collar exposed a flash of spring beneath it. Chunxia felt the fire inside him getting stirred up a little. They had eaten, she had bathed, so it was time to handle some real business. Teacher Chunxia spoke. His voice was a little hoarse. When Hisishue heard that form of address, her body stiffened, and she slowly turned around. She saw Chunxia's eyes. It was a predatory, aggressive look, the kind a male beast used when staring at prey. Her heart skipped hard. She knew that what was supposed to come had finally come. What is it? Her voice trembled a little. Come here. Chunxia crooked a finger at her. Hisishue's heartbeat instantly missed a beat. She stood in place, her legs feeling like they were filled with lead, unable to take even a single step. Reason told her she should go over and obey any command from her master. But her body's instinct was resisting. It was afraid. She was a teacher, a traditional, conservative woman. Even though she had already accepted her identity as a pet, when it truly came to offering her body, she still couldn't calmly face it right away. Her mind was in complete chaos. Go over, or not? She saw Chunxia's brows already starting to crease slightly, and a hint of impatience showed in his eyes. Teacher you don't want to get eaten by wolves, do you? Hisishue's heart sank hard. 1 step, 2 steps. He reached out and gently touched her cheek. Her skin was smooth, and very hot. Why are you shaking? Chunxia's fingers slid from her cheek down to her neck, then stopped at her delicate collarbone. I'm cold. Hisishue came up with a clumsy excuse. Cold? Chunxia laughed. I've got the fireplace going in here. It's over 20 degrees, and you're telling me you're cold. His fingers lightly traced circles on her collarbone, bringing wave after wave of tingling itchiness. Hisishue felt like her whole body was about to go soft. She could barely stay standing. Master, She wanted to say something, but her mind was blank, and no words would come out. Teacher weren't you always very eloquent back at school? Chunxia's voice sounded by her ear, like a devil's whisper. Every time at the parent meetings, when you lectured me, you always had one line after another. Chunxia, as the older brother, you need to lead by example. Chen Dong's grades are this bad, and half the responsibility is yours. Your family's home education has serious problems. Mimicking her old tone, Chunxia repeated her past words 1 sentence at a time. I'm a good person. You made me unhappy before, so now I'll make you feel good. Teacher class is starting. He lowered his head, no longer giving her any chance to speak. After who knew how long, the commotion in the room finally gradually calmed down. Hisishue curled up in the blanket, her whole body feeling like it had fallen apart. She didn't even have the strength to move a single finger. Her eyes stared blankly at the ceiling, her mind in a complete mess. It was over. The purity she had protected for 23 years was gone just like that. Given to a man 4 years younger than her, the older brother of her student. But strangely enough, after the dust settled, aside from endless exhaustion and a faint trace of shame, she wasn't actually as miserable as she had imagined. She even seemed to have felt a trace of something else. The moment that thought appeared, it scared even her. Hisishue, have you lost your mind? She secretly turned her head and glanced at Chunxia lying beside her. He was lying flat on his back, eyes closed, breathing steadily, as if he had already fallen asleep. Under the glow of the fireplace, the lines of his side profile looked especially sharp. She had to admit this man was actually pretty handsome, and just now he had been full of wild strength and dominance. That overpowering force that allowed no resistance made her feel fear, but at the same time also a sense of being completely conquered. Safety. Hisishue was so startled by this absurd thought of hers that her whole body trembled. It was over. Something had to be wrong with her. Just as her mind was running wild, Chunxia beside her suddenly turned over and opened his eyes. Their eyes met. Hisishue was so scared that she quickly shut her eyes and pretended to be asleep. Chunxia looked at her long eyelashes, still trembling non-stop, and the corners of his mouth could not help lifting. This woman was actually pretty interesting. Just now, she had resisted fiercely, looking like she would rather die than submit. But in the end, she had been more into it than anyone. Now that it was over, she had started acting like an ostrich again. What a contradictory creature. Still, he had to admit, teacher, his figure was seriously top tier. Usually, it was wrapped up in that stiff professional outfit, and he really had not noticed before that she had this much going for her. Especially those long legs of hers. They were simply a masterpiece of the human world. Chunxia felt like all of today's exhaustion had been swept away, and his whole body was full of endless energy. He looked at Hisishue beside him, pretending to sleep, and a thought suddenly popped into his mind. This woman seemed to have a bit of that Gapmo charm. Huh? On the surface, she was a proper, serious people's teacher, but deep down, that did not seem to be the case at all. Training her would probably be very interesting. All right, stop pretending, Chunxia said as he reached out and pinched her cheek. Your eyelashes are shaking so hard they're practically turning into a sieve. Hisishue's body stiffened. Knowing she could not keep pretending anymore, she slowly opened her eyes. Her face was so red it looked like blood could drip from it, and her gaze darted away, not daring to look Chunxia in the eye at all. Master is so bad. Meanwhile, out in the wilderness, Su Mushue was sitting in her drafty wooden shack, trembling with anger. She had been haggling with all those people who wanted to buy the blueprint, but not a single one of them was reliable. The highest offer had come from that level 2 shelter player called Lone Wolf, and even he was only willing to offer 5 loaves of bread. 5 loaves of bread, and he wanted to trade for her rare blueprint? Dream on. When had Su Mushue ever suffered this kind of humiliation? Back at school, the rich second-generation heirs chasing after her would spend tens of thousands just on a handbag, and if they invited her to dinner, it had to be at the most high-end Western restaurant. On top of that, her family had always been well off. Both her parents came from a middle-class family with savings in the tens of millions, and now, for the sake of 5 buckets of instant noodles, she was lowering herself to plead with a guy who had not even spared her a glance back at school. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. The more she thought about it, the more wronged she felt. She had clearly awakened an A-rank talent. She should have been heaven's favored daughter, the protagonist of this game. So why had she ended up this miserable? It was all Chunxia's fault. Just as she was fuming, a message from Chunxia suddenly popped up. Su Mushue's heart jumped, and she quickly opened it. Could it be that Chunxia had come to his senses and was ready to raise the price? A trace of hope rose in her heart. However, the moment she saw Chunxia's message, that tiny bit of hope instantly turned into towering rage. Chunxia, is the blueprint still there? 3 buckets of instant noodles. Selling or not? 3 buckets of instant noodles. Looking at those few words, Su Mushue felt her blood pressure shoot up in an instant. She could hardly believe her eyes. This bastard. Not only had he not raised the price, he had lowered it. Before, it had been 5 buckets of instant noodles and 5 bottles of water. But now, he had slashed it straight down to 3 buckets of instant noodles, and not even any water. How was this a trade? This was clearly humiliation. Chunxia, you've gone too far. Su Mushue was so angry her fingers were trembling. What do you take me for? A beggar? 3 buckets of instant noodles? Why don't you just go rob someone? Oh, come on. Big brother. I'm the only one in the entire region who has this blueprint. You cannot even imagine its value. If you do not buy it now, you will not be able to buy it later. Look, can you please give me a serious offer? However, Chunxia's reply was still just as calm and casual as ever, yet full of fatal damage. Chunxia, oh then keep it. Su Mushue finally could not hold it in anymore. She grabbed a piece of wood beside her and slammed it hard against the wall, venting the fury in her heart. Bastard. Asshole. Chunxia, you're not human. She was so angry that tears were streaming down her face. She could not figure out what had gone wrong. Why were the charm and methods she had always been so proud of completely useless in front of this man? How could he be this impossible to sway? Did he not know how important this blueprint was? This was an engine. After crying for quite a while, Su Mushue gradually calmed down. Just being angry was useless. She carefully analyzed the current situation. If Chunxia did not buy it, then other people could not afford it either, or rather, they were unwilling to spend a high price on it. If this blueprint stayed in her hands, it would really become nothing more than a scrap of paper, and she did not have the materials to craft it herself. And as for her, she was already close to running out of both food and resources. The good luck she had today opening boxes was not something she could count on every day. If she failed to get any food from opening boxes tomorrow, then she really would have to go hungry. By then, forget 3 buckets of instant noodles. She might have to beg others even for a single loaf of bread. No, she absolutely could not end up at that point. Su Muxue wiped away her tears, and her eyes became firm again. She could not just admit defeat like this. She was going to drag this out with Chen Xia. She refused to believe Chen Xia could really hold back from wanting this blueprint. As long as she held on a little longer, the initiative would definitely return to her hands. Right, that was what she would do. Su Muxue took a deep breath and adjusted her mindset. She had decided that before Chen Xia contacted her first, she absolutely would not send him another single word. She was going to make Chen Xia understand that she, Su Muxue, was not that easy to manipulate, even though she said that Su Muxue still checked Chen Xia's chat window every few minutes. Why has he still not replied? What is Chen Xia doing? Should I take the initiative? Inside the Stonewood Fortress, Chen Xia did not take Su Muxue seriously at all. He leaned against the soft headboard and began his favorite part of every day. Breathing. Obtained. Purple Mood X1. Obtained. Banana X1. Obtained. Cucumber X1. Ding. The breathing of your exclusive member Hisishue has brought you. Basic Wood X1. What kind of stuff is this? But as his relationship with Hisishue made a substantial breakthrough, he felt like the effect of his talent had grown stronger too. The drop frequency of supplies had become faster, and the probability of rare items appearing seemed to have gone up a little as well. Obtained. Black Stockings. Fishnet Style. X1. Obtained. White Stockings. Over-the-knee Style. X1. Obtained. Flesh-colored Stockings. Pantyhose Style. X1. Chen Xia suddenly looked at the pile of newly appeared stockings in his backpack, and the corner of his eye twitched. What was going on with this drop rate? He glanced at Hisishue's pair of smooth, slender legs beside him, and some bold ideas immediately rose in his mind. He took out all those stockings and tossed them onto the bedside. Tomorrow morning he could have her try them on. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down before continuing to breathe. Serious business came first. He was still far from having enough materials to upgrade the shelter to level 4. Obtained. Hard Stone Foundation X1. Obtained. Iron Ingot X1. Obtained. Universal Beast Trap Manufacturing Blueprint X1. A blueprint? Chen Xia's spirits lifted, and he quickly opened his backpack to check. Item. Universal Beast Trap Manufacturing Blueprint. Type. Tool Blueprint. Effect. After learning it, you can master the manufacturing method for the Universal Beast Trap. Crafting materials. Basic Wood X1000. Item description. A magical beast trap that requires no bait at all. Once placed in the wild, it will automatically attract and capture small and medium-sized animals within range. It is sturdy, durable, and reusable. Note. It'll catch something even if there are no animals. The moment Chen Xia saw the item description, his eyes lit up. Good stuff. With this thing, didn't that mean he could keep getting fresh meat non-stop? Even though he wasn't lacking food right now, he still didn't have any fresh meat, and his mouth had gone so bland birds could fly out of it. If he could get some wild game to change things up, that would feel amazing. And the materials needed to make this beast trap cage were way too simple. 1,000 units of wood. To him, did that even count as a problem? It was basically nothing. He chose to learn the blueprint without hesitation. A flash of white light passed by, and his mind was instantly filled with all the crafting information for the beast trap cage. With a thought, he pulled up the crafting panel and selected to make the universal beast trap cage. Make 10 at once. Chen Xia said silently to himself. 10,000 units of wood in his backpack vanished instantly. Right after that, 10 enormous cages made of thick logs and tough vines, looking exceptionally sturdy, appeared in his backpack. The moment the cages were finished, a loud system announcement spread through the minds of every player in the entire A1 region. World announcement. Congratulations to player Chen Xia for successfully achieving the hidden achievement, Beginner Beast Hunting Expert. As the first player to master hunting techniques, you are specially rewarded with 1 whole roast lamb. We hope all players keep up the hard work, explore diligently, and strive for greatness. Grandmaster. Holy shit. Holy shit. Did I hear that right? It's Boss Chen Xia again. Park Guetsong. Beginner Beast Hunting Expert? What kind of achievement is that? How do you get it? Big Beta. The key point is the reward. Whole roast lamb. A whole one. Damn. I'm drooling already. Russian Nana. I'm damn near dried out from drooling, and boss is already eating roast lamb? How is the gap between people bigger than the gap between a person and a dog? Dao Dao's mom. Woo-woo. I don't want to work hard anymore. Boss Chen Xia, are you missing a leg accessory? The kind that can act cute and warm your bed. After a brief moment of shock, the entire world channel completely descended into madness. Envy, jealousy, worship, confusion. all kinds of emotions tangled together. On the second day after the server opened, the name Chunxia once again crushed everyone's understanding with an utterly unmatched presence. If yesterday, when he upgraded his shelter to level 3, everyone had only thought he was incredible and untouchable big shot, then today's reward of whole roast lamb completely shattered the psychological defenses of all ordinary players. In this world where everyone was struggling to survive for a mouthful of water or a piece of dry bread, someone was already eating fragrant roast lamb. The impact of that contrast was devastating. Stop arguing. Does anyone know what that universal beast trap cage is? It was mentioned in the achievement description. Right. It has to be related to that thing. Does anyone know how to get it? Very quickly, some curious people opened the game's crafting list and tried to find clues. Then, they saw the despair-inducing crafting materials. I found it. It's in the tool crafting list, the very last one. It needs a blueprint to unlock. A blueprint? How do you get the blueprint? No idea, probably from opening chests. But even if you had the blueprint, it'd still be useless. Look at the crafting materials. Crafting materials. Basic wood X 1000. 1,000 pieces of wood. The moment that number was revealed, the world channel fell into eerie silence. 1,000 pieces of wood. For players who hadn't even upgraded to a level 1 shelter, that was basically an astronomical number. 1,000 pieces? How long would they have to chop for to get that much? Are you insane? Is this game even made for humans? A cage takes 1,000 pieces of wood. I finally understand why only Boss Chunxia could pull it off. Other than him, who the hell can take out 1,000 pieces of wood just to make a cage? Forget 1,000. I can't even take out 100 right now. All my wood went into upgrading my shelter. Mistakenly entered the heavenly family. A feeling of despair spread among all the players like a plague. They had finally realized that the gap between them and Chunxia was no longer something effort alone could make up for. It was an insurmountable chasm. Inside the stonewood fortress, a massive whole roast lamb, charred golden on the outside, tender on the inside, and sizzling with oil, appeared on the wooden table in the living room. The rich aroma of meat mixed with the fragrance of spices instantly filled the entire room. What is that smell? It smells so good. Hisishue was forcefully hooked by that overbearing aroma. Then, she saw the roast lamb on the table, bigger than her upper body. Hey, what's this? She was completely stunned and thought she was dreaming. The reward from just now. Chunxia turned and glanced at her. Reward. Hisishue's reaction was a little slow, but she quickly understood that it was an achievement reward. It'll stay fresh in the game backpack. We'll eat it as a midnight snack tonight. Okay. Hisishue nodded quickly. This man was truly too mysterious. It was like there was nothing he couldn't do. Upgrade shelters, produce food and water out of thin air, and now even get a whole roast lamb. Following him, it really felt like she no longer had to worry about survival. Maybe she could even live a more luxurious life than in the real world. She suddenly felt that signing that contract might not have been a bad thing after all. Could it be that Chunxia's talent was related to the contract? Still, she didn't dare ask, but she guessed that Chunxia's talent was the contract. She glanced at the 10 beast trap cages in the corner. Those cages? Can they really catch animals? They should. Once we set these cages down, even if they don't catch anything, it's not a loss, just making them for fun. If they do catch something even better, we can eat fresh meat every day. Come on, time to work. Let's get all these things set up for me. Okay. Hisishue nodded. Chunxia stuffed all 10 beast trap cages into his backpack in one go, then pushed open the shelter door. Boom! A terrifying wave of heat instantly rushed straight at them. The air outside felt like it had been set on fire. Even breathing it into his lungs came with a burning pain. The ground had been baked until it cracked, and even the scenery in the distance had become warped and blurry from the high temperature. The moment Hisishue stepped outside, she felt like she was about to suffocate, and waves of stinging pain spread across her skin. Subconsciously, she wanted to retreat back inside. But Chunxia looked completely unaffected as he stepped into this wilderness that looked like hell itself. His physique was now as high as 37 points. This level of heat, to him, just felt a little hot at most and wouldn't cause any real damage. Why are you still standing there? Keep up. Chunxia turned back and urged her. Oh. Hisishue gritted her teeth and hurried after him. But she was, after all, just a woman. Under such a blazing sun, it really was hard to bear. After just a few steps, she started feeling dizzy, and sweat poured down like it cost nothing. Seeing how she looked like she was about to get heatstroke, Chunxia frowned. He thought for a moment, then took out a sunshade umbrella from his backpack. He had breathed this umbrella out earlier and never had a chance to use it. The canopy was huge, enough to cover 3 or 4 people. He handed the umbrella to Hisishue. Hold this. Don't get solo killed by the sun. Hisishue took the umbrella and quickly opened it. The huge shadow fell over her, blocking out the vicious sunlight, and she instantly felt much better. Good lord, could someone actually get solo killed by the sun? Then again, it wasn't impossible. She glanced at Chunxia walking ahead of her. His tall back looked so dependable under the blazing sun. A thought suddenly surfaced from the bottom of her heart. She quickened her pace, caught up to Chansya, then raised the parasol in her hand over his head, shielding him from the sunlight. Chansya froze for a moment, stopped, and turned back to look at her. What are you doing? The sun is too strong outside. Hisishue tilted her head up to look at Chansya, wearing a slightly ingratiating smile on her face. I'm holding the umbrella for you, so you won't get sunburned. Her eyes, however, were bright and sparkling, full of sincerity. Looking at her like this, Chansya's heart suddenly softened. Teacher, she was actually pretty good at handling things. He did not refuse, nor did he say much, because he was not good at saying nice things in the first place. He just gave a faint then continued walking forward. Seeing that he did not object, Hisishue was instantly delighted. She quickly followed close behind him, holding the umbrella high to make sure his entire body stayed in the shade. The two of them walked one in front of the other across the wilderness, forming a strange sight. Chansya was responsible for finding a suitable spot, while Hisishue was like a personal little maid, staying by his side and holding the umbrella for him without leaving even a step. How about we go rest under that tree for a while? After walking for roughly a few hundred meters, Hisishue pointed at a lonely dead tree not far away and said, This little bit of work is something I can handle by myself. She was afraid Chansya would get tired, and also afraid he would get too much sun. Chansya looked at her, then looked at the dead tree that did not even have a single leaf on it. This job was not very troublesome anyway. Fine, he did not stand on ceremony and walked straight into the shade of the tree, found a fairly clean rock and sat down. Only after seeing him sit did Hisishue finally let out a sigh of relief. She left the parasol with Chansya, then went by herself under the blazing sun, huffing and puffing as she arranged those animal traps. For a woman like Hisishue, moving them was quite difficult. She took the cages out of Chansya's backpack, put them into her own backpack, found a few locations and set them down. Very soon everything was placed. They're all set. Are we going home? Or are we looking for supplies? The sun outside is too strong. Let's go back. Chansya took the parasol from Hisishue's hand on his own initiative and held it over both of them. Hisishue froze for a moment and looked up at him. What are you looking at? Let's go. Chansya grabbed her hand and walked toward the shelter. Hisishue let him lead her, feeling the warmth coming from his palm. Her heart felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. After returning to the shelter, Chansya directly turned on the air conditioner, and the stuffy heat in the room was instantly swept away. Hisishue let out a comfortable long breath and felt like she had come back to life. Go take a shower and change clothes. Chansya pointed toward the bathroom. Hisishue obediently answered, but then suddenly thought of something, and a playful smile appeared on her face. She ran in front of Chansya, stood on tiptoe, and quickly kissed him on the cheek. Thank you, master. After saying that, before Chansya could react, she ran into the bathroom with a red face. Chansya touched the spot she had kissed. This woman, her guts were getting bigger and bigger. She had actually started taking the initiative. Yesterday, had she not said she would rather starve to death or die of thirst than submit. Still, this feeling was actually pretty nice. Properly adjusting the relationship between the two of them was not bad either. After all, they were going to live together in the future, weren't they? As long as she did not make trouble or act up, she could do whatever she wanted. He shook his head, a trace of a smile appearing on his face that even he himself had not noticed. Looks like this teacher he was getting more and more on the right track. When Hisishue finished washing up, she changed into a set of white stockings. Her style had changed completely and had actually turned into a girlish type. Chansya spoke. Next, we should start preparing to upgrade the shelter to level 4. At the mention of upgrading the shelter, Hisishue immediately became serious as well. Another upgrade? This was way too exaggerated. Chansya opened the upgrade panel and shared the list of materials needed to upgrade the shelter to level 4 with Hisishue. Materials required to upgrade to a level 4 shelter: basic wood X 500, hard stone foundation X 100, iron ingot X 100, refined steel ingot X 100, any monster core X 20, special building, wind generator or solar generator, choose one. Looking at this long, densely packed list of materials, Hisishue's little mouth fell open, and it stayed that way for a long while. This is way too much, isn't it? Wood and stone foundation were still manageable. With Chansya's ability, gathering them was only a matter of time. They also needed 100 iron ingots, but they were not lacking those. Right now, iron ingots could practically come out just from breathing, but the last 3 would not work. Though most likely tomorrow they would. Refined steel ingot? What is that? Hisishue had never heard of it before. It should be an upgraded version of iron ingot. I'm guessing it needs something like a furnace to refine it, Chansya guessed. Then what about monster cores? We need 20. Do we have to kill 20 monsters? Hisishue's face turned a little pale. And this generator? Hisishue pointed at the last line. Can we really get something like that? Seeing the worried look on her face, Chansya smiled. Don't panic, there are always more solutions than problems. He paused, then continued. We don't lack wood, stone foundation, or iron ingots. Su Mushue has the blueprint for a solar generator. Sooner or later, I'll make her obediently hand it over. Right now, the most troublesome things are refined steel ingots and monster cores. For these two items, it'll be hard to get them by ourselves in a short time, so we need to change our way of thinking. Change our way of thinking? Hisishue was a little confused. That's right. Chunxia's gaze turned sharp. We don't have them ourselves, but other people might. As long as we put up enough chips, we can make them willingly hand the items over. But to trade for those, wouldn't we need a massive amount of supplies? After all, this is for upgrading to a level 4 shelter, while everyone else is only at level 1. Chunxia smiled mysteriously, then showed Hisishue his system backpack. Hisishue was completely stunned. Her eyes went wide, her mouth hung open, and she could not say a single word for a long time. She knew Chunxia had a lot of supplies, but she never would have imagined he had this much. How was this just having a lot of supplies? This was a freaking mobile supermarket. No, even more outrageous than a supermarket. What supermarket could possibly have inventory this absurd? These. Even her voice was trembling. This is only a small part. Hisishue felt her worldview get overturned once again. So, this is about me opening a supermarket in the apocalypse? After holding it in for a long time, she finally asked such a stupid question. Opening a supermarket? Chunxia laughed because of her. No, I'm not opening a supermarket. Teacher, remember this. Starting today, we are not opening a supermarket. We are local tycoons. Local tycoons. That's right, local tycoons. In this world where everyone was starving, they were the real local tycoons who held the lifeline of other people's survival in their hands. I understand, master. Hisishue nodded heavily, her eyes full of light. Good that you understand. Chunxia handed the cola in his hand to her. Next, I'm giving you a task. Please give your orders, master. From now on, you'll be the one to post purchase notices in the World Channel. Say that we're buying refined steel ingots, monster cores, and all kinds of rare blueprints at a high price. The supplies for the trade will be these. Chunxia traded Hisishue over 1,000 units of food and mineral water, along with 2,000 units of wood. Me doing it? Hisishue froze for a moment. I'm too high profile. Chunxia shook his head. The moment I show up, those people swarm me like mad dogs. There's way too much messy information, and it hurts efficiency. Besides, I don't want other people knowing these supplies are all flowing out from me. You're different. You're just an ordinary level 1 shelter player. If you handle the trades, it won't cause too much of a stir, and it'll also make it easier for us to stay hidden behind the scenes. Hisishue instantly understood Chunxia's intention. But, how am I supposed to trade with them? How many supplies do I need to give to get those things? I don't know the prices. Hisishue felt a little unsure. You set the price. Chunxia gave her a huge amount of freedom. Remember one principle. We're not short on money. As long as the stuff is good, you can ask high. Our goal is to gather all the upgrade materials in the shortest time possible. But at the same time, we can't let people rip us off. If you run into the black-hearted kind, blacklist them directly. If you think it works, then it works. Okay, got it. Want another kiss? Hisishue said shyly. That's enough. Cut the fake stuff. Chunxia waved his hand. Hurry up and get to work. Remember, our goal is to gather all the materials by today. Yes, I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Hisishue nodded hard, then immediately opened the World Chat channel and started editing a purchase notice. Right at that moment, in Chunxia's friend list, Su Mushue's profile picture started flashing again at the worst possible time. In the end, Su Mushue still couldn't hold out, mainly because she kept checking Chunxia's chat window every few minutes, and she couldn't even wait until tonight anymore. Why was he still ignoring her? The shelter was so hot it felt like a steamer. She felt like all the strength in her body had been drained away, and even moving a finger felt exhausting. She had thought it through. 3 buckets of instant noodles it is, then. Still, she wanted to fight for a bit more. 5 buckets of instant noodles and 5 bottles of water would be best. So she put down that ridiculous pride of hers and took the initiative to send Chunxia a message. Su Mushue. Brother Chunxia, are you still there? Su Mushue. I've thought it through. I'll sell you the blueprint at the price you said. 5 buckets of instant noodles and 5 bottles of water. Okay? We can be good friends from now on. Su Mushue. Can you be my guy bestie? Su Mushue. Is it convenient for you to trade right now? Inside the Stonewood Fortress. Looking at the messages Su Mushue sent, a playful smile appeared on Chunxia's face. She finally gave in? He thought she had more backbone than that. But now that she was softening up, it was too late. He was no longer in a hurry to get that blueprint. Because just now, while breathing, he had refreshed another good item. Item. Wind turbine generator, finished product. Effect. Can be placed outdoors to continuously generate electricity using wind energy, providing stable power for the shelter. An important item for upgrading a level 4 shelter. A finished generator. That meant the blueprint in Su Mushua's hand was no longer a must-have for him. Thinking of that, Chun Xia's mood became exceptionally pleasant. He didn't reply to Su Mushue right away. Instead, he leisurely opened his backpack and activated a special function in the chat system. Item display. This function could show the other party the items in his backpack in picture form. He casually took a screenshot of a small part of his backpack inventory. In the image were piles upon piles of all kinds of food. Golden, crispy fried chicken legs, steaming braised beef noodles, beautifully packaged chocolate, colorful fruit candy, and even several plates of sliced watermelon and hami melon giving off a fresh fragrance, especially those fruits. In this hellhole where people couldn't even get water to drink, the value of fresh fruit was simply more precious than gold. Chun Xia sent this image full of sin and temptation directly to Su Mushue. Then he added one line. Chun Xia, want it? On the other side, Su Mushue was anxiously waiting for Chun Xia's reply. Suddenly, the screen flashed, and an image popped up. The moment she saw what was in the image, her whole body froze. She wished she could crawl into the screen, grab all of it, and stuff it into her mouth. Chun Xia, want it? Su Mushue. I want it. I want it. Su Mushue felt that maybe Chun Xia couldn't hold out anymore, right? She had actually started picking out supplies from the picture. Chun Xia, you want it? Chun Xia, even if you want it, I'm not giving it to you. Mad. Chun Xia, I don't need your generator anymore either. I already gave you a chance a long time ago. You can't be too greedy. Mad or not, and he didn't need it anymore? Looking at those words, Su Mushue felt her mind go buzz, turning completely blank. She couldn't believe a person could be this rotten. He clearly had so much food, more than she could finish in a lifetime. He only needed to move a finger to save her life. But he refused. He just had to use these things to torment her little by little, destroy her will, and enjoy the ugly sight of her begging and humiliation. A huge wave of shame and anger instantly crushed her reason. But right after that, what rose in her heart was a much more complicated emotion. Powerlessness, and also a trace of sick excitement that even she herself didn't want to admit. She suddenly realized that although this man was rotten to the core, that kind of dominance, that kind of doing whatever he wanted, that kind of control with everything in the palm of his hand was actually damn attractive. He was like a king high above, while she was just an insignificant ant beneath his feet. She suddenly understood a little why some girls at school liked boys who looked a little bad. Because that feeling of being conquered, being controlled was really thrilling. What exactly do you want? Su Mushue took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and typed that line. She knew Chun Xia had to have a purpose for messing with her like this. He absolutely wasn't just trying to laugh at her. A person like him definitely wouldn't do that. Sure enough, Chun Xia replied quickly. This time he didn't send text. He directly sent over a file. When Su Mushue opened it, her pupils shrank sharply. Special talent binding contract. This thing again. Absolute loyalty, absolute control, unconditional obedience. This was obviously a slave contract. Su Mushue's face instantly turned deathly pale. He wanted her. No, to put it more bluntly, he fucking wanted to sleep with her, Su Mushue. And the kind with no dignity at all. And no way. Without even thinking, Su Mushue immediately typed back. I'm telling you, Chun Xia, even if I starve to death or die of thirst, I will never sign something like this. She could humble herself for food, but she could not completely give up her dignity and freedom just to stay alive. This was her final bottom line. Chun Xia. Alright then, bye-bye. That was it? Just bye-bye? Not even trying to keep her? Su Mushue was actually curious. The other side was really too decisive. The moment it didn't work, he just left, unwilling to pay anything. He could at least treat it as an investment in pursuing her. By this point, Su Mushue was already starting to hesitate. On the other side, Sishua's trading debut had officially begun. She took a deep breath and posted the purchase notice she had carefully edited into the world chat channel. Sishue. Long-term buying, all kinds of rare materials and rare blueprints, with a focus on buying refined steel ingots and monster cores. I'll take as many as you have. Can trade large amounts of food, drinking water and tools. Prices are negotiable. Honest trading. Interested parties please PM me. And Sishua's private chat channel, just like Chun Xia's yesterday, was instantly flooded by countless messages. She clicked in to take a look. Most of them were just there for the excitement, or trying to trade a few pieces of wood and stone for food. Following Chun Xia's instructions, she directly ignored all that garbage and started screening sellers who looked more sincere. Very quickly, one ID caught her attention. Lone Wolf. I've got 10 refined steel ingots here. I also have 2 monster cores. How do you want to trade? Sishua's eyes lit up when she saw the message. Here it comes. The first big client. Looks like this person really did have some strength to get their hands on these high-level materials. Sishue did not dare be careless and immediately replied. Sishue, hello. I'm very happy to trade with you. For 10 refined steel ingots and 2 monster cores, I can offer 5 bottles of water and 5 loaves of bread. What do you think? On the other side, in a dark room, A burly man with a face full of stubble stared at the offer Hisishue had sent and froze. 5 bottles of water? 5 loaves of bread? In exchange for his 10 steel ingots and 2 cores, that unit price actually seemed acceptable? Food was hard currency, and he needed more of it to exchange for more wood and stone foundation to upgrade his shelter. Still, he had risked his life killing 2 mutant scorpions just to get those 2 cores. As for the 10 steel ingots, he had only found them after digging for an entire afternoon with his awakened B-rank talent, mineral affinity. He still had to haggle a bit. In the end, the 2 of them closed the deal at 6 bottles of water and 6 pieces of bread. Pleasure doing business. After the transaction was completed, Hisishue sent another message. If you get more of these materials in the future, feel free to contact me anytime. We're buying long-term, and the price will be favorable. Definitely. Don't worry. From now on, any good stuff I get, I'll sell it to you first. Lone Wolf's attitude toward Hisishue had now turned into complete respect and ingratiation. This was the god of wealth. After completing the first transaction, Hisishue finally let out a breath of relief. She glanced at the 10 extra steel ingots and 2 extra cores in her backpack, her heart full of accomplishment. So this was what it felt like to be a rich tycoon's lackey. It felt so good. She immediately told Chunxia the good news about the successful trade. Baby Chunxia, I did it. I traded for 10 steel ingots and 2 cores. Not bad. Chunxia's reply was very flat. Continue. Our target is 100 steel ingots and 20 cores. Yes. After receiving praise from Chunxia, Hisishue felt even more motivated. Just then, a player with the ID Calendar Immortal sent a message. Calendar Immortal, hello? Are you buying refined steel ingots? I happen to have 2 here. Hisishue perked up and immediately replied. Yes. How do you want to trade? What do you want? Calendar Immortal. I'm not asking for much. It's too hot outside right now, and my shelter is in bad shape, so I urgently need wood to reinforce it. Give me 200 units of wood, and these 10 steel ingots are yours. 200 wood? Hisishue calculated it in her head. The price did not sound outrageous. Refined steel ingots were key materials for upgrading a shelter to level 4, so their rarity had to be high. Trading some basic resources for them was absolutely worth it. Okay. Hisishue agreed on the spot. Let's trade now. Fine. I'll send you a trade request. Very quickly, a trade window popped up. On the left was the other party's item bar, where 2 steel ingots with a metallic sheen lay quietly. On the right was her item bar. She carefully placed 200 units of wood into it. She checked the trade contents carefully. Refined steel ingots, correct. She clicked the confirm trade button. System prompt. Trade confirmed. Waiting for the other party to confirm. Countdown, 5, 4, 3. However, just as the countdown was about to end, the other party suddenly canceled the trade. Hisishue froze for a moment, then hurriedly sent a message. What happened? Why did you cancel the trade? Calendar Immortal. Sorry about that. My hand slipped and I clicked wrong just now. I'll put it in again. Take another look. I'll even throw in some extra supplies for you. As he spoke, the other party sent another trade request. She did not think much of it, assuming the other party had really clicked wrong by accident. She quickly placed her materials in again and clicked confirm once more. Trade confirmed. Waiting for the other party to confirm. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Trade successful. Seeing the successful trade prompt, Hisishue let out a long breath of relief. However, when she saw the contents of her backpack clearly, the smile on her face instantly froze. There was some trash added to her backpack and there was only 1 steel ingot, but her wood really had decreased by that much. She had been bait and switched. You. Hisishue trembled with rage. She immediately opened the chat window with Calendar Immortal, wanting to question him, but the system prompt said, the other party has blocked you. Unable to send messages. Bastard. Hisishue's eyes turned red with anger. She had messed up, the first time helping her master do something, and she had gotten scammed. A full 200 units of wood. Maybe it was not much to Chunxia, but it was still supplies. Supplies she had personally traded away. Filled with guilt and self-blame, she walked up to Chunxia with her head lowered like a child who had done something wrong. Master, I'm sorry. What happened? Chunxia put down the water in his hand and looked at her, seeing that she was on the verge of tears. Hisishue recounted exactly how she had been cheated just now, her voice full of regret. I was too careless. I didn't check carefully. I lost your wood. She was already prepared to be scolded by Chunxia. However, after hearing her out, Chunxia's expression did not change at all. He only let out a faint oh. This kind of switch scam was easy to fall for if your attention slipped for even a moment. He had been tricked like that before when playing online games. Even if it was not a switch scam, he did not believe there was anyone who had played games without ever being scammed. 200 wood? That's it. Hisishue was stunned by his reaction. I thought it was something serious. Chunxia waved his hand, completely unconcerned. It's only 200 wood. Just treat it as paying for a lesson. Be more careful next time and move faster. We need to upgrade the shelter as soon as possible. Hisishue stood there blankly, looking at Chanxia's calm and casual expression, while waves crashed in her heart. At the same time, a warm current surged up from the bottom of her heart. He did not scold her, did not even say a single harsh word, and instead comforted her. He was practically the perfect man, when she was clearly the one who had made the mistake. Yes, master, I understand. Hisishue nodded heavily and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. She returned to her spot and thoroughly blacklisted the ID called Calendar Immortal. Scammer. Just wait. Once I become stronger in the future, you'll be the first one I settle accounts with. She gathered herself and threw herself back into the buying operation. This time, her gaze became incomparably serious and focused, and she checked every transaction over and over again. Suffer a loss, gain a lesson. While handling trade messages, she secretly glanced at Chanxia not far away from the corner of her eye. He was leaning back in a comfortable chair with his eyes closed, seeming to rest with his eyes shut. Sunlight streamed through the window and fell across his body, making the outline of his profile look so calm, yet so powerful. Master. Hisishue silently repeated that form of address in her heart, and her cheeks grew slightly warm. That title represented absolute obedience and possession. It made her feel ashamed, but at the same time it also gave her a strange sense of security. But it still felt like something was off. Too stiff, too cold, like the way a slave in ancient times would address their master. Between them, there was clearly already a more intimate relationship. A bold idea slowly began to take shape in her heart. After finishing the last transaction at hand, she took a deep breath, stood up, and gathered her courage as she walked over to Chen Xia. Master, she called softly. Chen Xia slowly opened his eyes and looked at her. How's the material collection going? We've already received 8 monster cores, along with some other materials. It should all be done before tonight, Hisishue reported. No rush. Chen Xia nodded, fairly satisfied with the progress. Hisishue bit her lip and hesitated for a long while before finally voicing what was on her mind. Master. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. See, can I call you something else? Chen Xia raised a brow. What do you want to call me? The title master. It feels a little strange. Hisishue lowered her head, not daring to meet his eyes. It's like I'm your slave. Hearing that, Chen Xia's lips curled into an amused smile. Aren't you? That's what the contract says. Isn't it? That single sentence made Hisishue's face flush red in an instant. That was right. She had signed the contract which made her his pet, his slave. I am. She admitted softly, then mustered up the courage to raise her head. But between us, we're not just that kind of relationship, right? I want to call you something else when it's just the two of us. Chen Xia grew interested. Oh, let's hear it. What do you want to call me? Hisishue's face turned even redder. She leaned close to Chen Xia's ear and softly breathed out 2 words in a voice only the two of them could hear. Baby. After hearing it, Chen Xia actually found himself enjoying it a little. Well, master really was a bit too stiff. As long as Hisishue didn't do anything out of line, she could call him whatever she wanted. Do as you like. That means you agree, right? Hisishue was so happy she almost jumped up. Thank you, BA. Baby. Chen Xia baby loves you. Hisishue directly planted a big loud kiss on Chen Xia's neck and mouth. Listening to that form of address, Chen Xia didn't feel repulsed at all. If anything, it even felt a little sweet somehow. It almost felt like they were a young married couple. Fine. He would just let her do as she pleased. It was only a form of address anyway. As long as she obediently listened to him and helped him work, it didn't matter what she called him. Just then, his friend's list suddenly flashed. It was Su Mushue. Chen Xia tapped it open and saw the same old lines again. Su Mushue. Brother Chen Xia, the blueprint. Can I trade 2 buckets of instant noodles and 2 bottles of mineral water this time? Would works too. Do you really not want it anymore? Su Mushue. Brother Chen Xia. Is that okay? Su Mushue. Big brother won't talk to me. Chen Xia chose not to respond. If she didn't sign the contract, then she was just a stranger. After sending it, he directly closed the chat window. Meanwhile, inside the shelter, Hisishue was still immersed in the joy of changing how she addressed him. She walked behind Chen Xia, stretched out both hands, and gently began massaging his shoulders. Baby, are you tired? I'll give you a massage. Her voice was so gentle it practically dripped with sweetness. Chen Xia kept his eyes closed, enjoying the soft touch on his shoulders and the perfectly measured strength of her hands, and let out a comfortable "Ahem." This woman was getting better and better at this. At the same time, Hisishue handled transaction messages while massaging his shoulders. With Hisishue's unremitting efforts and Chen Xia's massive supply of resources, all the materials needed to upgrade the shelter to level 4 were gathered before nightfall. During that process, Hisishue also used her position to get herself a little benefit. She traded a few portions of bread to a female player in exchange for an unopened set of cosmetics and several pretty outfits. When she showed those things to Chunxia, she still felt a bit uneasy, afraid he might say she was neglecting proper matters and wasting resources. Unexpectedly, Chunxia only glanced at them and said indifferently, "If you like them, trade for them. It's just a few pieces of bread. What's the big deal?" With his permission, Hisishue was overjoyed. A woman dresses up for the one who pleases her. Being able to appear before the man she loved in her most beautiful state was something no woman could resist. All upgrade materials have been gathered. Upgrade to a level 4 shelter? Modern 2-story villa? Upgrade. Chunxia confirmed without hesitation. Rumble, rumble, rumble. An even more violent tremor than any previous upgrade swept through the area. Hisishue tightly grabbed Chunxia's arm. Her beautiful eyes filled with shock as she watched everything happening before her. The foundation of the entire stone and wood fortress expanded outward several more times over. Countless stones, steel ingots, and lumber turned into streams of light, rapidly weaving together and restructuring in midair. The walls were torn down, then rebuilt at an even faster speed, transforming into smooth white surfaces. The roof lifted upward, and a brand new second-floor structure appeared out of thin air. The entire process looked like a miracle. When everything finally settled, the original sturdy fortress of a little over 30 square meters had completely vanished. In its place stood a luxurious small villa covering nearly 100 square meters, rising 2 stories tall, with an exterior full of modern design. Shelter upgrade successful. Current level. Level 4, modern 2-story villa. Floor area, 180 square meters, 2 stories. Current facilities. Luxury double bed, genuine leather sofa, LCD television, fully automatic kitchen, dry-wet separated bathroom, central air conditioning, new shelter module. Basic radar, can detect all life forms within 100 meters around the shelter. Note. Congratulations. You now have a true home. Here you are the king. Chunxia and Hisishue stood where they were, staring at the villa before them, one that could rival a mansion in the real world. For a moment, both of them were dazed. Baby, are we really going to live here from now on? Hisishue's voice trembled slightly. She could hardly believe her own eyes. Inside the living room were a soft, genuine leather sofa, a giant LCD television, and a sparkling crystal chandelier. In the open kitchen there was an induction stove, refrigerator, oven, and everything else one could need. How was this still apocalyptic survival? This was clearly the luxurious life of a top-tier rich person. What else? Chunxia was the first to come back to his senses. He walked over to the genuine leather sofa and dropped onto it. The soft sensation made him narrow his eyes in comfort. This is too unbelievable. Hisishue wandered around the villa like she was sleepwalking, touching this and looking at that, her face full of excitement and curiosity. She ran upstairs and discovered that the second floor was a massive master bedroom, containing a luxury double bed big enough for 4 or 5 people to lie on, as well as a separate walk-in closet and bathroom. Inside the bathroom, there was even a huge round bathtub. Oh my god! We can take baths here from now on, Hisishue shouted excitedly. Chunxia opened the shelter's attribute panel, and his gaze landed on the newly appeared basic radar module. Basic radar, LV1 upgradable. Materials required to upgrade to LV2. Basic wood X1000. Upgrade effect. Detection range increased to 120 meters. Chunxia looked at that upgrade option, and his gaze shifted slightly. This radar seemed like it could keep upgrading forever. Baby, come look. This TV seems like it works. Hisishue's excited shout came from downstairs. Chunxia walked downstairs and saw Hisishue holding a remote, curiously pressing buttons at the huge LCD TV on the wall. On the TV screen, some unknown scenic documentary was playing, and the picture quality was shockingly clear. There's actually electricity in this villa? Hisishue turned to look at Chunxia, her face full of disbelief. The generator, remember? Chunxia pointed toward the roof of the villa. The moment the villa was completed, that generator had automatically been installed on the roof to supply power for the entire place. This feels just like a dream, Hisishue said with emotion. She collapsed onto the soft, genuine leather sofa, feeling the cool air from the AC and watching the program on the TV, her whole body finally relaxing. Not long ago, she had still been struggling for a mouthful of water and a piece of bread, hiding on top of a rickety wooden roof, waiting to be torn apart by wild wolves. And now, she was living in a luxurious villa comparable to a 5-star hotel, enjoying every convenience brought by modern civilization. All of this change came from the man in front of her. She looked at Chunxia, her eyes filled with worship and affection. Chunxia, however, paid no attention to her love-struck look. All of his focus was on that radar module. Hisishue, how much wood do we have left right now? Chunxia suddenly asked. Hisishue froze for a moment, then quickly opened her backpack to check. Ever since becoming Chunxia's full-time buyer, most of the mobile supplies had been kept with her. Still more than 13,000 units, she reported an astonishing number. More than 13,000. Chun Xia stroked his chin, and his eyes grew heated. Radar. This was a strategic-grade divine tool. Its importance in predicting danger in advance and discovering enemies went without saying. Right now, this beginner radar could only detect 100 meters. The range was too small, almost useless. But if he could raise its level and expand the detection range to several hundred meters, or even over 1,000 meters, then the entire area around the shelter would be under his surveillance. Nothing, no matter how small, would escape his eyes. It takes 1,000 wood for one upgrade. That's way too expensive. Hisishue said with some heartache as she looked at the upgrade panel. In her view, even though they had a lot of wood, they could not waste it like this. Expensive? Chun Xia laughed. With me, as long as a problem can be solved with resources, then it's not a problem. Basic resources like wood were no different from cabbages to him. He had as much as he wanted. Using some cabbages in exchange for a powerful strategic advantage, this deal was a massive profit. Transfer all the wood to me, Chun Xia ordered. Ah, all of it. Hisishue hesitated. Carry out the order. Chun Xia's tone left no room for doubt. Yes. Hisishue did not dare ask any more questions. She immediately traded all 13,000 plus units of wood from her backpack to Chun Xia. Looking at the wood in his backpack becoming abundant again, Chun Xia opened the radar upgrade panel without hesitation. Upgrade. Consumed basic wood x 1000. Radar upgraded to LV2. Detection range increased to 120 meters. Keep upgrading. Consumed basic wood x 1000. Radar upgraded to LV3. Detection range increased to 140 meters. Chun Xia was like a red-eyed gambler, crazily clicking the upgrade button. The system notification sound kept ringing throughout the villa. Every ring meant another 1,000 units of wood vanishing into nothing. At the side, Hisishue watched in fear, feeling like her heart was bleeding. That was 1,000 units of wood. Enough for an ordinary player to go from level 0 to a level 2 shelter. But with Chun Xia it was just one press of a button. Too extravagant. Too wasteful. She really wanted to speak up and stop him. But looking at Chun Xia's focused yet crazed profile, the words reached her mouth and were swallowed back down. She knew she had no right to question any of his decisions. The only thing she could do was trust him unconditionally and obey him. Consumed basic wood x 1000. Radar upgraded to LV10. Detection range increased to 500 meters. By the time Chun Xia upgraded the radar to level 10, a full 9,000 units of wood had been consumed from his backpack. The detection range exploded from the original 100 meters to 500 meters. With the shelter at the center, the circular area within a 500-meter radius was all under his control. The moment the radar upgrade was completed, a loud system announcement spread throughout the entire game world. World announcement: congratulations to player Chun Xia for successfully achieving the hidden achievement, Radar Maniac. As the first player to upgrade a shelter module to level 10, you were specially rewarded with Baisui Mountain Mineral Water X10. All players were stunned. Nai Bai's Shuezi. Radar Maniac? What the hell is that? And what even is a radar? 30-year mortgage bearer. Shelter module? What's that? Why don't I have one? No cilantro. The key point is the reward. 10 buckets of Baisui Mountain. That's bottled water. I haven't even seen regular bottled water yet. Damn it. Don't play basketball. Boss Chun Xia came up with something new again? How the hell did he do it? We're still living in wooden shacks, and he's already playing with modules? Sprite. Report. I demand the officials investigate thoroughly. This is definitely cheating. Otherwise there's no way he could level up that fast. Doubts? Shock. And curses rose and fell one after another in the world channel. The name Chun Xia had already become an insurmountable mountain in the hearts of all players, pressing down on them until they could barely breathe. At this moment, Hisishue in the villa had already gone completely numb. She looked at Chun Xia and muttered, "Baby, are we really here to survive? Why does it feel like we're playing some kind of business simulation game?" Chun Xia did not answer her. He opened the shelter upgrade panel and checked the requirements for upgrading to a level 5 shelter. Resources required to upgrade to a level 5 shelter: basic wood x 2000. Solid stone foundation x 200. Refined steel ingots x 200. Glass x 50. Universal temperature control outdoor unit x 1. Fire type monster core x 20. Looking at that long list of materials, even more outrageous than the level 4 shelters, he set a goal for himself. Get all of these by tomorrow. At that moment, he seemed to have breathed in something incredible. He subconsciously opened his backpack. When he clearly saw the 2 new items that had appeared inside, his pupils suddenly shrank. Obtained. Desert Eagle, Pistol, X1. Obtained. .50 AE Magnum Bullets X7. A gun. It was actually a gun. Chun Xia's heart started pounding violently out of control. He immediately took out the silver pistol from his backpack, full of metallic texture and violent aesthetics. This was a Desert Eagle. This was truth. Holy crap. Baby? Besides the starter pistol, you got another pistol? At the side, Hisishue also saw what Chunxia was holding and could not help saying in shock. This was a real firearm in the truest sense. Chunxia removed the magazine and saw 7 golden yellow bullets lying quietly inside, each one thicker than his thumb. 50 AE Magnum bullets. There are only 7 shots. Chunxia frowned slightly. There were still too few bullets. Every single shot had to be used where it mattered most. He reinserted the magazine and racked the slide. The crisp sound of metal striking metal sounded especially pleasant in the quiet villa. A sense of power he had never felt before rose naturally within him. Baby, why you know how to use a gun? Hisishue looked at Chunxia's practice grip and asked curiously. I watched some videos online before. Chunxia casually made something up. Hisishue nodded as if she understood. The admiration in her eyes as she looked at Chunxia deepened even more. She already really wanted to be railed to death. Railed hard. Just as Chunxia was getting familiar with his new weapon, a sudden system announcement rang throughout the entire A1 region. World announcement. Attention all players. At midnight tonight, the first server-wide random event will be triggered. Random events are divided into 4 grades. Red, yellow, blue, and green. There is a low chance of one being triggered every day. Green event. Safe. You will pass this night without incident. Blue event. Minor trouble. You may run into a few harmless little problems. Yellow event. Dangerous. You will face a severe challenge with a certain risk of death. Red event. Certain death. You will encounter despair you cannot resist. Please write your last words in advance. The event grade will be randomly drawn by the system. The probability for each grade is 25%. Good luck to all players. The moment this announcement came out, the entire world chat instantly exploded. Random event? What the hell is that? It even has grades. A 25% chance of certain death? What kind of insane setting is this? Has the game company gone crazy trying to make money? It's over, it's over. My luck has always been terrible. I'm definitely drawing a red event. I don't want to die. Heh, I'm born lucky. In my last life I won 50 million. Come on, let me draw a green one. Guy above, have a few red ones from me. At this point it seemed that to survive, strength alone was not enough. Luck was even more important. Baby, will we draw a red event? Hisishue asked uncertainly. What's there to be afraid of? His voice was calm, yet it carried a reassuring strength. Forget a red event. Even if the sky falls, I'll shoot it back up with 1 bullet. With me here, you won't die. Wow, amazing. Baby's gun really is hard. Looking at Chunxia's utterly confident expression, the fear in Hisishue's heart really did fade quite a bit. That's right, what was she afraid of? This man had even gotten his hands on a gun. What was there that he couldn't do? Hisishue, you've got a naughty side. Whether my gun is hard or not, you'll find out tonight. Hisishue suddenly felt something tighten in her body. Chunxia had better be talking about monsters. Meanwhile, in the wooden cabin, Sumushue was taking small bites of bread. This was the most delicious meal she had ever eaten in her life. When she saw the world announcement, she was startled too. Random event? Chance of certain death? She instinctively clenched her fists and began praying in her heart. She was a favored daughter of heaven with an A-rank luck talent. Luck had always been her greatest support. She would definitely draw a green event. As for Chunxia, a cold sneer curled at the corner of Sumushue's lips. Humph, just keep being smug. Keep acting arrogant. It'd be best if you drew a red event and got killed by a monster on the spot. Then let's see who can still compete with me in this world. As she viciously cursed him, she waited for midnight to arrive. Time passed second by second. When the clock's hands pointed to midnight, every player's system panel flashed with light at the same time. Sumushue eagerly opened her panel. When she saw the blue icon displayed on it, she let out a long sigh of relief. The random event you have drawn is blue. Great. It was only minor trouble. She relaxed, then could not help but gleefully think about checking what Chunxia had drawn. At this moment, inside the luxurious villa, Chunxia and Hisishue also looked at their system panel at the same time. Hisishue volunteered to do the draw. Chunxia agreed. The random event you have drawn is red. Red. Red? Damn. What kind of luck do I have? Her voice was full of helplessness. It's a certain death event. A red event? Interesting. Not only was there no fear in his tone, there was even a trace of excitement. Baby, sigh, my luck with draws really isn't very good. It's fine. Your hands aren't for drawing prizes. They're for playing with the joystick. And when the system says certain death, does that really mean certain death? Chunxia let out a cold laugh and weighed the desert eagle in his hand. Rules are meant to be broken. He pulled Hisishue along and went to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor of the villa. Stay here and turn off all the lights. Chunxia pointed at the radar display screen in the corner. You'll be my eyes. Watch the radar and tell me which direction it's coming from and how fast it is. Hisishue nodded, and then Chunxia went to the 2nd floor balcony and waited quietly. Time passed minute by minute. The villa was terrifyingly quiet. The only sound was the tense beating of their hearts. The radar screen remained calm, with no red dots appearing at all. It still hasn't come? Hisishua's voice rang out. Don't rush. Be patient. Chunxia's voice was very steady. He knew that the stronger the hunter, the more patience it had. A few more minutes passed. Suddenly, at the very edge of the radar screen, a glaring red dot appeared without any warning. It's here. Hisishua cried out at once. It's to the south. It's 500 meters away from us. Chunxia's gaze instantly turned sharp. How fast is it? Fast. Extremely fast. Hisishua's voice was full of terror. It's charging straight at us. For 150 meters. For 100 meters. Oh my god. It's too fast. Chunxia's heart sank slightly as well. To cross a distance of 100 meters in just a few seconds. That kind of speed had already far surpassed any known land creature on Earth. 300 meters. Hisishua's voice suddenly turned shrill. It's jumping 50 or 60 meters in a single leap. It's like a cannonball. Advancing by jumping? A horrifying image instantly formed in Chunxia's mind. He held his breath, lowered his body further, and fixed his eyes on the pitch-black wilderness outside the window. 150 meters. 100 meters. It's downstairs. Hisishua's voice had already taken on a sobbing tone. Chunxia could even hear bursts of whooshing sounds from outside. The noise of something moving at high speed and rubbing against the air. Suddenly, boom! A loud bang came from the roof of the villa. The entire villa shook violently, as if it had been slammed into by a truck speeding at full speed. It's attacking the roof! Hisishua screamed. Chunxia's heart leaped into his throat. The sturdiness of a level 4 shelter was indeed very high, but he had no idea whether it could withstand the attacks of this kind of monster. Bang! 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 Even fiercer impacts came one after another from the roof. Just then, a black shadow flashed past the window in front of Chunxia like a ghost. Right after that came the earth-shattering sound of glass shattering. Crash! The reinforced glass window on the other side of the living room, made from special materials, had actually been smashed open by force, leaving behind a massive hole. A pitch-black monster, its limbs absurdly long and thin, with backward hooks growing from its joints, tumbled in through the shattered window. It landed on the floor with a teeth-grating sound of bones scraping, then slowly raised its head. It was a face beyond description. It had no features at all, only a constantly opening and closing mouthpart packed with sharp teeth. A pair of scarlet eyes gave off a bloodthirsty glow in the darkness. A zombie. Even if it didn't look quite like the ones in the movies, this was definitely a zombie. And a speed-specialized mutant zombie at that. After adjusting to the indoor environment, the zombie's scarlet gaze instantly locked onto Chunxia. Roar! A howl no human could possibly make burst from its mouthpart. The next second, its figure vanished from where it stood. Too fast. In Chunxia's eyes, the speed-type zombie was practically a streak of black lightning. The instant it attacked, every hair on Chunxia's body stood on end, and a deadly sense of danger flooded his heart. If it were any ordinary person facing this unimaginable speed, they probably wouldn't even have time to react before being torn to pieces in an instant. But Chunxia wasn't ordinary. After being enhanced, his strength, physique, and neural reaction speed had long surpassed normal humans. At the critical moment when the zombie pounced, Chunxia's body moved almost entirely on combat instinct, rolling violently to the side. Ryup! The leather sofa was slashed open by the zombie's blade-like claws, leaving 5 deep gashes, and the stuffing burst out from inside. That was close. Chunxia broke out in a cold sweat. If he had been even 0.1 seconds slower, the one with his guts ripped out would have been him. Roar! After missing its strike, the zombie let out an angry roar. Its scarlet eyes stayed locked on Chunxia as it turned into an afterimage again and lunged at him. Chunxia didn't dare take it head-on. He could only rely on his far superior reaction speed to dodge in a miserable scramble. Bang! The instant he dodged, the furniture behind him was sent flying. This monster's strength was terrifying too. As Chunxia dodged, his mind raced. No, I can't keep going on like this. This thing is too fast. In such a cramped space, my accuracy isn't good enough. Once it gets close, no matter how strong my physique is, I won't be able to withstand those sharp claws. I have to find a way to open up some distance, or create a chance to make it pause. Hisishua, make some noise. Draw it away. Hisishua had been watching the 2 light dots on the radar screen. 1 red and 1 green representing Chunxia, chasing and dodging like mad. It made her heart pound in fear. The moment she heard Chunxia shout, she didn't hesitate at all. Even though she was scared to death, she knew this was the only thing she could do for Chunxia right now. She looked around, and her gaze locked onto a newly spawned crystal table lamp on the bedroom nightstand. It looked fairly heavy. She grabbed the lamp in one motion and hurled it with all her strength toward the middle of the downstairs living room. Crash! In the silent villa, the sound was especially jarring. Sure enough, the zombie that had been chasing Chunxia suddenly paused. Its featureless head turned mechanically toward the direction the sound had come from. For a monster with no intelligence that acted only on instinct, a loud noise and moving objects were far more attractive than a stationary target. It froze for a moment, seeming to search for Hisishue. Now, this was the chance Chunxia had been waiting for. When the zombie completely exposed its ugly back to him, a cold glint flashed through his eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he rolled out from behind the sofa and stood up, steadily raising the Desert Eagle in his hand. Aim, breathe, pull the trigger. Bang! A deafening gunshot exploded through the entire villa. A .50 Magnum bullet, thicker than a thumb, spun and screamed through the air, dragging a trail of death as it struck the back of the zombie's head with perfect accuracy while it was climbing upward. Splat! It was like a ripe watermelon being smashed by a hammer. The zombie's head exploded in an instant. Red, white, black, all kinds of indescribable fluids and tissue splattered everywhere, spraying across the walls and ceiling. The scene was gruesome to the extreme. The headless corpse twitched twice against the wall, then fell backward weakly with a heavy thud onto the living room floor. The world seemed to go quiet at that moment. The thunderous echo of the gunshot still rang in Chunxia's ears. Was it dead? He didn't dare let his guard down. He still held his shooting stance, the muzzle fixed firmly on the corpse on the ground. At that moment, Hisishue ran out with an axe and started hacking wildly at the zombie. You still dare play dead? Just then, the headless corpse on the floor began turning into strands of black smoke at a speed visible to the naked eye, dispersing into the air. In the end, it left behind only a fist-sized stone where it had been. Killed, Swift Ripper, Speed-type zombie, obtained, Monster Core X1. They won. They had survived an event that had been certain death. And just as he bent down, preparing to pick up the Monster Core. World announcement. Congratulations to player Chunxia for becoming the first player in this region to successfully kill a zombie-type creature. Unique hidden achievement, Zombie Slayer achieved. Achievement reward, high-strength steel spike wall, 10 meters, X1. The aftermath of the gunshot still echoed through the villa. Hisishue looked at the headless corpse on the floor that was turning into black smoke, then at Chunxia standing beside it with a gun in hand and a straight, upright figure. Her whole mind was still a little blank. And just like that, it was over? The certain death event, mentioned in the system announcement, didn't seem all that impressive. She quickly ran to Chunxia's side and hugged his arm. Baby, you scared me to death. But your shot was way too accurate, wasn't it? Such good shooting. Such good shooting. Chunxia put away the Desert Eagle. He hadn't expected to get praised just for shooting a fixed target. She was really giving him plenty of emotional value, and he accepted the compliment. Heh, that's because I've practiced. I can shoot wherever I want. Hit whatever I point at. Oh, shoot wherever you want. Is your tormenting that impressive? Hisishue said in surprise. Then Hisishue unconsciously pushed out her chest a little. Here, is this okay? At this moment the chat channel was in shock, because Chunxia had actually resolved the red event this quickly. This was the hardest event at the moment. I'm playing with a cucumber in the bedroom. Holy shit, am I seeing this right? Is boss Chunxia again? He cleared a red event? The system just refreshed people clearing green, blue and yellow, and he actually cleared red. 19-year-old girl repeatedly offered seats on the bus. Isn't a red event supposed to be certain death? Damn, this is a real boss. He's gotten the most achievements these past few days. Big beta, zombies? There are zombies in this game too. Fuck me. I thought the biggest threats were just the extreme heat and wild beasts. If I don't jerk off for a day my whole body feels awful. The key point is the kill. Boss actually counter-killed the monster from a certain death event. How is this reasonable? It isn't reasonable at all. Mad Demon Bro. Boss is awesome. Boss is mighty. Boss. Do you still need a little tag-along who can shout 666? I love my cousin. I just want to know, what the hell is that high-strength steel spike wall? It sounds cool as hell. It might already be freezing over. Big shot. Can you show us that wall and let us open our eyes a bit? Please. Let us see what a divine artifact looks like. Across the entire world channel, everyone's emotions shifted from fear of the red event to shock and admiration for Chunxia. Inside the villa, Chunxia looked at the scrolling messages, curled his lip, then directly opened his backpack to check that so-called high-strength steel spike wall. Item. High-strength steel spike wall, 10 meters. Type. Special building. Effect. 10 meters high, half a meter thick, circular in shape. Click to use and it will automatically generate with the shelter as the center. Can effectively resist the impact of most monsters. Description. A sense of security really is this simple. Good stuff. Chunxia's eyes lit up. He had been worrying that his big villa was too obvious a target and too likely to attract trouble. Even though a level 4 shelter was sturdy by itself, just like earlier, the other side had jumped straight inside. Who could have seen that coming? With this wall, things would be different. 10 meters high, half a meter thick, and covered in steel spikes. This was basically a small city wall. If any monsters came again in the future, they would only be able to stare helplessly from outside the wall. They would not even be able to touch the edge of his villa. Use. Chunxia chose to use it without the slightest hesitation. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A deep roar even heavier than when the shelter upgraded came from outside the villa. Isishue was startled and quickly ran to the window to look outside. She saw a huge circular shadow, centered on the villa, rising straight from the ground. It was an enormous wall made of thick metal, flashing with a grim, icy gleam. The wall was covered in sharp steel spikes. Under the moonlight, they reflected a heart-pounding cold shine, firmly protecting the entire villa in the middle. Oh my god! Hisishue stood there with her little mouth open, completely stunned by the magnificent sight in front of her. With this thing here, she felt like even if she slept naked in this villa, she would not need to worry about any danger. Chunxia nodded in satisfaction. This sense of security really was solid. Just then, he felt like his breathing had brought him something a little different again. He subconsciously opened his backpack. When he clearly saw the new item that had appeared inside, he froze for a moment. Item: Goddess Walk-in Closet. Type: Special Building Module. Effect: Can be installed on any wall in the shelter, generating an independent walk-in closet. Description: Every girl dreams of having a walk-in closet of her own, doesn't she? Goddess Walk-in Closet. Chunxia looked at the description with a somewhat strange expression. Judging from the items his breathing had given him before, this closet probably was not simple, right? The system was getting more and more considerate. He glanced at Hisishue beside him, and some thoughts immediately surfaced in his mind. Come on, I'll show you something good. Chunxia pulled Hisishue over to an empty wall in the living room, then took out the Goddess Walk-in Closet module. It was an ordinary-looking wooden door with gorgeous carved patterns on it. Chunxia pressed it against the wall. Something magical happened. That wooden door actually fused straight into the wall out of thin air, as if it had always belonged there. What is this? Hisishue asked curiously. Why don't you push it open and see for yourself? Chunxia smiled, half believing and half doubting. Hisishue reached out and gently pushed open the door. Behind the door was not a cold wall, but a brightly lit little room full of a dreamy atmosphere. The room was not big, but all three walls were filled with every kind of women's clothing imaginable, dazzling to the eye. From cute Lolita dresses to sexy lace nightgowns, from sharp office lady outfits to youthful JK uniforms, plus all kinds of stockings, underwear and high heels. It had everything even more complete than the most high-end brand boutiques in the real world. Wow! The moment Hisishue saw the scene before her, as a woman, she fell for it instantly. She covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with little stars, then walked inside. It's so beautiful! She picked up a pink princess dress and held it against herself, her face overflowing with a happy smile. Leaning against the doorframe, Chunxia felt that Hisishue was still more suited to those professional-style outfits. Still, she could wear whatever she wanted. She looked good, so anything would work on her. He could even have her change into a different outfit every day according to his own preferences. Just thinking about it put Chunxia in an even better mood. Right then, Hisishue seemed to discover something. Holding a piece of clothing, she came running out with a red face. Baby, look at this. What she was holding was a set of pitifully scant, black catgirl-made clothes, with even a fluffy tail attached behind it. Ahem. Chunxia cleared his throat. What's wrong? You don't like it? No. What I mean is, how about I put it on and we try it? Hisishue said shyly. Looking at her bashful appearance, Chunxia felt his heart heat up, and he was just about to say something. Suddenly, his friend's list started flashing. It was a name he had almost forgotten. Lu Jujia, that ex-girlfriend he had only dated for 3 days and had not even seriously held hands with. Why was she looking for him? Completely different from the relaxed and pleasant atmosphere on Chunxia's side, elsewhere in a corner of the wilderness, Su Mushue was curled up inside her tiny, shabby level 1 wooden shack, trembling all over. She was not cold. She was hungry. Waves of burning, twisting pain came from her stomach, making her feel like her internal organs were about to be digested away. Just earlier, she had used all the food on her body to trade with a player who looked very honest, hoping to exchange for some materials and upgrade to a level 2 shelter. The other side had even promised her that he needed a lot of food and could get more materials, and that he would return some to Su Mushue a little later. Su Mushue had thought there should not be any problem. In the end, she got bait and switched. At the very last second of the trade, the other side cancelled several times in a row, then added some things, then threw in a pile of trash. Before she could even react, her supplies were gone. All she got from the trade was 20 units of wood and the half piece of bread she had left. When she realized she had been scammed, she nearly went insane. She desperately pounded the walls, crying and screaming, cursing that swindler. The food was gone. Now she truly had nothing left. Hunger and despair, like 2 venomous snakes, were crazily gnawing away at her reason. She even had a terrifying thought. Should she just walk out of the shelter like this and let the monsters outside eat her, ending it all once and for all? But she refused to accept that. She, Su Mushue, had been heaven's favored daughter since childhood. A goddess in everyone's eyes. She had awakened an A-rank talent. How could she die so pathetically in a broken wooden shack? Just as she was trapped in fierce inner conflict, That world announcement echoing across the sky pulled her back from the edge of collapse. World announcement. Congratulations to player Chanxia for becoming the first player in this region to successfully kill a zombie-type creature. Chanxia? Chanxia again. Looking at that familiar and glaring name, Su Muxue froze for a moment. Then an indescribably complicated emotion surged up in her heart. That was a certain death event. How could he possibly have survived? And not only had he survived, he had even killed that monster called a zombie and gotten a unique achievement? How was that possible? Su Muxue's first reaction was disbelief. She felt this had to be a system error. But right after that, the overwhelming discussion and amazement in the World Channel forced her to accept this cruel reality. She opened the World Channel and looked at how those people praised and worshipped Chanxia. Her feelings were a complete mess. It was an unbridgeable gap, a chasm so vast that even looking up at it felt exhausting. Why? Why did it turn out like this? As Su Muxue kept thinking, a thought suddenly surfaced from the bottom of her heart, one that even shocked her. This man, even though he was domineering, even though he was heartless, even though he was rotten to the core, he really was so charming. That kind of strength and confidence, where he looked down on everyone and treated rules like nothing, was something she had never seen before in those rich second-generation boys who only circled around her and obeyed her every word. It was a wild, primal desire to conquer and control, something that belonged to a true male. What would it feel like to be conquered by a man like that? The moment that thought appeared, it gave Su Muxue a huge scare. Her face turned red as she desperately shook her head, trying to fling that absurd thought out of her mind. Su Muxue, are you crazy? How could you possibly have thoughts like that about him? But the more she suppressed it, the clearer that thought became. In her mind, Chanxia's cold and stern face appeared uncontrollably, along with the picture he had sent of that table piled high with delicious food. Want it? Even if you do, I'm not giving it to you. Mad. This bastard. This asshole. Su Muxue cursed him fiercely in her heart, but her body's reaction betrayed her. She could feel her heartbeat speeding up, her cheeks burning, and even, deep inside her body, there was a trace of sickening excitement that she was too ashamed to admit. She was done for. Seemed like she really was becoming a little abnormal. The feeling of thirst hit her again, dragging her back into cruel reality. On the other side, Chanxia looked at the name Lu Jejia in his friend's list and frowned. He did not have a deep impression of this woman, but it definitely was not a good one. Back then, he had met her near the university district through a friend's introduction. She looked decent enough and knew how to dress up, but she also looked a little too worldly. Chanxia did not think too much about it and tried seeing her for a bit, since she had been introduced by a friend. In the end, 3 days. Just 3 fucking days. This woman told him she was pregnant, that the child was his, and that he had to take responsibility. Chanxia had been completely dumbfounded. He swore that with this woman, the most intimate contact they had ever had was holding hands a little. They had not even kissed. The child was his? Wasn't that complete bullshit? Later, after asking around, he found out that Lu Jejia's reputation outside had long since gone rotten. She was a well-known public bus, and nobody knew how many men she had slept with. After getting pregnant and failing to find the real father, she wanted to find someone like him, an honest-looking student, to take the fall. The very next second, he transmigrated into this game. Could be said that his friend was probably no good either. Lu Jejia. Chanxia? Is it really you? I saw the world announcement. You're doing so well now. Lu Jejia. Whoa, you have no idea how miserable I've been. I haven't eaten for 2 days. My shelter is falling apart, and every night I'm scared out of my mind. Lu Jejia. Chanxia, we were in love at least once. Could you help me? Chanxia was so angry he laughed. In love at least once, my ass. He could not even be bothered wasting words on this woman. Chanxia. Hurry up and get the hell out, you fucking bitch. The other side fell silent for a few seconds, apparently not expecting Chanxia to be this direct and this merciless. Only after quite a while did her message come again, and her tone had changed. She was no longer acting pitiful and delicate like before. Lu Jejia. Chanxia. Don't think just because you're so awesome now that you can deny everything. I'm telling you, this matter with my child is not over. Chanxia. Your child? Don't you know in your own heart which black guy your child belongs to? Why are you looking for me? Chanxia shot back without the slightest courtesy. Lu Jejia, you're talking nonsense. The child is yours. I don't care. Now that you've got ability, you have to take responsibility for me and the child. Lu Jejia, I won't ask for much. Give me 1,000 units of wood, 100 loaves of bread, and a few hundred bottles of water, and we'll call this matter settled. Otherwise, I'll expose our business in the World Channel and let everyone know that you, Chanxia, are a scumbag who toyed with a woman, abandoned his wife, and threw away his child. Seeing the terms she demanded, Chanxia was almost amused by this woman's shamelessness. 1,000 wood? 100 loaves of bread? A few hundred bottles of water? She really dared to ask for it. There was seriously something wrong with this woman's brain. Just as Chun Xia was about to start typing and properly greet her ancestors for 18 generations, a soft little hand pressed down on his. It was He Sishue. She had been standing beside him just now and had seen their entire chat record clearly. At this moment, anger was written all over her pretty face. Baby, don't get angry with this kind of person. It's not worth it, He Sishue said softly, but a trace of coldness flashed through her eyes. As she spoke, she very naturally took the virtual panel from Chun Xia's hand. Just leave this kind of small matter to me. No need to dirty your hands. Chun Xia raised an eyebrow. Seeing her posture, like the official wife of the palace about to tear apart a mistress with her bare hands, he found it a little funny. So he simply leaned back on the sofa, crossed his arms, and watched her perform. He Sishue took a deep breath. Then her fingers started flying across the virtual keyboard. Her typing speed was extremely fast. It was obvious she was truly furious. He Sishue, hello miss. I am Chun Xia's. She thought about it and still used a more formal title. He Sishue. As a person, you should have some self-awareness. Don't mistake kindness for weakness. Also, is your child some kind of bottomless pit? Just feed it a few cucumbers and throw it in the toilet. He Sishue. Oh right, I forgot to tell you. We won't pay a single cent in child support. Go find your black guy. After sending that sentence, He Sishue directly opened the other party's profile, selected delete friend, and then added her to the blacklist. The entire set of actions flowed as smoothly as water. Done. She clapped her hands, returned the virtual panel to Chun Xia, and showed a smile like she was asking for credit. Baby, how did I handle it? Not bad. Chun Xia smiled and rubbed her head. You've got a bit of my style from back in the day. Of course. Just look whose woman I am. He Sishue proudly lifted her chin, then affectionately leaned against him again. If any more blind flies like this show up in the future, leave them all to me. I'll drive every single one of them away for you. Looking at her protective little food-guarding expression, Chun Xia felt warm inside. Having a woman by his side really did feel different. At the very least, he did not have to personally jump in and argue with these idiots anymore. He had just wanted to say something to reward his good wife. Suddenly, his friends' list started flashing inappropriately once again. Chun Xia opened it and looked. It was Su Mushue. Had she figured it out? Perfect timing, he had just unlocked one slot. Looking at Su Mushue's flashing profile picture, Chun Xia's expression became a little playful. This woman had finally failed to hold back. He Sishue beside him also saw that profile picture. She recognized it. It was that campus belle who had tried to blackmail Chun Xia with blueprints before. Her little mouth pouted slightly, and she felt a little unhappy. What was going on? She had just chased one away, and now another one had come? Baby's luck with women was way too strong, wasn't it? Still, she did not say anything. She simply leaned quietly against Chun Xia's side. She had also thought it through. If Chun Xia really wanted to build a harem or something, then as long as he liked it, having a normal woman join them as a sister didn't seem bad either. In ancient times, there was the tale of the three heroes fighting Lu Bu, but she still had to be careful. After all, there were only bulls that got worked to death, never fields that got plowed to ruin. If there was only one bull and several fields, then wouldn't that be the end of it? Chun Xia left Su Mushue hanging for a few minutes before leisurely opening the chat box. A string of messages instantly popped up. Su Mushue, brother Chun Xia, are you still there? Please talk to me. Su Mushue. I'm so hungry, I feel like I'm about to starve to death. Whoa. There was even a teary, pitiful-looking sticker attached after the message. Su Mushue. Brother, I was wrong. I really was wrong. I shouldn't have asked you for so many things. Please give me a little food, a little water, okay? One piece of bread. Just one piece of bread is enough. Her tone had become humble to the extreme, because her arrogance had already been ground away. Chun Xia. Speak properly. He sent back those 3 words. Simple, direct, without a trace of emotion. On the other side, Su Mushue, who had been waiting in despair for her sentence, nearly jumped up from the ground in excitement when she saw Chun Xia finally reply. A reply meant there was hope, but when she saw those 3 icy words, her heart sank again. This man was still as cold and inhuman as ever. She didn't dare play any tricks anymore and hurriedly typed back. Su Mushue. I want to live. As long as you give me food and water, I'm willing to do anything. Chun Xia. Anything? Su Mushue. Anything. I want to. Su Mushue bit her lip and typed out those words. She knew what this meant. It meant that she would completely give up her dignity and freedom. But she had no other choice. Chun Xia, good. You said it. After sending that, Chun Xia didn't waste any more words and directly sent over that special talent binding contract. Once again, looking at the familiar contract on the screen, something as good as a deed of sale, Su Mushue's heart suddenly clenched. What was supposed to come had still come in the end. He still wanted to make her his sex slave, his pet. Her finger hovered above the agree button for a long time without pressing it. Her mind was a complete mess. Her reason told her not to sign it. Once she signed, there would be no turning back, but the craving for food rising from deep within her body, along with a twisted curiosity and anticipation toward that man, was urging her on like mad. Su Mushue, after signing, Will I end up miserable? She wanted to know what kind of fate was waiting for her. Would it be like in those novels where she would be treated like a toy, humiliated at will, and live a life worse than pigs and dogs? Chun Xia smiled when he saw her question. Chun Xia, no. Chun Xia, on the contrary, as long as you don't act up and you listen, you'll live very well. There'll be plenty of food, no worries about safety, and you might even live better than you did in the real world. Chun Xia, of course, that's on the condition that you satisfy me. Su Mushue froze when she saw Chun Xia's reply. She wouldn't end up miserable? There would be plenty of food? She would live better than in the real world? This was completely different from what she had imagined. She had thought Chun Xia would threaten her with all kinds of vicious words, scare her, and make her sign the contract in fear. It actually didn't sound bad. But then, a strange sense of disappointment suddenly surged up in Su Mushue's heart. Why? Was it actually no? She even felt that if Chun Xia had said he was going to do all kinds of things to her, she might have felt a little better about it. No, that wasn't right. He had to treat her that way. Otherwise, she felt a little upset inside. At least that would prove he had desire for her, that he had thoughts about her. But now, with his indifferent attitude, she felt like some cheap product that had delivered itself to his door, something optional and disposable. What should I do? Su Mushue asked. Chun Xia, sign it, then walk through that door. Su Mushue took a deep breath, stopped hesitating, and stretched out her trembling finger to press agree at the bottom of the contract. Ding! Player Su Mushue has agreed to sign the special talent binding contract with you. Contract in effect. Absolute loyalty, absolute domination, unconditional obedience. At the moment the contract took effect, a strange connection that couldn't be described with words formed between her and Chun Xia. Right after that, a door appeared out of thin air inside her shabby wooden shack. From the other side of the door came faint light and the sound of voices. She stood up, patted the dust off her body, and tidied her messy hair. Then she pushed open the door and walked in. The moment Su Mushue stepped through the door, warm air mixed with a faint fragrance rushed toward her. The scene before her made her freeze on the spot, thinking she had entered some kind of illusion. A bright crystal chandelier, a soft genuine leather sofa, a huge LCD television, mirror-smooth flooring. How was this the apocalypse? What her feet stepped on was no longer rough, icy wooden boards, but a marble floor covered with soft carpet. The air carried a slight coolness and freshness. Su Mushue breathed it in greedily, feeling as if every pore in her body had relaxed. So this was Chun Xia's shelter? A level 4 shelter could actually be luxurious to this extent? This had already completely surpassed the limits of her understanding. Just as she was overwhelmed by the shock of the sight before her, a man's voice pulled her back to reality. Welcome aboard. Su Mushue suddenly looked up and saw Chun Xia. It was him, Chun Xia, different from the ordinary, unremarkable boy in campus clothes from her memories. The Chun Xia before her carried a strange kind of presence. It was the absolute confidence and composure of someone in a superior position. She instinctively lowered her head, not daring to meet his eyes. Come here, breathy voice. Chun Xia's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an unquestionable command. Su Mushue walked over in a fluster, also surprised that it was actually a breathy voice. However, at that moment, from the corner of her eye, she caught sight of another woman sitting beside Chun Xia. That woman was dressed way too provocatively, wasn't she? Cat ears and even a tail? My God, she might as well not wear anything at all. And her looks were not inferior to Su Mushue's in the slightest. In fact, because of that mature, intellectual aura, she even had a bit more charm. At that moment, that woman was leaning intimately against Chun Xia's shoulder, her beautiful eyes curiously sizing Su Mushue up. Su Mushue's heart suddenly sank. So, there was already another woman by his side? She wasn't the first? Oh my God! A bitterness and disappointment beyond words surged up in her heart. She had thought that even if she signed the contract with her beauty and A-rank talent, she should still be unique, someone who could occupy a special place in his heart. But now it seemed she had overthought it. Baby, is she Su Mushue? She's really pretty. Hisishue spoke, her voice very gentle and carrying a trace of a smile. Baby? When Su Mushue heard that form of address, her pupils suddenly shrank. They actually had that kind of relationship? Hisishue seemed to see her shock. She smiled at her in a friendly way and took the initiative to extend her hand. Hello. My name is Hisishue. From now on, we'll be sisters. Sisters? Su Mushue looked at Hisishue's sincere smile and couldn't react for a moment. What was going on? Shouldn't she be full of hostility toward her and treat her like some homewrecker who stole her man? How could she be this friendly? After that, Chun Xia didn't have the time to bother with Su Mushue that much. He just told her to eat and drink whatever she wanted, then go take a shower. Su Mushue quickly wiped out a whole table full of food. Only when her stomach was stuffed round and she truly couldn't force down even one more bite did she finally stop, still not fully satisfied. This was the fullest and most extravagant meal she had eaten since coming to this world. Now that she had eaten and drunk her fill, the exhaustion in her body and the tension in her mind were both greatly relieved. Only then did she finally have the mood to properly look at the environment she was in. Because she was going to take a shower, she learned there was actually a goddess wardrobe room, and inside there were even clothes for her to change into. Half believing it and half doubting it, Su Muxue pushed open that door. As a woman, her resistance to pretty clothes was basically zero. In the end, under Hisishua's suggestion, she picked out a black and white maid outfit with lace trim. Teach, isn't this a bit? Su Muxue held the outfit, her face heating up. The design of this outfit was just too embarrassing. Wasn't it? I think it looks great. Hisishua said with a sincere face. Baby will definitely like it. Baby, that nickname again. Su Muxue glanced at the man in the living room watching TV, bit her lip, and still accepted the outfit. Anyway, she was already his pet now. What she wore was just whatever he said, right? Chunxia glanced at Su Muxue. Pink twin tails, gorgeous looks. And after taking a shower she looked even more delicate and luscious, especially those snowy white peaks. Holding the clothes, Su Muxue nervously pushed open the bathroom door. When she saw the huge round bathtub inside, she was so happy she nearly fainted. She couldn't wait to fill it with hot water and soak her whole body in it. The warm water wrapped around her body, washing away all her exhaustion and dirt. That comfortable feeling made her hum softly in pleasure. She felt like she had come back to life. Soaking in the tub, Su Muxue's mind gradually calmed down as well. She began thinking about a very serious question. After finishing her bath, what was she supposed to do? According to normal novel plots, a newly arrived pet, like her, would definitely have to warm the bed tonight, right? Was she going to serve that man together with the woman named Hisishua? Just thinking about that image made Su Muxue's face burn and her heartbeat speed up uncontrollably. She had never experienced that kind of thing before. She had always treasured her first time and wanted to save it for her future real husband. But now, Su Muxue touched her smooth skin, her heart filled with confusion. She was wondering if this meant she had really grown up now. And Chun Xia's cold yet charming face appeared in her mind once again. For some reason, when she thought about being taken by a man like that, besides fear and shame, there was actually a tiny bit of secret anticipation in her heart. It's over. Su Muxue, you're really hopeless now. She covered her face and let out a silent wail in the water. Sigh, from now on, her fate was probably just to end up playing with the joystick. At this moment, Chun Xia was checking the panel. Binding successful. Congratulations. You have successfully bound your second exclusive goddess. Talent effect 2 activated. You gain the target's base attributes, Strength 6, Constitution 6, Spirit 6, plus your own base attributes, Strength 10, Constitution 10, Spirit 10, one time. Your Strength plus 16, Constitution plus 16, Spirit plus 16. Talent effect 3 activated. The number of exclusive goddesses you have bound has reached 2. The drop rate for rare supplies has increased. Bound crew member, Su Muxue's autonomous breathing, will additionally produce 1 unit of random supplies for you. Talent effect 4 activated. Perfectly replicating the target's exclusive talent for you. Replication successful. You have obtained A rank talent. Lucky favor, enhanced version. A rank talent. Lucky favor, enhanced version passive effect. Whenever you perform any action involving randomness, such as opening boxes, drawing prizes, battle drops, etc., the probability of obtaining a positive result is permanently increased by 7.5%. This effect can stack with your own fortune. That string of notification sounds made Chun Xia feel completely refreshed. Another huge wave of attribute increases. He opened his status panel and took a look. Player, Chun Xia. Strength, 43. Constitution, 43. Spirit, 43. Note, shelter bonuses not included. With these stats, Chun Xia felt like he was practically on Tyson's level. More importantly, there was that 7.5% increase to positive outcomes. And on top of that, Su Muxue's breathing could now provide him with supplies too. Double the happiness. Chun Xia felt delighted. And when he thought about Su Muxue, his attitude softened quite a bit. This was a hen that could lay golden eggs. No, wait, a lucky mascot that could bring him good fortune. Right then, Su Muxue finished her shower, changed into that black and white maid outfit that embarrassed her beyond belief, and shyly walked out of the bathroom. Fresh out of the bath, her skin was fair with a rosy tint, carrying a moist watery glow. Her pink long hair was still a little damp as it draped over her shoulders. Paired with that figure-accentuating maid outfit and those straight, slender legs wrapped in black stockings, she looked like the perfect maid who had stepped right out of anime. When Chun Xia saw her like this, he couldn't help taking a few more looks. She really was top tier. Just say it. Did you want to push her down or not? You, Chun Xia, the way you're looking at me feels kind of weird. Su Muxue felt uncomfortable all over under his gaze. Her hands nervously clutched the maid apron, her head lowered, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. But what she was thinking inside was completely different. Hey, what are you trying to do? If you're going to do it, then hurry up. The sooner it starts, the sooner it ends. Best of all, he could just sweep her up in a princess carry and then directly, I'm done washing. Chun Xia suddenly reached out and pulled her into his arms. Ah! Su Muxue cried out as her whole body fell into his embrace. She could clearly smell the pleasant masculine scent coming from him and feel his strong, powerful heartbeat. Her face instantly turned completely red. It's over, why is he this direct? Shouldn't there be some back and forth first? That's not how it goes on TV. What a bad man. What the hell are you trembling for? Chun Xia's voice sounded beside her ear, carrying a hint of amusement. Didn't you say you'd do anything? Su Muxue's mind went completely blank. She had no idea how to answer, but inside her head, one thought was screaming wildly. Why are you dragging this out? Chun Xia's hand started wandering. Tonight, let me see just how high your resolve really is. It's very high. After saying that, he gave Su Muxue no more chance to think, and directly pressed her down onto that soft big bed. At the same time, Hisishue sat alone on the sofa, watching the documentary playing on the TV, but she couldn't take in a single word. Her ears had been listening for movement the whole time. Even though the villa had great soundproofing, she could still vaguely hear some sounds that made her restless and upset. She sighed and curled herself up on the sofa. Sigh. One sigh after another. She felt like she was a useless wife now. Her heart felt sour and bitter, but on second thought, she felt it was nothing. In this apocalyptic world, how could a powerful man like Chun Xia possibly have only one woman by his side? Being able to become his first woman was already very fortunate. Besides, that Su Muxue was so beautiful, and she even had an A-rank talent. With one more sister, if anything happened in the future, there would be one more person to discuss things with. In ancient times, didn't emperors all have harems of 3,000 beauties? Baby was so amazing, even more amazing than an emperor. Having a few more women around was normal too. As long as there was still a place for her in his heart, that was enough. Thinking of this, Hisishue felt a little better. She even started planning what tasty food she should make for baby tomorrow morning to reward him for working hard all night. And that Su Muxue, since she was new here, some rules had to be set. In this house from now on, who was the older sister and who was the younger sister had to be made clear. Hisishue thought quietly to herself, and before she knew it, she had fallen asleep too. Early the next morning, when the first ray of sunlight passed through the window and spilled into the villa, Chun Xia woke up. He glanced beside him. Su Muxue was curled up in his arms like a well-behaved little cat, sleeping soundly. There was still a trace of satisfied blush on her face, and there were even a few crystal-clear tears hanging from her long eyelashes, making her look delicate and pitiful. Chun Xia reached out and gently pinched her soft, delicate cheek. The feeling was actually pretty nice. As if sensing Chun Xia's movement, Su Muxue's eyelids twitched, and she slowly opened her eyes. When she saw Chun Xia right in front of her, she froze for a moment. Then all those wild scenes from last night flooded into her mind like a tide. Her face instantly turned red. Good morning. You really don't know how to be gentle with women. Her voice carried a trace of the hoarseness and laziness of someone who had just woken up, making it sound especially alluring. Yeah, morning, Chun Xia responded, then sat up and prepared to get out of bed. Seeing this, Su Muxue hurriedly struggled up from the bed, knelt on it, and reached out for the clothes on the hanger nearby. That movement made the maid outfit on her body, which already had very little fabric to begin with, look even more suggestive. Sai couldn't hold back. Muxue, sorry. Hisishue pressed a hand to her forehead. Why were they going at it again this early in the morning? By the time the two of them finished getting ready and came down from the second floor, Hisishue had already prepared a lavish breakfast. Millet porridge, fried eggs, milk, the rich aroma filled the entire living room. Today, Hisishue was wearing an ice blue silk slip nightgown, the hem reaching only to the tops of her thighs, perfectly outlining her curvy figure. When she saw Chun Xia come down, a gentle smile immediately appeared on her face. Baby, you're awake? Come eat breakfast. But tonight, it's got to be someone else's turn. Her tone was as natural as that of a wife waiting for her husband to come home. When she saw Su Muxue following behind Chun Xia, the smile on her face paused slightly, but quickly returned to normal. Little sister is awake too? Come sit down and try big sister's cooking. She took the initiative to greet Su Muxue. Thank you, sister. Su Muxue walked with a limp. No need to be polite. We're all family now. Smiling, Hisishue pulled out the chair beside Chun Xia, and motioned for Su Muxue to sit down. Then she very naturally sat on Chun Xia's other side. A war without smoke quietly began at the breakfast table. Baby, open your mouth. Hisishue picked up a piece of bread, blew on it, then brought it to Chun Xia's mouth. Chunxia opened his mouth and ate it in one bite. Tasty. If it's tasty, then eat more. Hisishue smiled so hard her eyes curved, then ladled him another bowl of porridge. Drink slowly, don't burn yourself. Su Mushue took a deep breath and copied Hisishue's example. She peeled an egg, then carefully split it into 2 halves with a spoon and brought the half with more yolk to Chunxia. Try this. Her voice was soft and sweet, carrying a perfectly timed tremble that made a person's bones go weak just listening to it. Chunxia looked at her, then at the half egg in her hand. Then he opened his mouth. Seeing that, Su Mushue was delighted and quickly fed him the egg. Is it good? She asked with eyes full of anticipation. It's okay. Chunxia nodded. After breakfast, Chunxia leaned back on the sofa, enjoying the rare leisure after a meal. Su Mushue and Hisishue, meanwhile, were like 2 little maids. One was beside him massaging his legs, and the other was beside him kneading his shoulders. Oh right. While massaging his legs, Su Mushue asked as if casually, what are we going to do today? Before Chunxia could speak, Hisishue beat him to it. Baby still has proper business to handle today. It should be collecting that cage, right? Just then, some strange messages appeared in the chat channel. Cookie sis, holy shit, quick, look outside, what is that thing? A strange point of light suddenly appeared next to my shelter. Senior Mina, I have one here too, to the east. A blue one. Taro balls Yaya. Stop arguing. Is there anyone brave enough to go in and take a look? Wealth comes from danger. Brothers. Ducky. I went in. Help. There are monsters in here. They're grabbing my clothes. I'm a girl. It's over. My nai buys shuezi. Sigma man. Even if you were just born today, you're still going to die. Monster like human girls, don't they? Where's your boyfriend? The world chat channel was instantly flooded with all kinds of cries for help and screams of shock. The players who had just been excited over discovering a new continent were now all plunged into enormous panic. Chunxia looked at the scrolling messages and frowned slightly. Ruins? He muttered to himself. It sounded like a kind of small instance that randomly spawned around shelters. There were monsters inside and danger too, but at the same time, there might also be opportunities. Baby, look at this. Hisishue brought up her virtual panel and pointed at one of the messages on it. It was a message from a player with the ID, I just want to survive, describing in detail what he saw after entering that glowing door. First of all, that's not the gates of hell. Based on the game prompt, I would call it ruins. Inside the ruins is an independent space, different from the outside world. It's a bit like a dungeon in a game. The ruins I entered had monsters inside. Really ugly monsters, and they were highly aggressive. But here's the important part. Killing those monsters would definitely drop good stuff, right? And I feel like if you can clear out all the monsters in a ruin, in other words, clear it, there will definitely be even richer rewards. Summary. Ruins equals high risk plus high reward. Brothers with enough strength can go give it a try. If you're not strong enough, don't go throwing your life away. That's all I have to say. Good luck, everyone. For a moment, the entire world channel was swept up in a craze for ruins exploration. After reading it, Hisishue said, but nothing spawned outside our shelter, right? Looks like it's probability-based. Su Mushue was a little resistant, but she said nothing. There was no need to say it. Ruins like this were definitely extremely dangerous. She could only go wherever Chunxia pointed. Chunxia rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. A ruin really was a good place. His current stats were high, but his actual combat experience was almost zero. That speed-type zombie from last night, if it hadn't been inside his own shelter where he had the terrain advantage, plus Hisishue's cooperation, he might not have dealt with it that easily. Still, whether they could actually run into a ruin was another matter. Based on the chat channel, ruins had only appeared around a small number of people's shelters. Let's go. Time to head out. We're going to check how the animal traps we set yesterday turned out. With a big wave of his hand, Chunxia pushed open the door. The 3 of them walked into this wilderness where danger and opportunity coexisted, facing the blazing sun. Once they left the shelter's range, the outside world was still a scorched wasteland. But with the parasols Chunxia had given them earlier, plus their improved physiques, Hisishue and Su Mushue did not feel too uncomfortable. They followed behind Chunxia, curiously looking over this unfamiliar world. Baby, the traps we set yesterday should be around here, Hisishue said. Yeah. I remember they should be behind that little hill over there. Chunxia pointed at a bare dirt slope not far away. The 3 of them quickened their pace and headed for the hill. Before they could even get close, a thick smell of blood drifted over with the wind. What is that smell? It's so bloody. Su Mushue covered her nose and frowned. Chunxia's eyes instantly turned sharp. Something's going on. Be careful. He took out the desert eagle and held it in his hand, then slowed his pace and cautiously approached the source of the blood smell. Hisishue and Su Mushue also tensed up. They stayed close behind Chunxia, gripping the watermelon knives in their hands even tighter. When they crossed over the hill and saw the scene in front of them clearly, all of them froze. On the open ground below the hill, the 10 universal animal traps they had placed yesterday were scattered all over the place. Several of the cages were already badly deformed, as if they had been forcibly torn apart by some huge force, and around those broken cages lay several animal corpses in a mess. There were wild boars, mountain goats, and a few wolf-like animals whose names they did not know. Their deaths were all extremely gruesome. Some had been disemboweled, some had their necks twisted off, and blood had spilled everywhere, dyeing the whole ground a dark red. And in the middle of those corpses, one animal trap was still shaking violently. It seemed like there was still something alive inside the cage. Dash. What's going on here? Looking at the scene that looked like a slaughterhouse, Hisishue was a little dazed. Looks like these animals killed each other fighting over the bait inside the cages, Chunxia analyzed. His universal animal traps came with bait, and it had a fatal attraction to all animals. With so many different kinds of animals being drawn here, it was perfectly normal for a bloody fight to break out over food. Then, there's still one trapped inside. Su Mushua pointed at the still shaking cage and spoke softly. Chunxia walked over and carefully approached the cage. When he saw what was inside, even he could not help raising an eyebrow. It was a robust adult bull. Its two horns were thick and long, shining with a metallic luster. At that moment, it was trapped inside the cage, constantly ramming the bars with its horns and making dull banging sounds. System notice: Animal trap successfully captured one, mutated mad bull. Mutated mad bull. A bull that mutated due to environmental influence. It has a violent temperament, immense strength, delicious meat, and contains a large amount of energy. Automatically converted into 30 portions of beef. The next second, the bull disappeared and turned into portions of beef that entered Chunxia's backpack. Well damn, it's actually a mutated bull. Then he started counting this round's harvest. After collecting all 10 cages, frowny face. System notice: you have obtained 60 fresh pork. System notice: you have obtained 20 fresh mutton. System notice: you have obtained 30 fresh beef. System notice: you have obtained 30 fresh chicken. Aside from that living mutated bull, the other animal corpses were automatically broken down into the most basic meat units the moment they were put into the backpack. Pork, mutton, beef. Each unit was about 5 kilograms. Fresh meat should taste way better than those zombie chickens used for fried chicken, right? Looking at the extra meat in the backpack, Hisishue was extremely excited, and Su Mushue was just as thrilled. Chunxia smiled. He did not care that much about this bit of gain. He was no longer short on food. Still, this kind of fresh food was definitely the icing on the cake. Alright, let's check the next place. If there aren't any treasure chests, we'll head back and laze around. Baby, look over there. Right then, Hisishue suddenly pointed at a small patch of woods not far away and shouted in surprise. A ruin! The three of them cried out in unison, and judging by the look of it, it had just spawned. Let's go take a look. Chunxia took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the desert eagle in his hand, and took the lead toward the glowing door. The closer they got to that glowing door, the more the three of them could feel a strange energy fluctuation. Dash. This is the entrance to the ruin? Standing in front of the door and feeling that energy fluctuation, Su Mushue asked nervously. It should be. Chunxia nodded, his expression turning serious as well. Baby, are we really going in? Hisishue felt a little uneasy. Even though she wanted to go on an adventure, now that the moment had really come, she still instinctively felt afraid. What are you scared of? Chunxia glanced at her and smiled. With me here, nothing will happen. As he spoke, he took out 2 level 2 bulletproof vests and 2 watermelon knives from his backpack. Put these on and hold your knives properly. If I can't even clear the stage, then the other players might as well stop playing, right? That really was the case. Chunxia had a gun, and his stats were definitely monstrous among players. On top of that, he had the support of 2 healing talents and 2 luck talents. That actually makes sense. Hisishue and Su Mushue quickly nodded, put on the bulletproof vests, and then tightly gripped the watermelon knives in their hands. The cold knife handles gave them a tiny bit of security. I'll go in first and scout the way. Detected that this player's shelter level is too high. Upon approaching the ruin, forced entry has been triggered. Suddenly, a dizzying sensation like the world spinning around them came over them. When Chunxia opened his eyes again, he found that he had already arrived in a completely unfamiliar place. For fuck's sake, I was just scouting ahead, and it forcefully dragged me in? That's way too underhanded. There's actually a disgusting mechanic like this. Hisishue and Su Mushue both showed looks of disdain. This was a dim stone passageway. The walls were covered in moss, and the air was filled with a damp, moldy smell. On both sides of the passage, every few meters, there was a torch burning with green flames, making the whole corridor flicker between light and dark and giving it an eerie atmosphere. In this kind of dark, damp little cave, there have to be monsters, right? What little cave? It's obviously a big cave, okay? But it's definitely dangerous inside. The two girls cautiously looked around. Chunxia turned back to glance at them and signaled that they did not need to worry. Stay close to me and watch your footing. The passage was very long, and its end could not be seen at a glance. The three lined up in a single file, with Chunxia walking in front, while Hisishue and Sumushue followed in the middle, carefully exploring forward. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. The only sounds were their own footsteps and heartbeats. An unknown environment like this was the easiest place for fear to take root. Tap, tap, tap. Just then, a strange sound came from further ahead in the passage. It sounded like something was scraping at the wall with its nails. The hearts of all three instantly leaped into their throats. Chunxia immediately stopped and made a gesture for silence. Then he pressed himself against the wall and quietly peeked out in the direction the sound was coming from. At a corner not far ahead, two short monsters with green skin and pointed ears were crouched on the ground with their backs to them, doing who knew what. Each of them held a worn dagger that looked like it had been sharpened from bone, and they were continuously cutting into an animal corpse on the ground. Goblins! Chunxia recognized the monsters at a glance. He gestured a two toward Hisishue and Sumushue behind him, then pointed at the machete in his own hand and made a throat-slitting motion. The meaning was obvious. There were two enemies ahead. Get ready to fight. Hisishue and Sumushue both nodded nervously. They took a deep breath, held their machetes across their chests, and prepared for battle. Seeing that they were ready, Chunxia no longer hesitated. He shot the two of them a look, then suddenly charged out from the corner. The two goblins, who had been fully focused on stuffing themselves, clearly had not expected humans to suddenly barge in. By the time they heard the movement and turned around, Chunxia was already right in front of them. D! Chunxia roared, and the machete in his hand viciously slashed toward one goblin's neck. That goblin only had time to let out a terrified scream before its head flew into the air. Green blood gushed from its neck cavity like a fountain, splattering the entire wall. System notice. Killed, Goblin X1. Obtained basic wood X10. The other goblin saw its companion die so horribly, shrieked in fright, threw down the half-eaten meat in its hand, and turned to run. But it was already too late. Where do you think you're going? Hisishue gave a sharp shout and copied Chunxia, rushing forward in one quick step and wildly hacking at the goblin's back with the machete in her hand. Even though she was not very strong and her technique was clumsy, she made up for it by hacking a lot. The goblin howled from her blows, and several deep, bone-revealing wounds instantly appeared across its back. Seeing this, Sumushue also gathered her courage, rushed up from the other side, and slashed at the goblin's leg. Ah! The goblin let out a miserable scream. A huge gash was cut open on its leg, and it lost its balance and fell to the ground. Nice job! Seeing this, Chunxia gave the two of them an approving look. As expected. Then you better work hard tonight, baby, Hisishue said with a grin. So now you're making demands of me? Chunxia said, but he did not give the goblin any more chances. He stepped forward and finished it off with one slash. System notice. Killed, Goblin X1. Obtained basic wood X10. The battle was over in a mere dozen or so seconds. Hisishue and Sumushue stood where they were, panting heavily as they looked at the two goblin corpses on the ground, their faces filled with both excitement and lingering fear. We killed two monsters? Don't celebrate too early. This was just the appetizer. Chunxia's voice pulled them back from their excitement. This ruin should be much bigger than we imagined. Not daring to slack off, Hisishue and Sumushue hurried forward and began searching the two goblin corpses. Very quickly, they found a few things that looked like copper coins on the goblins, along with a chipped bone dagger. Item: Goblin copper coin. Description: a kind of currency circulated within goblin tribes. Perhaps it can be exchanged for something useful with certain special merchants. Item: damaged bone dagger. Description: a crudely made dagger. It's basically useless now. Baby, look, we found this. Hisishue handed the few copper coins to Chunxia. Chunxia took them, glanced at them, then put them into his backpack. Even though he still did not know what they were used for, since they were system-certified items, they might come in handy later. Alright, let's keep going. Chunxia kicked the goblin corpses into a corner with his foot, then led the two deeper into the passage. Along the way, they ran into several more lone groups of goblins. With the experience from the first fight, the coordination between Hisishue and Sumushue grew more and more seamless. Usually, Chunxia was responsible for the frontal assault to throw the enemy formation into chaos, while the two of them flanked from the sides and used their machetes to finish them off. They fought with swift and decisive force. Baby, look, aren't we pretty awesome now? She raised the machete in her hand and showed it off to Chunxia. Not bad, not bad. Worth praising. The instant the words left his mouth. Whoosh, whoosh, two sharp sounds of something cutting through the air suddenly came from the darkness ahead in the passage. Chunxia's pupils shrank violently, and he almost instinctively roared, "Watch out! Get down!" He slammed Hisishue and Sumushue beside him to the ground. The next second, two black arrows flew past their scalps and buried themselves into the wall behind them with two heavy thuds. The force behind the arrows was so great that the entire shafts had sunk into the wall, leaving only a tiny bit of fletching trembling slightly outside. That was close. All three of them broke out in cold sweat. If they had reacted even a few tenths of a second later, the ones pinned to the wall right now would have been their heads. An archer. In the hidden doorway ahead, Chunxia's gaze instantly turned ice cold. He had not expected to encounter a ranged monster this quickly. My arm. Just then, Su Mushue suddenly let out a pained groan. Chunxia lowered his head to look, and his expression immediately changed. An arrow had somehow struck Su Mushue's left arm as well. The arrow had slipped through a gap in her bulletproof vest and pierced straight through her entire upper arm. Blood was continuously pouring out along the shaft, quickly dyeing her sleeve red. Damn it! Chunxia cursed under his breath. It was all because he had been too careless just now. He had been too busy talking with them and had relaxed his guard, giving the enemy an opening. Sishue, quick, heal her. Chunxia immediately shouted to Hisishue. Okay. Hisishue was also badly frightened by the sudden turn of events, but she quickly reacted, immediately kneeling beside Su Mushue and placing her hand over the wound. A-rank talent, healing hands, activated. A ball of soft white light lit up from Hisishue's palm, wrapping around Su Mushue's entire arm. Su Mushue's brows knit even tighter. Under the glow of the white light, she could clearly feel waves of piercing pain coming from the wound, as if countless ants were gnawing at her flesh. But at the same time, she could also feel a warm energy repairing her damaged tissues and stopping the blood that had been continuously flowing out. Hang in there. Don't move. A fine layer of sweat seeped out on Hisishue's forehead, and her face turned somewhat pale. Clearly, treating this kind of penetrating wound was also an enormous drain on her mental power. And just as Hisishue was treating Su Mushue, the sound of a bowstring being drawn came once again from the darkness ahead in the passage. Creak, creak. In the silent passage, that sound was especially piercing, like the Reaper's summons. Again, a trace of ruthlessness flashed through Chunxia's eyes. He could not let the attack interrupt Hisishue's treatment. He pulled Su Mushue and Hisishue behind him and used his own body to build a human wall for them. Then he took out a frying pan from his backpack. Bang, bang. 2 more arrows came whistling in. Chunxia's gaze sharpened, and the frying pan in his hand swung out in an instant. Clang, clang. 2 crisp metallic collision sounds rang out. Those 2 powerful, heavy arrows were actually blocked head-on by him with the frying pan. Fuck! Chunxia could not help cursing. Not because of anything else, but because he felt a trace of numbness in his wrist. This archer's strength was way too great, wasn't it? No, I can't just keep taking hits like this. Chunxia's mind raced. His current position was right at a corner. The enemy was in the dark while he was in the open, which was extremely unfavorable for him. He had to think of a way to charge over and deal with those 2 archers. But if he rushed over, Hisishue and Su Mushue behind him would be completely exposed to the enemy's attack range. What should he do? Just as Chunxia was caught in a dilemma. Baby, I'm done. Hisishue's weak voice came from behind him. Chunxia turned around and saw that the arrow in Su Mushue's arm had already been pulled out. The wound had stopped bleeding and had begun to scab over. Although her face was still pale, it looked like her life was no longer in danger. Well done. Chunxia was delighted. He helped Su Mushue to the corner of the wall and let her sit there leaning against it. Rest well here. The monsters here have all been cleared out. Leave the rest to me. Or you can leave the ruin first if you want. After saying that, he turned around and looked into the darkness ahead in the passage, his eyes full of icy killing intent. Sishue, follow behind me and stay safe. Hisishue nodded heavily. A bullet drilled precisely into a wolf-fanged goblin's eye socket. The smile on that wolf-fanged goblin's face instantly froze. Its head exploded with a bang like a bomb going off, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Red and white splattered everywhere. The other wolf-fanged goblin was so shocked by this sudden change that it froze in place. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. The second wolf-fanged goblin's head also exploded in response. The 2 huge headless corpses crashed heavily to the ground. System notice. Killed. Wolf-fanged goblin, Elite. X2. Obtained monster core X2. Iron ingot X10. Chunxia did not look at the 2 corpses. Instead, he turned around and aimed the pitch-black muzzle at the last goblin, the one he had crippled from the very beginning. After seeing its 2 companions get instantly killed, that goblin was already scared out of its wits. Now you know fear? Chunxia let out a cold laugh. Too late. Bang! The 3rd gunshot took the last goblin's life. System notice. Killed. Wolf-fanged goblin, Elite. X1. Obtained monster core X1. Iron ingot X5. As the last elite monster died, the entire passage fell silent once again. Only Chunxia's heavy breathing remained. He put away the desert eagle. He still felt it was a bit dangerous. If he had not used the gun, it still would have been somewhat troublesome to deal with. This battle was the most dangerous one he had experienced since coming to this world. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the goblin nest. Normal difficulty, ruin. Clearance settlement in progress. Settlement complete. Clearance rating, S. Rewards obtained. Mutated Banana X1, Firearm Repair Machine Box X1. As the system notification sounded, the scene before Chunxia's eyes shifted in a blur. When he came back to his senses again, he found that he had already returned to the side of the shelter. Hisishue and Su Mushue were also standing beside him with equally blank expressions. That glowing ruin entrance had already disappeared. Baby, how are you? You're hurt. Hisishue was the first to react. She rushed to Chunxia's side. Although she could not see any injuries, she still immediately activated healing hands to treat him. A warm energy flowed through Chunxia's entire body. Although he was basically fine, being healed by a talent still felt pretty good. I'm fine. Chunxia comforted her. He looked at his talent and used the talent he had copied from Hisishue to restore Su Mushue one more time. Su Mushue looked full of self-blame at this moment. She felt that this time, she had basically been useless. Could it be that she was only useful in bed? No, absolutely not. She had to become stronger. It would be best if she could help Chunxia in the future. Alright, don't think too much about it. Chunxia waved his hand. You two also contributed to clearing this. Chunxia comforted the two women. He had no intention of blaming them at all. After all, just breathing allowed the two women to generate supplies for him already, which was a huge help. He could not keep asking for more and more, could he? He opened his backpack and checked the rewards from this clear. Item. Mutated Banana. Effect. After consumption, all attributes permanently +1. Description. A banana from another world. The taste might be a little strange. All attributes +1. Good stuff. Without hesitation, Chunxia took out the somewhat misshapen banana and finished it in just a few bites. The taste really was a little strange. It was a bit like durian and a bit like stinky tofu. System notice, your strength +1, constitution +1, spirit +1. A warm current spread through his whole body again. Chunxia felt his strength increase by another bit. He looked at the other reward. Item. Firearm Repair Machine Box. Effect. Can repair any one damaged firearm one time. Description. A man's good helper. No matter what kind of gun it is, it can bring back your manly glory and let you blow a head off with one shot. This one was not bad either. However, what kind of gun exactly did this refer to? 3 Desert Eagle bullets had been used up. Although the gun itself was not damaged, keeping this would always be useful for emergencies. Just as Chunxia was counting his spoils, a world announcement that resounded through the sky once again pushed him into the spotlight. World announcement. Congratulations to player Chunxia for becoming the first player in this region to successfully clear a ruin. Achieved the unique hidden achievement, Ruin Guardian. Achievement reward, Special Automatic Sanitation Robot Made X1. As soon as this announcement came out, the entire world channel instantly exploded. Spring breeze is my intent. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Boss Chunxia cleared a ruin? Is that for real? Young girl farts smell nice. Above me? Who the fuck are you trying to screw? Genshin lover. How long has it even been? You already cleared it? I ran the moment I saw monsters after entering. I couldn't even kill a single monster. I want to eat Xiao Shui. S rank rating. How did boss do it? Does he have an AK-47 or something? Yang Wei report. He definitely used cheats. Can this game even still be played? Helping my niece with homework. Stop being salty. Guy upstairs. If you've got the skill, go clear one yourself. So what if he's talented? Does having talent mean he has to get trashed for it? Out of a million people, can't there be one natural monster? The goddess who failed her exam. The key point is the reward. A fully automatic sanitation robot made? What even is that? It sounds so high-end. Nailong. Robot. Made? Fan. Can it do anything naughty? Sleeping. Guy upstairs. Your thoughts are very dangerous. But, I want to know too. Chunxia was already too lazy to care about all the noise in the world channel. His attention had been completely drawn to that so-called robot maid. The moment his words fell, goo goo gaga. A strange sound suddenly rang out in front of them. Right after that, something half the height of a person, looking like a penguin and also a bit like a robot vacuum, appeared out of thin air in front of them. It shook its head and said in a cute voice, Goo Goo Gaga made robot, reporting for duty. Starting today, I will be responsible for all your housework and daily needs. Please take good care of me, master. Looking at the round little robot in front of him that looked just like a penguin, Chunxia was a little slow to react for a moment. What the heck was this thing? No matter how he looked at it, it had nothing to do with the word, made. Goo Goo Gaga. The penguin robot waved its short mechanical arms, its 2 blue electronic eyes flashing, then repeated itself. Made robot reporting for duty. Starting today, I will be responsible for all your housework and daily needs. Please take good care of me, master. If master doesn't understand, Goo Goo Gaga also knows a bit of martial arts. 666. Can this Goo Goo Gaga actually beat people up? Su Mushue looked a little surprised. Still, that voice really was pretty cute. Wow, look, it's so adorable. Hisishue was the first to move closer. She curiously reached out and poked Gugu Gaga's round belly. It was actually fluffy. What's its name? Hisishue looked up and asked Chunxia. Chunxia spread his hands. It introduced itself. It's called Gugu Gaga. Gugu Gaga? The robot seemed to understand Hisishue's words and answered with flashing electronic eyes. You may give me a name, mistress. Then I'll call you Gugu Gaga. Okay? Hisishue thought its cry was pretty interesting and blurted it out. Name confirmed. Gugu Gaga. I am happy to serve you. Gugu Gaga shook its head, seeming to show that it was happy. Sumushue also carefully walked over. It was her first time seeing such an intelligent robot, and her eyes were full of curiosity. Can it really do everything? Housework, and cooking too. Scanning kitchen environment. 2 blue beams shot out from Gugu Gaga's electronic eyes and swept across the kitchen. Kitchen facilities are complete. Ingredient reserves are sufficient. I can prepare 99% of known Earth cuisines. Would you like to dine now? Chunxia glanced at the sky outside. After that fierce battle in the ruins just now, he really was a little hungry. Fine, then just make whatever. Something simple is enough. Chunxia waved a big hand. Received. Gugu Gaga, at your service. After saying that, Gugu Gaga ran into the villa, and Chunxia and the others followed it back in. Right after that, a burst of clanging sounds came from the kitchen. Hisishue and Sumushue were both dumbfounded. Isn't this way too amazing? Hisishue couldn't help sighing in admiration. Yeah, it feels even more professional than the nanny our family used to hire. Sumushue agreed. Chunxia was pretty satisfied too. Even though this robot didn't look much like the maid he had imagined, its practicality was genuinely strong. With it around, he wouldn't need to cook or clean by himself anymore, which would save a huge amount of time. He leaned back on the sofa, while Hisishue and Sumushue leaned in on either side of him, chirping away as they discussed this new member of the household. Some time later, a rich aroma of food drifted out from the kitchen. Lunch is ready. Master and mistresses, please move to the dining room. The 3 of them came to the dining room and saw that 4 dishes and 1 soup had already been set on the table. Braised pork, cola chicken wings, mapo tofu, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and a steaming pot of tomato egg drop soup. The color, aroma, and appearance were all perfect. Just looking at it made their appetites surge. Gugu Gaga, all of this, you made it. Hisishue couldn't believe her eyes. How long had it even been? A little over 10 minutes? Yes, mistress. Based on the scanned ingredients, this was the optimal combination. I hope you will like it. Gugu Gaga shook its head. The 3 sat down, picked up their chopsticks and took a bite. Gugu Gaga wants to eat too. Gugu Gaga also sat up, looking like it was ready to start eating. What the hell? You can eat too. Of course. What Gugu Gaga makes, Gugu Gaga eats. No problem there. Delicious. So delicious. Hisishue's and Sumushue's eyes both lit up. This taste was even better than what a chef at a 5-star hotel could make. Chunxia also nodded. This skill really was beyond criticism. By the end of the meal, the dishes on the plates had been almost completely wiped clean. Hisishue and Sumushue had been totally conquered by this all-purpose robot. The 2 of them were like children who had found a new toy, circling around Gugu Gaga and asking it all kinds of questions. Gugu Gaga, can you sing? Gugu Gaga, yes. What song would you like to hear? Can you dance? Gugu Gaga, yes. What dance would you like to see? Then, can you tell jokes? Gugu Gaga, yes. Once upon a time, there was a person. Chunxia watched the 3 of them having a great time and smiled as he shook his head. He leaned back on the sofa and opened the world chat channel, wanting to see what was happening outside again. The appearance of the ruins had made the entire world channel incredibly lively. Most people were discussing how to clear the ruins, or recruiting teammates. There were also quite a few people who weren't strong enough, forced their way into the ruins anyway, and ended up dying inside, becoming talking points for other players. As Chunxia looked through those messages, it felt like he was watching some massive reality show. Just then, one rather inconspicuous message caught his attention. Yawning. Selling exclusive intel about a major world event happening in 3 days. Absolutely real, 10-fold compensation if fake. Price: 1,000 units of wood plus 20 portions of food. Only serious buyers. This message was buried among tens of thousands of others and was quickly pushed out of sight. But Chunxia caught it sharply. 3 days later, a major world event? His brows furrowed slightly. In this game, any event with the word world in it was definitely not something small. For example, the previous random event had already caused countless players to die. And this guy called Yawning actually dared to publicly sell this kind of intel? Chunxia's first reaction was that he was a scammer. He clicked into the world channel and scrolled upward. Sure enough, he saw quite a few people mocking and cursing this Yawning. Wanting to eat the goddess. 1,000 wood? 20 portions of food? Why don't you just go rob someone? Are you that desperate for money? 19-year-old girl on the bus keeps getting offered seats. Exactly. What bullshit intel. Looks to me like he just made it up to scam food and drink. Big beta. Brothers. Don't believe him. I private messaged him just now and asked what the intel was, but he refused to say no matter what and insisted on getting paid first. He's obviously a scammer. One day without jerking off and my whole body feels awful. What kind of intel costs this much? Seriously, bro, my entire net worth is only 150 units of wood. You might as well just rob people. Who the hell can afford that? 3 days nofap challenge at Yawning. If you've got the guts, say the intel for free. If it's real, we'll all chip in and pay you. How about that? The world channel was filled with outrage. Almost everyone had already decided that this Yawning was a scammer. Yawning seemed to have seen those comments too, but he didn't come out to argue. Every so often, he would just repost that message about selling intel, then completely disappear again. That attitude instead made Chunxia feel that things might not be so simple. This Yawning was acting abnormally calm, as if he didn't care at all whether others believed him or not. He was just waiting for a buyer willing to pay. Baby, what are you looking at? Isishua's voice pulled Chunxia out of his thoughts. She and Su Mushue were no longer playing with Gugu Gaga. At this moment, they were leaning against Chunxia from the left and right, watching him scroll through the world channel. Nothing much, just saw an interesting person. Chunxia pointed at the ID named Yawning on the screen. Isishua took one look and couldn't help laughing. This guy? I saw him earlier too. Do you think he's stupid? Even a 3-year-old wouldn't fall for a scam like this, right? Su Mushue also said, yeah, brother Chunxia, this kind of person is obviously a scammer. Don't waste your time on him. The way she addressed Chunxia had now naturally changed from Chunxia to brother Chunxia, and her tone carried a trace of intimacy and dependence that even she herself hadn't noticed. Chunxia smiled, but said nothing. 1,000 units of wood, 20 portions of food. For ordinary players right now, that price was indeed astronomical, enough to bankrupt them. But for Chunxia, it wasn't even a drop in the bucket. What he lacked least right now was supplies. Using things that were insignificant to him to gamble on potentially real intel about a major world event was absolutely worth it. There was an 80% chance that this Yawning was not a scammer. He very likely really did have some important information in his hands. And that information would very likely have a huge impact on the future situation. Besides, was 1,000 wood really expensive? It was dirt cheap. Okay? And even if he got scammed, so what? I want to talk to him. Chunxia finally made his decision. Ah! Isishue and Su Mushue both froze. Baby, you're not seriously thinking of buying his intel, are you? Isishue asked uncertainly. What if he's a scammer? Wouldn't our wood and food be wasted for nothing? Yeah, brother. Su Mushue sounded a little pouty. 1,000 wood, humph, and 20 portions of food. But for my generator blueprint before, you were only willing to give me a tiny bit of instant noodles. Even if we're rich, we can't just be suckers, right? Their thinking represented the thoughts of the overwhelming majority of players. You too. Do you even know how to be rich fools or not? Su Mushue, you contact him. I won't personally step in for something like this. Ah, me? Su Mushue pointed at herself, a little flattered. This was the first time Chunxia had ever taken the initiative to ask her to do something. Did that mean he was starting to acknowledge her? Starting to need her? From needing her in bed to letting her do things for him, that was going from 0 to 1. Yes, you. Just tell him we're very interested in his so-called intel, but the price is too high. Ask him if he can make it cheaper. Okay. Su Mushue quickly took the panel, took a deep breath, and started organizing her words. She had to perform well. She absolutely couldn't let brother Chunxia down. She tapped on Yawning's profile and sent a friend request. Very quickly, the other side accepted. She thought for a moment, then typed out a line. Hello? Little brother, I saw the message you posted, and I'm very interested in your intel. On the other side, inside a shelter, a sallow, skinny young man who looked to be only in his early 20s. He was Yawning. At this moment, his stomach was growling from hunger, and his lips were dry and cracked from lack of water. Looking at the overwhelming flood of insults and doubts on the virtual panel, he curled his lips into a self-mocking bitter smile. Scammer? Was the price still too high? Why had no one come to him yet? His target wasn't these scattered small fry. His target was the people standing at the very top of the game's progress. It wasn't that he had never considered releasing that intel publicly and making a small profit through volume, but once he did that, people would start reselling the intel. At most, within one afternoon, everyone would know. Then what the hell would he earn? Hello? Little brother, I saw the message you posted, and I'm very interested in your intel. Yawning looked at that message and frowned. That tone. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't sound like someone here to discuss serious business. It sounded more like an innocent little girl acting cute. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, he replied with 2 words. Hello. When Su Mushue saw that he had replied, she was delighted and quickly typed again. Little brother, is your intel really that accurate? 1,000 wood and 20 portions of food is so expensive, can it be a little cheaper? I'm still a student. I don't have that much money. While typing, she gave herself a thumbs up in her heart. This was the way. First act pitiful, win the other side's sympathy, then slowly bargain with him. However, Yang Yong's heart turned cold. Heh, a student? Even if you were just born today, I still wouldn't lower the price by even a single bit. A student girl. Maybe, but just student wasn't enough. Yang Yong. Have the man behind you come talk to me in person. What? Su Mushua's face instantly turned red. Chi. How did he know there was someone behind her? And that it was a man? Subconsciously, she turned her head and glanced at Chun Xia, who was leaning on the sofa with his eyes closed, resting. Could it be? He had X-ray vision? Well, what did he say? Chun Xia seemed to sense her gaze. He opened his eyes and asked. He said. Su Mushua stammered, not knowing how to say it. Chun Xia took the virtual panel from her and glanced at their chat log. He immediately laughed. Taking the panel, he directly typed, I am Chun Xia. When Yang Yong on the other side saw those 4 words, his pupils suddenly shrank. It really was him. He took a deep breath and tried hard to make his voice sound less excited. Yang Yong, boss Chun Xia, I've long heard of your great name. Chun Xia, cut the crap. I'm buying your intel, but how do I know you're not lying to me? Yang Yong, I can prove it to you. My talent is S-rank, Card Master. Every day I can draw 1 card and gain a different ability. Yesterday, I drew a future card, so that's how I know what will happen 3 days later. Yang Yong. This talent also has a high probability of drawing negative statuses every day, so it's extremely valuable. An S-rank talent. Even Chun Xia was shocked inside. He hadn't expected that this unremarkable-looking young man also possessed an S-rank talent. No wonder he dared to ask such a high price. Card Master? Interesting. Chun Xia pondered for a moment. Then go ahead and tell me, what exactly is going to happen in 3 days? Yang Yong. Boss Chun Xia. Well, according to the rules, shouldn't you send the supplies first? Yang Yong, forget it. I know you're a big shot. You won't care about this little bit of stuff. I'll say it first then. I hope you keep your promise. Chun Xia. I never go back on my word. Yang Yong took a deep breath and sent over the news that was enough to shake the entire world. Yang Yong. Starting tomorrow, the temperature will rise sharply. The forecast says tomorrow's highest temperature will reach 50 degrees Celsius. Yang Yong. The day after tomorrow, the temperature will keep climbing and reach a terrifying 55 degrees Celsius. Yang Yong. On the 3rd day, there will be an unprecedented global torrential rainfall. The heavy rain will keep going without stopping. The rainfall will be enormous, and the floodwater will rise rapidly, submerging most of the land. The string of messages exploded in Chun Xia's mind like a series of heavy bombs. 50 degrees? 55 degrees? This was basically going to roast people alive. In this apocalyptic world where there weren't even fans or air conditioners, this kind of heat was fatal to the overwhelming majority of players. Just dehydration and heat stroke alone would be enough to kill them. And after the extreme heat, there would immediately be torrential rain and floods. This was practically one deadly chain attack after another, not giving the players even a moment to breathe. My God, there's a flood. This flood really doesn't know how to behave, spraying everywhere. Hisishua stared in shock. Su Mushue glanced at Hisishua. Sister Sishua, it'd be best if what you're talking about is the flood spraying everywhere. Are we going to drown? Chun Xia did not answer them right away. His fingers flew across the virtual keyboard. Chun Xia, what about after the torrential rain? Will the floodwaters recede? Yang Yong, I don't know. My future card can only show information within 3 days. I have no idea what will happen after 3 days. Yang Yong, boss Chun Xia, I've told you everything I know. So, about those supplies. Yang Yong. Also, I hope you can keep this secret, boss. I still need to sell intelligence. Don't cut off my money-making secret. Chun Xia, wait there. I never go back on my word. Let's add each other as friends. From now on, I'll buy all your information. I'll definitely keep my mouth shut. Yang Yong, boss. Then it's a deal. Chun Xia directly opened the trade panel and traded 1,000 units of wood and 20 portions of food to Yang Yong. Extreme heat, floods, just thinking about it made both women's heads ache. Don't be scared. Chun Xia patted them and comforted them. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. His voice was very calm, but it carried a reassuring strength. When Hisishua and Su Mushua saw how full of confidence he was, they relaxed as well. That's right, what were they scared of? They were already living better than everyone else. Even if they were going to die after 3 days, they'd have to die in bed first. What we need to do now is use these 2 days to make thorough preparations. Chun Xia stood up and began pacing back and forth through the living room, his brain working at high speed. First, the extreme heat. We have a level 4 shelter that comes with air conditioning. A temperature of 55 degrees shouldn't affect us much. But for the other players outside, this would absolutely be a nightmare. It was easy to imagine that tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, the world channel would be filled with wailing. Then, food and water. Chun Xia lacked neither. He had enough to eat for years without any problem. Just his wood alone was already about to break 100,000, and his water had already reached over 10,000 bottles. All kinds of food had also reached over 10,000 portions. So, The most critical issue is the torrential rain and flood on the third day. Chunxia walked to the window and looked outside at the 10-meter-high wall of steel spikes gleaming with a cold metallic light. With this wall here, the flood shouldn't be able to get in, right? Su Muxue walked over as well and spoke uncertainly. Yeah, a 10-meter-high wall should be enough to resist the flood. He Xixue also felt that with this wall they should be safe. However, Chunxia shook his head. No, you've got one thing wrong. What? He Xixue and Su Muxue both looked at him in confusion. This wall can block the floodwater outside and keep it from flooding in. But, Chunxia paused, then said word by word, it can't block the rain falling from the sky. The wall was open to the sky. Rainwater would fall directly inside the wall. When that happened, their villa would be trapped inside the city wall they had built themselves, turning into a giant swimming pool, and they would be the fish in the pool. At the thought of that scene, all the color instantly drained from Xixue and Su Muxue's faces. How about putting an umbrella over the villa? Then the water can sleepily flow outside the wall. Su Muxue said seriously. That probably won't work. There isn't such a huge umbrella, right? And the rainwater would keep increasing. Once the water level rises, the wall won't be useful at all. What should they do? Tear down the wall? No. The moment they tore down the wall, they would have to face the monstrous flood head-on, along with all kinds of terrifying monsters that might be mixed into it. Right then, Chunxia felt that his breathing seemed to have brought him something a little different again. He subconsciously opened his backpack. When he saw the newly appeared item in the backpack clearly, he froze for a moment. Item: Shelter Drainage Module, small. Type: Special Building Module. Effect: Can be installed anywhere in a level 0 to level 3 shelter, generating a drain outlet that continuously channels accumulated water inside the shelter into an unknown ocean. Description: Mom never has to worry about my shelter getting flooded again. A drainage module. The moment Chunxia saw this thing, his eyes lit up instantly. This was basically like getting a pillow the moment he got sleepy, like sending charcoal in snowy weather. Don't worry. Look what this is. Chunxia excitedly pulled Xixue and Su Muxue into his arms and kissed each of them once on the cheek. What? So sweet. Xixue and Su Muxue were both stunned by his sudden action. Look at this. Chunxia displayed the drainage module's attributes in front of them. Drainage module? Channel accumulated water into an unknown ocean? Xixue and Su Muxue looked at the description above. They were both stunned for a moment at first, then happy expressions appeared on their faces. Quick! Hurry and install it! Su Muxue urged impatiently. However, the smile on Chunxia's face froze the very next second, because he saw that line of small text. Can be installed in a level 0 to level 3 shelter. Level 0 to level 3. And his shelter was level 4. Fuck. He actually couldn't install it because his shelter was too high level? Chunxia silently pointed that line of small text out to them. Xixue and Su Muxue leaned in for a look, and the smiles on their faces instantly stiffened too. But Xixue reacted quickly and analyzed. Since a small drainage module exists, then in theory, there should also be medium, large, or even extra-large drainage modules. And this thing probably isn't especially rare. As long as we have supplies, we can definitely buy one. Since this thing dropped randomly, then other players must have gotten it too. If they couldn't use it themselves, or didn't know what it was for, maybe they'd list it on the trading market in exchange for supplies they urgently needed. We split up. Chunxia immediately made arrangements. Xixue, go to the chat channel and announce that we're buying modules. Su Muxue, go to the trade channel and see if anyone has listed one for sale. I'll be responsible for providing funds for both of you. As Chunxia spoke, he opened the trading panel, preparing to transfer the two of them some pocket money. He thought about it. The supplies in his backpack were already extremely abundant. If his backpack didn't have infinite space, the shelter would probably have burst at the seams on the spot. Wood and food were all counted in units of 10,000. How about this? Chunxia cleared his throat and said in an offhand tone, I'll transfer each of you 20,000 wood first, plus 1,000 buckets of instant noodles, 1,000 bottles of mineral water, and 1,000 iron ingots. That should be enough, right? What? How much? When Xixue and Su Muxue heard that number, their eyes nearly popped out. They knew Chunxia was rich, but they never imagined he was this rich. With these supplies, forget buying a few drainage modules. Even buying out the entire trading market would probably still leave plenty to spare, right? Baby? Why, you're not joking, are you? Xixue was completely shaken. Do you have a fever? Su Muxue also felt that Chunxia had definitely gone crazy. Why so much nonsense? Chunxia rolled his eyes at them and directly transferred the supplies into their accounts. Hurry up and get to work. There's not much time left. They had become rich women just like that. We'll get right on it. Xixue and Su Muxue both jolted, snapped back to their senses, and quickly opened their virtual panels to start working. Seeing how full of energy the two of them were, Chunxia nodded in satisfaction. Money really was the best motivation. He believed that with such strong financial backing, Finding one drainage module should not be difficult. However, how things developed once again exceeded his expectations. Buying shelter drainage module at a high price. No level limit. Price negotiable in private chat. Guaranteed to satisfy you. Interested parties. Come quickly. Hisishua finished editing the message, then chose to send it with the loudspeaker function since that would be more efficient. Shouting once in the chat channel required 120 seconds, but there was also a premium version. As long as 10 wood was consumed each time, the cooldown could be shortened to 60 seconds. The loudspeaker function, meanwhile, consumed 200 wood each use. But for the current Hisishua, that bit of consumption was basically nothing. What's this for? A drainage module? What kind of thing is that? No idea. But bro, in weather this hot, what do you need a drainage module for? The guy above. Maybe he's got a lot of women in his shelter. Bet you didn't think of that. You're kidding, right? A lot of women. I had 5 girlfriends in real life and still didn't need a drainage module. That's authoritative enough. Isn't it? 5? Talking big? A guy like you who jerks off all day actually has 5? If you really have 5, I'll eat shit. I'm already numb to it. Come out and fight me one-on-one. Because of Hisishua's bounty post, the world channel was buzzing with discussion. A lot of people flooded into Hisishua's private messages, asking what that thing was used for. Hello. May I ask what a drainage module is for? I don't think I have one. Beauty, I don't have a drainage module, but I have a strong body. How much do you think I'm worth? Big sis, I have a treasure map here. Do you want it? Just trade me half your instant noodles. Hisishua's private messages were instantly flooded. All kinds of messy, random messages left her dazzled. But not a single one was about a drainage module. She patiently filtered through them for a long time, only to come up with nothing. On the other side, Su Mushua's situation was not looking good either. She searched through the entire trading market from beginning to end 3 times and still did not see even a trace of a drainage module. What was listed most on the trading market were basic materials like wood and stone, along with some low-grade food. Occasionally, there were 1 or 2 pieces of equipment like small knives, but they were all damaged and outrageously expensive. How is it? Did you find one? Looking at their increasingly ugly expressions, Chanxia's heart gradually sank as well. No. Hisishua shook her head, her face full of disappointment. A lot of people private messaged me, but they were all asking random questions. Not one of them said they had a drainage module. Nothing on my side either. Su Mushua also said dejectedly. That thing just isn't on the trading market at all. Chanxia's brows knitted tightly. Could it be that this drainage module really was an extremely rare item? Was he the only one in the entire region who had gotten one? But since he could get one, then there had to be other players who could get one too. So why was no one selling it? Could it be that they also knew about the disaster 3 days later, so they were treating this thing like treasure and hiding it away? That didn't seem right either. Only the 3 of them knew Yang's information. All the other players were still completely in the dark right now. There was no way they could know the importance of the drainage module. So where exactly was the problem? Baby, how about we raise the price a bit more? Hisishua asked tentatively. It's useless. Chunxia shook his head. This isn't a price problem right now. It's that no one has this thing at all. Maybe 3 days is still too far away. By tomorrow or the day after, the chances of this thing appearing should be higher. Possible. There's still plenty of time, and since we got the information in advance, it's normal that not many people have it yet. Right at that moment. Ding dong. It was Su Mushua's virtual panel. A new private message popped up. The sender's ID was a very strange name, Asuha Haruna. It sounded like a Japanese name. Hello. I have one shelter drainage module, large, here. However, I don't want your supplies. I only want to know why you're buying this thing. Could it be that there'll be some heavy rain in the future? Seeing this message, Chunxia took Su Mushua's panel and started thinking. She wanted to know why they were buying the drainage module. Wasn't that obvious? In fact, she had probably guessed it from the start. Otherwise, who would go out of their way to buy this thing for no reason? If we tell her, won't the news about the disaster in 3 days leak out? Chunxia said nothing and instead opened that Asuha Haruna's personal information. Player, Asuha Haruna. Shelter level, level 2. Overall rating, 99. Talent, S rank, sublimation, can be used once every 3 days to raise the quality of any one item by 1 grade. There is a certain chance of failure. An S rank talent, another S rank talent, and her overall rating was as high as 99, a tiny bit higher than Su Mushua's and Hisishua's. As Chunxia looked at her talent description, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck his mind. Sublimation, raising item quality. This talent was highly practical. Sublimation improved an item's grade. If one item kept being sublimated, what would happen? That would definitely be outrageous. Chunxia, we really do have something very important that requires that drainage module. If you're willing to trade it to us, we can tell you why we're doing this. Asuha Haruna, sure. But how do I know what you're saying is true, and not just some random excuse you made up to fool me? Chunxia, We can reveal part of the information to you first. After you confirm that the information is true, we'll make the trade. Asuha Haruna? Oh, let's hear it. Chunxia, tomorrow, the temperature will rise to 50 degrees Celsius. Chunxia only mentioned the situation on the first day. As for what came after, he did not say a single word. Because you should never reveal all your trump cards at once. After the message was sent, the other side fell silent again. Chunxia could even imagine that woman named Asuka Haruna thinking over this message right now. A few minutes later, Asuka Haruna sent another message. Asuka Haruna, fine. I'll trust you this once. If the temperature really reaches 50 degrees tomorrow, I'll trade the large drainage module to you. Asuka Haruna. But I have one more condition. What condition? Hisishua's heart tightened again. Why was this woman so troublesome? Asuka Haruna. I actually have a rough idea of what's going on. I just want to confirm something. My shelter can't equip this large drainage module anyway. Do you have a smaller one over there? If possible, just trade me the small one and give me 20 portions of food. Chunxia felt this condition was completely acceptable. He had no use for the small one anyway. Trading it plus some food for the large one was absolutely worth it. Chunxia, sure. Asuka Haruna. See you tomorrow. Chunxia. Where are you from? Asuka Haruna? Chunxia. You, where work from? Asuka Haruna. Me? I'm from Sakura country. Why? Aren't you? Seeing this, Chunxia seemed to understand something. There were people from other countries in this game too. But because of some mechanism, the language everyone saw had been forcibly unified. Baby, you need to remember this. There are only bulls that die from exhaustion. Never fields that get plowed bad. Hisishue swayed her body a little, revealing a vast stretch of spring scenery. She was hinting to Chunxia that even if he wanted to take in a lot of beauties, his body had to be able to handle it. Anyone with eyes could tell that Chunxia was somewhat interested in this person. Hearing Hisishue say, there are only bulls that die from exhaustion. Never fields that get plowed bad. Chunxia found it a little funny inside. He didn't think he would be that bull that died from exhaustion. What a joke. His physique had already been strengthened, and it could keep growing in the future. On top of that, with the healing effect of healing hands and benevolent heart, he felt like a perpetual motion machine. Baby, don't brush it off. Seeing Chunxia look completely unconcerned, Hisishue reached out and poked his chest with her finger. I'm worried about your health. You need to restrain yourself a little. Don't just mess around because you're young. That was what she said, but what she was thinking inside was something else entirely. Humph, it'd be best if she could keep this bull well fed herself, so he wouldn't keep thinking about the wild grass outside. Do it. Come on. Do it every day. All right. I got it, little housekeeper. Chunxia smiled and grabbed the hand she was using to stir up trouble. Who's a little housekeeper? Hisishue pouted coquettishly, but still obediently leaned into his arms. Su Mushua's pretty face was red as her heartbeat sped up. Being held like this by Chunxia, she felt like her body was about to melt. She was getting more and more used to it, and liking this feeling of being controlled by Chunxia more and more. After enjoying the tender embrace for a while, Chunxia finally remembered the important matter. Right, we need to prepare for the flood in 3 days. Chunxia's expression turned serious. First, we need to raise the shelter's level again. He opened the virtual panel and checked the materials needed to upgrade the shelter to level 5. Materials required to upgrade to level 5 shelter basic would X 2000, 100,000, 125/2000. Solid stone foundation X 200, 2355/200. Refined steel ingot X 200, 766/200. Glass X 50, 25/50. Universal temperature control external unit X1, 0/1. Fire type monster core X20, 22/20. Whoa, we basically have enough materials already. The wood and stone foundations had long overflowed storage. As for the refined steel ingots and fire-type monster cores, relying on the breathing of him and the two women had already gathered enough. At this rate, as long as Hisishue and Su Mushua kept breathing non-stop, the amount of glass would be enough by tomorrow morning at the latest. Now, the only thing missing was that universal temperature control external unit. Let's go check the trading market and see if anyone is selling this thing, Su Mushua said as she eagerly opened the trading panel. Right now, she was a little rich lady holding 20,000 wood and over 1,000 portions of food, so she had plenty of confidence when buying things. She typed, Universal Temperature Control External Unit, into the search bar, then hit search. However, a prompt popped up on the screen. No related item found. The result was that no one was selling this thing. Chunxia wasn't in a hurry either. He had absolute confidence in his endless vitality talent. As long as he was still breathing, there was nothing he couldn't get as a drop. It was just one universal temperature control external unit. Alright, enough about that. Chunxia stretched lazily. We've been busy all day. You're all tired, right? Get some rest early. As he spoke, he stood up and prepared to return to his room. Seeing this, Hisishua stood up as well. She had used her talent in the ruins today and felt abnormally exhausted, so she really was a little sleepy. Baby, I'm going to sleep first. She walked up to Chunxia and kissed him on the cheek. You and little sister Mushue should rest early too, and restrain yourselves a little. After saying that, she gave Su Mushue a meaningful look, then turned around and swayed her charming figure as she returned to her room. Only Chunxia and Su Mushue were left in the living room. The atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle. Su Mushue lowered her head. What did Sister Sishue mean by what she just said? What did she mean by restrain yourselves a little? They were already very unrestrained, okay? Ever since she joined this place, in such a short time, she had no idea how many times she'd been done, but it actually felt pretty good, and thinking about it another way, this was a good thing. Looking at her shy appearance, the corners of Chunxia's lips curled up slightly. This woman really was a tempting beauty. The night grew deep. Brother Chunxia, I can't do it anymore. Tell me, what is the meaning of life? The universe is truly vast and infinite. We are all tiny grains of sand. 2 hours later, Chunxia walked out of Su Mushue's room looking refreshed and full of energy. He glanced at Su Mushue lying on the bed, already exhausted into unconscious sleep, and the corners of his lips lifted slightly. He returned to his own room, took a shower, then lay on the bed and opened the virtual panel. Tomorrow he was going to trade with that woman named Asuka Haruna. Hopefully she wouldn't try any tricks. Early the next morning, when Chunxia woke up, the sky outside was already bright. A wave of scorching air slipped in through the crack in the window. Chunxia looked at the shelter's indoor temperature display. Outdoor temperature, 48 degrees Celsius. Indoor temperature, 26 degrees Celsius. SK, it's really about to hit 50 degrees. Chunxia smacked his lips. Yang's information was real. After getting dressed, he saw that Hisishue and Gugu Gaga had already prepared a lavish breakfast on the table. Baby, you're awake? The moment Hisishue saw Chunxia come downstairs, a gentle smile immediately appeared on her face. Come eat breakfast. I specially made your favorite today. Chunxia nodded and sat down by the dining table. He looked around and didn't see Su Mushue anywhere. Where is she? Still not up. I just went to call her. She said she wasn't feeling very well and wanted to sleep a little longer. As Hisishue ladled porridge for Chunxia, she spoke with deliberate meaning, her eyes carrying a trace of teasing. Not feeling well? Of course Chunxia knew what was going on. After tossing her around so badly last night, there was no way she could get up today. Let her be. Let her sleep a little longer, Chunxia said flatly. After breakfast, Chunxia didn't waste any time. He directly opened the virtual panel, found the ID called Asuhina Haruna, and sent her a message. Chunxia, you saw how hot it is outside now, right? After the message was sent, it took about 5 minutes before the other side replied. Asuhina Haruna, I saw it, 48 degrees. Your information was real. Her tone sounded a little heavy. Obviously, this terrifying heat had also put huge pressure on her. Chunxia, then according to our agreement yesterday, isn't it time to trade? Chunxia didn't want to waste words with her and got straight to the point. However, the other side fell silent once again. After quite a while, Asuhina Haruna's message finally came again. Asuhina Haruna. Sorry, I changed my mind. Seeing those words, Chunxia's eyes instantly narrowed. Changed her mind? This woman wanted to go back on her word? Chunxia, what do you mean? His tone already carried a trace of coldness. Asuhina Haruna, your information is indeed very valuable, but trading a large drainage module for just this little bit, I don't think it's worth it. Asuhina Haruna, and I guess after the heat, there'll definitely be other disasters too, right? Like heavy rain or floods. This woman was very smart. Just from the single item drainage module, she had already inferred what kind of disasters might come next. Chunxia, so, what do you want? Asuhina Haruna, very simple. I don't just want your information. I also want you to help me upgrade my shelter to level 4, and then I'll give you the drainage module. Asuhina Haruna, I checked the upgrade list. Upgrading a shelter to level 3 and level 4 needs a huge amount of wood, stone foundations, and refined steel ingots. It's hard for me to gather all that by myself. Asuhina Haruna, as long as you agree to this condition, not only will I give you the large drainage module, from now on all the good things I sublimate can be sold to you first. What the hell? Chunxia was so annoyed by this woman's appetite that he laughed. She was trying to fleece him with nothing in hand. Not only did she want the information, she also wanted a free set of upgrade materials from level 2 to level 4. And after reaching level 4, she'd trade the drainage module? By then she'd probably just use it herself. Did she have no shame? Why didn't she just ask him to keep her outright while she was at it? You want upgrade materials? A strange smile appeared on Chunxia's face. Yes. Asuhina Haruna seemed to think Chunxia was tempted, and her tone relaxed. As long as you give me the materials, we'll be the strongest allies. Sure. Chunxia typed extremely fast. Forget level 4. How about I help you upgrade your shelter straight to level 10? Really? Asahina Haruna's breathing instantly became rapid. A level 10 shelter? What kind of concept was that? She didn't even dare imagine it. Of course it's real. Chunxia kept typing. Not only will I help you upgrade it to level 10, I'll also give you an extra 10,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of iron ingots, plus 100 monster cores, so you can live the rest of your life without worrying about food or drink. How's that? Pretty generous, right? Yes. More than enough. Asahina Haruna was so excited she was practically about to jump off the ground. She felt like she'd just been smashed by a pie falling from the sky. This Chunxia was way too generous, wasn't he? Could it be he had taken a liking to her? That had to be it. Then, should we trade right now? Asahina Haruna was already impatient. However, Chunxia's next reply was like a bucket of ice water poured over her from head to toe. Chunxia, prop your pillow a little higher and go dream. Chunxia, oh right, I really do have the materials you mentioned, but I just won't give them to you. Mad? Why you? What do you mean? Asahina Haruna's tone instantly turned furious. Chunxia, you want to trade one large drainage module for that much stuff? Do you really think you're some fairy descended from heaven? Chunxia, also, even you yourself aren't worth that much. What is it studded with diamonds down there? Chunxia really was angry. She had absolutely no sense of credibility. He couldn't be bothered to keep circling around with this self-righteous woman anymore. At the same time, inside the shelter, looking at the messages Chunxia had sent, Asahina Haruna trembled with rage. Studded with diamonds, my ass. It's not like you'd get to fuck it anyway. And why was his attitude so tough? Was this little bit of stuff really that much to a regional big shot like him? Could it be he wasn't afraid she'd sell the drainage module to someone else? Or was it that he had some other way to get a drainage module? Asahina Haruna suddenly felt uncertain. She really had been gambling. Gambling that Chunxia urgently needed this drainage module. Gambling that in the entire game, only she had this thing in her hands. That was why she dared to ask for such an outrageous price. But now, it seemed Chunxia wasn't nearly as anxious as she had imagined. Goodbye, you rude bastard. Asahina Haruna gritted her teeth, hardening her heart. She refused to believe that without her, Chunxia could still manage just fine. At worst, this drainage module could just rot in her hands. Anyway, she already knew there might be floods later, so if she worked hard to upgrade from here on, she could use it herself too. Thinking of that, Asahina Haruna regained some confidence. Asahina Haruna, since we can't reach an agreement, then forget it. I hope Boss Chunxia won't regret this in the future. After sending that message, she stopped talking. Chunxia, don't rush. Here's a talent contract for you to take a look at. Asahina Haruna. Get lost. You want to enslave me? Dream on. Baby, how did it go? Did she agree? Hisishue asked worriedly from the side. It fell through. Chunxia shrugged, looking completely unconcerned. Ah? Then what do we do? Hisishue panicked. Without a drainage module, how are we supposed to deal with the flood in 3 days? But this woman has no credibility at all. What are you panicking for? Chunxia leaned back on the sofa and crossed his legs. Besides, even if she really refused to sell it, Chunxia wasn't worried at all. He refused to believe he couldn't breathe out a drainage module himself. No, he wanted a big one. Alright, ignore her. Chunxia stood up. We still have more important things to do. More important things? Hisishue looked at Chunxia in confusion. Wasn't the biggest problem right now the drainage module? What could be more important than that? Right then, a faint sound of footsteps came from the second floor. Sumushue held onto the wall, her face a little pale as she slowly walked down the stairs. Her steps were unsteady, and her legs were still trembling slightly. She looked like she'd been badly drained of energy. Oh my, little sister, you're finally up. Seeing her like this, Hisishue immediately went over and supported her, though there was a teasing smile on her lips. I thought you were going to sleep until the end of time today, sister. Sumushue's face instantly turned red. How could she not understand what Hisishue meant? What's wrong? You can't even walk steadily? Hisishue looked her over with fake surprise. Didn't rest well last night? TSK. Looks like your stamina still needs work. Little sister, I didn't. Sumushue protested softly, but there was no confidence in her voice. Right now, her waist felt like it was about to break, and her whole body was sore. Not a single place felt comfortable. It was all that bastard's fault. She secretly shot a glare at Chunxia, who was sitting on the sofa and looking at her with a smug grin. When Chunxia caught her look, not only did he show no guilt at all, he even raised an eyebrow at her and mouthed, "We'll continue tonight." Alright, I'll stop teasing you. Hisishue smiled and patted her back. Come eat something. Gugu Gaga saved breakfast for you. Watching the two women flirt and bicker there, Chunxia smiled, then opened the trading market. Since he couldn't get a drainage module for now, he would first improve his own strength. Equipment was currently the fastest way to raise combat power. Although he had a Desert Eagle right now, the bullets were limited. Every shot used up one, so it couldn't be treated as a regular weapon. The watermelon knife was useful, but it was still a melee weapon. Against enemies that were fast or came in large numbers, it was still somewhat hard to handle. So he needed a good ranged weapon. A bow was without a doubt the best choice. Quiet, eco-friendly, and the ammunition could be made by himself. It was practically a divine weapon for surviving the apocalypse. He filtered the keyword bow under the weapon category in the trading market. Soon, rows of items appeared on the screen. Item, worn-out wooden bow. Quality, common. Description. A wooden bow that's about to fall apart. Maybe it can still fire 1 or 2 arrows. Price, wood X50. Item, tattered short bow. Quality, trash. Description, trash among trash. Price, wood X200 plus food X10. Chunxia flipped through several pages. Most of them were low-quality wooden bows, and the prices were outrageously high. Every now and then, there would be 1 or 2 better quality bows, but those were even more absurdly expensive. Damn. Are these people so desperate for money they've gone crazy? Chunxia couldn't help cursing. They dared to sell a broken wooden bow for 50 wood? Did they really think everyone else was a sucker? Big brother, what are you looking for? After finishing her porridge and regaining a bit of strength, Su Mushue came over and asked curiously. A bow, Chunxia said. A bow. Su Mushue's eyes lit up. That's great. With a bow, hunting will be way more convenient for us from now on. She also felt that charging at monsters with a watermelon knife every time and fighting them head-on was just too dangerous. I'll help you look, Su Mushue volunteered. She had an A-rank luck talent after all. Maybe she would stumble onto something unexpected. She took Chunxia's virtual panel and started browsing through the trading market. Unlike Chunxia, she didn't just look through the first few pages. She kept flipping further back, specifically looking for items that had been listed for a long time but still hadn't sold. She felt that those were the kinds of listings most likely to hide a bargain. After searching for about a dozen minutes, Su Mushue's eyes suddenly locked onto an inconspicuous corner. Item? Quality? Description. A bow that looks really awesome, but I don't know how to use it, and I don't know what it's called either. Trading for 10 bottles of mineral water, no bargaining. Take it if you can, forget it if you can't. In the product image was a fully black compound bow with an extremely high-tech design. Its body was made from some unknown metal, and it even had professional attachments like a scope and dampeners installed on it. It looked countless times more advanced than those broken wooden bows. And the seller only wanted 10 bottles of mineral water? What the hell kind of idiot was this? How was this any different from giving it away for free? Quick, buy it now. Trade successful. You have obtained Black Tech Compound Bow X1. Trade successful. You have obtained Black Tech Compound Bow X1. Huh? Why were there 2 notifications? Chunxia and Su Mushue both froze for a moment. They looked down and only then realized that the quantity listed by the seller was actually 2. In other words, they had spent only 10 bottles of mineral water to buy 2 rare quality compound bows. Holy shit. Even Chunxia couldn't help swearing at that moment, because he had truly never seen such an idiot. If it had been one of those black-hearted bastards, they would have charged you 500 bottles of water. Though Chunxia would have bought it even for 500. Quick, take the bows out and let me see. When the 2 pitch-black compound bows appeared in the living room, even Hisishue was stunned. Wow, what a cool bow. She walked over and carefully ran her hand over the cold bow body, her eyes full of amazement. The bow's design was full of power and a futuristic feel. Just looking at it, you could sense how strong it was. It could definitely send enemies flying, right? For sure. One shot and the other side won't know which way is up. And it only cost 10 bottles of water. Chunxia casually said this while playing with the compound bow in his hand. How much? 10 bottles of water. Hisishue's eyes nearly popped out. She could hardly believe her ears. 10 bottles of water, and they bought 2 bows that looked this insanely awesome? How was that any different from picking them up for free? Was the person on the other side an idiot? Mushue found it. Chunxia smiled and glanced at Su Mushue beside him, who was puffing out her little chest with a proud look on her face. Little sister, you're way too amazing. Hisishue praised sincerely. Hehe, I just got lucky. Su Mushue felt a little embarrassed from the praise, but inside she was delighted. Alright, don't just stand there being happy. Chunxia handed one of the compound bows to Hisishue. Now that we have bows, we still need arrows. A bow without arrows was just a stick for the fire. Right, we don't have arrows. Only then did Hisishue realize it. I'll go check the trading market and see if anyone's selling arrows. As Su Mushue spoke, she was already about to go bargain hunting in the trading market again. No need. Chunxia shook his head. Consumables like arrows aren't worth buying from others. We'll make them ourselves. Make them ourselves? But we don't have a blueprint, Hisishue said. Then we'll go buy the blueprint. The corners of Chunxia's lips curled into a confident smile. Hisishue, your mission is here. Me? Hisishue pointed at herself. Go to the trading market and buy an arrow crafting blueprint. Got it. Mission guaranteed complete. Hisishue nodded. Half an hour later. Hisishue used 200 wood to trade for this blueprint. Item: Refined Arrow Crafting Blueprint. Type: Blueprint. Effect: After learning it, you can unlock the crafting method for Refined Arrow. Crafting materials: Wood X1, Iron Ingot X1. Description: A highly practical blueprint that lets you achieve arrow freedom. Learn. Without hesitation, Chunxia directly chose to learn the blueprint. Ding! You have learned the crafting method for Refined Arrow. He opened the crafting list and sure enough, he saw the Refined Arrow option under the Weapons tab. Refined Arrow. Crafting materials: Wood, Iron Ingot, Cloth. Cloth! Chunxia's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought of a place. Goddess Wardrobe. The clothes in there were inexhaustible and endless. If he just tore up a few pieces of clothing, wouldn't that give him cloth? Come on, follow me. The three of them entered the wardrobe. Which one do we tear? Hisishue asked. These clothes are all so pretty. It feels a little wasteful to tear them. Tear the sluttiest ones first, Chunxia said without hesitation. All that lace, all those straps, black stockings, white stockings. Leaving them there would only cause trouble anyway. Better to put trash to good use. All right. With Chunxia's order, the two women no longer had any psychological burden. They specifically went after the clothes with the least fabric. Very quickly, they gathered a huge pile of colorful cloth. Back in the living room, Chunxia immediately began his frantic great undertaking of making arrows. He dumped wood, iron ingots, and cloth all at once into the crafting bench. Craft Refined Arrows X100. Confirm? Confirm. Crafting in progress? Crafting successful. You have obtained Refined Arrows X100. Crafting Refined Arrows X1000. Crafting Refined Arrows X2000. In the end, his backpack now had a full 5,000 extra arrows in it. 5,000 arrows. This is enough to fight a small war, right? Hisishue muttered. Come on. Let's test our new weapon. Chunxia picked up a compound bow, then took out a bundle of arrows from his backpack and strode up to the second floor of the villa in high spirits. The villa's second floor had a spacious open-air balcony with an excellent view, making it perfect for use as a shooting range. I'll go first. Chunxia walked to the edge of the balcony, pulled an arrow from the bundle, and knocked it onto the compound bow. This black-tech compound bow felt heavier than he had imagined, and the bowstring was highly resilient, requiring quite a bit of strength to draw. But for Chunxia, whose strength stat was as high as 44 points, this was nothing difficult. He easily drew the bow into a full moon. The scope that came with the bow automatically locked onto a half-man-tall rock 100 meters away. Whoosh! Chunxia released his fingers. With a sharp tearing sound through the air, the arrow shot out like a black bolt of lightning, instantly crossing the 100-meter distance. Bang! A muffled thud rang out. The arrow hit the center of the rock with perfect accuracy. The entire arrowhead sank deep into the hard stone, leaving only the cloth fletching at the tail trembling slightly. Not bad power. So amazing. Baby's shot is way too good. Wow, that flew like crazy. Hisishue and Sumushue also cried out in amazement from the side. You two should try it too. Chunxia handed the bow in his hand to Hisishue. Me? Can I do it? Hisishue sounded a little lacking in confidence. Her strength stat was far below Chunxia's. You'll know if you try. Hisishue took the compound bow and started drawing it like Chunxia had done. Whoosh! Ah, I shot off target. Hisishue sounded a little embarrassed. It's fine. You'll get better with practice. Chunxia comforted her. Next, Sumushue also gave it a try. Whoosh! Ah, it flew too far in. My aim is terrible. It's fine. Practice more, practice more. We have plenty of arrows. Just as Sumushue was about to fire her second arrow, her hand suddenly stopped in midair. Huh? Look over there. Pointing in a direction in the distance, she cried out in surprise. Chunxia and Hisishue looked in the direction she was pointing. In a small patch of woods about 1,000 meters away from them, there was actually another shelter. It was a very crude-looking level 2 shelter, standing there all alone, forming a stark contrast with their luxurious level 4 villa. Neighbors, the three of them spoke in unison. It was their first time seeing another player's shelter from such a close distance. When did they appear there? Why didn't I see it yesterday? Hisishue asked in surprise. It should have refreshed this morning, Chunxia analyzed. He remembered that someone in the world chat seemed to have mentioned that some other players would randomly refresh near shelters today. And the rules had said from the beginning that other people would appear nearby. Looks like they got hit with it. In this world where people killed people, any stranger could be a potential enemy. Just then, the door of that little wooden house was pushed open. A man and a woman walked out from inside. They also seemed to have noticed Chunxia's villa and were pointing this way while saying something. They seem to have spotted us, Hisishue said. Yeah. Chunxia nodded. He picked up the compound bow and observed the man and woman through the scope. The man was tall and looked very sturdy. The woman had a delicate, bird-like appearance and stayed close at the man's side. They seemed to be arguing about something. After a while, the man seemed to make up his mind about something. Pulling the woman along, he started walking toward their villa. "They're coming over," Su Mushue said nervously. "Don't panic." Chan Xia soothed her, then handed the compound bow in his hand to Su Mushue. "You stay here and use the scope to watch their every move. If there's anything off about them, tell me immediately." "Okay." Su Mushue nodded heavily. Chan Xia and Hisishue turned and walked downstairs, arriving at the villa's front gate. Standing on the second-floor balcony, Su Mushue used the scope to lock onto the man and woman approaching the villa. The man had a very friendly-looking smile on his face. As he walked, he kept saying something to the woman beside him, as if calming her emotions. As for the woman, she kept looking around constantly. On the surface, they looked like an ordinary pair of players who had been frightened by the apocalypse and had come seeking help. But Su Mushue did not relax her guard in the slightest, because she could clearly see that behind that man, Lu Yu, he had a thick baseball bat hidden, and in the woman's hand, Guan Feifei, she was also tightly clutching something. Although it was hard to see clearly, it was definitely not some goodwill gift. They really do have bad intentions. They dare come knocking with just a stick? Who gave them that kind of nerve? She told Chinxia and Hisishue downstairs this important piece of information. At the villa entrance, Chinxia and Hisishue stood side by side, their expressions calm, showing no emotion at all. "Baby, little sister Mushue said they're carrying a stick behind their back. They're coming here to pick a fight." "Heh. Then bring out the truth. Then what do we do later? Attack directly? Catch them off guard?" Hisishue asked again. "No rush." A cold smile curled at the corner of Chinxia's mouth. "Let's first see what kind of tricks they want to play." Very quickly, the two of them reached the villa's front gate. When they saw that 10-meter-high steel spike wall gleaming with a cold metallic light, shock and greed both appeared on their faces. My God, what level of shelter was this? How could it be this luxurious? Just how rich were the people living inside? Lu Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement. He felt as if he had discovered a massive treasure. As long as he could take the shelter, they would never have to worry about food and safety again. He suppressed the excitement in his heart, straightened his clothes, then shouted loudly toward the inside of the villa. "Hey, is anyone in there? We're survivors just passing by. We mean no harm. Can you come out and talk?" His voice sounded full of sincerity. Inside the villa, there was complete silence with no response at all. Lu Yu frowned and shouted again. "Friend, we really mean no harm. We just want to trade some supplies with you. We have water. Can we trade for a little of your food?" He felt that using supply trading as an excuse should lower the other side's guard. "Brother Yu, are they not home?" Guan Feifei said uncertainly. "No way." Lu Yu shook his head. "With a villa this big, there's no way nobody's here. They must be inside watching us, testing us. Let's wait a little longer." As he spoke, he pulled Guan Feifei along and patiently waited at the door. He believed that as long as he showed enough sincerity, the other party would eventually lower their guard. Time passed second by second. The sun overhead grew more and more scorching. The outdoor temperature had already soared to 50 degrees Celsius. Before long, both Lu Yu and Guan Feifei were drenched in sweat, and their lips had started to crack. "Brother Yu, I can't take it much longer. It's so hot." Guan Feifei felt like she was about to get heat stroke, her body swaying unsteadily. "Hold on a little longer," Lu Yu said through gritted teeth. He knew this was the other party testing their patience. If they gave up now, all their previous effort would go to waste. Just as they were about to reach their limit, creak! A young man's figure appeared at the doorway. It was Chenxia. "Who are you looking for?" Leaning against the doorframe, Chenxia looked at the two people outside with an indifferent expression. The moment Lu Yu saw Chenxia come out, his heart leaped with joy. He quickly forced a friendly smile and stepped forward. "Brother, you finally came out. We don't mean any harm. We just want to." Before he could finish speaking, he saw another woman step out from behind Chenxia. That woman had a curvy figure, stunning beauty, and an even more mature and intellectual aura. Lu Yu's eyes instantly went blank with shock. He hadn't expected a top-tier beauty like this to be hidden inside this shelter. She was far prettier than his wife. Behind him, Guan Feifei also saw Hisishue. When she saw that Hisishue's looks and figure far surpassed her own, her eyes filled with jealousy as well. "Hello, my name is Lu Yu, and this is my wife, Guan Feifei." Lu Yu forcefully suppressed the greed in his heart and tried his best to make his voice sound more sincere. "We live in that small grove behind here. We only spawned here this morning. When we saw such a huge villa here, we wanted to come over, get to know you, and make a friend. After all, in this apocalypse, having one more friend is always better than having one more enemy, right?" As he spoke, he quietly edged closer to Chenxia. Behind him, Guan Feifei caught on and also began moving around without drawing attention. Make a friend. Looking at the man in front of him, who had a face full of sincerity, while greed and killing intent hid deep in his eyes, Chenxia found it a little funny. With acting that bad, he still wanted to play bandit? Yeah. Lu Yu nodded and bowed as he spoke, the smile on his face growing even more fawning. Brother, look, we're almost dying of thirst. Could you be kind and give us a little water? We won't take it for free. I have. As he spoke, he reached a hand behind his back, preparing to grab the baseball bat he had hidden away. However, just as his hand was about to touch the bat, Chunxia moved. His figure instantly appeared right in front of Lu Yu. Lu Yu only felt his vision blur, and then his wrist was clamped tightly by a large hand like an iron vice. You? What are you trying to do? Lu Yu's heart sank violently, and the smile on his face instantly froze. He hadn't expected Chunxia to be this fast. He tried to yank his hand back, only to discover that the other party's strength was astonishingly great. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. What am I trying to do? A trace of amusement appeared on Chunxia's face. I'd rather ask what you're trying to do. As he spoke, his other hand shot out like lightning and directly pulled the baseball bat out from behind Lu Yu. What is this? Holding up the baseball bat covered in iron nails in front of Lu Yu, Chunxia asked calmly. This is for self-defense. I was afraid of running into monsters on the way. A layer of cold sweat seeped out across Lu Yu's forehead, but he still stubbornly tried to argue. Oh, for self-defense. Chunxia nodded. Then is the one in your girlfriend's hand also for self-defense? As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward Guan Feifei on the other side. When Guan Feifei saw that Lu Yu had been subdued, her face had already gone deathly pale from fright. Now, when Chunxia's gaze swept over her, she was so terrified that her soul nearly left her body. Her hand loosened, and with a clang, a sharp dagger fell to the ground. Caught red-handed. Now they had no way to argue their way out of it. Lu Yu's mind went completely blank. He had no idea how to explain it. Still want to keep acting? Chunxia's gaze gradually turned cold. I don't have that much time to waste playing this boring game with you. Go on. How do you want to die? I can end your lives quickly and spare you the pain. Chunxia's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a heavy hammer smashing brutally into Lu Yu and Guan Feifei's hearts. They could clearly feel the killing intent radiating from Chunxia. He was serious. And no, don't kill me. Guan Feifei was the first to break down. She dropped to her knees with a thud and begged through tears and snot. We were wrong. We were really wrong. We won't dare do it again. Please, let us go. Yeah, big brother. Sir. Lu Yu also came to his senses, quickly dropping to his knees as well and repeatedly kowtowing. We just had a stupid moment. We were blinded by greed. Please be magnanimous and just treat us like a fart and let us go. He was truly scared now. Let you go. Chunxia looked at the two people kneeling on the ground in utter disgrace. If I were just an ordinary person today, would you have let me go? You would have taken my supplies, taken my woman, and then killed me without hesitation, right? When Lu Yu and Guan Feifei heard that, despair appeared on both their faces. Since you want to play by the law of the jungle, then you should be prepared to be treated like prey and eaten. Chunxia tossed the baseball bat in his hand onto the ground. Die. After saying that, Chunxia raised his foot, preparing to send them on their way. However, right at that moment, Guan Feifei, who had been kneeling on the ground and crying bitterly the whole time, suddenly flashed a trace of venom and madness in her eyes. She sprang up from the ground, grabbed the dagger that had fallen there, and viciously stabbed toward Hisishue, who was standing beside Chunxia. Bitch! Go die! Fine, I'll send you to your death. Chunxia's fist, carrying the shriek of tearing air, smashed viciously toward Guan Feifei's head. Bang! Chunxia's fist struck Guan Feifei's face with full force. Her head snapped backward like a watermelon smashed by a sledgehammer with a boom, and her entire facial bone structure caved in deeply. Red and white matter sprayed out from her 7 orifices. Then her whole body collapsed limply to the ground like a puddle of mud. After twitching twice, she stopped moving altogether. Guan Feifei was beaten to death with a single punch just like that. Everything happened too fast. So fast that Lu Yu beside her hadn't even managed to get up from the ground yet. When he saw Guan Feifei's unimaginably miserable death, he was completely stunned. Dead? Just like that? One punch, and she was dead? Monster. The man in front of him wasn't human at all. He was a monster. Ah! Lu Yu let out a scream of absolute terror. He scrambled up from the ground and turned to run. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. Run. The farther away from this monster, the better. I'll send you to reunite with her. Chunxia's icy voice rang out from behind him. Lu Yu only felt a fierce gust of wind coming from behind him. Right after that, a compound bow arrow shot out from the second floor with incredible accuracy and struck Lu Yu directly in the neck. After letting out a pained wail, Lu Yu's body crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. At the same time, on a small hillside about 2,000 meters away from Chunxia's villa, a woman was holding a high-powered telescope, watching everything happening over here. That woman was none other than Asuka Haruna. She had seen the entire process of Lu Yu and Guan Feifei coming to provoke him with absolute clarity. When she saw Chunxia throw a punch and casually deal with those two people as easily as beating a dog to death, her pupils suddenly shrank, and even the hand gripping the telescope could not help trembling. So strong. A storm surged in Asaka Haruna's heart. Those were two living people, and he did not even blink before directly blowing a person's head apart with his fist. Just how terrifying was this man's strength, and just how ruthless was his heart? This man is definitely not someone to mess with. In her heart, Asaka Haruna stamped Chunxia with an extremely dangerous label. So this was her new neighbor? But after thinking about it again, those two had come to his door with bad intentions and were beaten to death because of it. She was just a weak woman, and her shelter was so low level. He probably would not be insane enough to rush in and beat her to death. At this moment, world announcement. Congratulations to player Chunxia for achieving the accomplishment humanity's first kill in 1 second. First and fastest kill of another player. Achievement reward. Universal Temperature Control Outdoor Unit X1. Universal Temperature Control Outdoor Unit. Function 1. An important material for upgrading a level 4 shelter to level 5. It can regulate the temperature within 100 meters outside the shelter, making extreme heat and severe cold relatively less deadly. Function 2. It even acts as a lightning rod. During rainy and stormy weather, it can effectively prevent being struck by lightning. The moment this announcement came out, Asaka Haruna was stunned. Chunxia. That devil who blew apart someone's head with one punch was actually Chunxia. It's over. Asaka Haruna felt her vision go black and nearly rolled down the hillside. She had actually wanted to extort him this morning. And then, by some absurd twist of fate, her shelter had spawned right next to this devil's. Good Lord above. He would not do something like rape her first and then kill her, would he? Or just keep raping her? On the other side, Universal Temperature Control Outdoor Unit? Chunxia looked at the achievement reward in the system prompt. This really was, after searching high and low for something, it came without any effort at all. He had been worrying about how to get this thing, and then after killing one person he got lucky, achieved the first kill accomplishment, and just happened to receive the key material for upgrading the shelter from level 4 to level 5. This is a great haul. And besides being an upgrade material, this thing has really good practical effects too. It even has lightning protection. Hisishue gave Su Mushue on the second floor a thumbs up. Su Mushue immediately returned the gesture. That shot had been way too accurate. Look at this. Chunxia showed the achievement reward to the two women. Universal Temperature Control Outdoor Unit. The moment Hisishue saw it, her eyes lit up instantly. We have all the materials to upgrade our level 5 shelter. Yeah. Chunxia nodded heavily. With this thing they could upgrade the shelter to level 5 right now. When that time came, forget tomorrow's 55-degree heat. Even if it hit 60 degrees, they could still stay at home, enjoy the air conditioning, and eat hot pot. In fact, once it reached 50 degrees Celsius, people basically could not leave their shelters anymore. Outside was simply not a place humans could survive. Only shelters were safe. The entire world chat channel had completely exploded because of that humanity's first kill announcement. Humanity's first kill? Boss Chunxia killed someone? Sure enough, other people are the most dangerous. Everyone better be careful not to become your neighbor's grain warehouse. Seriously? No way. It's only been a few days since the server opened, and people are already killing each other? Can't everyone just develop peacefully? Why do they have to kill? To the person above, the strong prey on the weak. That's normal. If you saw your neighbor had a lot of supplies and happened to be a pretty girl, and you just happened to have a gun in your hand, what would you do? That's true, but isn't this way too fast? Though if my neighbor were a pretty girl, I would definitely have a sweet romance with her. Romance? You must be crazy. Don't you think this is terrifying? From now on, are we not even going to dare go outside? Do we have to guard against everyone we see? Sigh. The world is about to fall into chaos. Chunxia's name once again became the focus of everyone's discussion. As for the uproar in the world channel, Chunxia could not be bothered to care anymore. He glanced at the two corpses on the ground and frowned. To be honest, killing for the first time had made Chunxia pretty nervous too. But if he did not kill them, they would find a chance to kill him sooner or later. Very soon, the two corpses turned into points of light and then disappeared. Alright, let's go back. Chunxia held Sishue's hand and turned to walk into the villa. Su Mushue on the second floor also let out a sigh of relief, put down the compound bow in her hand, and ran down from the balcony. Are you guys okay? She asked with a worried look on her face. She had also seen that bloody scene from upstairs just now, and on top of that, she had killed that man with one shot herself, so she had been pretty nervous too. We're fine. That's good. Su Mushue patted her chest, then asked curiously, oh right, can't we upgrade the shelter now? That's right. Chunxia snapped his fingers. Didn't we already get that Universal Temperature Control Outdoor Unit? We have all the materials for upgrading to a level 5 shelter. As he spoke, he opened the virtual panel and brought up the shelter upgrade interface. Behind every material, green words showed requirements met. The level 4 shelter was already such a luxurious villa, so what would a level 5 shelter be like? Could it turn into a castle? Confirm consumption of all materials to upgrade the shelter to level 5. Confirm. As soon as Chunxia's words fell, the entire villa suddenly began shaking violently, with even more commotion than any previous upgrade. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The inside of the villa also underwent earth-shaking changes. The living room, bedroom, and kitchen all expanded somewhat. What surprised Chunxia the most was that beneath the villa, a huge new space had actually appeared out of nowhere. Congratulations, your shelter has successfully upgraded to LV5. Maximum contractable population increased to 3 people. New special building module added. Fully automated planting basement. New special building module added. Tomb rating. Shelter's overall defensive capabilities greatly increased. A string of system notification sounds rang out in Chunxia's mind. The contractable population became 3. Chunxia stroked his chin, thinking to himself, who should he give this last spot to? That Sakura girl named Asuka Haruna? S-rank talent, and she did not look bad either. But that woman had too many schemes. She would need some proper training first. Baby, look, there's a basement here now. Hisishue grabbed Chunxia's hand and pointed excitedly at a staircase leading underground that had appeared out of nowhere in the corner of the living room. The 3 of them followed the stairs down, and a massive underground space appeared before them. This basement was a full several hundred square meters in size. Overhead, rows of lamps that simulated sunlight had been installed, giving off a soft glow. And in the center of the basement, 24 black plots of farmland were lined up neatly. Beside each plot, there were pipes connected to an automatic irrigation system. Module, fully automated planting basement, LV1. Effect, can plant any crop. At the current level, the crop maturation cycle is 30 days. Upgrade requirement, wood X 2000. Max level effect, crop maturation cycle shortened to 3 days. It only matures once a month. That's not slow in reality, but here it's kind of lacking. Su Mushua pouted as she looked at the description. It can be upgraded. Chunxia pointed at the upgrade option below. If you upgrade it to max level, it can mature once every 3 days. If it's vegetables you've grown yourself, they should taste different, right? At least I think so. Ho, being a farmer is great. There's nothing much to do all day anyway. Long live farmers, Hisishua said with her hands on her hips. No rush. Chunxia waved his hand. We don't even have seeds yet. Even if we upgrade it now, we still can't plant anything. He calculated in his heart that seeds probably wouldn't be hard to get. The trading market definitely had some for sale, or when the flood came tomorrow, maybe they could fish something out of the water. He then looked at the other newly added module. Module, Tomb Raider Captain, LV1. Effect. Within a 100-meter range of the shelter, the probability of treasure chest spawning increases by 4%, and the probability of high-quality treasure chest spawning increases by 4%. Upgrade requirement. Wood X 5000. Max level effect. Within a 100-meter range of the shelter, the probability of treasure chest spawning increases by 20%, and the probability of high-quality treasure chest spawning increases by 20%. Tomb Raider Captain? When Chunxia saw the name, he felt the system was pretty good at naming things. It increased both the spawn rate and quality of treasure chests. This was good. Treasure chests could produce all kinds of good stuff, from wood and food to rare blueprints and equipment. It all depended on luck. Now that they had this module plus Su Mushua's A-rank luck talent, its practicality was very high. This one has to be maxed out. Chunxia decided on the spot. Spent 5,000 wood to upgrade. Spent 8,000 wood to upgrade. The Tomb Raider Captain module took a total of 50,000 wood to reach max level. Right after that came the basement, which consumed a total of 30,000 wood to reach max level. There was so much wood they couldn't possibly use it all anyway, and keeping it around only took up space. The upgraded basement farm could produce 1 harvest every 3 days. It could definitely be said to be worth those 30,000 wood. Ding. World announcement. Congratulations to Chunxia for being the first to achieve the achievement, Planting Master. This player is the first to upgrade the farm to max level at this stage. Reward. 1 golden treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations to Chunxia for being the first to achieve the achievement, Tomb Raider Captain. This player is the first to upgrade the tomb raiding module to max level at this stage. Achievement reward. 1 golden treasure chest. The moment Chunxia upgraded both modules to max level, 2 glittering golden achievement notifications appeared in his mind and in the chat channel. Immediately afterward, 2 gorgeous treasure chests radiating brilliant golden light appeared out of thin air in the center of the basement. Holy shit! Gee, golden treasure chests. Hisishue and Su Mushue were also stunned. It was their first time seeing golden treasure chests. The best they had seen before were only silver treasure chests. Most players could only find wooden, black iron, or bronze ones. Baby, do you think this tomb raiding thing might make another golden treasure chest spawn at the door in a bit? Hisishue said emotionally while touching the golden treasure chest. Could our luck really be that good? It only increases part of the probability after all. What if the probability of a golden treasure chest spawning is 1%? Chunxia glanced outside. No, wait, what's that? Su Mushua noticed that it was glowing outside. A treasure chest. It's a treasure chest. One really spawned. System notification. There is an ownerless golden treasure chest at the entrance to your shelter. Holy crap, awesome. Chunxia hadn't expected their luck to be this good. When Hisishua heard that notification, she completely froze. Seriously? Come on, let's go take a look. Chunxia was the first to react. He grabbed the two women who were still standing there in a daze and rushed out of the basement in a few quick strides, arriving at the front entrance of the villa. Sure enough, beside the front door, a golden treasure chest identical to the achievement reward was lying there quietly, giving off an alluring golden glow. Our luck is really good today. This could no longer be explained with just good luck. This was practically whatever she said came true. It could only be said that the practicality of the tomb rating module really was very high. It had only just been upgraded to max level, and the effect was already immediate. The spawn probability and quality had both been improved, and judging from the description it should still be upgradable later on. The chat channel was also shocked. This Chunxia almost showed up once every so often, and now he was even getting rewarded with golden treasure chests. My teacher said her daughter's elementary school is pretty big. Why does he keep triggering achievement rewards? Why didn't I get a reward for being the first to take a shit? I survive alone. Guy upstairs, was it a big load? My talent is waste recycling, you know. If I work with it a bit, it can turn back into food. I specifically do poop recycling over here, but I only take runny ones. Nailong. I haven't even seen a single hair of a treasure chest. By the way, what's the highest level treasure chest you've seen? I heard there are black iron ones. My elementary school is pretty big. I've seen a bronze one. My friend got a small knife out of it and treasured it like crazy. Alright, stop standing around like idiots. Let's move the treasure chests inside first. Chunxia called out. Hisishua carried the treasure chest inside. The 3 glittering golden treasure chests dyed the entire living room in gold. Then, are we opening them now? Su Mushue rubbed her hands together, her face full of impatience. Fly hand rubbing. What she wanted to know most right now was what kind of good stuff could come out of these golden treasure chests. Wait. Chunxia pondered for a moment. These are golden treasure chests. We can't just open them casually. We need a bit of ceremony. Ceremony? Hisishue and Su Mushue looked at him in confusion. So, I've decided. Chunxia cleared his throat and announced. The 3 of us will each open one. Let's see whose luck is the best, and who can pull out the most awesome item. Okay. Hisishue was the first to raise her hand in agreement, then also entered fly hand-rubbing mode. That kind of excitement, like opening blind boxes, made her feel thrilled too. I don't have a problem with it either. Su Mushue nodded as well. Fly hand-rubbing. Then I'll go first. As Chunxia spoke, he walked up to one of the golden treasure chests and placed his hand on the lid. Baby, go for it. Brother, go for it. Amid the cheers of the 2 women, Chunxia lifted the lid with force. Click! A dazzling golden light shot skyward from inside the treasure chest. At the bottom of the chest, lying there quietly, was a banana? That banana was a little crooked and misshapen. Its entire body was a strange golden color, and its surface even had some spiral patterns on it. No matter how you looked at it, it did not look like any normal banana. Item. Mutated giant banana. Effect. After consumption, all base attributes permanently +2. Description. A super banana from another world. The taste might be a little hard to describe. This is the max version of the mutated banana. Another banana? Chunxia froze for a moment. He remembered that the reward for clearing the goblin nest last time with an S-rank evaluation had also been a mutated banana, and its effect had been +1 to all attributes. And this mutated giant banana was the upgraded version of that banana. Still, +2 to all attributes was a genuinely good item. After all, contracted talents were added based on your base attributes. Baby, what did you get? Hisishue and Su Mushue also came over and curiously looked into the treasure chest. When they saw that oddly shaped banana, both of them showed puzzled expressions. A giant banana? Hisishue sounded a little disappointed. A golden treasure chest. And this is what came out? Is it for eating, or for, not suitable for children? Big sis. Don't underestimate this banana. Su Mushue's eyes were bright instead. I bet this definitely isn't an ordinary banana. That's right. Chunxia smiled as he took out the mutated giant banana and showed its attributes to the 2 girls. Permanent +2 to all base attributes. A little better than the banana from clearing the ruins. Not bad, not bad. Hurry and eat it. Something that increases attributes should definitely go to Big Brother. Su Mushue urged. Chunxia nodded, peeled the banana without hesitation, and swallowed the mutated giant banana in just a few bites. Tasted a bit like durian, a bit like stinky tofu, with a trace of metallic rust mixed in. The flavor hit even harder than the last one. Ugh! Chunxia nearly threw up on the spot. System notice. Your strength +2, physique +2, spirit +2. Worth it. Chunxia let out a long breath and felt like he had come back to life. What kind of smell is that? Do you want to try it? Chunxia looked at them and revealed a kind smile. No thanks, no thanks. Hisishue and Su Mushue saw his expression like he was facing death and waved their hands in fright. Alright, mine's done. Chunxia wiped his mouth. Now it's your turn. Sishue, you go first. Okay. Hisishue took a deep breath, walked up to the second golden treasure chest, and copied Chunxia by putting her hands together and bowing. Faithful girl, Hisishue praised sincerely. Please bless me with a divine artifact. Only after saying that did she carefully place her hand on the chest lid and yank it open hard. Crack! Another dazzling flash of golden light burst out. After the light faded, a completely black metal baton with a very cool design appeared inside the chest. The baton was about half a meter long. The handle was wrapped in anti-slip rubber, the body was forged from some unknown alloy, and at the tip was a metal ring flickering with arcs of electricity. Item: Military Stun Baton. Effect: can release high voltage current, causing a paralysis effect and a small amount of electric shock damage to the target. Especially effective against mechanical units. Description: BZZZ, let you experience the thrill of electrotherapy. Friendly reminder: do not use while bathing. A stun baton? Hisishue held the military stun baton in her hand and swung it twice. Felt pretty good to use. This one's pretty good. Chunxia nodded. The power of this baton was definitely much stronger than an ordinary club, and it also came with a paralysis effect, making it extremely useful in close combat, especially with that description saying it was especially effective against mechanical monsters. Hee. If anyone dares bully me in the future, I'll shock him. Hisishue waved the baton at the air a few times, an excited smile on her face. Alright, your turn, Mushue. Chunxia looked toward Su Mushue, the last one and the one they had placed the highest hopes on. Su Mushue nodded heavily. She walked up to the last golden treasure chest. Unlike Hisishue, she did not pray and directly placed her hand on the chest, because she believed her luck was the best prayer of all. Open! With a cute shout, she violently flipped open the chest lid. The three of them immediately looked into the chest. At the bottom of the chest lay a silver-white metal module full of futuristic style. The module was circular, about 1 meter in diameter. Its surface was engraved with many complicated blue patterns, and at the center was a constantly rotating vortex-shaped core. A powerful energy fluctuation radiated from the module. Item: Shelter Drainage Module, large. Type: Special Building Module. Effect: can be installed anywhere in a level 4 to level 6 shelter, generating a massive drainage outlet that continuously discharges accumulated water from the shelter into an unknown dimensional ocean. Description: even a sky-flooding torrent is just a little brother in front of me. A drainage module, and it was a large one. It just so happened it could be installed in his level 5 shelter. This should count as something good, right? It's perfect for dealing with that flood. Big brother, praise me. Su Mushue said coquettishly. Amazing, amazing. Chunxia was not very good at praising people, so that was all he could say. Big brother is the best. Unlike little sister me, all I know is how to feel bad for Gidge. Hisishue watched and thought that Mushue's way of speaking really was different. She copied her and said, Gidge is so amazing. Unlike little sister me, all I know is how to feel bad for Gidge. Hurry and install it. Okay. Chunxia nodded. He carefully took the shelter drainage module, large, out of the treasure chest, then opened the shelter's building panel. Special building module, shelter drainage module, large. Detected. Install it. Recommended installation location: basement. Install. Chunxia chose confirm without hesitation. As soon as he confirmed, the silver-white metal module instantly turned into a streak of light and flew toward the basement. The three of them hurriedly ran down after it. They saw that in a corner of the basement, a gigantic black vortex more than 2 meters in diameter had appeared out of thin air. The center of the vortex was bottomless, as if it connected to another unknown world. A powerful suction force came from the vortex, pulling even the surrounding air into it. Shelter drainage module large, installed successfully. Current drainage efficiency: 10,000 cubic meters per hour. Friendly reminder: do not throw any living creatures into the drainage outlet, or bear the consequences yourself. Note: as long as water is near the shelter, this drainage module can absorb it dimensionally. There is no need to worry about where it is installed, as it has become one with the shelter. 10,000 cubic meters in 1 hour? Chunxia smacked his lips as he looked at that number. That drainage capacity was already terrifying. Not to mention a rainstorm, even if it really were a sky-flooding torrent, as long as the entire earth was not submerged, they should be just fine. That's great. Now we never have to worry about drowning anymore. Hisishue looked at that huge drainage outlet, her face showing a smile of relief. MHM. Su Mushue also nodded happily again and again. The biggest crisis weighing on their hearts had finally been resolved. The three of them went back from the basement to the living room, all feeling incomparably relaxed. By evening, the temperature had dropped somewhat. Outdoor temperature: 42 degrees Celsius. Indoor temperature: 26 degrees Celsius. Even though it was already evening, the temperature outside was still frighteningly high. Tomorrow, the temperature will hit 55 degrees. Chunxia frowned slightly as he looked at that number. Although they had a level 5 shelter and an all-purpose temperature control outdoor unit, so they did not need to worry about the extreme heat, for the other players outside, this would absolutely be a catastrophic disaster. It was easy to imagine that tomorrow and the day after, the world channel would be filled with miserable wailing. Baby, say, what do you think will happen to that woman called Mingri Qingnai? Hisishue suddenly thought of that Japanese girl whose talks with them had broken down. Who knows, as long as she doesn't go outside, she probably won't die from the heat, Chunxia said, thinking of that woman. To be honest, he was still short one contract slot, so he still didn't want her to die. But this woman had quite the temper, and her ambition was pretty big. She didn't even think much of a talent contract. Still, that was only a matter of time. Night fell very quickly. Maybe it was because the flood crisis had been resolved and everyone had relaxed, or because they had upgraded the shelter during the day, or maybe because the two girls had just finished fooling around with Chunxia, but both women went back to their rooms to rest early. Chunxia also took a shower, then lay down on his soft, comfortable big bed and opened the world chat channel. The channel was still lively as ever. Most people were discussing the neighbors who had suddenly appeared today. A lot of them were worried that they might become the next target to be killed by their neighbors. For a time, the entire game world was shrouded in a tense atmosphere where everyone felt at risk. Nothing happened through the night. Early the next morning, when Chunxia woke up, a scorching wave had already swept across the entire world. He glanced at the shelter's temperature display. Outdoor temperature, 55 degrees Celsius. Indoor temperature, 26 degrees Celsius. Hiss. It really reached 55 degrees. Chunxia walked to the window and looked outside. The world outside seemed to have turned into a giant oven. The air was warped by the high heat, and the ground sizzled under the blazing temperature as if it could crack open at any moment. Fortunately, within 100 meters around the shelter, things were relatively normal, though only relatively. Only inside the shelter was truly normal. Chunxia walked around the villa once. Hisishue and Su Mushue were both already up, wearing cool spaghetti-strap nightgowns as they ate the breakfast Gugagaga had prepared in the living room. The cold air blowing from the air conditioner made the villa feel like spring, forming a sharp contrast with the hellish world outside. Baby, you're awake? Hisishue greeted him with a smile when she saw Chunxia. Big brother, come eat breakfast. There's fried eggs today, your favorite. Su Mushue waved at him too, looking at the two vivid, beautiful women in front of him. Then thinking about the players outside who were still struggling desperately just to survive. An indescribable sense of satisfaction and superiority rose in Chunxia's heart. After breakfast, Chunxia decided to go outside and take a look. He wanted to test just how effective that universal temperature control outdoor unit really was. You two stay at home. Don't go out, Chunxia reminded them. Got it, be careful. Chunxia nodded, pushed open the villa's front door, and stepped out. When he walked beyond the shelter's 100-meter range, a terrifying heat wave instantly slammed into his face, making him feel like his skin was about to be scorched. He quickly stepped back and returned within the shelter's range. The universal temperature control outdoor unit had an effect range of 100 meters outside the shelter. In other words, as long as he stayed within that range, he would not be affected by the high temperature. He cautiously took a few steps forward. Sure enough, that burning sensation immediately vanished, replaced by a cool, comfortable feeling, as if he were walking inside an air-conditioned room. This thing's pretty good. Chunxia nodded in satisfaction. He began pacing back and forth within the 100-meter range around the shelter, while also checking whether the Majin Shaowei module had brought him any new surprises. Unfortunately, after wandering around for a long while, he did not even see the shadow of a treasure chest. Looks like treasure chests aren't that easy to farm after all, Chunxia thought. Just as he was about to head back, his gaze accidentally spotted another shelter in the distance. That was also his neighbor. That place was exactly where Mingri Qingnai's shelter was located. Chunxia did not know the person inside was Mingri Qingnai, so after taking a glance, he only sighed to himself that the person inside had probably already been roasted senseless. Since there was not much else to do, Chunxia returned to the shelter. The outside really was not a place humans could go. Even the chat channel was full of people teaching players how to beat the heat. Actually, as long as you don't go outside, it's not that big a problem. Just grab a fan, open the window, put down a stone, strip naked, and lie on the stone. It's even a little cool. Bro, above I've already stripped naked. The problem is the sunlight shines into the room, and even the stone heats up. You idiot, don't you know how to block the light? Heh, what a bunch of geniuses. You just need to buy some cooling items. Do you really need to go that far? 666, you're really amazing. We're already about to be unable to afford food, and you still want us to buy cooling items. Why don't we just eat meat porridge too? Aren't you guys worried the shelter might catch fire? Probably not. It's only 55 degrees Celsius. It shouldn't be that bad, shouldn't be that bad. By the way, does this mean we can only go out at night to look for supplies? Sleep during the day. since it's pretty cool at night. At this moment, Mingri Qingnai felt like she was about to die. She had originally planned to go out and look for supplies today, but the moment she stepped out the door, she shrank right back inside. How could the sun be this vicious? Were people supposed to live like this or not? She felt like a duck locked inside an oven. Every inch of skin on her body was being roasted by the scorching air. To cool down, she had already taken off every piece of clothing on her body. Her smooth, jade-like body lay stretched out over a large stone. Sweat slid continuously along her graceful curves, quickly forming a small puddle beneath her. But even so, it could not ease the blazing heat surging in from all directions, as if it wanted to melt her alive. Huff, huff, huff. I'm dying from the heat. This is even worse than being raped and killed. I wonder how my bestie is doing. Mingri Qingnai remembered that Chanxia seemed to have some kind of temperature control outdoor unit. He had gotten it as an achievement reward. She secretly glanced at the big villa in the distance under the blazing sun. She was actually starting to want to go over and rely on him. After thinking it over, Mingri Qingnai decided she was a person with backbone. A talent contract like that? Not even a dog would sign it. Did he really think he could do whatever he wanted just because he had supplies? Did having a high-level shelter mean he could do whatever he wanted? Heh! This lady doesn't buy that. As she thought that, Mingri Qingnai kept rubbing herself against the large stone. Once the stone got warm, she would put it back into her backpack, then take out another one. That way, she would always have a cool, icy stone. So happy. Some time later, Mingri Qingnai made a small electric fan, but it was still very hot. Especially blessedly hot. This damn weather. If this keeps going, I probably won't make it until it rains. Sigh. No. If this keeps going, it really won't work. Mingri Qingnai, Big Boss Chanxia, can I trade a large drainage module for your small drainage module? It'd be best if you could add an air conditioner or some other cooling item too. I was wrong before. Bro, I'm sorry. Chanxia did not expect this woman to give in so quickly, but he had no damn use for a drainage module now anyway. Looks like she really could not take the heat anymore. Same old rule. Tempt her first, then sign the contract. Chanxia, Dammy air conditioner, American Empire air conditioner, small electric fan, automatic hairdryer, cucumber, mineral water X 10,000. Mingri Qingnai froze on the spot. She had several kinds of air conditioners, and that was not even mentioning the 10,000 bottles of mineral water. She suddenly shot upright and stood there completely naked. It was obvious that her figure was practically perfect. Baka, are you playing a cracked version or what? But what does this mean? Is he telling her to raise her pillow a little higher again? Mingri Haruna. I want a rice air conditioner, and a small drainage module, and a tiny bit of mineral water too. Okay, this is a trade. You definitely won't lose out. She was asking for this and that again. Chanxia. You want it? Mingri Haruna. I do. Chanxia. Talent contract, sign this and I guarantee all of this will be yours. Also, if you come over to my side, I definitely won't touch you. I'll only touch you once you're willing. How about it? Mingri Haruna's eyes widened. It was this talent contract again. Even though he promised not to touch her, the moment she signed it, she would belong to Chanxia anyway. Wouldn't that just mean he could do whatever he wanted? He could mess you up so badly you wouldn't even be able to stand. There was no way she would agree. After all, she had to protect her purity. The reason was that she had been born in the middle of a heavy snowstorm, and that very night, a Taoist priest had done a reading for her. That bun of hers had to be protected well before she turned 30. Otherwise, there would be a bloody disaster. And besides, there was no way she would become a star slave. Chanxia. You want it? If you want it, then sign it. Mingri Haruna. I want it. I want the nation to prosper and the people to be equal. Mingri Haruna. Can I not sign? We can just make a trade. Chanxia hadn't expected that she still wouldn't sign. He had already compromised this much. He had even promised not to touch her. Fine. She had backbone. Chanxia, trade my ass. Mingri Haruna. Pervert. Looks like I can't force it. She refuses no matter what. She's about to die from the heat and still won't sign. Chanxia shook his head. Baby, she still hasn't hit rock bottom. Look at how things were for me back then. I was even more unwilling than she was. And what happened in the end? Hisishue gave an awkward smile. By evening, the temperature outside had finally dropped a little. Bored out of his mind, Chanxia took the two women and made another round within a 100-meter radius around the shelter. Huh? There's a chest here. With her sharp eyes, Hisishue spotted a chest glowing with silver light in a patch of grass. A silver treasure chest? Chanxia and Sumushue also walked over. It was a chest made entirely of silver, engraved with some simple patterns. It wasn't as gorgeous as a gold treasure chest, but it was still pretty good. Hurry up and open it. Let's see what good stuff is inside. Sumushue urged. Okay. Chanxia nodded, stepped forward, and directly lifted the lid of the treasure chest. A soft silver flash swept out. After the light faded, several items appeared inside the chest. System notice. You have obtained mineral water X5. System notice. You have obtained rye bread X3. System notice. You have obtained ordinary bandage X2. That's it. Looking at the few items in the chest, disappointment appeared on both Hisishue's and Sumushue's faces. 5 bottles of water, 3 loaves of bread, and 2 bandages. For other people, food, water, and bandages like these were indeed pretty good supplies. But now, for Chunxia and his group, who had more supplies than they could ever use, these things were basically no different from trash. Sigh, I thought we'd get something good. Hisishue let out a sigh. Yeah, this stuff is completely useless to us. Sumushue also pouted. They had now experienced a kind of rich people's trouble. That was, ordinary things had already become completely beneath their notice. Alright, don't be so greedy. Chunxia smiled and shook his head. This is a silver treasure chest. Getting this much is already pretty decent. Go check the World Channel. How many people are lacking water and food right now? He casually put those items into his backpack. Even if they couldn't use them, keeping them was still better than not having them. The 3 of them returned to the villa. Night fell once again. Although the temperature in the outside world had improved somewhat, it was still like a massive steamer, stuffy and unbearably hot. The one good thing was that some people had started going out at night to look for supplies so they wouldn't starve to death. But inside the villa it was cool like spring. After eating the lavish dinner prepared by Gugu Gaga, the 2 women started their own entertainment again. Watching movies, playing games, or gathering around Gugu Gaga and having it sing, dance, and tell jokes. As for Chunxia, he leaned back on the sofa and thought about the next plan. Tomorrow would be the 3rd day Yang Yong had predicted. An unprecedented torrential downpour would sweep across the entire world. Although they already had the large drainage module, and didn't need to worry about being flooded out, what floods brought was not just standing water. They could also bring all kinds of terrifying monsters hidden in the water, or other dangers. Do you think we won't be short on water tomorrow? After all, it's going to rain so hard. Probably not. With this game's difficulty, how could it possibly give you water resources for free? For all we know, it'll all be poisonous water, and you'll need a purifier to drink it. That makes sense. Time passed second by second. Very soon it was midnight. In the previously clear night sky, dark clouds suddenly gathered, with lightning flashing and thunder roaring. Boom! A blinding bolt of lightning tore across the sky, followed immediately by an earth-shaking clap of thunder exploding across the horizon. It's raining. Raindrops as big as beans began falling from the sky, crackling against the villa's roof and windows. First, it was only a light rain, but very quickly, the rain became heavier and heavier. From a light drizzle to a torrential downpour, it took less than 10 minutes. Crash! The pouring rain came down madly toward the ground like the Milky Way had burst its banks. The entire world was shrouded in a vast white curtain of rain. Wow! The rain is so heavy! Hisishue and Sumushue both ran to the window. Looking at the terrifying rainfall outside, they exclaimed in amazement. This rain is way too heavy, isn't it? A trace of worry appeared on Sumushue's face. Can our drainage module really hold up? Don't worry. Chunxia walked behind them, pulled them into his arms, and comforted them. Forget this little bit of rain. Even if all the water in the Pacific Ocean got dumped over here, we'd still be able to drain it all away. Hee hee. My water probably can't be drained away. At the same time, inside a sweltering level 2 shelter, Mingri Haruna was curled up in a corner, her whole body burning hot, her consciousness already blurred. She felt like she was about to die. Just as she was about to lose consciousness completely, a cool drop of liquid fell onto her face. Then more and more rainwater seeped in through the cracks in the roof, pouring onto her burning body. Rain! It's raining! Mingri Haruna's mind was stirred awake a little by that coolness. Using the last bit of strength she had, she opened her eyes and looked outside. The torrential rain was washing over this world that had been scorched for 2 days. I'm saved. A weak smile curved onto Mingri Haruna's lips. She opened her mouth and greedily sucked in the rainwater dripping from the roof. Although the rain carried a muddy, earthy smell, for someone on the verge of dying of thirst, it was undoubtedly the sweetest nectar in the world. After drinking enough water, Mingri Haruna felt a bit of strength return to her body. She struggled to climb up from the ground, walked to the doorway, and looked at the pouring rain outside, her face showing the relief of having survived a disaster. She had lived. Notice. You drank unpurified dirty rainwater and have contracted a mild virus, which will be accompanied by fever, headache, and other symptoms. Haruai Akina was stunned. So basically, even drinking water wasn't allowed. Boom! Another bolt of lightning tore across the sky, lighting up the entire night like broad daylight. The thunder that followed sounded like it could shatter a person's eardrums. Inside the villa's room, although the lights were bright and it was warm like spring, the violent scene outside the window still made Hisishue and Sumushue feel a wave of fear. Baby, this is like some scumbag swearing an oath. It's so scary. Hisishue tightly hugged Chunxia's arm. Even though she knew the shelter was very safe, a woman's nature still made her afraid of this kind of violent natural scene. And besides, this was also a chance to build a little more pure affection with Chunxia, so why not? What's more, nobody likes a tomboy. Yeah, big brother, it's so loud. I want a hug. Su Mushue also shrank against Chunxia's other side. Don't be scared, I'm here. Chunxia smiled and patted their backs, pulling the two soft and fragrant bodies even tighter into his arms. How about we sleep together tonight? Hisishue suddenly looked up at Chunxia and quietly suggested. Ah? Sleep together. The moment Su Mushue heard that, her face instantly turned red, and her heartbeat started speeding up too. The three of them. Together? Then, what kind of scene would that be? Just thinking about it made her feel like her whole body was about to catch fire. Looking at the shy yet expectant expressions on the two women's faces, Chunxia also felt his heart heat up. This had always been his dream. Ahem. He cleared his throat and said in a deliberately serious tone, since both of you are so scared, I can only reluctantly sacrifice myself and protect you. Jerk. Bad guy. The two women let out a coquettish complaint at the same time, their small fists lightly pounding against his chest. But their bodies were very honest, leaning even closer into his embrace. The night was still long. Outside the window, wild wind and violent rain, lightning and thunder. Inside the window, the vast universe, the origin of mankind. Pangu splitting open heaven and earth. Manhwa creating the human world. While Chunxia and the others were enjoying their tender paradise, the entire world chat channel had completely exploded because of the sudden torrential rain. At first, everyone was immersed in the joy of surviving the disaster. Sweetheart 8 great families. It's raining, Ha ha ha, we're saved. Ha 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 ha. This is great. I'm going to drink water like crazy. Young master. Thank heavens. We finally don't have to be roasted into dried meat anymore. Kiwi fruit. Brothers, hurry up and go collect water. This is a free water source. We never have to worry about dying of thirst again. No starry sky. I've already filled 3 huge buckets. Feels like I got rich overnight. Any girls want to share with me? I've got lots of water. Tang Bohu. The guy above. Get lost. I can use my own hands and feet. Can't I collect it myself? Xiaoxiang. Ha ha ha. This feels amazing. The high temperature these past 2 days was driving me crazy. Now that I'm getting drenched in the rain, my whole body feels great. Yuzu cat. I'm dying laughing. Those people selling water at sky-high prices, your supplies crashed. Huh? Earlier 1 bottle of water was treated like treasure, and now people are collecting it directly by the bucket. Let's see you act smug now. The entire world channel was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Everyone thought this heavy rain was a gift from heaven. A sweet rain in the apocalypse. However, they didn't know that this sweet rain would very soon turn into a deadly flood. Time passed without anyone noticing. 1 o'clock at midnight. The joyful atmosphere in the world channel gradually began to change. The drizzling rain kept falling, and the water kept building up. It caused many people's shelters to start taking on water, but at this point, it still wasn't having much of an impact. Damn, why hasn't this rain stopped yet? Isn't it getting a bit too heavy? Yeah, same here. The thunder hasn't stopped, and the rainwater is almost getting into the shelter. Why panic? It's not like the shelter's actually going to get flooded, right? Find some containers and store all the water. We can drink it later. Brother, this water is poisonous. You can't drink it. The guy above must be selling water. Don't listen to him. Everyone, hurry up and collect water. Something's not right. Why is my bed about to get flooded? Why do I feel like there's going to be a flood? The appearance of this message instantly lit up everyone's memories. They remembered. 3 days ago, there really had been a man named Yang Yong publicly selling information about a major world event in the World Channel. Could this be that major event? At this moment, some smart people had already started rushing to the trading market to instantly buy up the small drainage modules that were already listed. However, the drop rate for drainage modules had always been extremely low. There weren't any large ones listed in the entire trading market at all, only small ones. And the prices were getting more outrageous one after another. From just a few hundred units of wood at first, they were very quickly driven up to several thousand. Even so, demand still far exceeded supply. As long as any were listed, they would be instantly snapped up in less than 1 second by certain wealthy players. 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Boom! Outside the window, a ferocious bolt of lightning turned the entire room deathly pale. Right after that, rolling thunder came crashing in like war drums, roaring by the ears and making people's hearts tremble. Chunxia opened his eyes. He had already been sleeping lightly, and this completely woke him up. The two women were sleeping soundly. Hisishue was curled up like a kitten, sleeping under a blanket all by herself. Su Mushue, meanwhile, was sprawled out in every direction in her sleep. She had kicked her blanket aside, and her long, fair legs were completely exposed to the air without any defense. He couldn't fall back asleep. Chunxia threw on a coat and went alone to the open-air balcony on the 2nd floor. Splash, splash, splash. The icy rainwater crazily slapped against the balcony's glass railing, making a dense rattling sound. A cool breeze carrying moisture blew over, instantly clearing Chanxia's head quite a bit. He looked outside. The whole world was shrouded in endless darkness and a curtain of rain. Only in the instant when lightning cut across the sky could the outside scene be seen clearly. The ground outside the villa was already covered with a layer of standing water, visually estimated at about 10 centimeters deep. Inside the surrounding wall, the drainage system was operating normally. There was only a thin layer of water on the ground, no different from an ordinary rainy day. This drainage module really is a good thing. Chanxia sighed inwardly. Without this thing, just these 10 centimeters of standing water would already be pretty troublesome. Just then, ding dong. It was a private message. Who would be looking for him this late? Chanxia opened it with some confusion and discovered that the sender's ID was actually Yang Yong, the one who sold information. Boss Chanxia, you're not asleep yet? Sorry to bother you so late. What is it? It's like this, boss. Yang Yong seemed to organize his words before continuing. I still have follow-up information about this disaster. I don't know if you need it. Follow-up information? Chanxia raised his brows slightly. Let's hear it. Boss, for this information, I don't want any of your supplies. Yang Yong hurriedly said. I just want to make friends with you and build a long-term cooperative relationship. If I get any exclusive information in the future, I'll sell it to you first. What do you think? This guy really was smart. He had seen Chanxia's strength and wanted to hold tightly onto this thigh. Chanxia thought about it and felt that this wasn't a bad thing for him. Fine, Chanxia replied. But I hope your information is worth it. Definitely, definitely, it's absolutely worth more than the price. The moment Yang Yong saw Chanxia agree, his tone instantly turned excited. Boss, then I'll say it, but I hope you can keep it secret. Don't tell anyone else this intel. I'm still counting on this to earn some supplies. No problem, boss, this is only the beginning. By tomorrow night, the standing water outside will rise to half a person's height. By noon the day after tomorrow, all shelters without a drainage module will be completely flooded. During this period, the only way to get supplies will be to salvage those supply crates floating on the water's surface. But this process will be extremely dangerous, because the system will randomly bring down heavenly lightning. Some unlucky guys might get struck to death by a bolt, even if they're hiding inside their shelters. And once the water level goes over 5 meters, a kind of mutated water snake will start appearing in the water. They'll actively attack any living thing that gets close to the surface. As for how long this will last, my intel doesn't say. After hearing what Yang Yong said, Chanxia's expression gradually darkened. The situation was even worse than he had imagined. He had already expected the standing water to rise to half a person's height, or even submerge entire shelters. But randomly falling heavenly lightning and mutated water snakes? That was fucking ridiculous. Still, leaving the shelter might get him struck to death, but inside the shelter Chanxia would be quite safe, because the all-purpose temperature control outdoor unit had the effect of a lightning rod. As for those mutated water snakes, just thinking about those slippery, cold things made Chanxia's scalp go numb. He had been afraid of snakes since he was young. Big or small, venomous or not, the moment he saw one, his whole body felt uncomfortable. Still, fear was fear. It was just that he really disliked those things in his heart. They were only water snakes. They probably weren't venomous, right? Besides, his physique was so strong now, and he had all kinds of weapons. Even if he really ran into one, he could just blow its head apart with one arrow. I understand your intel, Chanxia replied. If you get any new information in the future, contact me anytime. I'll definitely pay enough. That was exactly the line Yang Yong wanted to hear. As long as the pay was right, there was nothing Yang Yong couldn't do. Okay, thank you, boss. Then get some sleep first. Good night, boss. After ending the call with Yang Yong, Chanxia stood on the balcony and looked once more at the raging rainy night outside, and his heart grew a little heavier. It seemed the next 2 days would be the true climax of this disaster. A gust of cold wind blew past, and Chanxia shivered, feeling a little cold. He turned and went back into the room, then slipped back under the warm blankets. Feeling the 2 warm, soft bodies in his arms and breathing in the faint fragrance coming from them, the little bit of heaviness and unease in Chanxia's heart quickly dispersed. Who cared about floods or monsters? Right now, sleeping was what mattered. With that thought, he adjusted his position, found a comfortable spot, and closed his eyes. Then he adjusted where his hands were. Yeah, if he wasn't grabbing something, he didn't feel safe. Before long, the sound of steady breathing echoed through the room. Early the next morning, Chanxia was still in the middle of a dream when he was woken by a burst of chirping laughter and chatter. Sis, look! That wooden house got washed away. It really did. Ha ha ha, serves them right. Who told them to try to make a move on us yesterday? Huh, what's that? A box? It looks like a treasure chest. Where? Let me see. Wow, such a big chest. It even seems to be glowing. It was Hisishue and Su Mushue's voices. Chanxia groggily opened his eyes and found that the 2 women beside him had already gotten up. Wearing light nightgowns, they were leaning over the second-floor balcony railing, pointing outside and chattering excitedly. As expected, women who wanted style over warmth. Why are you making so much noise this early in the morning? Chunxia yawned and sat up. Baby, you're awake. Hearing his voice, Hisishue turned around and gave him a sweet smile. Brother, come look, there's flooding outside. Su Mushue also turned around, waving at him excitedly. Chunxia shook his head helplessly. These two women really had big hearts. He got dressed and walked out onto the balcony too. The moment he stepped outside, the sight before him stunned him. In just one night, the world outside had completely turned into a water world. All kinds of debris floated on the surface. Broken branches, unknown trash, and even some remains of players' shelters. That little wooden house Lu Yu and Guan Feifei had stayed in yesterday had now been smashed apart by the flood, leaving only a few planks still bobbing on the water. Some of those planks were charred black. No surprise there, they had been struck by lightning. The standing water had already risen past knee level, almost half a meter high. This matched Yang Yang's intel exactly. How is it? Spectacular, right? Hisishue said proudly, as if this vast expanse of water were her family's fish pond. It is pretty spectacular. Chunxia nodded, then pointed in a direction farther away and asked, what treasure chest were you two talking about just now? Over there. Su Mushue quickly pointed to the left side of the villa. Chunxia looked in the direction she was pointing. On the water about a little over 100 meters from the villa, a gorgeous treasure chest radiating dazzling platinum white light from top to bottom was rising and falling with the waves. That chest was a full size larger than the golden chest he had opened before, and its design was even more refined and exquisite. One look was enough to tell it was no ordinary item. A platinum chest? Chunxia's eyes lit up instantly. This was a treasure one tier higher than a golden chest. Yeah. When we first saw it, it was still several hundred meters away, but for some reason it started drifting toward us on its own. My lucky talent must have kicked in. Su Mushue puffed out her small chest, looking proud. Titich, maybe it was my doing. Hisishue said unwillingly. I was silently chanting at it several times just now. Get into the bowl already. It was obviously my doing. It was mine. Enough. Stop arguing. He waved his hand. No matter whose doing it was, the most important thing right now is figuring out how to fish that thing up. The treasure chest was not far away, but it was still in the floodwater. The water was moving, and if someone went in directly, they could easily get swept away. A rope, Hisishue suggested. No, it's too far. Our rope isn't long enough. Chunxia shook his head. Then what do we do? Su Mushue grew anxious. We can't just watch it drift away, can we? Just as the three of them were at a loss, that platinum chest, as if it had heard their summons, suddenly sped up a little as it drifted, and the direction it floated in was perfectly straight, heading right toward the front gate of their villa. Huh? It's coming over. Hisishue widened her eyes in surprise. It really is. It's like it has eyes. Su Mushue cried out excitedly too. Chunxia was dumbfounded as well. What was going on here? The treasure chest was delivering itself to their doorstep? Was this the blessing of double lucky talents? The three of them simply stood on the balcony, watching helplessly as the platinum chest traced a beautiful arc across the water. Then with a light smack, gently bumped into the villa's steel spike fence and came to a steady stop. The whole process was smooth and flowing, just like someone was controlling it remotely from behind. This is ours now? He said uncertainly. It seems, yes. Hisishue nodded blankly. Sis, this talent of yours? Isn't it a little too broken? She turned her head to look at Su Mushue, her eyes full of shock. I don't know either. Su Mushue looked innocent too. I was just thinking that I wanted it to come over faster, and then it really came over. Chunxia, so I actually deserve some credit too? Ahem. Chunxia cleared his throat, breaking the strange atmosphere. Let's hurry and move the treasure chest inside. What if the water washes it away again in a bit? Right. Hurry down there. The two women snapped out of it like waking from a dream, then quickly followed Chunxia, rushing downstairs 2 steps at a time until they reached the villa's front entrance. That platinum treasure chest was quietly wedged between the fence bars of the wall, giving off an enticing glow. Chunxia opened the gate, waded through the shallow standing water that had not drained away yet, walked to the wall, and after some effort, finally dragged the heavy chest out from between the bars. He carried the chest back to the living room and set it down on the floor. Phew! That wore me out. What will it open into? A weapon. Please don't let it be food. The two women quickly crowded around and stared at the treasure chest. This should be the first platinum treasure chest, right? Brother, you should open it. Your luck is the best. Su Mushue said. Let's do rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins gets to open it. In the end, Su Mushue won. She took a deep breath, walked up to the platinum chest, and placed her pair of fair little hands on the cold lid. I'm about to open it. Su Mushue turned back to glance at Chunxia and Hisishue. It was her first time opening such a high-grade treasure chest, so she was still a little nervous. What if what came out was bad? If what came out was bad, Tonight was going to be rough. Open it already. Stop dragging it out. I can't wait anymore. Hisishue urged from the side, sounding even more anxious than if she were opening it herself. Okay. Sumushue closed her eyes and silently chanted in her heart. Please give me a divine weapon. Then suddenly exerted force and flipped open the lid of the treasure chest. Click! Platinum-colored light burst out of the chest in an instant. Chunxia and Hisishue both raised their hands to shield their eyes on instinct. The three of them impatiently looked into the treasure chest. At the bottom of the chest lay a completely black chain, quietly resting there and giving off a chilling cold gleam. At one end of the chain was a vicious ghost head. The ghost head had its mouth wide open, with an incomparably sharp barbed hook held inside. A cold, murderous aura spread from the chain. What is this thing? It looks like a weapon? Sumushue was not too sure either. Chunxia said nothing. He directly reached out and took the icy chain out of the treasure chest. The chain was extremely heavy in his hand, at least 30 to 40 jin, and it felt piercingly cold, like gripping a block of eternal ice. Item: Soul Locking Chain. Effect 1. Soul Lock. Can be controlled by thought. The chain can extend up to 50 meters, can easily pierce the defenses of most objects, deals extra damage to soul-type entities, and can automatically track enemies. Effect 2. Enemies struck by the chain will suffer the weakened effect. Weakened. You will feel physical fatigue, and your attack power will be reduced by 20%. Description: A chain from hell. It is said to be able to lock down the souls of all living beings. After reading the soul-locking chain's attribute description, even Chunxia felt somewhat excited. This thing could be controlled with his mind, and it had auto-tracking. Even though it did not feel as good as a handgun within 50 meters, this thing was undoubtedly more effective than a handgun. After all, a handgun might miss, but this thing tracked enemies. Baby, how is it? What kind of good stuff is it? Seeing that he had stayed silent for a long time, Hisishue could not help leaning over to ask. Chunxia did not answer. Instead, he directly displayed the soul-locking chain's attributes in front of them. After the two women finished reading, they let out the same kind of astonished gasp as Chunxia. Hisishue looked at Sumushue with envy all over her face. From now on, when we open treasure chests, we'll leave all of it to you. Hehe. I only opened it because brother told me to. Sumushue felt a little embarrassed from the praise, but inside, she was delighted. Being able to open such a powerful weapon for Chunxia made her feel even happier than getting a divine weapon herself. Hurry and test this thing's power. Okay. Chunxia nodded. Holding the soul-locking chain, he turned his gaze toward the table in the living room. He focused his mind and silently said in his heart, Go! Whoosh! The soul-locking chain in his hand instantly turned into a bolt of black lightning. With a sharp tearing sound through the air, it shot toward the table. Poochie! A soft sound rang out. The table, made of wood and iron, was like paper in front of the soul-locking chain. It was instantly pierced through with a huge hole. After passing through, the chain made another whoosh and flew back into Chunxia's hand. The entire process was smooth like flowing clouds and water, fast to the absolute limit. Whoa! Hisishue and Sumushue were both dumbfounded. This is way too cool. Hisishue's eyes were full of stars. Chunxia felt a surge of excitement in his heart too. The soul-locking chain's power was even stronger than he had imagined, and the feeling of controlling it with his mind was just too satisfying. It was practically point wherever he wanted and hit wherever he wanted, as easy as moving his own arm. If he ran into any monsters in the future, there would be no need for close-range hand-to-hand fighting at all. He could just stand 50 meters away and easily deal with them using the soul-locking chain. Oh right, doesn't it also make people weakened? Try that effect too, Hisishue reminded him. There's no way to test it. Chunxia spread his hands. I can't exactly use you two as test subjects, can I? That makes sense. Just as the three of them were studying the new weapon, the world chat channel had already turned completely chaotic. After a night of torrential rain, most players' shelters had already been invaded by floodwater. A lot of people had been literally jolted awake from their sleep by the freezing floodwater. Holy shit! What the hell is going on? Why am I in the water? My bed got flooded, damn it! This rain is poisonous. I drank a little yesterday, and now I'm dizzy, my vision's blurry, and my whole body is burning up. Feels like I'm about to die. I told you long ago this water couldn't be drunk. But you idiots just wouldn't believe me. Well now look, you've all been hit, right? Where's that moron from yesterday who mocked me for stockpiling water? Get out here. Woo-woo. Does anyone have medicine? I'll trade food for it. I feel like I'm dying here. Brothers, don't panic. I found something good. Some boxes float over on the water, and there is food and water inside them. Even clean water. As more and more people discovered supply boxes in the water, the atmosphere in the world channel started to change too. As the saying goes, the bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Right at that moment, a private message popped up. Chunxia opened it and took a look. Oh, it was Asuka Haruna. Asuka Haruna. Chunxia, do you have any cold medicine over there? Asuka Haruna's message looked weak, and even her typing was broken and intermittent. Asuka Haruna. I drank rainwater yesterday, and now I feel awful. My head hurts so much, and I don't have any strength at all. Looking at the message, Chansya had initially also thought water resources would become abundant, but apparently not. And this water was poisonous too. Chansya calmly opened his system backpack and searched through it. There was too much stuff he had gotten from breathing things out, so he had no idea whether he had any or not. Item. Strong effect cold capsules. Effect. Can quickly relieve symptoms such as fever, headache, and soreness in the limbs. Description. 1 pill works like 5. The effect is seriously strong. Found it. Chansya directly sent a screenshot of the medicine to Asuharu Haruna. Chansya, want it? Asuharu Haruna hadn't expected Chansya to actually have it. The cold medicine that wasn't even available in the entire trading market, he actually had it. Asuharu Haruna. Yes, brother Chansya. Sell me this medicine. My talent is sublimation. I can help you sublimate 1 item once, and the cooldown will be over tonight. Chansya. Sigh, I don't seem to need supplies that much, and as for sublimation I don't need that either. Asuharu Haruna. Then what do you want? As long as I have it, I can give it to you. Chansya. Don't you know very well what I want? I want you. As he spoke, Chansya sent over that talent contract again. Chansya. Sign it, and the medicine is yours. After the message was sent, the other side fell into a long silence. Only after more than 10 full minutes did Asuharu Haruna send another message. Asuharu Haruna. Why do you insist on making me sign this thing? Do you like girls like me? Asuharu Haruna. Girls aren't that great. You should be looking for married women. Her tone was full of confusion and bewilderment. Chansya. Because of your talent. Chansya didn't hide it either. An S-rank talent interests me a lot. Asuharu Haruna. Sigh. Then I might as well starve to death. Die of thirst or die from poison. Chansya, fine. Then go die. Chansya's attitude was still as calm and indifferent as ever. He had this woman completely figured out. Asuharu Haruna. We really can't make a trade. Asuharu Haruna. I can trade you something else. Like the items I sublimate. I can sell them to you first. I can even give you my large drainage module. In order to survive, she had already revealed her biggest bargaining chip. Large drainage module. The value of that thing went without saying. If it had been yesterday, Chansya might have been tempted. But now, Chansya. Sorry, I already have one. As he spoke, he sent over the attribute image of his own shelter drainage module large. As well. When Asuharu Haruna saw that attribute image, she was completely stunned. He actually had one too. And judging by it, it looked like it had already been installed for a long time. Her last bit of hope was shattered too. This man wouldn't budge no matter what. Soft tactics didn't work, hard tactics didn't work either. Could it be that he was really that short on women? Sexually repressed. Everyone was struggling to survive. He didn't want supplies, but insisted on wanting a woman. Had he never seen a woman in his last life? But Asuharu Haruna felt awful. After drinking the rainwater, her whole body felt terrible. So she still tried her best to negotiate a trade with Chansya. Asuharu Haruna. Good brother, please, sell me the cold medicine. Okay? I'll give you 1 free sublimation. How about it? Chansya. Sublimate your ass. Get lost. You. The virus's effects were getting stronger and stronger. Asuharu Haruna felt like her body was a furnace, burning so hot it was terrifying. If this kept going, she really would die. Chansya, poisoned, right? Chansya. Feels awful, doesn't it? Chansya, hurry up and sign it. Otherwise, you won't be able to do anything. The virus will invade your body, and you'll be like an incompetent wife. Chansya issued his final ultimatum. He didn't want to waste any more time on this woman. Meanwhile, inside the shelter, 10 minutes passed very quickly. Asuharu Haruna still didn't reply. That damn pervert actually said she was an incompetent wife. But it looks like I won't die. Asuharu Haruna chose to endure the virus head-on. Suddenly, boom! A thick bolt of lightning, carrying a world-destroying force, suddenly struck down from the dark clouds. And the target that lightning hit, without the slightest deviation, was exactly Asuharu Haruna's lone level 2 shelter standing on the water. Crack! Blinding electric light instantly swallowed that pitiful shelter. Immediately after, a heaven-shaking explosion burst out with a roar, with chips, debris, and charred wreckage were blasted dozens of meters into the air by the enormous shockwave, then rained back down with a clattering noise into the murky floodwaters. At the spot where the shelter had originally stood, only a huge deep pit remained, still smoking black. Chansya and the other 2 on the second-floor balcony saw this scene clearly. Holy shit! Hisishue and Sumushue were so shocked their mouths hung open, and they couldn't say a word for a long time. That lightning one-shot even a level 2 shelter. No idea how the guy inside is doing. Chansya didn't know the person inside was Asuharu Haruna. so he naturally felt that whoever was inside was probably dead. After all, that lightning strike was way too violent. They were probably dead beyond dead. Could only be blamed on that guy's bad luck. At the same time, in the flood 1,000 meters away from the villa, Asuharu Haruna was clutching a floating plank, shivering in the icy floodwater. She was soaked through, her hair plastered messily to her face, and her face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Her eyes were filled with terror. Who could have thought that just as she had been chatting and bargaining with Chansya, the very next second a thunderbolt would directly destroy her shelter? Luckily, the shelter had a hidden function. When it was damaged by unavoidable external factors, it would forcibly teleport the player out. Otherwise, she would have been blasted to pieces. Her home was gone. Everything was gone. Right now, she had nothing. And on top of that, she was running a high fever. Her whole body was burning, and her head was getting more and more muddled. The freezing floodwater kept eroding the last trace of warmth from her body. She felt like she was about to die. Why? Why did it turn out like this? Asuharu Haruna muttered to herself, tears slipping uncontrollably from her eyes and mixing into the cold rainwater. She couldn't figure it out. Why was her luck so terrible? First the extreme heat, then the poisonous rain, and now even her home had been struck by lightning. Did the heavens really want her dead that badly? There wasn't a single patch of land around her. Asuharu Haruna began drifting with the current. She lay on a battered old door panel that could barely still float, letting the flood carry her toward an unknown distance. The torrential rain was still pouring down, and each raindrop that struck her body took away the last bit of her warmth. She thought of that man, Chinsya. He had an indestructible luxury shelter, an endless supply of clean water, and special medicine that could cure her virus. As long as she nodded, as long as she signed that talent contract, she could survive. But even though the other party had promised not to touch her, when you're under someone else's roof, you have no choice but to bow your head. At the thought of becoming a star slave, a strong resistance welled up in Asuharu Haruna's heart. That Taoist priest's words rang in her ears again. Little girl, your fate is nobler than words can describe, but before the age of 30, there will surely be a great calamity. Remember this well. Guard your virginity, and only then can you overcome the tribulation. Otherwise, a bloody disaster will come, and not even immortals will be able to save you. Although she felt it was all futile superstition, she had kept those words firmly in her heart ever since childhood. She wouldn't sign even if she died. The door panel carried her, drifting aimlessly across the water. She didn't know where she was going, nor did she know how much longer she could hold on. The high fever brought by the virus made the scene before her start to blur, and her consciousness gradually began to fade. Just as she felt she was about to reach her limit and was about to pass out. Bang! With a muffled thud, the door panel beneath her seemed to hit something and shook violently. That impact almost knocked Asuka Haruna off the door panel. She forced herself to stay conscious, struggling to pry open her heavy eyelids as she looked ahead. Right in front of her was a crooked-neck tree, mostly submerged by the floodwaters, blocking her path. And she, together with the door panel, had gotten wedged between the tree's branches. Cough, cough. The door panel was battered by the current, slamming against the trunk again and again with dull banging sounds. Crash. The massive current flipped the door panel over, and Asuka Haruna instantly lost her balance, screaming as she fell toward the freezing floodwater. Ah! Then she felt her hand latch onto a rough, slippery branch. Her whole body was left hanging in midair just like that, while her feet kicked weakly in the murky water below. She looked like a soaked, tattered piece of clothing hanging from the tree. Pathetic and laughable. Rainwater ran down her hair, over her pale cheeks, and dripped into her mouth, carrying the fishy, bitter taste of mud. She looked at the surging flood below and felt the pulling force tearing at her arm, as if it might rip her apart at any moment. She knew she would not be able to hold on much longer. The moment her strength gave out, she would fall into this icy expanse and be swallowed by the flood, leaving not even a corpse behind. Suddenly she saw a villa. A self-mocking bitter smile curled at the corner of Asuka Haruna's mouth. So before death, people really do see strange things? The wooden house got washed away. I wonder what happened to the people inside. This is way too tragic. On the open-air balcony on the second floor of the villa, Hisishue and Sumushue were leaning over the railing, watching the watery world outside with great interest. They were only wearing cool silk slip nightdresses, their fair, slender legs swaying in the air, completely unconcerned with the slight chill and dampness on the balcony. Chun Xia came out of the room yawning, and this was the vividly alluring scene that greeted him. He walked over and wrapped an arm around each woman's slim waist from behind. Huh? Look over there. Is that a person? Su Mushue suddenly pointed at a crooked-neck tree in the distance and asked curiously. A person? Where? Hisishue quickly leaned closer and looked in the direction she was pointing. Chen Xia was intrigued too and looked that way. Through the binoculars, there really was a dark shape hanging from a half-submerged tree. As the view zoomed in, the outline of that thing became clearer and clearer. That really did seem to be a person. A woman. She was wearing ragged clothes and hung from the fork of the tree like a bag of garbage. Her long wet hair drooped down, covering most of her face. Her body swayed weakly in the air under the impact of the current, looking utterly miserable. Holy shit! This girl's really unlucky. How the hell did she end up hanging on a tree? Chunxia could not help making a snarky comment. Let me see, let me see. Hisishue snatched the binoculars and started looking too. Oh my god. She's so pitiful. She looks like she's about done for. She's not moving at all. Hisishue's sympathy was starting to overflow. Brother. I saw her through the compound bow's scope too. At some point, Su Mushue had already taken out the compound bow and was observing through its sight. She looks injured. Her face is so pale. Wait. Su Mushue's voice suddenly stopped, and there was a trace of uncertainty in her tone. What is it? Chunxia asked. Brother, do you remember what the chat profile picture of that woman named Asuka Haruna looked like yesterday? Instead of answering, Su Mushue asked a strange question. Profile picture? Chunxia froze for a moment, then thought back for a bit. I think it was a selfie of a woman, right? Pretty good looking, just with a kind of cocky expression. Exactly. Su Mushue nodded hard. I zoomed in just now, and that woman hanging on the tree. Even though she looks a mess and her face is filthy, that face shape and those features really look a lot like the one in that profile picture. What? Now it was Chunxia and Hisishue's turn to be shocked. Hisishue quickly raised the binoculars again and examined the woman carefully. Holy crap. It really is her. A moment later, she lowered the binoculars, her face full of disbelief. Her hair's a complete mess. But that face is definitely hers. After all, this was the same woman who tried to blackmail them yesterday. The impression she left was deep. Chunxia also moved next to Su Mushue and looked through the compound bow scope. Although the distance was far and the image was somewhat blurry, that familiar outline, that high-nose bridge, and those lips that were still tightly pressed together even in unconsciousness. It really was fucking Asuka Haruna. Fuck! Even Chunxia could not help swearing. What was going on with this woman? Her shelter was gone too? Could it be that the shelter near him that had been wrecked by lightning was hers? She really looks like she's about to die. Seeing Asuka Haruna's lifeless appearance through the binoculars, Hisishue felt a little bad for her. Should we save her? Save her? Chunxia raised an eyebrow. Isn't she that backbone-filled S-rank big shot who said she'd rather die than sign a contract? If we go save her now, wouldn't that be slapping her in the face? That was what he said, but his mind had already started turning. This woman was practically delivering herself right to his door. Now that she had ended up this miserable, with her home gone and her life hanging by a thread, she should finally recognize reality. Right? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Looking at the woman in the storm, barely holding on in the binoculars, a playful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Come on, let's go say hello to our neighbor. How are we supposed to get there? Hisishue looked at the raging flood outside, troubled. The current is so fast, and we don't even have a boat. Who said we don't? Chunxia smiled mysteriously. As he spoke, he opened the system backpack and started rummaging through it. The things he breathed out every day were all sorts of random stuff, so many that even he could not keep track of them all, but if he remembered correctly, he really did have something like a boat in there. Very soon, he took something out of the backpack. It was a yellow inflatable raft that had not been inflated yet, folded up neatly, with a hand pump and 2 paddles placed beside it. Item, inflatable raft. Description: rowing without paddles, relying entirely on the waves. Wow, babe, you even have this. Hisishue's eyes went wide. Enough joking around. Chunxia tossed the raft and the pump onto the ground. Sishue, you handle the pumping. Mushue, go get some rope and the first aid kit. That woman doesn't look like she's in good shape. Got it. The 2 women immediately split up. One started huffing and puffing as she pumped air into the raft, while the other began gathering rescue supplies. Chunxia stood on the balcony and continued observing Asuka Haruna's condition. Hanging from the tree, the woman's body was swaying less and less, and her head had started drooping. She looked like she could lose consciousness and fall into the water at any moment. Need to hurry, Chunxia calculated inwardly. If she fell into the water and got swept away, that would be a huge loss. Right at that moment, something eerie happened. With a crisp crack, the branch Asuka Haruna was holding on to suddenly snapped without any warning. Fuck! Chunxia's heart tightened as he watched Asuka Haruna about to fall like a leaf into the rushing flood below. Ah! A faint scream drifted over from far away on the wind. Chunxia's heart jumped into his throat. If she fell down like this, his S-rank talent would be completely wasted. However, what happened next left all 3 people on the balcony staring in shock. The moment Asuka Haruna fell, she did not plunge straight into the water. Instead, with a bang, she landed perfectly on a wooden board that just happened to be floating past beneath the tree. The board looked battered and worn, but its buoyancy was surprisingly good. Not only did it not sink under Asuka Haruna's weight, it even steadied itself after wobbling a few times. What was even more ridiculous was that, carried by the current, the board actually changed direction and began slowly drifting toward their villa. The balcony fell into dead silence. Chunxia, Hisishue and Su Mushue stared at each other, and the expressions on their faces turned strange with disbelief. This? What's going on? It floated over here by itself? What kind of insane luck is that? Su Mushue stammered. This was too damn absurd. A treasure chest delivering itself to their doorstep was one thing, but now even a person was delivering herself. Was the effect of stacking 2 luck talents really this ridiculous? The 3 of them just stood there on the balcony, watching helplessly as the board traced an almost perfect arc across the water. In the end, with a light smack, it gently bumped against the villa's steel-spiked fence. The board got caught on the fence bars and came to a steady stop. The whole process was smooth as flowing water, even more precise than taking a damn boat out to rescue her. This means she's ours now? Hisishue looked at Chunxia blankly. Yes. Chunxia nodded. Then hurry down and pull her in. What if the water washes her away again in a moment? Right. Hurry. The 2 women snapped out of it like waking from a dream and quickly followed Chunxia as they rushed downstairs. Chunxia opened the main door, and a surge of icy floodwater immediately poured in, but it was quickly drained away by the villa's powerful drainage system. Wading through the shallow water that covered his ankles, he walked over to the fence. Asuka Haruna was lying motionless on the board, looking as if she were dead. Chunxia reached out and checked her breathing. She was still alive, just barely. Her forehead was burning hot, like a furnace. She's really close to burning herself to death. He stopped hesitating, bent down, and relying on his powerful physique, lifted Asuka Haruna off the board in one go. She felt very light and very soft in his arms. Even through her soaking wet clothes, her stunning curves still made Chunxia's heart stir slightly. Holding this unconscious woman whose entire body was scorching hot, he turned and walked back into the villa. Chunxia carried Asuka Haruna into the living room and casually set her down on the soft wool carpet. Baby, how is she? Is she about to die? She absolutely can't die. It'd be such a waste for such a pretty big sister to die. And brother Xia hasn't even started yet. Hisishue and Su Mushue immediately crowded around, looking at the unconscious woman on the floor with curiosity and concern. Asuka Haruna really did look miserable. She was soaked through, her originally beautiful face covered in mud, and her lips were cracked and peeling from the fever. Her whole body looked completely lifeless. She won't die, it's just a high fever. And after being caught in the rain for too long, her body gave out. Chunxia made it sound easy, but he knew very well that if they had not pulled her back in time, this woman would most likely have died here today. He crouched down and carefully checked Asuka Haruna's condition. Other than the fever and weakness, she did not seem to have any obvious external injuries. There were only a few small cuts on her arms and legs from branches. You two, go boil some hot water and bring me a set of clean clothes, Chunxia instructed the 2 women. Oh, okay. Hisishue and Su Mushue answered and immediately got to work. Only Chunxia and the unconscious Asuka Haruna were left in the living room. Chunxia looked at her face, so stunning that even the mud could not hide it, and began to think. Now that he had saved her, what should he do next? Just feed her medicine, heal her up, then keep her well fed and cared for until she willingly signed the contract? No, too slow. To deal with a woman with pride etched into her bones, he had to use the most direct and brutal method, completely crush her self-respect, and make her understand her current situation. At that thought, a trace of a bad smile curled at the corner of Chunxia's mouth. He gently placed his hand on Asuka Haruna's burning forehead. Talent, A rank, benevolent healing hands. A warm and gentle energy slowly flowed from Chunxia's palm into Asuka Haruna's body. This was the healing talent he had copied from Hisishue. With a 150% effect boost, that energy flowed like tiny streams through every part of Asuka Haruna's body, repairing the bodily functions damaged by the virus and the cold. The small cuts on her body healed at a visible speed. Her body temperature also began to slowly drop. Her originally rapid and weak breathing gradually became steady and long. After finishing all that, Chunxia withdrew his hand. He had not completely cured her. He had only stabilized her condition and dispelled part of the virus, pulling her out of life-threatening danger. He wanted her to feel, while fully awake, the agony of the virus clinging to her body and the splitting headache it caused. At that moment, Hisishue and Su Mushue returned as well. Su Mushue was carrying a pile of clean clothes, while Hisishue was holding a basin of hot water. Brother, I brought the clothes. They're all new. Baby, here's the towel. Chunxia nodded, took the towel, soaked it in the hot water, and began wiping the mud off Asuka Haruna's face. As the mud was wiped away, a face perfect enough to be called flawless gradually appeared. Her skin was white as snow, and her features were so delicate they looked like God's finest work of art. Her long eyelashes were like 2 little fans, resting quietly over her eyelids. Even in her unconscious state, there was still a trace of coldness and pride between her brows that refused to fade. Wow, she's so pretty. Hisishue could not help but sigh in admiration. Yeah, she looks even better than in the photos. Su Mushue nodded too, a trace of barely noticeable vigilance flashing through her eyes. If a woman this beautiful also became one of Chun Xia's women, would their status be threatened? A woman's thoughts were always sensitive, but Su Muxue quickly dismissed the thought, because Chun Xia, as the one causing all this, had a physique that could handle however many there were. The real issue was whether they could hold out. So if a new member joined, that was actually a good thing. After Chun Xia finished wiping Asuka Haruna's face clean, he took out that box of strong cold capsules from his backpack. He popped one pill out, pried Asuka Haruna's mouth open without any effort, and stuffed it directly inside. Then he picked up a bottle of mineral water and carefully poured a few mouthfuls into her mouth. Only after finishing all that did he stand up and clap his hands. All right, once the medicine takes effect, she should wake up. The three of them sat on the sofa, eating fruit prepared by Gugu Gaga while they waited. About 10 minutes later, Asuka Haruna, lying on the floor, had her eyelashes tremble lightly, and then she slowly opened her eyes. At first, her gaze was dazed and empty. She shook her heavy head, and her vision slowly focused. The first thing that entered her sight was a magnificent crystal chandelier, giving off a soft and warm glow. Then came the leather sofa, the solid wood furniture, and the faint aroma of food drifting through the air. Was this heaven? Shouldn't she have frozen to death or drowned alive in that icy flood? She struggled, trying to sit up. You're awake. A calm voice with a hint of amusement came from beside her. Asuka Haruna turned her head and saw the man sitting on the sofa, one leg crossed over the other, looking at her leisurely. Chun Xia, her pupils shrank sharply, and all her memories instantly came flooding back. Was it you who saved me? Her voice was terribly hoarse. Who else? Chun Xia spread his hands. What? Did your Amaterasu suddenly answer your prayers? Asuka Haruna's face turned green, then white. She struggled to sit up from the floor, and only then did she realize she was in the living room of an extremely luxurious villa. Warm, dry, comfortable. It was completely different from the storm-ravaged world outside, a world like hell itself. She lowered her head and looked at herself. She was still wearing those soaked, tattered clothes, clinging tightly to her body and outlining her graceful curves, making her feel a wave of shame and embarrassment. What do you want? She raised her head and looked at Chun Xia warily. She didn't believe this man had saved her out of simple kindness for no reason. I don't want anything. Chun Xia stood up, walked over to her, and looked down at her from above. I saved your life. Now it's your turn to choose. He held up 2 fingers. First, I throw you back into the flood outside right now. Whether you live or die, that's up to fate. Second, he paused, a devilish smile appearing on his face. Sign this contract, and from now on, stay here obediently and be my person. As he spoke, a virtual contract glowing with a faint golden light appeared before Asuka Haruna. The same choice again. Either die or submit. She was the Empire's eldest imperial princess. When had she ever suffered this kind of threat and humiliation? But she could feel the spring-like warmth in the villa, and feel her body after the virus had been suppressed. It still felt awful, but it was no longer fatal. Then she thought about the freezing flood outside, and her home being blasted into pieces by lightning. A deep sense of powerlessness and despair welled up in her heart. Did she have any room left to choose? Damn, it smelled so good. Wasn't it just mugwort? Then bring it on. I choose. She looked up at Chun Xia, her voice trembling with a trace of unwillingness. I'll stay. Very good. Chun Xia nodded in satisfaction. However, just as Asuka Haruna was about to sign the contract, she suddenly seemed to remember something and froze. She turned her head toward Hisishue and Su Muxue, who were sitting on the nearby sofa watching the scene with interest, and in a tone like she was throwing caution to the wind, she asked softly, can I ask? Have you two already done that? The moment Asuka Haruna asked that question, the atmosphere in the living room instantly turned strange. Hisishue and Su Muxue exchanged a glance, and both their cheeks flushed red. Especially Su Muxue. When Chun Xia got serious, it was twice a day. Hisishue was still the more open one. She cleared her throat, walked over to Asuka Haruna, and patted her shoulder in the tone of someone with experience. Little sister, some things are something you'll have to go through sooner or later. She leaned close to Asuka Haruna's ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. Life is like rape. If you can't choose it, and you can't resist it. You know. What kind of insane thing was that to say? She stared at Hisishue's, expression and went completely blank. How could this woman, who looked so gentle and refined, be like this in private? That shameless? She secretly glanced at Su Muxue beside them, who was practically burying herself into the sofa. Looks like they really had. Asuka Haruna's heart sank completely to the bottom. It's over. Twice a day? No way, no way. At most, she could only handle once. Asuka Haruna looked at Hisishue with a helpless expression like a newbie begging a veteran driver to teach her. Ahem. Are you done talking? Chun Xia deliberately interrupted their private girls' talk. Actually, he wasn't that unreasonable. For example, if you dress slutty today, he'd just do it 2 more times. Take turns with it. It wasn't like he had to torment just one person to death. We're done, we're done. Hisishua straightened up and winked at Chunxia. Asuka Haruna took a deep breath, as if she had made some major decision. She stretched out her slightly trembling hand and gently tapped the floating talent contract with her fingertip. I agree. At the same time, a string of system notification sounds rang out in Chunxia's mind. Ding! Congratulations. You have successfully bound with Asuka Haruna, possessor of the S-rank talent, Sublimation. You have obtained Asuka Haruna's base attributes plus a bonus based on your own base attributes. Strength plus 18, Constitution plus 18, Spirit plus 18. You have perfectly replicated the S-rank talent, Sublimation. Talent effect increased to 150%. S-rank, Sublimation, replicated version, once every 3 days. You may designate any one item for sublimation. There is a very high chance of improving its quality, and a very small chance of causing an unexpected mutation. The failure rate is greatly reduced. Because you have successfully bound your third exclusive goddess, even her breathing will now generate benefits for you. A powerful warm current instantly surged through Chunxia's entire body. He could clearly feel that his strength, constitution, and spirit had all increased. On the other side, the moment the contract was established, Asuka Haruna also felt a strange change. It wasn't some painful feeling of being enslaved. It felt more like a connection. The feeling was strange. It made her resist it, yet she couldn't help becoming a little immersed in it. It was like she was about to lose control and wanted to cuddle up to Chunxia. All right, from today on, you're part of this family. Chunxia looked at Asuka Haruna and announced. From now on, just like them, what should you call me? Asuka Haruna gritted her teeth and squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth. Oni-chan. That title seemed to sound a little better. Fine, big brother then. Chunxia couldn't be bothered to fuss over something this minor. The important part was that he already had her. What he cared about more now was the new talent he had just gotten. An S-rank talent with a 150% effect boost. This was way more overpowered than Asuka Haruna's original version. He had to test it quickly. With that thought, Chunxia's gaze fell on the weapon he had just acquired. Soul-locking chain. With a thought, the pitch-black chain radiating a chilling cold gleam appeared in his hand. Brother, what are you going to do? Su Mushue asked curiously. Show you something good. Chunxia gave a mysterious smile, then fixed his gaze intently on the soul-locking chain in his hand. He activated the S-rank talent he had just replicated. Sublimation. Asuka Haruna was shocked. He had sublimation too. Or had he copied her talent? No wait, why did Chunxia's talent look noticeably better than hers? When she used her talent, it usually gave off white light. But when Chunxia used it, golden light appeared. Within the light, the form of the soul-locking chain began to change violently. That originally ferocious ghost head actually began to split into 3, becoming 3 identical ghost heads lined up side by side at the top of the chain. Inside each ghost head's mouth was a backward hook gleaming with cold light. The chains themselves had also become much thicker, and countless mysterious, intricate dark gold patterns surfaced across them. An eerie aura several times stronger than before radiated from within. The entire ascension process lasted for nearly a minute. When that dazzling golden light finally slowly faded, a brand new chain with an even more domineering and ferocious design appeared in Chunxia's hand. Ding! Ascension successful. Your item soul-locking chain has successfully ascended into the life-reaping chain of doom. Item: Life-reaping chain of doom. Effect 1 Soul reaping. Can be controlled with thought. The chain can extend up to 100 meters at maximum. Can lock onto 3 targets at the same time for attack. Easily pierces the defenses of most objects. Deals massive damage to soul-type entities, and automatically tracks enemies. Effect 2 Deep weakness. Enemies struck by the chain will fall into a state of deep weakness, with all attributes reduced by 30%. The effect lasts 10 minutes. Description: a horrifying weapon from the deepest depths of hell. Forget locking souls. Even if it's a god, it'll still lock it down all the same. After reading these brand new attribute descriptions, Chunxia felt that this was really not bad at all. The effect after ascension was simply ridiculously strong. The attack range had doubled directly from 50 meters to 100 meters. The number of attack targets had gone from 1 to 3. The weakening effect had changed from reducing attack power by 20% to reducing all attributes by 30%. Baby, how is it? Did it work? Hisishua carefully opened her eyes and asked curiously. Chunxia didn't speak. He directly displayed the attributes of the life-reaping chain of doom in front of them. Wow! After seeing those practically broken stats clearly, Hisishua and Su Mushue both let out exaggerated cries of shock at the same time. It can hit 3 at once? And it can even reduce all stats by 30%? Brother, this weapon of yours is invincible. Su Mushue's eyes were filled with little stars of admiration. This is way too cool. Hisishua reached out directly, wanting to touch the chain that looked dangerous at first glance. But the moment her hand made contact, she was jolted by the piercing cold and immediately pulled it back. Asuka Haruna, who was standing to the side, was already completely dumbfounded. Her own talent had a chance of failure, and even with ascension it could never rise to something this good. Come on, let's test the effect. Chunxia was itching to try it out too. Holding the life-reaping chain of doom, he turned his gaze toward the innocent redwood coffee table in the living room. With a thought, he locked onto the left, middle, and right sides of the table at the same time in his mind. Go! Whoosh! The life-reaping chain of doom instantly split into 3 black bolts of lightning, shooting toward that poor coffee table from 3 different angles with sharp sounds of air being torn apart. Poochie, poochie, poochie. 3 soft sounds rang out almost at the same time. That sturdy redwood coffee table was pierced through with 3 bowl-sized holes as easily as if it were tofu. Right after that, the 3 chains made another whoosh as they flew back into Chunxia's hand and merged into one again. Chunxia himself was satisfied beyond words. The feeling of controlling it with his mind and attacking 3 targets at once was just too damn good. If he ran into groups of monsters again in the future, he wouldn't even need to move personally. He could just hide 100 meters away and use this life-reaping chain of doom to call them out one by one. After enjoying himself, Chunxia turned his gaze toward Asuka Haruna, who was still in shock. Is your talent's cooldown over yet? He asked. Ah! Asuka Haruna froze for a moment before coming back to her senses, then quickly nodded. Why yes. It's over. Very good. Chunxia smiled, then took out his Desert Eagle from the system inventory. He handed the gun to Asuka Haruna. Your turn. Ascend it. Asuka Haruna looked at the exquisitely designed handgun in front of her, then looked at Chunxia and instantly grew nervous. He wanted her to use Ascension too, but her talent had a chance of failure. If it failed, this gun, which looked obviously valuable, would be destroyed. Brother. She gathered her courage and said softly, my talent. It might fail. What if? It's fine. Chunxia waved his hand indifferently. If I told you to use it, then use it. It's just a gun. If it gets destroyed, then it gets destroyed. What does he mean, if it gets destroyed, then it gets destroyed? He could even say that about a weapon that was obviously rare quality at a glance. This was a handgun. There wasn't a carbon-based life form alive that wouldn't be afraid of one. Looking at Chunxia's encouraging gaze that allowed no refusal, Asuka Haruna knew she had no room to choose. She took a deep breath and began the ascension. Hisishue and Su Mushue beside her both wore expressions of people waiting to watch a good show. Don't be scared. Just use it boldly. Baby doesn't lack this little bit of stuff. Hisishue even called out a word of encouragement. Exactly, Haruna, you have to believe in yourself. Maybe you'll ascend it into some divine weapon too. Su Mushue also chimed in to cheer her on. Hearing their words, Asuka Haruna felt slightly more at ease. She closed her eyes and focused all her attention on the Desert Eagle in her hand. Ascend! The silver-white Desert Eagle had vanished. In its place was an entirely black assault rifle, filled with metallic texture and violent aesthetics. That classic silhouette, that signature curved magazine, that rough and ferocious body. AK-47. It was actually an AK-47. 66666. This time, even Chunxia couldn't keep it together. He was way too satisfied with this ascension result. Wow, Haruna, you're amazing. You actually turned a handgun into a long gun. Not bad, little sis. You've been hiding your skills. Hisishue also came over and patted her on the shoulder, her face full of approval. Praised like that by 2 beautiful older sisters, Asuka Haruna's face instantly turned red, and an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and accomplishment surged up in her heart. Chunxia took the brand new AK-47 from her hand. Item: AK-47. Attack power: 120. Rate of fire: 600 rounds per minute. Magazine capacity: 45 rounds. Description: a rugged, durable, and extremely powerful assault rifle. A man's romance. Friendly reminder: the recoil is a bit strong, so be careful not to dislocate your shoulder. After reading the stats, Chunxia nodded in satisfaction. With this thing plus that life-reaping chain of doom, his combat power had risen to a whole new level. However, a new problem had come up as well. He glanced at the magazine. It was full 45 rounds. So, they needed to stockpile bullets. Alright, enough being happy. Time to work. Chunxia slung the AK-47 over his back, then said to the 3 women, I'm assigning you a new task now. Sishue, Mushue, Haruna, the 3 of you, go to the trading channel immediately. There is only one objective. I want you to buy bullets for me at any cost. Any type of bullet is fine. However many there are, buy all of them. Also, keep an eye out and see whether anyone is selling bullet crafting blueprints. If there are any, no matter what price the seller asks, buy them instantly for me. Hearing Chunxia's order, the 3 women immediately perked up, especially Asuka Haruna. She had just made a contribution and was still in an excited state, wanting to do even more for this team. Because after joining this team, aside from contributing with her talent and in bed, she also had to help as much as possible with other things. After all, they were a team, They skillfully opened their virtual panels and entered the trading channel. Asuka Haruna copied what they did and opened her own empty backpack and the resource tab that only had a few units of wood in it, then froze. She had nothing to trade. Big brother. She looked at Chunxia awkwardly. Only then did Chunxia remember that this woman was currently flat broke. With a casual wave of his hand, he directly transferred a large amount of supplies from his own system backpack into Asuka Haruna's backpack. System notice. Player, Chunxia, has traded you, bread x 1000. System notice. Player, Chunxia, has traded you, mineral water x 1000. System notice. Player, Chunxia has traded you, wood, x 50,000. System notice. Player Chunxia has traded you. Looking at the huge pile of supplies that had instantly appeared in her backpack, Asuka Haruna's eyes went wide. Even the way she looked at Chunxia changed. So many supplies? Was this a joke? This man was way too rich, wasn't he? Before, she would rather die than submit. Now she had truly learned what "it smells so good" meant. Mugwort, then mugwort it was. Just as she was spacing out, a blood-red announcement suddenly popped up in the World channel. World announcement. The current number of surviving players in Area A1 has dropped below 600,000. Survival difficulty will increase slightly. Players, please do your best to survive. 600,000. In just a few short days, nearly half the people in one region had died. That was 400,000 lives. The three women all stared blankly at the people discussing it in the chat channel. Stop spacing out. Start buying everything. Chunxia's command pulled her back from her thoughts. Yes, she quickly pulled herself together and, along with Hisishue and Sumushue, threw herself into this crazy shopping spree. The trade channel was as chaotic as ever. Requests to buy drainage modules, weapons, and medicine filled the entire screen. Buying small drainage module. I'll trade all my food for it. Please. My shelter is about to be flooded. Selling 1 rusty machete. Trading for 3 loaves of bread. Got bitten by a snake and urgently need food to recover my strength. Help. Does any big shot know what to do after being bitten by that kind of black snake? The wound is turning black. I feel like I'm about to die. The entire channel was filled with despair and wailing. And right at that moment, 3 buyers with extremely similar IDs barged into this chaotic marketplace like 3 vicious sharks. Hisishue. Buying bullets. Any type of bullet. Price negotiable. Food, water, wood, stone, whatever you want. I'll give it. Su Muxweba Beatty. Buying bullets. Unlimited purchase. I'll take however many you have. Also buying bullet crafting blueprints at a high price. Asuka Harinadadadi. Buying bullets. 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 Important things must be said 3 times. DM me your price. With Chunxia's massive supply support, the 3 women's buying operation went unusually smoothly. In less than half an hour, every bullet listed for sale in the trade channel had been bought out by them. The 3 of them counted up the results. Hisishue collected 20 universal bullets. Su Mushue collected 15 universal bullets. Asuka Haruna was a newbie and not very skilled at this yet, but she still managed to get 11 pistol bullets, mostly because bargaining wasted a lot of time. Big brother, there aren't many bullets on the market, and most bullet types aren't compatible. Only universal bullets can be used, but I didn't see anyone selling bullet blueprints. Su Mushue reported to Chunxia. Not bad. Chunxia nodded. Even though there were no blueprints, getting this many bullets was still a pretty good start. But suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. It seemed like before, he had breathed out something called universal bullets. He opened his backpack and searched around in the corner. Sure enough, he found them. Item, universal bullet. Quantity, 17. Effect, compatible with any type of firearm. Description, a blessing for people with decision paralysis. Adding these 17, along with the 45 rounds already loaded in his AK, he now had a total of 108 rounds. That was enough for now. Alright, you've all worked hard. It'd be best if you can trade for bullet blueprints if possible. Chunxia said to the 3 women. Okay, we'll keep looking for blueprints. Given the current situation, everyone's ways of getting supplies are extremely limited. We can only rely on drifting supply crates. After working for most of the day, the sky gradually darkened. The torrential rain outside showed no sign of stopping. Gugu Gaga had already prepared a lavish dinner, and the 4 of them sat around the dining table, enjoying this rare moment of peace in the apocalypse. Asuka Haruna ate the soft, delicious bread in her mouth, drank the sweet meat soup, and looked at the 3 men and women beside her chatting and laughing. Felt like a lifetime ago. Just earlier, she had still been struggling to survive in the flood. And now, she was living in a warm, luxurious villa, eating delicacies from land and sea, and even had powerful companions. Everything felt like a dream. Sigh, it really smelled so good. She didn't even know what she had been so stubborn about before. Just then, beep, beep, beep. A burst of urgent alarm sounds rang out. Baby, there's movement on the radar. Hisishua's expression changed, and she immediately stood up to check the radar. Chunxia frowned slightly and followed her over. Su Mushue and Asuka Haruna also stood up nervously and followed behind them. The four of them crowded in front of the radar screen. On the formerly clean screen, quite a few red dots had now appeared. Those dots were rapidly moving in from all directions toward the green, in the center of the radar that represented their shelter. So many. Hisishue looked at the countless red dots on the screen, her voice trembling a little. They've surrounded us. What are those things? Su Mushue's face had gone a little pale too. What else could they be? Chunxia's face darkened. The mutated water snakes Yang Yong mentioned have arrived. Mutated water snakes. The moment she heard that name, Asuka Haruna's body trembled uncontrollably. Snakes were what she feared most. Those slippery, cold-blooded creatures terrified her the moment she saw them. Come on. Let's go look from the balcony. The night was already deep, and outside was pitch black. The raging wind carried the heavy rain and slammed crazily against the glass railing, making crackling sounds. With the help of the occasional lightning that tore across the night sky, they could vaguely see long ripples appearing on the murky water surface around the villa. Something huge was swimming rapidly beneath the water. Boom! Chunxia took out a flashlight. This time they saw clearly. To the east of the villa, a giant snake, completely black and thicker than an adult's thigh, was raising its ferocious head out of the muddy floodwaters. Its eyes glimmered with a ghostly green cold light in the darkness, icy and bloodthirsty. Its forked tongue kept flicking in and out, making hissing sounds that made their scalps go numb. What water snake? This was a giant python. My God! Even though they had already been mentally prepared, when they saw this horrifying scene with their own eyes, Hisishue and Su Mushue still could not help but cry out in shock, and instinctively hid a little behind Chunxia. They had never seen such a terrifying creature before. Is this for real? This is a water snake. What kind of water snake gets this big? This is obviously a python. There should be quite a few of them. The one just now was only one of them. At that moment, the World Chat channel also erupted with activity. Countless cries for help filled with terror and despair began flooding the screen. Snakes! Snakes! So many snakes! They've surrounded my shelter. Help! Something is slamming into my wall. My wall is about to collapse. Someone save me. Ah! It got in. It crawled in through the window. Don't come over here. My friend got dragged underwater. He disappeared in an instant. What do I do? What am I supposed to do? Don't turn on the lights. Absolutely don't turn on the lights. These monsters seem really sensitive to light. Really? Then why are they still hanging around my shelter after I put out the light source? On the balcony, the atmosphere had turned heavy to the extreme. More and more water snakes were gathering around the villa. They seemed to be full of interest in this brightly lit giant villa, but they were also wary of the 10-meter-high steel spike wall. They only swam around outside and did not launch an attack right away. Brother, they don't seem to dare come over. Su Mushue looked at the giant snakes wandering outside the wall and spoke softly. No, they're testing us. Chunxia's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. He could clearly see that a few of the bolder water snakes had already started trying to use their huge bodies to slam into the wall. Bang! Bang! The dull crashing sounds reached their ears clearly. Although the steel spike wall did not budge at all, the feeling of being surrounded and attacked by monsters still made their scalps crawl. Can they climb walls? Asuka Haruna asked in a trembling voice. The moment her words fell. Look! On the wall! Hisishue suddenly pointed at a section of the wall directly in front of the villa and let out a cry. Everyone quickly looked in the direction she was pointing. Under the flash of lightning, they saw an especially massive giant snake, rapidly climbing up along the smooth metal surface of the wall. Its body was like a gigantic black python, pressed tightly against the wall, its scales scraping against the metal and making a rustling sound. It was extremely fast. In just a few seconds it had already climbed halfway up. That ferocious snake head was raised high, and a pair of ghostly green eyes were locked firmly onto Chunxia and the other three on the balcony, full of greed and violence. The enormous mutated water snake rushed upward at high speed. It really climbed up. Asuka Haruna pointed at the terrifying creature as she spoke. Although Su Mushue was nervous, her reaction was the fastest. She instantly entered combat mode. She steadily raised the compound bow, aimed, and drew the string. The whole movement was completed in one smooth flow. Whoosh! The bowstring let out a crisp hum. That arrow turned into a streak of silver light and shot with extreme precision toward the giant snake's head. Su Mushue was full of confidence in this shot. With the power of the compound bow, even if it could not kill in one hit, it would definitely heavily wound the target. However, what happened next left everyone stunned. Clang! A sharp sound rang out like metal colliding. When that powerful arrow struck the thick scales on top of the giant snake's head, it actually burst out a shower of sparks. The force of the arrow only made the giant snake's head tilt back slightly. It did not even pierce through that layer of scales that looked incomparably tough. It only left behind a faint white mark. The arrow dropped weakly and fell into the floodwaters below. Roar! The sneak attack failed and instead became a provocation. The giant snake was completely enraged. It let out a deep hiss that did not sound like a snake at all, and its climbing speed became even more frenzied. No good. Its hide is too thick. Su Mushue was shocked when she saw that her arrow had no effect at all. The compound bow doesn't seem to do much. Could it be that the head actually isn't its weak point? No. What are you all mumbling about? Let me do it. At some point, Chunxia had already walked to the very front of the balcony. He shielded the 3 women behind him and, all alone, raised the AK-47 in one hand. Come on, come on. Let's see today whether you're still a carbon-based life form or not. The giant snake had obviously sensed the danger as well. It stopped climbing, raised its head high, and arched its upper body like a spring. Its pair of ghostly green vertical pupils locked tightly onto Chunxia. It was building up power, preparing to launch a fatal strike. All 3 women held their breath, their hearts in their throats. Logically speaking, no carbon-based lifeform could withstand bullets, but that was only in theory. After all, this was a survival world, and many things had their own status panels. Baby, it's coming up. Shoot it dead. Now, at the exact moment the giant snake opened its bloody maw and was about to lunge ferociously at the balcony, Chunxia pulled the trigger. Da-da-da-da-da. A burst of deafening gunfire suddenly exploded through the silent rainy night. The roar of the AK-47 instantly overwhelmed the sound of the wind, the rain, and even the thunder in the distance. A row of scorching bullets formed a dense metal barrage and slammed fiercely into that vicious snake head with unstoppable force. This time, it was no longer the crisp sound of metal clashing. Its hard scales and thick skull were as fragile as a layer of window paper in the face of that violent firepower. The high-speed rifle bullets tore through its defenses with ease. Blood, brain matter, and shattered fragments of skull. In that instant, mixed red, white, and black fluids burst explosively from the giant snake's head, like a watermelon smashed apart by a heavy hammer. In less than 1 second, the snake's head was blasted by the violent rain of bullets into a lump of mangled flesh with no recognizable shape. Roa, R. A final short and painful cry came from the giant snake's mouth. Its enormous body suddenly stiffened, and then it lost all strength. The huge snake corpse slid helplessly down from the 10-meter-high wall. Splash! A huge sound of something falling into water rang out, sending up waves several meters high in the murky floodwaters. Right after that, a strong bloody smell mixed with the dampness of rain rushed at them. Hisishue, Su Mushue, and Asuka Haruna all let out a breath of relief when they saw this scene. Pretty awesome, right? Fires way too fast. That snake couldn't take it at all. Exactly. The AK fires fast and hits hard. Its only weakness is that it doesn't have enough bullets. How many rounds did that use just now? Chunxia took a look and then answered, I only tapped it once. It probably used around a dozen bullets. Looks like firing too fast isn't exactly a good thing either. Then I'll control it a bit and shoot slower. As long as I use single shots, there shouldn't be any problem. Then Chunxia's gaze went past the balcony railing and toward the dark, surging waters below. The death of the first snake did not seem to scare off the others. On the radar screen, those red dots were still lingering around the villa, and there was even a tendency for them to gather in this direction. On the distant water's surface, pairs of ghostly green eyes lit up in the darkness like clusters of will-o'-the-wisps. Roar! At that moment, waves of furious hissing came again from the water below. The miserable death of the first snake seemed to have completely enraged the entire snake pack. Those giant snakes that had originally still been hesitating and observing had all turned frenzied now. They no longer tested the defenses. Instead, from all directions at once, they launched fearless charges at the villa's wall. Bang! 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 The dull crashing sounds came non-stop from every direction of the wall like a dense drumbeat. Splash! One huge black shadow after another began climbing up along the walls. For a moment, all 4 walls of the villa were covered in huge, twisted, ferocious snakes. The sight was enough to make anyone's scalp go numb. It was so dense it could trigger trypophobia. They're all coming up, Su Mushue cried out. Don't panic. One at a time. Chunxia's expression remained calm. He turned around and gave clear combat orders to the 3 women behind him. Sishue, you're in charge of the radar. Call out positions for me. Tell me which direction has the most snakes, and which direction is the biggest threat. Yes, babe. Sishue immediately ran to the radar and began acting as the team's eyes. Mushue, your bow can't break their defense, but you can still harass them. Aim for their eyes. Even if you can't blind them, you can still disrupt their movements and create openings for me. Okay, brother. Su Mushue immediately raised her compound bow as well, her expression focused. Haruna. Chunxia finally looked at Asuka Haruna. I'm here. Asuka Haruna instinctively stood at attention and answered nervously. She was so tense that even her hometown accent slipped out. Chunxia found her expression a little amusing, but he still said seriously, stay by my side and use the compound bow to attack them for harassment too. Understood. Asuka Haruna nodded hard. Even though it was only a support role, being able to take part in the battle gave her a slight sense of belonging. Good. Action starts now. With Chun Xia's command, the sheltered defense battle officially began. Left side, 2 snakes at the left corner wall are almost at the top. Hisishua's voice came from beside the radar right away. Chun Xia did not hesitate at all. He turned and aimed the muzzle to the left. Da-da-da. Precise short burst. The 2 giant snakes that had just poked their heads up were instantly shot in the head and fell down with miserable cries. Behind us, there's an especially big one in the back. It's about to come over. Chun Xia turned again and fired a full burst toward the rear. That unusually massive giant snake had just flipped its body over the top of the wall when the dense bullets turned it into a sieve. With a loud boom, its huge corpse crashed onto the lawn in the yard. The battle instantly entered its hottest phase. The open-air balcony on the second floor had turned into a fixed firepower bunker. Hisishua calmly called out positions. Her voice became the commander of the entire battlefield. Straight ahead at 3 o'clock. 3 of them. They're climbing fast. Su Mushue fully displayed her role as a sharpshooter. Although her arrows could not deal fatal damage, they always struck those giant snakes' eyes or mouths with precision. And she realized that it was not that the compound bow was useless, but that it had happened to hit the hardest part of those snakes, their heads. As long as she aimed at other spots, she could still deal considerable damage. Although it could not kill instantly like a gun, after several hits it could still make a snake lose its mobility. Haruna, don't attack the head scales. Other places can still take decent damage. Ah? Okay. I'm not very accurate with this bow. Damn. I hit its eye. When a giant snake was shot in the eye, it would writhe wildly on the wall in pain, and its climbing speed would immediately slow down. And that gave Chun Xia an excellent shooting opportunity. Nice job. Chun Xia praised her once. The AK in his hand did not stop for even a moment. Muzzle flashes flickered continuously as he precisely harvested one life after another. The 4 of them each did their own job, and their coordination was unexpectedly seamless. The battle lasted for nearly half an hour. The balcony floor was already covered with a thick layer of brass shell casings. The villa's yard and the area outside the wall were also piled full of giant snake corpses. The heavy smell of blood almost seemed to freeze the air itself. After sacrificing the lives of dozens of their companions, those fearless mutant water snakes seemed to realize that this villa simply could not be taken down. Their offensive gradually began to slow. On the radar screen, those densely packed red dots also began to slowly recede like a tide. More than 10 minutes later, the area around the villa finally returned to complete silence. Only the snake corpses all over the ground proved how brutal that battle had been. Who? Chun Xia finally let out a breath and put down the AK in his hand, which had already become scorching hot. The high-intensity battle had left his arms feeling a bit sore and numb. Is it over? Looking at the radar screen, now completely clean, Hisishua asked uncertainly. It should be over. Chun Xia nodded. He glanced at the shell casings at his feet, his brows slightly furrowing. This battle alone had consumed more than 90 bullets. Looks like we need to find a way to get more bullets. Chun Xia looked at the dark waters below, his voice turning serious. This attack by the snake swarm was only the beginning. Who knew what even more powerful monsters might appear tomorrow or the day after? Without sufficient firepower, this sturdy shelter alone was far from enough. They had to get bullets as soon as possible. The villa's yard was littered everywhere with huge snake corpses. There were also some snake corpses outside the wall. After they fell, they were swept away by the water. Some had their heads blown apart, while others had been split into 2. Black-red blood flowed everywhere, dyeing even the murky floodwaters with a bizarre color. This scene was more terrifying than many movies. It was practically Anaconda disaster. Goo goo gaga. Goo goo gaga came out of nowhere and made a disgusted sound at the shell casings and bloodstains on the ground. Goo goo gaga. A large amount of filth detected on the ground. Powerful cleaning required. Activating highest cleaning mode. As it spoke, all kinds of cleaning tools extended out from its round body, making it look ready to get to work. Wait first. Chun Xia stopped it. Handle these corpses first. He walked to the edge of the balcony, looked at the huge snake corpses in the yard, and stroked his chin. With this much meat, wouldn't it be a bit of a waste to just throw it away? Hisishua also walked over and looked at those snake corpses with some regret. I wonder if this stuff can be eaten? As soon as she said that, Su Mushue's and Asuka Haruna's eyes also lit up. Although they were not lacking food, they could sell it. Let me see. Chun Xia was tempted too. Very quickly, a virtual status panel appeared before his eyes. Item: mutant water snake corpse. Status: highly toxic. Description: a terrifying mutated creature containing an unknown virus. Its flesh and blood are filled with powerful neurotoxins and mutation factors. After consumption, there is a 99.9% chance of causing rapid necrosis of body tissue, collapse of the gene chain, and ultimately transforming the subject into a mindless zombie driven only by the instinct to devour. Do not directly touch open wounds. Do not consume it in any form. Fuck. After reading the description, a layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on Chun Xia's back. Zombie? Eating this thing would turn you into a zombie? What the hell kind of scam was this? Even if he would not eat it, he was not the kind of heartless person who would sell something like this either. Babe, what's wrong? It can't be eaten. Seeing that his expression was off, Hisishue hurriedly asked. Chunxia said nothing. He directly shared the status panel with the three of them. Ah! Zombie! Oh my god, this thing is actually that poisonous. After the three women finished reading it, their faces instantly turned deathly pale. The way they looked at those snake corpses also changed from seeing food to seeing the most horrifying biological weapon imaginable. Especially Hisishue. Just a moment ago, she had been wondering whether she should go down and bring back some meat to try something fresh. Thinking about it now, she had practically brushed past death itself. This world is really getting more and more ridiculous. Chunxia couldn't help cursing. Su Mushua looked at those biobombs in the yard and asked a little fearfully. We can't just leave them piled up in the yard, right? We need to clean them up fast. Of course not. Chunxia's gaze landed on that deadly chain. Go! With a thought from Chunxia, the chain moved under his control. The savage ghost head whistled through the air and accurately wrapped around the tail of one snake corpse. Then he gave a fierce pull, and that enormous snake corpse, weighing at least several hundred pounds, was forcibly dragged up from the yard. Then, like he was throwing out trash, he flung it over the wall more than 10 meters high and into the flood outside. Splash! With a loud boom, the snake corpse fell into the water, sending up a spray before quickly being swept away by the rushing current. Chunxia repeated the process, controlling the deadly chain to clear out the remaining snake corpses in the yard as well. After finishing all that, he said to Gugu Gaga beside him, All right, you can clean up now. Gugu Gaga. Mission guaranteed complete. The robot immediately moved into action cheerfully. A high-pressure water gun extended from its body and blasted wildly across the balcony and the ground in the yard. Very soon, the bloodstains and filth on the ground were washed completely clean. Looking at the shelter now refreshed and spotless, the four of them finally let out a full sigh of relief. However, although the crisis had been temporarily resolved, the heaviness pressing on their hearts still had not faded. Brother, tonight. Will they come again? Su Mushua leaned against Chunxia and asked worriedly. Hard to say. Chunxia shook his head. But we can't let our guard down. How about we take turns keeping watch tonight? Hisishue suggested. Someone has to watch the radar. If anything happens, we can spot it right away. I agree, Asuka Haruna said at once. She really wanted to do something for this team instead of always being a burden protected by others. Fine. Chunxia nodded. He had no issue with the suggestion. Taking turns standing watch was safer for everyone. Otherwise, if they all slept like the dead and another emergency happened, they would end up inside a snake's belly. Then the three of us can rotate. Hisishue quickly arranged the plan. I'll take the first half of the night. Haruna, you'll take the middle shift. Mushue, you'll take the last shift. How's that? As for baby, you just sleep peacefully. If something happens, we'll let you know. No problem for me. Su Mushue nodded. No problem for me either. Seeing that everything had been arranged, Chunxia also left them a gun and the soul-locking chain. Then he returned to his room. Watching Chunxia's departing back, the three women exchanged glances. All right, I'm heading to the radar now. Hisishue stretched lazily. The two of you should hurry and get some rest too, especially you, Haruna. You had a fever today and got soaked in the rain. Your body still hasn't fully recovered. Thank you, Sister Sishue. Asuka Haruna nodded gratefully. She really did feel that her body was still somewhat weak, and her head was still heavy and foggy. Su Mushue took Asuka Haruna's hand and returned to the bedroom. Little Sister Haruna, go to sleep first. When it's your shift, I'll wake you. Okay. Thank you, Mushue. Asuka Haruna lay on the soft, comfortable bed, covered with a warm down blanket. Breathing in the faint fragrance in the air, her whole body gradually relaxed. She turned her head and looked at the stormy night outside the window, her heart filled with countless emotions. Just a few hours ago, she had still been a failure struggling to survive in the freezing floodwaters, someone who could die at any moment. And now she was lying in a place this safe, this warm, this heaven-like. All of this change had come because of that man, Chunxia. Just thinking of him made Asuka Haruna's cheeks begin to heat up uncontrollably. She remembered the contract she had signed, and she remembered those wild words Hisishue had whispered into her ear. Life is like rape. Since you can't resist it, you might as well enjoy it. Enjoy it. The moment she imagined that kind of scene, Asuka Haruna felt her heartbeat speed up out of control, as if a fire were burning inside her body. Strange. Why was there a little bit of expectation in her? She was crazy. She had to be crazy. Asuka Haruna shook her head hard, trying to throw all those messy thoughts out of her mind. She pulled the blanket over her head and forced herself to close her eyes. Sleep. Go to sleep already. Even though it was something bound to happen sooner or later, she still felt it was too early. Even Mugwort needed some time to get ready, right? The night grew deeper and deeper. The villa was completely quiet, with only the sound of the raging wind and rain outside, howling tirelessly. Hisishue sat in front of the radar screen, taking small bites of the late-night snack Gugu Gaga had prepared. At the same time, she kept her eyes fixed on every corner of the screen, afraid of missing even a single suspicious red. From the room where Su Mushue and Asaka Haruna were sleeping, the sound of steady breathing could also be heard. And at this very moment, the entire world chat channel had completely turned into chaos because of the mutated water snake attack that had just passed. Countless players had spent the longest and most hopeless hour of their lives in darkness and fear. Dead? They're all dead. My friends were all dragged into the water. Sob, sob, sob. Someone save me. My shelter got smashed down. I'm hiding on the roof. I'm about to go crazy. What the hell were those things? Why are there snakes that huge? Is this game even letting people play anymore? I saw it with my own eyes. A level 3 shelter near me was broken into by a snake, and then everyone inside got dragged away, just when everyone thought they were definitely going to die. The mutated water snakes surrounding the shelters suddenly retreated like a receding tide without any warning. The players who had survived the disaster hadn't even had time to catch their breath before a blood-red world announcement suddenly popped up. World announcement. The current number of surviving players in Area A1 has fallen below 400,000. Survival difficulty will increase by a moderate amount. All players, please strive to survive. 400,000. Looking at that number, the bread in Hisishua's hand fell to the ground with a smack. She remembered it clearly. Just a few hours ago, that number had still been 600,000. This water snake incident alone had killed a full 200,000 people. 200,000 living human lives. Just gone like that. That number filled her with a suffocating kind of terror. She couldn't imagine what kind of brutal massacre had taken place in the world outside the shelters during that short 1 hour. Too terrifying. If I hadn't followed Chunxia, I probably would have been dragged away by a snake too. No, forget that. I probably wouldn't even have survived the first day, Hisishua muttered to herself. At the same time, the world channel had also fallen into dead silence because of that announcement. A full several dozen seconds passed before someone finally sent the first message. FO 400,000 now. 1 hour. 200,000 dead. My God. Several friends I knew. Their profile pictures have all turned gray. This is only the beginning, right? Later on, are we all going to die like this too? Just then, another golden system announcement suddenly lit up on everyone's screens, instantly drawing all attention. World announcement. The mutated water snake attack event has ended. The system will issue humanitarian rewards based on each player's performance in this event. Kill count ranking list, Area A1, first place. Player Chunxia, mutated water snakes killed, 29. Reward, Platinum Treasure Chest X1, Diamond Treasure Chest X1, S-Rank Shelter Module Fragment X10, second place. Player Su Mushue, mutated water snakes killed, 4. Reward, Platinum Treasure Chest X1, S-Rank Shelter Module Fragment X5. Third place. Player Li Zetian, mutated water snakes killed, 3. Reward, Platinum Treasure Chest X1, A-Rank Shelter Module Fragment X5. Fourth place. Player Zhang Fei, mutated water snakes killed, 3. Reward, Platinum Treasure Chest X1, A-Rank Shelter Module Fragment X5. Fifth place. Player ASU Haruna, mutated water snakes killed, 2. Reward, Platinum Treasure Chest X1, A-Rank Shelter Module Fragment X5. All other players who killed one water snake will receive a Gold Treasure Chest X1. All other surviving players will each receive a Silver Treasure Chest X1. This is humanitarian compensation. Please keep working hard, players. Special announcement. The first place player on the rankings, Chunxia, will receive exclusive privileges in the trading channel. Privilege effect. Any item listed in the trading channel will have a 30-minute cooldown. Only after 30 minutes can other players see it. At the same time, you will be exempt from this rule and can see all newly listed items from other players immediately and snap them up at once. Any purchase request you initiate will be pinned with priority, giving it higher exposure. My butt is for shitting. I'm not seeing this wrong, am I? 29. My mouth is for eating. Fuck, is that even humanly possible? That thing was a giant python, and he killed 29 of them by himself? 20 centimeter diameter. No way. The system has to be bugged. How could anyone be that fierce? Those snakes were so huge. Just surviving was already impressive, and not getting dragged down was already impressive. Killing even one would make someone a dragon among men. Taipei Nana. Wait, look at that reward. S-Rank Shelter Module Fragments. What the hell is that? This is so unfair. I protest. Why does he get so many benefits all by himself? Protest my ass. He killed those snakes with his own ability. If you've got the guts, go kill 29 yourself. Forget 29. If you can kill even one, I'll call you dad. The entire world channel completely exploded. Envy, jealousy, shock, confusion, worship. At that moment, Hisishue was also staring blankly at the system announcement in front of her, her little mouth hanging open. Baby had killed 29 of those terrifying giant snakes all by himself. And Mushue and Haruna had actually made it onto the rankings too. Looking at those generous rewards that were enough to make anyone red with envy, Hisishua's heart started pounding wildly, utterly failing to keep calm. They'd struck it rich. The first place reward was way too generous. Hisishua's eyes lit up instantly. No, I have to tell baby something this important right away. Hisishua couldn't sit still anymore. She jumped up from her chair, carefully pushed open the master bedroom door, and slipped inside. In the room, Chunxia was sleeping deeply, his breathing even and steady. Hisishua walked to the bedside. Looking at his sharply defined face, which still looked distinct even in the dim light, a warm current rose in her heart. It was this man who had held up the sky for them. She bent down, moved close to Chunxia's ear, and breathed hot air against him in a tiny voice, like a kitten. Baby, wake up. Something big happened. Chunxia hadn't been sleeping that deeply in the first place. After being teased like this by Hisishua, he immediately opened his eyes. The moment he opened them, he saw Hisishua's enlarged pretty face, filled with excitement and joy, looking at him from point-blank range. What is it? What happened? Did the snakes come again? Chunxia jolted and instantly woke up completely, subconsciously about to sit up from the bed. No. Hisishua quickly pressed him back down. It's a good thing. A huge good thing. As she spoke, she brought up the gleaming golden system announcement like she was presenting a treasure, and displayed it in front of Chunxia. Look for yourself. Chunxia looked at the virtual screen in front of him in confusion, then grew extremely excited after seeing it clearly. First on the kill rankings, a diamond treasure chest and S-rank shelter module fragments as rewards. Especially when he saw the exclusive trading channel privilege. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift. I can sweep up goods 30 minutes early? There's actually something this good. With this, if any good stuff appeared in the trading channel in the future, it would basically never escape his grasp. So, baby, waking you up was the right call, wasn't it? Hisishua wrapped her arms around his neck and rubbed against him in his arms like a kitten, her tone brimming with unconcealable excitement. Hisishua, you smell so good. Chunxia pinched her smooth, tender cheek, his mood excellent. However, Hisishua misheard it as, you're so slutty. Was she? Compared to Su Mushue, she seemed a lot better, right? She still remembered when Su Mushue first joined the shelter. She looked like a pure and innocent girl, but in reality once she got worked up, she was lewder than anyone. Not at all. Chunxia then glanced at the rankings again. Su Mushue and Asu Haruna's names were also in the top 10. Added together, they had also gotten several treasure chests and quite a few module fragments. Especially Su Mushue. She had killed 4 by herself, and her reward was second only to his. What is this S-rank shelter module fragment? Chunxia pointed at the reward list and asked. I don't know either. Hisishua shook her head. But from the name, it should be something good for upgrading the shelter. Altogether, we got 15 of them. We'll check later. What Chunxia cared about most right now was still that trading privilege. He was already itching to experience the joy of being a cheater. As Chunxia spoke, he prepared to get out of bed. Ammunition was in short supply right now. If he could get a bullet blueprint, that would be even better. Even if he couldn't, buying bullets would still be much more convenient. Baby, don't rush yet. But Hisishua grabbed him in one pull, a mysterious smile appearing on her face. I already went to check it out for you just now. Oh? What did you find? Chunxia raised an eyebrow. Guess. Hisishua blinked playfully. Stop keeping me in suspense. Talk. Chunxia gave her perky but a light smack. Ah! Hisishua let out a coquettish cry, her cheeks reddening slightly. Only then did she take out a blueprint glowing with blue light from her system backpack and hand it to Chunxia. Tada! Look what this is. Chunxia took the blueprint and looked at it carefully. Item. Universal Bullet Crafting Blueprint. Effect. After learning it, you can unlock the method for crafting universal bullets. Crafting recipe. Gunpowder X30, lead block X30, copper block X30. Crafted quantity. 99 rounds per set. Description. Master the core technology, and Mom will never have to worry about my gun running out of bullets again. Where did you get this? Chunxia examined the blueprint in his hand as he asked. The trading channel. Because baby got the trading privilege, we got the same privilege too. Hisishua lifted her chin proudly. Right after the system announcement came out, I immediately went into the trading channel. Then I saw a guy named Sharpshooter list this blueprint for sale. He didn't ask for much, just 5 bottles of water and 10 loaves of bread. I figured he had probably just gotten it and didn't know this thing's value, and was in a hurry to trade it for food. And then, Chunxia pressed. Then I used our exclusive 30-minute privilege, and instantly bought the blueprint the moment he listed it. Hisishua said it lightly, but the pride on her face was impossible to hide. Nicely done. After hearing that, Chunxia couldn't help hugging Hisishua's face and giving her a hard kiss. My Hisishua baby is amazing, so annoying. Hisishua was blooming with joy from his praise, but she still put on a reserved act. Isn't it all thanks to how amazing you are? Baby, you got first place, so that's why we had this privilege. Chunxia burst out laughing, feeling incomparably refreshed. The joy of shopping 30 minutes early really did live up to its reputation. Holding that blueprint, he chose to learn it without the slightest hesitation. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully mastered the crafting method for universal bullets. It worked. Chunxia immediately opened his crafting panel, and sure enough, under the weapons tab, he saw the crafting option for universal bullets. He took a look at the materials needed: gunpowder, lead blocks, and copper blocks. He had gotten some of those here and there before while breathing, and quite a lot had piled up in his backpack already. He checked his inventory. Gunpowder, 210 units. Lead blocks, 350 units. Copper blocks, 480 units. That's enough to make 7 batches. Chunxia didn't hesitate at all. He directly maxed it out and chose to craft everything. System prompt: starting production of universal bullets x 7 batches. Estimated time: 10 minutes. Looking at that long crafting progress bar, Chunxia finally felt at ease inside. 7 batches meant nearly 700 bullets. This was what real security felt like. This time, his fear of insufficient firepower was finally greatly relieved. Right, now that the blueprint is in hand, I need to hurry and take down that purchase listing. Chunxia suddenly remembered that before going to sleep, he had posted a sky-high purchase order in the trading channel to get a blueprint. He had done that because he wanted to wake up and immediately get a bullet crafting blueprint. That way, he could solve his problem of lacking firepower once and for all. Thinking that, he opened the trading channel. However, when he found his purchase listing, he was completely dumbfounded. Purchase listing completed. Buyer, Chunxia. Requested item: bullet crafting blueprint, any model. Offer: bottled water X100, wood X5000. Trade status: completed. Display status: this listing has been viewed by 170,000 people and bookmarked by 200 players. Completed. Looking at those 3 glaring red words, Chunxia felt like his heart was bleeding. Fuck, which damn bastard was that fast? He opened the trade details and saw that just 1 minute ago, a guy with the ID Wang Lin had traded him a 5.56 bullet crafting blueprint. Even though that amount of supplies was just a drop in the bucket for him, the feeling of being treated like a sucker was truly infuriating. Baby, what's wrong? Seeing something off with his expression, Hisishua leaned over and asked. Chunxia darkly showed her the trade record. After reading it, Hisishua did not know whether to laugh or cry. This is way too much of a coincidence, isn't it? I posted that purchase listing before going to sleep. I hadn't even had time to promote it yet. I just thought I'd get the blueprint first. But who would have known that trade privilege would suddenly appear? Chunxia looked utterly depressed. Forget it, baby. Just think of it as spending money to learn a lesson. Hisishua comforted him. Anyway, we're not lacking this little bit of stuff. Trading this much wood for a bullet blueprint is a profit for us no matter how you calculate it. I can only think of it that way. Chunxia sighed and closed the trading channel. Although he lost a bit of supplies, overall this wave was still a huge profit. The universal bullet blueprint was in hand, and the ammo problem was solved. That was what mattered most. Right, we still haven't checked our rewards. Chunxia and Hisishua went to the living room, and not long after, the sleepy-eyed Su Mushue and Mingri Qingnai were also called up. Brother, what's wrong? Could it be there's danger again? Su Mushue yawned and rubbed her eyes, still looking half asleep. Mingri Qingnai was about the same. She had not slept soundly in the first place because she had things on her mind, and after being woken up, her head still felt a little groggy. Stop sleeping. Get up and have some fun. In an excellent mood, Chunxia waved his hand and brought up the system announcements ranking list and reward list once more. Look at this. Wow! The moment Su Mushue and Mingri Qingnai saw what was on it, they instantly woke up, all drowsiness gone. Killed 29, my god. Looking at that number, Mingri Qingnai was once again deeply shaken. There's more. Look, you two both made the rankings too. Hisishua pointed at the leaderboard. Second place, a player at my level actually got second place. Su Mushue could hardly believe it when she saw her own name. I killed 4? Am I really that amazing? Even she found it hard to believe. Fifth place, Mingri Qingnai. Mingri Qingnai saw her own name too, and she froze. She remembered that at the time she had only shot a few arrows randomly. She had never thought she could kill that kind of monster. Unexpectedly, she had killed 2 as well. In total, we got 3 platinum treasure chests, 1 diamond treasure chest, 15 S-rank shelter module fragments, and 5 A-rank shelter module fragments. Oh, and 4 silver treasure chests as humanitarian compensation. Alright, don't get too excited yet. Chunxia cleared his throat. Time to open treasure chests. After they claimed the rewards and placed all the treasure chests on the living room floor, a huge pile of things instantly appeared. Some beautiful treasure chests, along with a pile of crystal-like fragments flashing in different colors. S-rank shelter module fragment X15. A-rank shelter module fragment X5. Let's first see what these module fragments are for. Chunxia picked up an S-rank fragment shimmering with rainbow light and checked its information. Item: S-rank shelter module fragment. Type: special material / bound item. Cannot be traded. Effect: collect 100 fragments to randomly synthesize one S-rank shelter module. Description: one of the keys to a god-tier shelter. Extremely rare. Can only be obtained with an extremely low probability from opening treasure chests of diamond grade or above, or by entering the top 10 of a major event ranking. After reading the description, Chunxia understood. This thing was used to synthesize top-tier modules. It took 100 to make one, and they only had 15 right now. They were still far from enough. However, it also showed him a new direction for upgrading the shelter. As long as they kept participating in world events like this and earned good spots on the rankings, gathering 100 fragments would only be a matter of time. Alright, let's put the fragment matter aside for now. It's time for the exciting chest opening segment. Chunxia rubbed his hands together and locked his gaze onto those platinum treasure chests. This time you three will open the chests, Chunxia said. Muxue and Qingnai contributed the most this time, so you two go first. Me first, me first. Su Muxue had already been unable to wait. She bounced over to one of the platinum treasure chests, took a deep breath like last time, closed her eyes, and muttered to herself. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits. Please let it be a giant well. No, wait. Please let it be a divine artifact. After saying that, she suddenly flipped open the treasure chest lid. Crack. Item: brilliant watermelon seeds. Quality: rare. Effect: can be planted in the farm. After the shelter owner eats the brilliant watermelon grown from it, all attributes increase by 2 points each. At the same time, all shelter members will also gain 2 points to all base attributes. Description: a very tasty watermelon. So that means if Big Brother eats it alone, all of us can still get base attribute points too. There's actually something this good? That makes sense. As Big Brother's physique gets stronger, we really are starting to fall behind. If we don't strengthen ourselves a bit, how are we supposed to play? Su Muxue said with a wicked grin. Chunxia also nodded. This thing really was good stuff. He just didn't know whether, if the three of them gained base attributes, he would increase along with them too. If everyone increased together, then his attributes would go up by quite a bit again. Not bad, not bad. Muxue, your luck is still this good. Chunxia praised. Su Muxue chuckled. Next one, Qingnai, you do it. Chunxia looked at Asuka Qingnai. Me? Asuka Qingnai looked a little flattered. Of course, you're one of the contributors too. You killed a snake as well, so naturally this reward should be yours to open, right? Asuka Qingnai nodded. That was true. She copied Su Muxue, took a deep breath, and then opened the platinum treasure chest. The same dazzling white light flashed by. Inside the treasure chest, there was a neatly folded black outfit. Item: shadow stealth suit. Effect 1: concealment. After putting it on, your presence can be greatly reduced, allowing you to blend into the surrounding environment. Without special detection methods, you cannot be discovered. Effect 2: lightness. Movement speed increases by 30%. Description: I am the shadows and the shadows are me. Use it for sneak attacks. Guaranteed success. A stealth suit. This is amazing too. Put it on and you can turn invisible. And it even boosts movement speed. This is practically divine gear for an assassin. Hisishue and Su Muxue were both insanely envious. Asuka Qingnai herself was also stunned. She hadn't expected that she would actually pull something this good. It suits you well. Chunxia looked at Asuka Qingnai and nodded in satisfaction. Her talent was sublimation, so she wasn't suited for frontal combat to begin with. With this stealth suit, her survival ability would rise drastically. If she could also get an assassin-type weapon, then combined with this outfit, her combat power would definitely be impressive. Thank you, Big Brother. Asuka Qingnai lowered her head and said softly, a warm current surging through her heart. Alright, next one. Sishue, you open those silver treasure chests. Okay? What's even worth opening in silver treasure chests? Hisishue pouted, her face full of disdain. Compared to the platinum treasure chests that Su Muxue and Asuka Qingnai had opened, these 4 silver treasure chests looked shabby no matter how you looked at them. Humanitarian compensation. What good stuff could there possibly be? Chunxia also didn't have much hope and said casually. Just open them however, maybe there'll be a surprise. Alright then. Hisishue nodded. Crack. A flash of white light passed by, and inside the treasure chest lay a completely ordinary-looking iron axe. Item: fine iron axe. Description: a plain and unremarkable axe. It's decent enough for chopping trees or chopping people. A relatively rare tool in the early stages. I refuse to believe it. Hisishue steeled herself and walked to the second silver treasure chest. Open. A white light flashed. You obtained bread X10. You obtained stone X50. Sigh, not great. Su Muxue looked at the rewards. This was basically no different from getting nothing. Low-quality treasure chests really were no good. Chunxia was also amused by what he saw. This humanitarian compensation really was full of humanitarian mockery. Alright, stop messing around. Chunxia walked up and pulled Hisishua up from the ground. Now for the main event. The diamond treasure chest. So far, this was the highest grade treasure chest they had seen. In an instant, the eyes of the three women were all drawn to it, filled with anticipation. Baby, you open this one. Hisishua placed all her hopes on Chunxia. Yeah, big brother. Your luck is definitely better than ours. Su Mushue nodded repeatedly. What will come out? Asuka Qingnai also clasped her hands together, her face tense. Alright, watch me. Chunxia walked up to the diamond treasure chest and took a deep breath. He didn't need to pray. He had absolute confidence in himself. Under the breathless gaze of the three women, Chunxia slowly lifted the lid of the diamond treasure chest. The items inside finally revealed their true appearance. The first thing that entered his sight was 3 identical S-rank shelter module fragments, shimmering with flowing light just like before. Not bad luck at all. Beside the fragments, there were also 3 antique-looking small brown wine jars resting quietly there. Each jar was sealed with red cloth over the mouth, and a yellow talisman paper was pasted on it, with 2 bold, flying characters written on it. Realgar. Item: powerful Realgar wine. Quantity: 3. Effect: splashing it around the outside of a building can form an invisible scent barrier, effectively driving away all snake-type creatures within a radius of 300 meters. Duration: 10 days. Description: snakes, insects, rats, and ants will be terrified at the mere scent. An essential medicine for home and travel. Realgar wine. It can repel snakes, and it lasts 10 days. After seeing the item's attributes clearly, Hisishua became a little excited. Oh my god! With this, doesn't that mean we won't have to stand night watch anymore? No way, it's that amazing. Su Mushue also came over, her face full of delight. Asuka Qingnai's eyes also lit up. She was the most afraid of snakes. Just thinking that for the next 10 nights, she wouldn't have to worry about those terrifying monsters climbing the walls anymore made her feel relieved. Good stuff. Chunxia nodded in satisfaction. This Realgar wine had come at exactly the right time. With it, not only was the problem of standing night watch solved, but more importantly, the shelter's safety was greatly improved. At the very least, for the next 10 days they wouldn't need to worry about harassment from snake packs anymore. After all, they were human. They needed rest, didn't they? If there wasn't a large snake swarm attacking, individual snakes sneaking into the shelter were still pretty frightening. Sishue, Mushue, Qingnai, take these and go to the yard. Pour the wine in a circle along the walls. Chunxia handed the 3 wine jars to them. Got it. We'll go right away. Oh right, remember to plant that watermelon too. I'll leave that task to you. Got it. Got it. The 3 women immediately took the wine jars excitedly and ran downstairs to carry out the task. Looking at their cheerful backs, Chunxia was also in a pretty good mood. Although this snake disaster incident had been dangerous, the rewards were enormous as well. Next, Chunxia opened his shelter panel and checked the materials needed to upgrade from level 5 to level 6. Shelter upgrade requirements, level 6, 1. Seismic grade super steel foundations X20. 2. F-rank alloy wall X1. 3. Whole house smart module X1. 4. F-rank metal X200. Looking at this long list of materials he had never even heard of, Chunxia couldn't help frowning. He didn't have a single one of these things. No, not exactly. He opened his backpack and checked. As for F-rank metal, he had gotten some here and there while breathing before, and in total he had 37 units. But that was still far from the required 200 units. As for that so-called seismic grade super steel foundation and F-rank alloy wall, he truly didn't have even one. It looks like relying on breathing alone to get rare supplies is still too slow, Chunxia calculated inwardly. Just as Chunxia was thinking, Hisishue and the others also finished their task and came up from downstairs. Baby, we finished splashing it all, Hisishue said like she was asking for credit. That liquor had a pretty strong smell. Those snakes will probably run the moment they catch the scent, but it doesn't affect us much. We poured it all along the outer wall. Good work. Chunxia nodded. It's getting late. Go get some rest. No need to keep watch tonight. That's great. We can finally get a good night's sleep. Hisishue and Su Mushue cheered and were just about to head back to their room to catch up on sleep. However, Chunxia stopped them. You two go sleep first. He paused, then turned his gaze to Asuka Haruna, who was standing to the side and looked somewhat at a loss. Haruna, stay. Asuka Haruna's body suddenly stiffened. Hisishue and Su Mushue exchanged a look, both showing a mischievous smile that clearly said, you know. Alright then, we won't disturb you too. Hisishue winked at Chunxia, then pulled along the still somewhat dazed Su Mushue, and quickly slipped back into the room. In the living room, only Chunxia and Asuka Haruna were left in an instant. The atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle. Asuka Haruna lowered her head, her hands nervously clutching the corners of her clothes, her heart pounding hard. She knew that what was supposed to come would come sooner or later. Could you be a little gentler? She didn't dare look into Chunxia's eyes. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. Chunxia said nothing. He just walked up to her, reached out, and gently lifted her smooth chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. Looking at those eyes shimmering with moisture from nervousness and shyness, looking at her slightly trembling long lashes, an unusual feeling rose in Chunxia's heart as well. This woman really was top tier. Whether it was her looks, her figure, or that proud, aloof temperament seeping out from her bones, all of it had a fatal attraction to him. Since she was going to be his sooner or later, there was no need to wait anymore. Compared to pretending to be a gentleman, it felt much better to show his true nature. In this apocalypse, indulging in pleasure in time was the real kingly path. Come with me. Chunxia dropped those 3 words, then turned and walked toward his master bedroom. Asuka Haruna stood there, hesitating for a moment, but in the end, she still gritted her teeth and followed. Am I going to become a plaything? The master bedroom door was gently closed. He walked to the bed and sat down, calmly looking at the woman standing by the door as if nailed in place, not daring to move at all. Come here. His voice was very flat, but it carried an unquestionable command. Asuka Haruna's body trembled uncontrollably. Dragging her feet, she moved over step by step to the bedside. Sit. Chunxia patted the spot beside him. Asuka Haruna obediently sat down, her body tense like a tightly drawn string, her hands nervously resting on her knees, not even daring to breathe too loudly. She could smell the faint, pleasant masculine scent coming from the man beside her. That scent made her feel an inexplicable dizziness and weakness in her legs. Hee, your mouth says no, but your body is very honest. Brother Xia, you're a little, not very capable. No one knew how much time had passed. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight passed through the window and shone on Asuka Haruna's face, she slowly woke up. The moment she opened her eyes, she felt like her whole body had fallen apart, sore to the extreme. She turned her head and found that the spot beside her was already empty. Chunxia had gotten up long ago. Asuka Haruna actually felt pretty good. She suddenly felt like she had already seen through men. Weren't men just like that, always hoping a woman could be a mother and a little sister, both a lover and a slut? But if she really kept getting along with Chunxia and feelings developed, she could do all of that. You're awake. At that moment, the bedroom door was pushed open. Hisishue and Su Mushue came in smiling, carrying breakfast. Little sister Haruna, how are you feeling? Hisishue set the tray on the bedside table and looked at her with concern, but the teasing smile in her eyes was impossible to hide. Asuka Haruna did not know what to say for a moment. She was still rather unfamiliar with the 2 older sisters, and she was also a bit unable to let herself go. You're still shy. Su Mushue also came closer and reached out to touch her forehead. No fever anymore. Looks like Big Brother's physical treatment worked pretty well. Physical treatment? What kind of outrageous words were those? You too. Stop talking. She pulled the blanket over her head and let out a protest filled with embarrassment and anger. Ha 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 ha. All right, we won't tease you anymore. Hisishue patted her blanket. Hurry up and get up to eat something. Baby specially had Goo Goo Gaga make meat porridge for you. It's very nourishing. Yeah, little sister Haruna. Last night, you sounded pretty good. Su Mushue chimed in too, even deliberately dragging out her tone. Under the blanket, Asuka Haruna kicked her legs in anger. These 2 women were just too wicked, but the growling sound coming from her stomach still made her surrender very spinelessly. After dawdling for a long time, she finally poked a little head out from under the blanket and looked warily at the 2 women smiling like foxes. I can't get up, she said softly, with a trace of aggrieved sobbing in her voice. She really could not get up. Is it that serious? Hisishue widened her mouth in fake surprise. Looks like our baby really worked hard. Sister Sishue. All right, I'll help you. Su Mushue finally found her conscience and stopped teasing her. After that, who knew what the 3 of them whispered about together? Only then did they go to the living room together. In the living room, Chunxia was sitting on the sofa, looking at the virtual panel in front of him with a tightly furrowed brow. If what happened last night had made him feel great, then right now he felt very bad. Baby, what's wrong? Did something happen? Hisishue stepped forward and asked with concern. Chunxia said nothing. He only pointed at a private message on the panel. The 3 women quickly leaned in. It was from that man named Yang Yong, big shot. You're basically my idol. I saw the world announcement this morning and was completely dumbfounded. You killed 29 of those mutant giant pythons all by yourself. How the hell did you do it? I, Yang, have never admired anyone in my life, but I admire you. The beginning of the message was a long stretch of exaggerated, fawning praise. It was so over the top that even Hisishue and Su Mushue got goosebumps. This guy is way too good at kissing up, isn't he? Su Mushue curled her lips. Keep reading, Chunxia said flatly. Hisishue scrolled the screen, and the second half of the message became serious. Brother Xia, I know you definitely don't care about this little bit of flattery from me, so let's talk business. After what happened last night, I've completely seen it clearly. Only by following behind you can I get meat to eat. I got another top-secret piece of information about the next major event. I dare guarantee that in the entire A1 district, aside from me, absolutely no more than 3 people know this. Its value is immeasurable. Seeing this, the hearts of the 3 women all rose. Information about the next major event? He wants to sell us intel again? Su Mushue reacted immediately. Definitely. Isishue nodded. Look at how much build-up he laid out. Flattery, stressing how precious the intel is. It's obvious he's trying to fleece us. Sure enough, at the very bottom of the message, Yang Yong finally showed his true colors and revealed his real goal. Xiaji, I know that with your strength, even without any intel, you could get through any crisis safely. But information is an advantage. Being prepared in advance is always better than scrambling at the last minute. Right? I won't give you this intel for free. My asking price isn't high either. For someone like you, Xiaji, it's just a drop in the bucket. Actually, as far as Yang Yong was concerned, he only remembered that last time Qinxia had said he would pay him properly. But this time he bargained a little. Trade terms my side offers. Top secret intel regarding the next major event. Your side offers. Would X-10,000, Universal Temperature Control Outdoor Unit X1, S-Rank Shelter Module Fragment X1. Xiaji, think it over. This price is absolutely worth it. Just think, with this intel, you'll be able to plan ahead and climb to the top of the rankings again in the next event, getting even more S-Rank fragments and diamond treasure chests. No matter how you calculate it, you're the one profiting from this deal. When they saw the price Yang Yong had named, the entire living room fell into dead silence. 10,000 units of wood, 1 Universal Temperature Control Outdoor Unit, and 1 S-Rank Shelter Module Fragment. Compared to last time, this is way more black-hearted. Isishue was the first to explode. The most ridiculous part is that he actually wants an S-Rank fragment. Does he even know how precious that thing is? This guy. His heart is way too black. Even blacker than mine. Asaka Haruna was also shocked by the price. He's seen that we took first place and thinks we're loaded, so he wants to butcher us like pigs. The more Isishue spoke, the angrier she got. Chunxia leaned back against the sofa without saying a word. But if one looked closely, they would see that his gaze had already turned cold. 10,000 wood really was nothing to him. He also had a Universal Temperature Control Outdoor Unit. He had already gotten several extras from breathing one out. What truly made him unhappy was that S-Rank Shelter Module Fragment, and the increasingly greedy attitude from the other side. If he agreed this time, then next time the other side would ask for even more. This Yang Yong was getting a little carried away. Baby, what are you thinking? Isishue looked at the silent Chunxia and asked with some concern. You can't be actually considering it, right? Considering it? Chunxia raised his head, a cold smile appearing on his face. He's dreaming. Hearing Chunxia say that, the 3 women all let out a sigh of relief. Then what do we do now? Reject him directly? Su Mushue asked. Reject him? Chunxia shook his head. That would be letting him off too easily. Then, a person like this needs to be knocked down a peg so he'll remember it. Chunxia, are you the one getting carried away? Or can I just not lift my blade anymore? Yang Yong. Bro, what do you mean by that? You're making me panic a little. Yang Yong. Bro, is it because you think the price is too high? The price is negotiable. We're friends. How could I possibly scam you? Yang Yong. Bro, say something. If you stay silent any longer, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Su Mushue was dumbfounded. Is this really a price a friend would ask for? Was he treating your Xiaji like a piglet to be butchered? This idiot seems to be panicking, Isishue said as she leaned closer. How could he not panic? His big sponsor is about to fall out with him. Other than us, who else has enough supplies to buy his intel? Su Mushue glanced over with disdain. Exactly. He's even planning to resell this intel a second time. He really doesn't see us as people at all. Chunxia merely smiled. A little wood is enough. A few minutes passed. Another message from Yang Yong came through. Yang Yong, you set the price. Whatever you say goes. Just calm down and don't ignore me. Yang Yong. Crying? Bro, how about I just give it to you? Chunxia, no need to give it to me for free. Chunxia, am not used to owing favors. Chunxia, if we're doing business, then there should be rules for doing business. I want the intel. I will also pay. Chunxia, but I decide the price. Chunxia, people can make money, but they can't be black-hearted. This time, I'll treat it as teaching you a lesson. Chunxia, if there's a next time, then our cooperation ends here. You can look out for yourself. After sending that, Chunxia directly named his own price. Chunxia would X-1000, nothing else. In his shelter, Yang Yong stared at the new offer Chunxia had sent over, and the whole person froze. So only 1,000 wood, but right now wood was not that useful anymore. It could only be used for things like upgrading the level of certain modules. 1,000 was only enough to upgrade a tiny bit. As for the temperature control outdoor unit and the S-rank shelter module fragment, there wasn't a single one. This price had shrunk dozens of times compared to his original asking price. But what could he do? It was all because he had been too anxious and wanted to upgrade his shelter in one shot. It seemed that, in the future, he really would have to proceed step by step. The other party had reached first place on the rankings, but that didn't mean he was an idiot. After all, Chun Xia was his current source of large amounts of supplies, while everyone else was too poor. If he tried the low-profit, high-volume route before he sold to many people, this information would spread all over the world and he wouldn't be able to earn anything at all. He could only fleece a few big customers as much as possible, then gradually release the information further down. Yong, accepted, I completely accept. But bro, same old rule, you can't resell it a second time. If you resell it, I won't be able to survive. Those people are all too poor. Chun Xia, depends on my conscience. Yong, I trust you, bro. You've got a huge conscience. Alright, since the price is settled, let's trade. Chun Xia replied with simple, direct words. Right now, he only wanted to get the intel as soon as possible and see what kind of thing the next major event actually was. Yong, got it, Xiaji. I'll send the intel over right now. Very quickly, the two sides completed the trade. Yong moved fast, almost replying instantly. Right after that, an encrypted message was sent over. In the living room, Hisishue, Sumushue, and Asuka Haruna also nervously gathered around and stared at the screen. Top secret intel from Yong. Event name? Unknown. Trigger time. When this flood ends. Core monster. Shangliu. Monster description. An ancient fiendish god from myth and legend, with a serpent body and 9 heads, devourer of countless humans. Wherever it goes, the land turns into a watery swamp. His body is incomparably enormous, its strength limitless. It can spew highly toxic floodwaters that corrode all things. Its blood is lethally poisonous. Touch it and you die instantly. Any land it flows across will never grow a single blade of grass again. Known information. What descends this time does not seem to be Shangliu's true body, but rather a clone or projection whose strength has been greatly weakened. Even so, its power is still far beyond those mutated water snakes from before. Specific abilities unknown. Weaknesses unknown. Yong's advice. Bro, this thing is a monster straight out of mythology. It's completely not on the same level as anything we've run into before. I think when the flood ends, it's better to hide. Shangliu? Hisishua's voice was trembling. As a teacher, she was naturally no stranger to myths and legends. Shangliu was one of the ancient top 10 fiendish gods recorded in the classic of mountains and seas, on par with Juing and Zhaoqi. It was a subordinate of the water god Gonggong, a terrifying existence capable of standing against Yu the Great. How could a monster that only existed in myths and legends? How could it appear in this world? Snake body, 9 heads, spits out poisonous floods, death on contact with its blood. Su Mushue murmured that description. She only felt a chill shoot up from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head. If this is real, this isn't some kind of joke, right? Although Asuha Haruna didn't know much about Huaxia mythology, just from that description and the reactions of Hisishue and Su Mushue, she could tell that this monster called Shangliu was definitely terrifying beyond imagination. A monster, from mythology, has descended. Her voice was also full of disbelieving fear. Those mutated water snakes from before had already been terrifying enough. But compared to this Shangliu, they were nothing at all, not even qualified to carry its shoes. Yong said. This is only a clone or projection? Hisishue let out a breath, feeling relieved that it wasn't the real body. Chun Xia hadn't expected the three of them to react so strongly. Then he pulled out his AK and shouted, "What the hell are you scared of? It ain't even the real body. We've got guns and we've got a big villa. If it comes, we'll just kill it. Watch your language, watch your language. Baby, be a little civilized. Say G, not BA. Civilization starts with you and me." Hisishue said with a smile. That's true. As long as we have guns, and it's still a carbon-based life form, there's nothing to be afraid of. Su Mushue felt the same way. But was saying Heba really uncivilized? That might not necessarily be true, right? Wasn't that thing supposed to be a good thing? Alright, we'll talk about Shangliu after the flood recedes. There's no point thinking too much about it now. Chun Xia put away the AK-47 and changed the subject. We have something more important to do right now. He looked at the three women, his gaze turning sharp. We just got an enormous benefit. Trading privilege. We have a 30-minute priority purchase window on everything newly listed. Do you understand what that means? It means from now on, every good thing in the trading channel belongs to us? Su Mushue's eyes instantly lit up. Exactly. So starting now, the task for you three is to buy good stuff from the trading channel, as well as the materials needed for upgrading our shelter. Chun Xia's words were full of incitement, and the emotions of the three women were instantly stirred up. Yes, guaranteed mission complete. Don't worry, big brother, I'll keep my eyes wide open. And so the operation began. Because of that trading privilege, the trading channel Su Mushue and Asuha Haruna saw was completely different from everyone else's. In other people's channels, it was still those chaotic trade messages full of pleading and begging. But in theirs, it was like opening God's perspective. Whenever a player listed a new item, it would immediately appear before their eyes in the most eye-catching way possible, with a 30-minute countdown next to it. Although most of it was junk at absurd prices, there was just too much of it to ignore. Asuha Haruna suddenly pointed at a newly listed item on the screen and let out a cry of surprise. Mushue Jie, look at this. Hearing that, Su Mushue immediately leaned over. At the very top of the trading channel, a trade listing that had just refreshed was giving off a faint white glow. For sale, Fishbone Fishing Rod X2. Price, Bread X5. Looking at this listing, Su Mushue frowned. A fishbone fishing rod? Do we still need to fish? Though fishing really is fun. The main thing is, are there even fish in the floodwaters? But, Asuha Haruna pointed at the item icon and said hesitantly, this thing looks like it can be upgraded. At the bottom right corner of the fishbone fishing rod icon, there was a tiny, almost unnoticeable upward arrow. That was the mark of an upgradable item. Su Mushue took a closer look, and it really was. Huh? It really is an upgradable item. She was a little surprised too. In this world, a lot of things couldn't be judged by appearances. Forget it, who cares, buy it now, buy it now. System notice. Trade successful. You have obtained Fishbone Fishing Rod X2. Alright. I'm going to sweep up the upgrade materials for our shelter. Su Mushue stretched lazily and turned her attention back to the trading channel. Okay. All kinds of blueprints, materials, and strange, bizarre items, as long as the price was right or they looked like they had some potential, were taken without hesitation. In less than 1 hour, nearly everything of any value in the trading channel had been wiped clean by them. At that moment, Asuha Haruna was holding those two sinful fishbone fishing rods and running over to Chansya. Big brother, look what good stuff we found. See if this can be upgraded. Chansya was resting with his eyes closed on the living room sofa, thinking about the future development direction of the shelter. Hearing Asuha Haruna's voice, he opened his eyes. What good stuff? Ta-da-da-da. Asuha Haruna placed the two dull gray fishbone fishing rods onto the coffee table in front of Chansya. Look, fishing rods. We can use them to fish. Chansya's gaze fell on those two so-called fishing rods. Those things really were just two leg bones from some unknown animal, thick on one end and thin on the other, with all kinds of messy patterns on them. They looked as ugly could get. The corner of Chansya's mouth twitched. It was hard for him to connect this thing with the words good stuff. It can be upgraded. Fine. Seeing the expectant looks on both their faces, Chansya didn't have the heart to discourage them further. He picked up one of the fishbone fishing rods and checked its attributes. Item: Fishbone Fishing Rod, upgradable. Level, 1/10. Effect: none, current level too low. Fishing cannot be performed. Upgrade requirement: wood X2000. Description: a fishbone that looks completely ordinary. Maybe its true value requires the accumulation of time and a massive amount of resources. It takes 2,000 wood to upgrade? Chansya raised an eyebrow when he saw that number. For him, this cost was very small. If this fishing rod needed 2,000 for one level, then to raise it to level 10, wouldn't that be 20,000 wood? Upgrade. Why wouldn't I upgrade it? Chansya almost didn't hesitate at all and directly chose to upgrade it. What a joke. What was he least lacking right now? Resources. He really wanted to see what this lousy-looking broken fishing rod would become when upgraded to max level. System notice. Do you want to consume wood X2000 to raise fishbone fishing rod to level 2? Yes. With a thought from Chansya, the fishbone fishing rod in his hand suddenly gave off a faint white light. When the light faded, the rod itself hadn't changed much, but its attribute panel had refreshed. Item: Fishbone Fishing Rod, upgradable. Level, 2/10. Effect: fishing efficiency plus 10%. Basic fishing function unlocked. No bait required. Upgrade requirement: wood X2000. Oh, one level gives plus 10% efficiency, and it doesn't even need bait. Chansya's eyes lit up. This attribute was kind of interesting. No bait meant it could fish infinitely. But it was all floodwater outside right now. Water was everywhere. What could it even catch? Mutated water snakes? Continue. Chansya didn't stop and continued choosing to upgrade. System notice. Do you want to consume wood X2000 to raise fishbone fishing rod to level 3? Yes. System prompt. Consume wood X2000 to upgrade the fishbone fishing rod to level 4? Yes. Chansya was like an emotionless machine on repeat, raising the fishing rod's level from level 1 all the way to level 9 in one go. A total of 18,000 units of wood were consumed. As for that fishbone fishing rod, it went from its original dull gray appearance to becoming more and more glossy. The bone material also became as smooth and warm as jade, and those messy patterns on it seemed to come alive, forming one mysterious design after another. Item: Jade Bone Dragon Sinew Rod. Level: 9/10. Effect: Fishing efficiency plus 90%. No bait required. Extremely small chance to catch special items. Upgrade requirement: Wood X 2000. Jade Bone Dragon Sinew Rod? The name is pretty domineering. Chun Xia looked at the fishing rod in his hand, which had already completely changed, and nodded in satisfaction. Brother, hurry. It's only one level away from max. Su Muxue was even more excited than Chun Xia and urged him from the side. No rush. Chun Xia smiled, then pressed the final upgrade. System prompt: Consume Wood X 2000 to upgrade the Jade Bone Dragon Sinew Rod to level 10. Yes. The moment he said it, the fishing rod in Chun Xia's hand instantly burst out with a dazzling golden light. World announcement. Congratulations to player Chun Xia for becoming the first player in this region to upgrade a fishing rod type tool to max level. World announcement. To reward player Chun Xia for his spirit of exploration, he is specially awarded one luxury speedboat. World announcement. This reward is unique. All players, please keep up the hard work, explore diligently, and strive for glory. 3 glittering world announcements in a row directly stunned the entire chat channel of Region A1 into silence. All the players stared blankly at the glaring golden text on their screens, feeling like their brains couldn't keep up. Fishing rod, max level, luxury speedboat. What the hell was all this? Only after a full dozen seconds or so did the world channel explode like a deep water bomb had been dropped into a pot of boiling oil. Am I seeing this right? A luxury speedboat. This game has that kind of thing too. So that means besides a shelter, he also has a boat. Chun Xia again. Did this guy turn on cheats or what? Resources are so hard to get. Are we even playing the same game? The point is the fishing rod. Who the hell would choose a time like this to upgrade a fishing rod? And even max it out? How free does he have to be? The guy above has a narrow view. You think he's just idle? This is called strategic investment. Look at that reward. A luxury speedboat. With that thing, wouldn't he basically be invincible in this flood? Woo-woo. For some reason my fishing rod got instantly bought out by someone. Did I just miss out on several hundred million? Heh, even if you had one, you couldn't afford to upgrade it. He probably didn't expect soy sauce flavored big chicken in the first place. Luxury speedboat. Su Muxue was stunned too. How much would something like this be worth in the real world? Asuharu Nana also looked shocked. Do you think we can take it out to explore? There's no need. We can just stay in the shelter. That's true. Chun Xia was in a great mood. He hadn't expected that a casual action on his part would trigger this kind of unique world reward. He opened his backpack and sure enough, saw a speedboat model lying quietly inside. Item: Luxury speedboat. Horsepower: 200. Description: A speedboat with excellent performance and luxurious interior, letting you enjoy the thrill of riding the wind and breaking the waves, even in the apocalyptic flood. Friendly reminder: fuel consumption is a bit high. Take it out and let us see it. Su Muxue urged. All right. Holding the speedboat model, Chun Xia walked to the second floor balcony. With a thought he chose use. The model in his hand turned into a streak of golden light, flew out from the balcony, and landed on the surging water outside the villa. The golden light scattered. A giant speedboat, pure white from top to bottom, with sleek lines and full of modern design, appeared out of thin air right before everyone's eyes. This is way too big. The 3 girls ran to the balcony and stared at the speedboat, which was almost half the size of a basketball court, muttering to themselves. So luxurious. A villa, a speedboat, and a bunch of wives. Brother Xia, you're really something, Su Muxue said with a smile. The shock brought by the speedboat lasted for quite a long time. In the World Channel, discussions about Chun Xia and the luxury speedboat stayed heated without fading. After all, everyone felt the same thing. Chun Xia was probably cheating. Even if he had a talent, there was no way it could be this powerful. As for Chun Xia himself, after the initial surprise, he quickly calmed down. The speedboat was certainly a good thing. With it, it was like having a trump card that allowed free movement in the flood. But a new problem came along with it. Fuel consumption. The system prompt said, fuel consumption is a bit high. That was definitely not a joke. Looks like we need to add another item to our shopping list. Chun Xia stroked his chin and started calculating. When are we going to take the boat out for a ride? Su Muxue was still immersed in excitement, shaking Chun Xia's arm and acting spoiled. That probably won't work. What if we go too far and can't find the shelter again? Actually, sitting on it and fishing doesn't sound bad. Hisishua thought about it for a moment. Oh right. How many materials have you gathered for upgrading the shelter? Chun Xia suddenly remembered that the main task right now was upgrading the shelter. Su Muxue shook her head. F-rank metal is very rare. Even with a 30-minute head start to sweep the market, the amount we could trade for was still very limited. As for the other materials, there was even less. Price isn't the issue. The main problem is that hardly anyone is listing them for trade. Is F-rank metal really that rare? Of course. I managed to buy 8 pieces of this metal, and it looked anything but ordinary. The color was actually blue. It looked who knows how many times better than steel. Chunxia felt that made sense too, so he opened his backpack and took a look. When he had been breathing earlier, some F-rank metal really had dropped too, but the quantity had always been low. Adding it all together bit by bit, it only came to a little over 30 units. Including what Su Mushue had just purchased, they now had a little over 40 in total. That was still quite a bit short of the 200 units needed for the upgrade. The gap was a bit large. Looks like relying on purchases alone isn't a solution, Chunxia thought. For this kind of critical strategic material, any player with even a bit of brains would not sell it easily. And even if they did, it would definitely be at a sky-high price. Hoping to scrape together 200 units from other people was basically an impossible task. I have to find a stable source of F-rank metal. Chunxia's gaze landed on his talent again. Unending vitality. Every time he breathes on his own, he can randomly obtain 1 unit of supplies. This talent was the foundation of his survival. But there was a lot to think about in that word random. Sometimes he could breathe out rare blueprints and materials. But most of the time what he breathed out were basic supplies like wood, stone, bread, and mineral water. Although those things could also be exchanged for other resources, the efficiency was too low. The effect of my talent is that the more goddesses I bind, the higher the drop rate of rare resources. Chunxia's eyes narrowed slightly. Right now I've bound 3, Hisishue, Sumushue, and Asuharu Nana. The drop rate for rare resources has already increased noticeably. I need to look for more newcomers, but whether they can join him depends on the conditions too. What kind should I look for next? Chunxia began calculating in his head. First, the score had to be above 95. That was a hard requirement. Second, talent. Right now he had healing, luck, and item upgrading. What he lacked most was a combat type or resource type talent. Something like opening a treasure chest and automatically getting ×2 would be best. Chunxia could not help but start daydreaming. But that was obviously impossible. A thing like talent could only be encountered by chance, not sought out. Looks like I need to find a way to get in contact with more high-quality players. He opened the world chat channel, wanting to see if he could find any useful clues there. For example, whether there were any players who stood out especially, or had some kind of special ability. However, the moment he opened the world channel, the screen full of chaotic messages made his eyes blur. Help! Does anyone know what to do after being bitten by some kind of red leech? The wound keeps bleeding and won't stop. Use your ass to squeeze out some shit and smear it on. What's wrong with you upstairs? Why are you so disgusting? I'm asking for help and you're barking here. Don't let me catch you. Bro, it actually works. What if I hold it in? Then you're really a master holder. Sigh, actually I've always made one mistake, and I only dared to tell everyone after entering this survival game. That summer night, I secretly entered my little sister's room. Chunxia quickly flipped through dozens of pages and still did not see anything of value. Searching like this is no different from looking for a needle in the ocean. Somewhat disappointed, he closed the world channel. Just as he was thinking about whether to have Su Mushue use the trading privilege to post some bizarre recruitment ad like, high salary hiring a 95-point beauty. World announcement. System version update. World announcement. In order to promote communication and cooperation among survivors and enhance the playability of the game, the update contents are as follows. 1. Chat channel speaking limit. Starting today, each player may speak in the world channel at most 20 times per day. Please cherish each opportunity to speak. 2. Trade channel listing limit. Starting today, each player may only list 1 item. Only after the current item is successfully traded or manually taken down may another item be listed. 3. Trade channel closure notice. 10 days from now, the current trade channel will be permanently closed. At that time, the brand new Survivor Forum and Friend Direct trading functions will be opened. Please prepare in advance and arrange your material trades reasonably. This update is mandatory. We wish all players a pleasant game. Pleasant game. Fuck. Limit speaking, limit listings, and in 10 days, close the trade channel. What kind of international joke is this? The trade channel was the lifeline all survivors currently depended on to stay alive. No food? Go trade for it in the trade channel. No water? Go trade for it in the trade channel. Shelter broken, lacking materials? Still go trade for it in the trade channel. It could be said that 99% of players were only barely struggling to survive until now by relying on this platform. And now the system was actually saying that in 10 days it was going to shut this platform down. Fuck. You can't afford to play anymore, is that it? Limiting speech? Limiting listings? Why don't you just stuff my mouth shut and chop my hands off too? Closing the trade channel? System. I fuck your ancestors. You're trying to force us to death. Without the trade channel, what are we supposed to eat? What are we supposed to drink? Don't rush to curse. Okay? Isn't there still 10 days before this change happens? Besides, friends can still trade. That means everyone needs to add friends widely and form an ecosystem where friends trade with each other to survive together. 10 days. Only 10 days left. Is this some fucking apocalypse countdown? I protest. I strongly protest. Why? Why are you closing the trade channel? What the hell is protesting going to do? Didn't you read the announcement? This is a mandatory update. Who are you going to protest to? The king of hell. At this moment, the atmosphere inside Chunxia's villa had also turned extremely heavy. What is going on? Why are they shutting down the trade channel out of nowhere? Su Muxue was dumbfounded. After reading it, He Sixue also froze in place. After thinking for a moment, she spoke. Limiting speech is meant to reduce useless information and force communication between players to become more efficient. Limiting listings is meant to crack down on merchants who maliciously hoard goods and drive up prices. Overall, from now on, everyone will probably need to form their own friend trading circles and trade with friends. He Sixue's analysis hit the nail on the head. Hearing this, Chunxia nodded and added, not only that, more importantly, there is the information gap. In the era of the trade channel, although it was chaotic, information was relatively transparent. Everyone had a rough idea of an item's value. Who had good stuff and who was buying large amounts of something was clear at a glance. But once the trade channel closes and friend trading replaces it, the situation becomes completely different. But for us, that might not necessarily be a bad thing. What we lack least is supplies. In that case, building a relatively fixed trading circle is actually pretty good. Asuka Haruna said. That's true. Overall, it doesn't affect us that much. It's just that we haven't been privileged dogs for very long yet. Chunxia said helplessly. He was only complaining a little. After all, he had just gotten the trading privilege, and before it had even warmed up in his hands, the system turned around and pulled the rug out from under him. The feeling was like having just gotten a VIP membership card and not even starting to enjoy the service yet, only to have the club notify you that it was going bankrupt for renovations in 10 days. Meanwhile, in the World Channel, after a round of complaints, many people had started to change. My talent is C-rank Midas Touch. When opening a treasure chest, I have a 20% chance to open it one more time. Looking for shelter friends, preferably players with talents too. I have no talent. Looking for some friend slots. Don't you all think we should add more big shots? Friends have a limit. What's the use of adding ordinary people? They can't afford your stuff, and their stuff is useless to you. That makes sense. You can only have up to 1,000 friends. Some people waste friend slots, and in reality they might never trade with you in their whole lives. So why let them take up space? At Chunxia, big bro, I'm a girl. I want to add you as a friend. At Chunxia, bro, I'm a benefit streamer. Can you look at me? My talent is giving benefits. At this moment, Chunxia suddenly discovered that many people were adding him as a friend. In an instant, it was already 99 plus. And very quickly, that number broke 1,000. Even if he wanted to accept them, he simply could not. The spam was moving too fast. What the hell is going on? They probably know they need to socialize upward now, so they're all adding you as a friend. Baby. That's normal. We can select a portion of suitable people to accept. He Sixue leaned closer to look and offered her opinion. But there's no need to rush. There are still 10 days anyway, and with our strength, there's no need to worry about not having a trading circle, right? Oh right. Help me see if there are any suitable people I can bind with. It'd be best if their talents are A rank or above. Chunxia now very much wanted to bind talents. Who knew if this game might even cancel the chat channel later on? If that happened, surviving to the end would really drive people insane. Okay. Then I'll ask. Can my mom do it? Asuka Haruna said somewhat awkwardly. Her expression and movements were both a little stiff. Clearly, even she herself felt this matter was pretty outrageous. After all, if a mother and daughter were together, living together every day, then Chunxia would be seeing her all the time too. When that happened, maybe something a little scary might occur. But in a world like this, it somehow didn't seem that strange anymore. Why did that sentence even make Chunxia feel a little excited? He Sixue and Su Muxue both looked at Chunxia in unspoken agreement. Anyway, something about this situation felt a little off. The two of them couldn't really say much either. After all, that was little sister Haruna's mother. The two of them should be calling her auntie. Letting auntie die in this survival world? That didn't seem too good, right? But if she came in, then what? If she had some looks, then maybe sooner or later Chunxia would say a few things to her. If she didn't, then maybe he would still say a few things to her. In short, the situation was very complicated. Chunxia felt Asuka Haruna's gaze on him, then looked at He Sixue and Su Muxue. The two of them just blinked, signaling that they would listen to him. And the two of them even seemed a little eager to watch the drama. Still, as long as Haruna's mother met the talent contract requirements, then it wasn't impossible. Mother and son united in heart. Even if she didn't meet the requirements, she was still his woman's mother. Giving her some supplies and helping her stay alive would still be very simple. After all, he wasn't lacking in supplies. Ahem, Haruna. How old is your mom? Chunxia coughed lightly and asked. Over 30, I think. Why? Asuka Haruna said, twisting a little shyly. What does she look like? Prettier than me. She counts as a beautiful mature woman. He Sixue and Su Muxue exchanged a glance. A beautiful mature woman in her 30s. Wasn't that basically a young beauty? Was she really going to join? Fine. If your mom meets the requirements, then she'll join us. Because we're all talented people, and being over 30 is exactly the age to work hard. I can give her this opportunity, Chunxia said with a breath out. Okay. But I can't contact her. If I do get in touch with her, I'll let you know. Alright, my mom is single. I'm adopted, Asuka Haruna added, seemingly hinting something to Chunxia. When Chunxia heard that, he thought that sounded pretty good. Then he smiled. Alright, then I like your mom very much. Well then, actually I think my mom is probably already dead. Or she's not in this zone. Asuka Haruna thought for a moment, then continued. It's fine. Does it matter whether she's dead or not? What matters is that I like your mom. Don't worry, go contact her. I'm willing to give your mom a home. In a certain corner of Zone A1, inside a level 3 shelter, under the dim light, a young girl in a sports tank top and shorts, with a high ponytail tied up, was carefully tending to the wound on her arm. Her name was Lu Yi, a girl who had just graduated from college. The wound wasn't deep. Last night, while fending off a mutated water snake that had crawled in, she had gotten cut by it. Thankfully, that snake wasn't big. It looked like a juvenile water snake. She had forcefully stabbed it back out with a steel pipe. Although she hadn't killed the snake, no other snakes attacked afterward, and she had luckily survived. At that moment, she was using a bottle of alcohol she had gotten from a supply chest, one with very little left, to disinfect the wound. The piercing pain made a layer of fine sweat seep out across her smooth forehead, but she gritted her teeth and didn't make a sound. TSS, I can't hold it in anymore. This fucking hurts. She cursed under her breath and looked at the gash the mutated water snake had made, her heart filling with lingering fear. If she hadn't reacted quickly last night and used a steel pipe to stab that snake out, she would probably already have turned into snake shit by now. After dealing with the wound, she leaned against the wall tiredly and opened the world chat channel. The update announcement the system had just released had already caused a massive uproar in the channel. All kinds of wailing and cursing flooded the screen. Speech restrictions? Listing restrictions? And the trade channel is getting shut down after 10 days too? Is this game trying to force us to death? Everyone, don't panic. Didn't the announcement say friend-directed trading will open up? It's forcing us to form little groups and stick together for warmth. Looking at all that chaotic information, Louise's brows knit tightly as well. For a solo player like her, closing the trade channel would be an absolutely devastating blow. She had to find a way, before the trade channel closed, to find one or several reliable trading partners. No, more accurately, she needed to find a strong thigh to cling to. Her gaze involuntarily landed on that glittering golden name at the top of the rankings. First place. Player Chunxia, mutated water snakes killed. 29. Chunxia. When she saw that name, Louis froze for a moment. A strange and distant feeling welled up in her heart. No way, that much of a coincidence? She muttered to herself. That name was exactly the same as the one from her childhood, the person she used to bully every single day and almost strangle to death with a jump rope. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Louis quickly shook her head and gave a self-mocking smile. How could that person possibly be the fierce monster ranked first in this apocalyptic game? There were plenty of people in the world named Chunxia. It had to just be the same name. Right, just the same name. But whether it was him or not, this Chunxia was without question the thickest thigh in all of Zona 1 right now. She had to add him as a friend. She opened her panel and glanced at her talent. Talent. A rank golden right hand. Effect. The first time each day you use your right hand to open a treasure chest of any quality, there is a 100% chance to open it one extra time. Limited to once per day. Golden right hand. Looking at the name of this talent, Louise's cheeks grew a little hot, and she couldn't help muttering a complaint. What kind of trashy name is this? It makes it sound like some men-only skill. And all I get are low-level treasure chests anyway. I can't open anything good. This talent is basically the same as not having one. Even though she felt her talent was a bit useless, it was still a rank at least. She took a deep breath, gathered her courage, found that ID that had been mentioned by countless people in the friend request list, and sent a friend request. Player Louis has requested to add you as a friend. In the villa's living room, Chunxia looked at the friend requests on his panel that had instantly flooded to 99+ and were still frantically jumping upward, and his head started to ache. Holy shit, are these people insane? They're all adding me? You're a celebrity now. Of course everyone wants to cling to your thigh, Sumushua said with a grin as she sifted through the good stuff in the trade channel. Exactly. We can pick out some useful ones from there, or approve some cute little sisters. Hisishua joked too, though her eyes were scanning through the request list at high speed, trying to see if there were any special talents. Chunxia was a little speechless. He only wanted to add girls with talents. Louis. Suddenly, a familiar name flashed past his eyes. Chunxia's movement stopped. His memory was instantly dragged back to that summer many years ago. Cicada cries, popsicles, and that ponytailed girl with wheat tan skin, who chased him around and beat him every day, pinned him to the ground and rubbed his face into the dirt, and nearly sent him off with a jump rope. Could it really be her? Chunxia muttered inwardly, and a strange feeling rose naturally inside him. As if possessed, he clicked accept. You have added Louis as a friend. After the friend request succeeded, the other party's brief information popped up too. Player, Louis. Talent, A rank golden right hand. Overall score, 95. A score of 95. And an A rank talent too. Chunxia's eyes lit up. This completely matched his binding requirements. Although this golden right hand sounded kind of weird, it was an A rank talent, so its effect definitely wouldn't be bad. He checked it out, and sure enough, it was pretty good. He actually got one chance every day to open a treasure chest. If he got 2 diamond treasure chests and added the duplicated one, then he could open 4 times in one day. It really was a pretty good talent. Still, he had to confirm whether this Louis was really the one he knew. He thought for a moment, then typed a line on the virtual keyboard with his fingers and sent it over. Chunxia, have you ever nearly strangled someone to death? On the other side, Louis had just seen the notification that her friend request had been accepted. Before she even had time to be happy, she received a message from Chunxia. The moment she saw what that line said, her whole body froze on the spot as if struck by lightning. Strangled, that afternoon when they were kids because Chunxia refused to lend her his game console. She got mad, picked up the jump rope in her hand, looped it around Chunxia's neck and even yanked it hard. At the time, Chunxia's face had turned purple, and she was so scared that she quickly let go. This incident was one of the few dark histories of her childhood, and also a secret only the two of them knew. He really was that Chunxia. A chill shot from the soles of Louis's feet straight to the top of her head. It's over. She's totally screwed. When they were kids, she bullied him that much, used him like a punching bag, and even almost strangled him to death. Since boys developed more slowly than girls when they were young, even though he resisted, she had been a bit sturdier than Chunxia back then, which meant Chunxia simply couldn't beat her. Now he was the #1 big shot in this world, while she was just a bottom-tier player barely scraping by. Could it be that he was trying to get revenge? At that thought, Louis's hands started trembling. She stared at the chat box, her brain spinning at top speed, as she thought about how to reply in a way that would keep her little life safe. Beg for mercy? Act pitiful? Or play dumb? Louis. Huh? Big shot, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Did we know each other before? Big shot, you must be talking in your sleep. In the end, she still chose to play dumb, and even added a pitiful little emoji at the end. Looking at Louis's message where she was blatantly playing dumb, Chunxia almost laughed out loud. Didn't understand? She was pretending, right? After all, her profile picture was right there. He had never seen 2 people with the same name who also looked alike. Husband, what are you laughing at? Which little girl are you chatting with so happily? At some point, Su Mushue had leaned over, resting her head on his shoulder as she curiously looked at the screen. She had already decided not to call Chunxia Big Brother anymore. Calling him husband directly felt way better. When she saw the ID Louis and the chat content, a trace of subtle vigilance flashed through her eyes. Strangled? What's going on? Someone I knew when I was little. Chunxia casually explained, then replied. Chunxia, stop pretending, Louis, I'd recognize you even if you turned to ashes. Chunxia, 5th grade. You blocked me in the bathroom for an hour just so you could copy my summer homework. Forgot already? Chunxia, and in 7th grade you almost forced yourself on me. Chunxia sent several messages in a row, every single one precisely hitting one of Louis's criminal records. Inside the shelter, Louis watched the evidence of guilt constantly popping up on the screen. Her face went from white to red, then from red to purple and finally turned deathly pale. She covered her face, feeling like she had never been this embarrassed in her life. That bastard. How did he remember all of it so clearly? She was now 100% sure that Chunxia had come to get revenge on her. And what did he mean by forced yourself on me? You were a boy and she was a girl, okay? She had just been curious about what was different between boys and girls. Louis, I was ignorant when I was little. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. Crying. Kowtow. Once you come out to make your way in the world, sooner or later you'll have to pay it back. He was going to let this former female demon king know that 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. In the current version, he was the one calling the shots. Still, Chunxia didn't plan to make too big a deal out of it. They had all been ignorant as kids. It was nothing for a girl to be a bit more curious, even if she had pulled down his pants. Chunxia, alright, stop wailing. Since you at least know what's good for you, I won't hold what happened when we were kids against you. Only after seeing this sentence did Louis finally let out a sigh of relief. Louis. Thank you, big brother. Big brother, you truly have the heart of a prime minister who can sail a boat in his stomach, with a broad mind as vast as the sea. A string of flattery was sent over like it cost nothing. Chunxia, tell me, what do you need? A weapon, food, or materials for your shelter? For the sake of us being childhood friends, I'll give you a friendship price. He planned to give her a little sweetness first and keep this girl steady. After all, she was an A-rank talent with a 95-point score, and also a childhood sweetheart he knew inside and out. Letting her go just like that would be too much of a waste. Once his shelter upgraded to level 6 and unlocked a new binding slot, he could contract her over and slowly train her. However, Louis's reply was a bit beyond his expectations. Louis, no need, thank you. I don't lack anything right now. After sending that, she seemed to feel her tone was too stiff, so she added another sentence. Louis, what I mean is, I can't accept rewards without merit. For now, it's better if we maintain a pure trading relationship. Let's both forget about what happened when we were kids. We're already this old. If there's anything you need help with, as long as I can do it, I definitely won't refuse. Looking at that message, the smile on Chunxia's face slowly faded. This girl really did have a stubborn mouth. Was she drawing a line between them? Pure trading relationship? Chunxia sneered inwardly. In your dreams. He didn't say anything more and only replied calmly. Chunxia, fine, up to you. After saying that, he directly closed the chat box. You couldn't rush dealing with this kind of stubborn person. Anyway, she couldn't run away now. Once she hit a wall and suffered a bit, she'd naturally understand whose thigh she should be hugging. He wasn't in a hurry right now because the shelter hadn't upgraded yet. Even if he wanted to bind her, he didn't have a slot. Baby, settled? Hisishue walked over holding a cup of water and asked. More or less. Chunxia nodded. A little tsundere girl. Leaving her alone for a few days will be enough. Oh. Su Mushue's gossip-loving soul instantly flared up. An old lover of yours? Screw off. She's my childhood sweetheart. Chunxia rolled his eyes at her irritably. Childhood sweetheart is great. You know each other inside and out. Hisishue joined in teasing too. So when are you bringing little sis over to live with us? We're still one short for mahjong. Exactly. The more people, the livelier. The two of them gave Chunxia such a headache that he waved his hand. All right, handle the important stuff first. Where's that fishing rod? Wasn't there still one that hadn't been upgraded? Right. With Chunxia's reminder, Su Mushue and Asuka Haruna finally remembered that there was still one left that hadn't been upgraded. Come on. Let's max that one out too. Then we'll go fishing on the speedboat. The three women immediately got excited again and chirped noisily as they ran off to get the fishing rod. Very soon, accompanied by another burst of golden light, the second, jade bone dragon sinew rod was successfully born. But this time, because it wasn't the first in this region, it didn't trigger a world announcement or any extra rewards. But that didn't affect the three women's excitement in the slightest. Holding the two glittering golden fishing rods, they happily ran to the balcony, did a handsome flip, and jumped from the second floor onto the luxurious speedboat parked on the water below. Husband, we're going fishing. We'll make you a full fish banquet tonight. Su Mushue stood on the speedboat and waved at Chunxia. Be careful. Chunxia reminded her. Got it. After a while. Honestly, they hadn't caught many fish, but they had reeled in quite a few weird things instead. A half-broken helmet, a shoe that belonged to who knew who, and even a safe filled with water. They spent a long time hauling the safe up, but when they opened it, there was only a stack of useless papers inside, soaked so badly they were already rotten. This is so infuriating. Are there even any fish in this flood? Su Mushue angrily flung the fishing line back into the water. Don't rush, Sister Mushue. Fishing takes patience. Karyasuha looked quite calm instead. She sat by the edge of the boat, staring at the water, not knowing what she was thinking about. What good is patience? It's been almost an hour, and we've only caught a few tiny fish fry. They're not even enough to get stuck in our teeth. Hisishue was feeling a little discouraged too. Hey, what do you all think? Su Mushue suddenly leaned in mysteriously. Shouldn't we change how we address him from now on and all call him husband? Change how we address him? Hisishue froze for a moment. Yeah, look, little sister Qingnai has already... Well, the three of us are all his women now, but we're still calling him things like brother and baby. It just feels a little weird. Su Mushue analyzed it seriously. When Karyasuha heard that, her cheeks instantly turned red, and she lowered her head, too embarrassed to speak. Hisishue rubbed her chin and felt that Su Mushue had a point. Then, what should we call him? Call him husband. Not just in bed, but as our usual way of addressing him. Su Mushue said it as if it were only natural. That's what makes us feel like a family, can also help deepen our feelings. Don't you think? Hisishue thought about it, then nodded. That makes sense. From now on, we'll call him husband. She turned to Karyasuha and asked with a smile. Little sister Qingnai, what do you think? I'll listen to my sisters. Karyasuha nodded. Actually, she had another thought. When doing that kind of thing, calling him husband wasn't exciting at all. Then it's settled. Su Mushue clapped her hands. Tonight, we'll give husband a surprise. Night fell and the villa was brightly lit. Chunxia was sitting on the sofa, checking a batch of supplies he had just obtained through breathing. Just now, he felt like his luck had completely exploded. System notification. Through autonomous breathing, you have obtained F-rank metal ×1. System notification. Through autonomous breathing, you have obtained F-rank metal ×1. After seeing 7 or 8 notifications for F-rank metal in a row, even he found it hard to believe. Right after that, something even more surprising happened. System notification. Through autonomous breathing, you have obtained F-rank alloy wall, ×1. An F-rank alloy wall. This was one of the core materials needed to upgrade the shelter to level 6. It seemed that as time went on, even if no one else obtained these materials, he would still be forcibly pushed forward into upgrading. He immediately opened the shelter upgrade panel and took a look. Shelter upgrade requirements, level 6, 1. Earthquake-resistant super strength steel foundation ×20, 0/20. 2. F-rank alloy wall ×1, 1/1. 3. Whole house smart module ×1, 0/1. 4. F-rank metal ×200, 51/200. The wall was taken care of, and he had already gathered more than 50 F-rank metal. Now all he lacked were the steel foundation and the whole house smart module. Just then, the villa's front door was pushed open. Hisishue, Sumushue, and Akaria Suha walked in chatting and laughing, carrying a large bucket full of water. Inside the bucket, more than a dozen lively little fish were happily swimming around. "Husband, we're back!" The 3 women called out sweetly in unison. That one word, husband, made Chunxia pause in surprise. Before this, each of them had their own way of addressing him, but now they had suddenly unified it into husband. Was this what people meant by feelings growing over time? After enough time together, still, it was pretty nice. If everyone was going to live together from now on, their relationship should gradually warm up too. "Husband!" Hisishue walked over with a smile, set the fish bucket on the floor, and said in a tone like she was asking for credit, "Look, we caught so many fish. Tonight, we'll cook for you ourselves and make you a full fish banquet." "That's right, Gugu taught me braised fish, and little sister Qingnai learned steamed fish. We guarantee it'll be so good you'll swallow your tongue," Su Mushue added, watching the 3 of them crowd around him, chirping away as they proudly showed off today's spoils. Their faces were all carrying that relaxed joy of coming home, and Chunxia's heart softened for no reason at all. This feeling, it was very strange. It didn't feel like struggling to survive in the apocalypse. Instead, it felt like a real home, a wife, laughter, anticipation, and a steaming hot dinner. A genuine smile appeared on his face. He stood up, walked over to them, spread his arms and pulled all 3 women into his embrace. All right, go cook already. I'm starving." Chunxia patted their backs and said with a smile, "Got it, husband. Just wait. We guarantee you'll eat the most delicious fish in the whole world." The 3 women immediately ran happily into the kitchen. Very soon, the clanging symphony of pots, bowls, ladles, and pans rang out from inside, mixed with their laughing and playful voices. Gugu Gaga was still teaching them from the side, and was even sneaking bites too. Chunxia sat on the sofa, listening to the sounds coming from the kitchen and looking out at the pitch-black night beyond the window, feeling an unprecedented sense of peace in his heart. Just as he was enjoying this warmth, a private message suddenly popped up. "Calendar Immortal? Big shot. You there? Calendar Immortal?" Chunxia frowned as he looked at that ID. He didn't seem to know this person. "Chunxia, what is it?" "Calendar Immortal. Big shot. I've got something good here. You'll definitely be interested." "Chunxia, what thing?" "Calendar Immortal. Earthquake-resistant super-strength steel foundation, 30 units. Big shot. This is a core material for upgrading a level 6 shelter. You won't find a second set like this in the entire trading channel." The moment he saw the words, earthquake-resistant super-strength steel foundation, Chunxia instantly narrowed his eyes. What he needed had really come right to his door. He had just been worrying about this material, and now someone had voluntarily delivered it to him. "Chunxia, name your price." "Calendar Immortal." "Heh. Big shot, you're straightforward. My asking price isn't high either. Wood times 10,000, bottled water times 1,000. Big shot, this is an exclusive supply. If you miss this village, you won't find this shop again. 10,000 wood, 1,000 bottles of water." Chunxia looked at the quoted price and let out a cold laugh. This guy really dared to ask. Although that amount of supplies really wasn't much to him, he wasn't the kind of fool who let people butcher him at will. Chunxia would times 3,000, water times 300. Not a single bit more. He directly slashed the price to less than 1/3. "Calendar Immortal. Big shot, that's cutting it way too hard. Isn't it? This is rare material. How about this wood 8,000, water 800. Can't go any lower." "Chunxia, wood 4,000, water 400. That's my bottom line. If not, forget it." Calendar Immortal. The other side of the screen stayed silent for a full half-minute. Chunxia wasn't in any hurry. He just leaned back on the sofa and waited leisurely. He knew very clearly that with this kind of rare material other than him, there probably weren't many people in the entire A1 district who could afford to take it. If the other party wanted to sell it, then he could only sell it to him. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the other party sent a message. Calendar Immortal. Fine. Boss, I give up. 5,000 wood. 500 water. That works now, right? Let's just call it making a friend. Chun Xia, deal. The corners of Chun Xia's mouth lifted slightly as he agreed right away. Just shaving a little off the price made him feel much better. Even though it was still a bit higher than his ideal price, using this amount of supplies in exchange for 30 units of core material to speed up his shelter's upgrade progress was absolutely worth it. Calendar Immortal. Alright, boss. I'll start the trade right now. Very quickly, a trade window popped up. Chun Xia took a careful look. On the left side of the trade window was the other party's item. Seismic grade ultra-strong steel foundation X30. On the right side were the items he needed to pay. Wood X 5,000. Mineral water X 500. The quantities and items matched. He did not hesitate and directly clicked confirm trade. System notice? Trade successful. The supplies were in hand. Chun Xia was in a great mood and immediately opened his backpack, preparing to take a look. However, the moment he saw clearly what was inside the backpack, the smile on his face instantly froze. Inside one of the backpack slots lay a single lonely steel foundation. Seismic grade ultra-strong steel foundation X1. There was only one. Meanwhile, his 5,000 units of wood and 500 bottles of mineral water had truly disappeared. Fuck! Chun Xia shot to his feet, a surge of anger rushing straight to his head. He had been played. What's going on? Chun Xia stared fixedly at his backpack, his mind racing. During the trade, he had seen it clearly. What the other party had put up was 30 units of foundation. There was no way he could have seen that wrong. So why, after the trade succeeded, had only one ended up in his hands? Was it a bug in the system? Impossible. The system of this world was strict in its rules. It was almost impossible for this kind of low-level mistake to appear. Then, the problem was with that guy called Calendar Immortal. Right at that moment, another message from the other party came through. The contents of the message were filled with naked mockery and smugness. Calendar Immortal. Ha 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 ha, Boss Chun Xia. Thanks for your 5,000 wood and 500 bottles of water. They tasted great. Calendar Immortal. Feeling confused? You clearly saw 30, but only got one in the end? Surprised? Shocked? Calendar Immortal. Forgot to introduce myself. My talent is the S rank, Fraudster. As for the effect, during trades I can temporarily deceive your vision. What you see is only what I want you to see. Calendar Immortal. How does it feel? Does the fear of being dominated by an S-rank talent feel good? Ha 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 ha. Calendar Immortal. Oh right. My talent also lets me change my ID and avatar every so often. There are still 2 days before I can change my ID and avatar again. See you, an S-rank talent. Fraudster. Looking at the messages where the other party had exposed his own ability, Chun Xia's fists clenched instantly. He finally understood what had happened. The other party had used his talent to create a false trade illusion, making him think 30 foundations had been placed up for trade, when in reality the other party had only put up one. And just like that, right before his eyes, a huge amount of his supplies had been scammed away. A fury unlike any before blazed fiercely in his chest. Ever since entering this world, everything had been smooth sailing for him. When had he ever been toyed with like this? And the other party was even an S-rank talent holder. Still, it was true that using a talent like this as a trade scammer really was the most suitable use for it. He could even change his avatar and ID every so often. This was practically impossible to guard against. Fraudster. An S-rank talent really was powerful. Husband, what's wrong? What happened? Hisishue, who was in the kitchen, heard the commotion outside, stuck her head out and asked with concern. Nothing. Chun Xia took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart. He squeezed out a smile uglier than crying. You all keep cooking. I'll handle a small matter. Oh, okay. Hisishue could tell his expression was off, but she did not ask more and withdrew back into the kitchen. Chun Xia sat back down on the sofa, his gaze turning ice cold. Looking at Calendar Immortal, who was still wildly shouting in the chat box, he slowly typed out a line on the virtual keyboard. Chun Xia. Very good. We'll see. Calendar Immortal. Yo? Mad now? Wanna hit me? Come on then. Come hit me. Do you even know where I am? Even if you do, would you dare come? It's night right now. Calendar Immortal. Stop struggling, boss. Just accept the loss obediently. Treat it as spending money to buy a lesson. Who told you to be number 1 on the rankings? If I don't scam you, who would I scam? The other party's words were provocative to the extreme, clearly convinced that Chun Xia could do nothing to him. Chun Xia did not reply again. He directly closed the private chat and opened the world chat channel. He was going to make this scammer understand exactly how serious the consequences of provoking him were. With a heavy reward offered, there would always be someone brave enough to act. There were still several 100,000 people left. He refused to believe that none of them had a talent capable of locking onto this person's coordinates. Chun Xia. Bounty. 1,000 food. Bounty for player. Calendar Immortals. Shelter coordinates. Whoever provides valid information will trade on the spot. 1,000 food. That number was like a heavy bomb, instantly throwing the deathly silent world channel into chaos. Right now, with floodwaters raging everywhere, food was the most precious hard currency. Forget 1,000 food. Even 100 would be enough to drive countless players struggling on the edge of hunger crazy. Fuck, am I seeing this right? 1,000 units of food just for one set of coordinates. What happened to Boss Chunxia? Did that guy called Calendar Immortal piss him off? Calendar Immortal? I think I remember him a little. This guy sold things in the channel before. He was all mysterious about it. Brothers, the chance to get rich is here. Whoever knows where this Calendar Immortal is, tell the boss now. I know. This guy chatted with me before and said his shelter had sent me pictures. Screenshots are useless. What the boss wants is coordinates. The entire world channel completely exploded because of Chunxia's bounty. Countless players began frantically trying to remember whether they had ever had contact with this Calendar Immortal, and whether they knew any clue at all about him. With a heavy reward offered, there would always be someone brave enough to act. Chunxia believed that as long as that scammer was still in the zone, someone would definitely drag him out. Sure enough, less than 5 minutes after the bounty was posted, a private message popped up. Player treasure-seeking mouse. Boss, I think I have what you want. Chunxia's spirits lifted, and he immediately clicked into the chat. Chunxia. Speak. Treasure-seeking mouse. I got a blueprint from the trade channel before called Coordinate Locking Map. It can lock onto the approximate location of a player's shelter. I tried it just now by entering the ID, Calendar Immortal, and a red really did appear on the map. Chunxia. Send me the image so I can see it. Treasure-seeking mouse. Boss, this is my hidden treasure. Chunxia. If the information is true, 1,000 units of food. I'll give it to you right now. Treasure-seeking mouse. Alright, boss, you're straightforward. The other party quickly sent over a screenshot. It was a simple map. At the center of the map was a green dot representing himself, and to the northeast of the green dot was a flashing red dot. Next to the red dot was a line of small text. Target. Calendar Immortal. Distance. 5.2 kilometers. 5 kilometers. Seeing that distance, a trace of chilling killing intent flashed through Chunxia's eyes. This close. Chunxia good. I want the item. Start the trade. Treasure-seeking mouse. Boss, are you sure you want to spend 1,000 units of food on this? Actually, this map isn't that accurate. It can only mark a rough direction. Chunxia, I told you to start the trade. Chunxia's tone left no room for doubt. Treasure-seeking mouse. Okay. Very quickly, the trade was completed. Chunxia spent 1,000 loaves of bread and successfully obtained a coordinate lock map. After spending 1,000 units of food, Chunxia had originally planned to feel a little heartache. But after glancing at the hundreds of thousands still sitting in his system backpack, he happily smiled again. Without the slightest hesitation, he chose to use it. A map capable of real-time navigation appeared before his eyes. That red dot representing the Calendar Immortal was blinking in the northeast direction on the map, as if it were sending him a mocking signal. Right then, the Calendar Immortal's message came again at the worst possible time. Calendar Immortal? Yo boss, I heard you're putting a bounty on me? Spending 1,000 loaves of bread just to find me? Is that really necessary? Calendar Immortal. Don't waste your effort. Even if you find me, so what? You think you can fly over here? It's night right now. Nighttime is very dangerous. Calendar Immortal. If you've got the guts, come to my shelter and beat me to death. I'll be waiting for you. Ha ha ha, or how about I help you beat me instead? For 100 units of any supplies, I'll slap myself once. Guaranteed to hurt. Looking at the other party's arrogant words, a cold smile appeared on Chunxia's face instead. Fly over there? No, I don't need to fly. He slowly stood up and walked toward the balcony. There, a luxurious speedboat with a pure white body and sleek lines was parked. Honey, the fish soup is ready. Come drink it. Hisishua's voice came from the kitchen. Chunxia's voice was as cold as ice. Not eating. We're going out to take care of something. Going out to take care of something? Hisishua, Sumushua, and Asuharukana came out of the kitchen carrying fragrant fish soup and grilled fish, just in time to see Chunxia standing by the balcony, seemingly a little angry. Honey, what's wrong? Could it be a monster attack? Hisishua set down the soup bowl in her hands and walked over worriedly. Yeah, honey, what happened? Sumushua also sensed that something was off. Chunxia shared his earlier chat log with Calendar Immortal, along with that coordinate lock map, with them. When the three women understood the full story, every one of them became just as angry as Chunxia. An S-rank talent. Fraudster? He actually used such an amazing talent to be a scammer. Asuharukana was the first to cry out in shock. But Asuharukana quickly realized that if they didn't find this fraudster soon, they would get scammed by him again next time. He could change his ID and avatar every so often. Who could possibly stop someone like that? No wonder her husband wanted to go out and take care of this. If they didn't deal with it now, they wouldn't be able to later. This guy called Calendar Immortal is just too hateful. He scammed so many supplies from us, and he still dares to act this arrogant. Su Mushue was so angry she stomped her feet. Honey, we can't just let this go. Anyway, there shouldn't be any danger at night anymore, and no major events will appear for the time being. We can just take the boat over and deal with him for real. Hisishue suddenly said in shock. I remember this person. He traded with me at the start, then swapped my stuff out. I was furious back then. I never thought he swapped your stuff too, honey. Hisishue looked at the blinking red on the map, and a fierce look flashed through her eyes. This guy really has a death wish. We've got the coordinates. According to the display, we'll get there fast in the speedboat, and there's even exclusive navigation. We absolutely have to deal with him for real. Chunxia nodded in satisfaction, then swept his gaze over them. Should we leave one person behind to guard the place? If anything happens, we can contact each other quickly. Besides, with the speedboat it would only take a few minutes to get back. Of course we're going to beat the hell out of him. No need to leave anyone behind. At most, this will take half an hour. Hisishue was the first to speak up, even waving her small fist. No need to leave anyone behind. We sprinkled realgar around our shelter, so water snakes definitely won't attack us. We just need to charge. Su Mushue also said without hesitation. I have no objections. Point me where to hit, and I'll hit it. Asuharu Kana said with a smile. Good. A trace of a smile finally appeared on Chanxia's face, but that smile was filled with chilling killing intent. Then let's not let our fish soup go cold. He took out that AK-47, along with that ferocious life-reaping chain. Hisishue and Su Mushue also ran back to their room in tacit understanding and grabbed their compound bows and quivers. After thinking for a moment, Asuharu Kana also put on the shadow sneak suit that could turn her invisible. That way, unless the other side also had a whole group of talented users, they would only have one fate: getting instantly killed by them. In fact, the other side was most likely alone, and this person probably had little combat ability. A talent like Fraudster would not provide much combat power even if it had some battle-related enhancement. The strength of both sides was not on the same level at all. In terms of offensive methods across the entire A1 area, Chunxia's team was undoubtedly among the only top-tier group. Goo Goo Gaga. No one knew where Goo Goo Gaga had popped out from. When it saw the four of them fully armed and giving off murderous intent, its round body trembled. Goo Goo Gaga. Detecting that Master's team is about to engage in high-intensity outdoor exercise. Energy replenishment required. Functional drinks. As it spoke, it was already preparing to pull out all kinds of supplies from its body. Come. Goo Goo Gaga is treating you all to Red Bull. No need. Chunxia waved his hand. Just help us watch the door. Goo Goo Gaga. Guaranteed mission accomplished. Everything was ready. Chunxia glanced at the full fish feast still steaming on the table and said in a deep voice, Quick battle. Quick finish. We'll come back to eat. Yes. The three women responded in unison. The four of them came to the balcony and looked at the luxurious speedboat docked below the building. Without the slightest hesitation, they jumped straight down from the second floor and landed steadily on the deck of the speedboat. From his backpack, Chunxia took out several barrels of gasoline he had saved up earlier while breathing. Birum. Accompanied by a powerful engine roar, the luxurious speedboat shot out like an arrow released from a bow, instantly tearing across the dark and calm water surface. Through the muddy floodwaters, it pulled out a long white wake as it sped toward the direction of the red dot marked on the map. The night wind howled, blowing through everyone's hair. Under the moonlight, the rain had already stopped, with only a slight drizzle at most, and there were no mutated water snakes in the water either. The whole trip was completely safe. Standing at the bow, Su Mushue looked at the scenery rapidly falling behind and felt the speedboat's speed as it cut through the waves. She couldn't help but let out an excited scream. Wow, so fast! Hisishue was also a little excited. This was the first time they had left the shelter this far at night. Even though they were going to kill someone, the feeling actually gave her a strange thrill. Asuharu Kana simply couldn't believe that following Chunxia could be this comfortable. She had no idea what she had been so stubborn about before. If time travel were possible right now, she would have already wrapped herself up and delivered her body to Chunxia. No, to her husband. As for all that talk about bloody disaster, what kind of bullshit feudal superstition was that? Right now, she only wanted to finish the fight quickly, then cuddle with her husband at night. A direct, seamless transition. Chunxia stood before the control console, one hand steering, the other holding the coordinate lock map, his eyes as cold as blades. On the map, the green dot representing their position was rapidly closing in on that flashing red dot. 4.5 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 1 kilometer, there seems to be a light up ahead. The sharp-eyed Su Mushue suddenly pointed at a dark shape in the distance and shouted. Everyone looked in the direction she was pointing. Sure enough, on a small hill in the distance that was half submerged by the flood, there was a faint point of light blinking on and off. The hill was actually in a pretty good location. The flood had stopped just short of covering it, so it didn't even need a drainage module. That's the place! Chunxia slowed the speedboat a little, then gradually turned off all the lights on it. Driven by inertia, The speedboat moved forward silently, like a giant beast lurking in the darkness, slowly approaching that hill. At the same time, inside the level 3 shelter on the hill, a tall, skinny man with the ID Calendar Immortal was humming a tune as he happily counted the supplies he had just scammed. 5,000 wood, 500 bottles of water. I hit the jackpot. I hit the jackpot. That idiot Chun Xia really thought being first on the leaderboard made him something special? In front of my S-rank talent. Didn't he still get played like a fool? Besides, if you want to find me, can you even find me? What a joke. In a couple of days I'll change my identity and go scam you again. Keep being number 1. Keep spamming chat all day long. What a damn nuisance, bro. He picked up a bottle of mineral water he had just swindled, twisted off the cap, and smugly took a big gulp. This felt way too good. Before, the people he scammed were all poor bastards. Only now did he understand what it felt like to scam a big shot. Scamming one was enough to live off for a year. Just look at all this water. He felt like he could even drink one bottle and throw one away. It was ridiculous. Like wholesale. The other guy's water supply had probably all been scammed away by him. You even put a bounty on me? 1,000 units of food? That's seriously making me laugh. With these supplies, if I budget carefully, I can upgrade to a level 4 shelter. No, maybe even level 5 is possible. I just don't get why this guy is so rich. At worst, he should also have an S-rank talent, right? The more he thought about it, the smugger he became. He even opened his chat with Chun Xia, ready to send a few more mocking messages and properly humiliate this so-called number 1 of Area A1. However, right at that moment, bang! A heavy muffled crash suddenly came from outside the wall of his shelter. Right after that, the entire shelter shook violently, as if something huge had slammed into it hard. What was that? Calendar Immortal was startled by the sudden crash and shaking. He almost dropped the bottle of mineral water in his hand. He hurried to the observation window of the shelter and looked outside. It was pitch black outside. There was only a faint light, and he couldn't see anything clearly. Did some mutated creature crash into it again? No, that can't be right. Last time there was a mutated water snake. But didn't that event already end? Could there still be more? That shouldn't be possible. He muttered to himself, but quickly rejected the thought. His shelter was built on a hill. The monsters in the water simply couldn't climb up here. And even if they did climb up, he'd still have the high ground and beat them like suns. It's probably just the wind blowing something into it. Probably a tree fell over. He comforted himself and didn't think much of it, turning around to go admire his spoils again. However, after only taking 2 steps, bang! Another impact came, heavier and louder than before. This time, the entire shelter shook even more violently. A tiny crack even appeared in the wall. Fuck, what the hell is going on? An earthquake? But even an earthquake wouldn't be like this. Calendar Immortal completely panicked this time. He rushed to the observation window again, eyes wide as he desperately tried to make out what was happening outside. At that moment, a pale white bolt of lightning tore across the dark night sky. With that instant of light, he finally saw it. In the floodwaters outside the shelter, a huge and ferocious black monster was quietly anchored there. It was a vicious black chain with a gigantic ghost head on it. The other end of the chain was connected to a pure white luxury speedboat, and on the deck of that speedboat stood 4 figures. The man in front was holding a pitch-black rifle, its muzzle aimed directly at his shelter. Huh? Who is that? Do we have a grudge or something? When he saw the man's face clearly, Calendar Immortal's brain buzzed. Why did that face look exactly like Chun Xia's avatar? No, not exactly like it. That was the real guy. How was he here? How could he have found this place? Calendar Immortal couldn't understand it at all. He never imagined the other side had a way to pinpoint his shelter so accurately in the middle of the night, and then come straight to his door. No, bro, aren't there mutated water snakes in the water? How did you dare sail over here in the middle of the night? And while Calendar Immortal knew Chun Xia had a boat, he was certain that whether it was the trading channel or the chat channel, nobody had ever sold fuel. He regretted it. An indescribable fear instantly seized his heart. Go! From the speedboat, Chun Xia's cold voice rang out in the night wind. With a thought from him, that savage chain of death seemed to come alive and shot forward with a howl. That enormous ghost head opened its bloodthirsty maw and, carrying overwhelming force, slammed once more into Calendar Immortal's shelter wall. Boom! This impact was far stronger than the previous ones. Calendar Immortal's level 3 shelter instantly caved in by a huge chunk under the impact of the ghost head. Countless cracks spread rapidly across the wall like a spiderweb. Ah! Inside the shelter, Calendar Immortal was so terrified by the horrifying sight that he let out a shrill scream. He scrambled away from the wall and collapsed to the floor, and a warm, foul-smelling wetness instantly spread through his crotch. He had pissed himself. And no, don't. Stop hitting it. Through the wall he begged frantically in a tearful voice. I was wrong. Boss Chun Xia. I was really wrong. I'll give everything back to you. Double. I'll pay you back double. Please, spare my life. However, Chun Xia on the speedboat turned a deaf ear to his begging. Spare your life? When you used your S-rank talent to scam me, when you got the supplies and still crazily mocked me, you should have already thought of this ending. Keep smashing it. Chunxia spoke 3 words calmly. Smash it into scrap for me. Boom, boom, boom. Under Chunxia's control, that vicious ghost head rammed into the already crumbling wall again and again, tirelessly and madly. Each impact made the entire hill tremble. Each impact made Calendar Immortal inside the shelter feel his heart and soul splitting apart. The cracks on the wall grew more and more numerous, larger and larger. Finally, crack! With a crisp snapping sound, the other party's shelter could no longer withstand the devastating blows and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Muddy drizzle and the cold night wind instantly poured inside. Inside the shelter, Calendar Immortal was now completely exposed in Chunxia and the other's line of sight. Whoosh! Before Calendar Immortal could even react, an arrow pierced through the air and accurately shot through his thigh. Ah! The intense pain made him let out another pig-slaughtering scream. Clutching his thigh, which was gushing blood, he looked toward the speedboat in terror. On the speedboat, that woman named Hisishue was slowly lowering the compound bow in her hands, staring at him coldly. Heh. Do you still remember tricking me? Calendar Immortal rolled around on the ground in pain. Trick her? He didn't remember at all because he had tricked too many people. He only remembered scamming big shots like Chunxia. He didn't remember the others at all. There are still 5 seconds left. My talent is about to activate. Calendar Immortal was stalling for time. As long as he didn't die within 5 seconds, he might be able to turn the situation around. His talent could even deceive all 4 of them at once. 5, 4, 1. Oh great god of fraud. Your believer is being persecuted by bad people. Calendar Immortal suddenly started muttering like he was praying to a god. What the hell are you mumbling about? Chunxia roared in fury. Shoot him to death. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bang bang bang. Before Calendar Immortal could finish chanting, he was already reduced to a small amount of corpse beneath a pile of bullets and compound arrows. No need to think about it. If he finished that chant, nothing good would come of it. Better to end it fast and kill him. That was all. Yo? He should be dead, right? Chunxia shined the ultra-powerful flashlight over him. The 3 girls all looked over and examined him carefully. He should be dead beyond dead. If he's still not dead after this, then he's not human, Asuka Haruna said analytically. Could he have still used his talent? Like making us see some kind of illusion? Hisishue suddenly said. The other party's talent was S-rank. Maybe he was playing dead. Chunxia suddenly felt Hisishue was absolutely right. A finishing blow, he had to land a finishing blow. A lot of villains were like that. They didn't finish the job, and then the protagonist turned everything around. Thinking that, Chunxia picked up the AK and sprayed wildly. You still dare play dead? The 3 girls also attacked him. Reporting, sir. A large number of bullets have been found inside the deceased's body. The possibility of playing dead has been ruled out. The 3 girls reported together, even saluting. Who? Chunxia suddenly felt like he had vented a wave of pent-up anger. That arrogant S-rank talent, fraudster, didn't even get to leave a complete last statement before dying this miserably inside his own shelter. World chat announcement. Because Chunxia is the first player to kill an S-rank talent holder, he will receive a special reward. Talent Plunder Card X1. Item. Talent Plunder Card. Effect. After use, you can randomly plunder 1 talent from a dead player. Plunder success rate is 100%. This card is a one-time consumable. In the middle of the night, the chat channel exploded again. At first, everyone thought that even with Chunxia putting a bounty on the other party's coordinates, he would at least wait until daylight to settle the score. They hadn't expected him to move so swiftly and decisively. Shijin District. No way, bro. Talents can be plundered too? Does that mean this Chunxia now has 2 talents by himself? Are the strong getting even stronger? Turtle's head. Heh, actually, showing off too much isn't a good thing either. There are still a lot of people around, and a lot of strange talents still haven't shown up because they're quietly developing, like me. Louis. Your names are so weird. Guyu Fong Yuan. Heh, weird? This place is getting more and more interesting. Is S-rank talent the strongest for now? Talent Plunder Card. The moment he saw this reward, Chunxia's eyes lit up. This thing could plunder a dead person's talent with 100% success. In other words, he could now make that S-rank, fraudster talent his own. Even though that idiot had used the talent for cheap tricks, in Chunxia's view, this talent's potential went far beyond that. Visual deception during trades? Then what about in battle? Could it create illusions and confuse enemies? Or even disguise himself and infiltrate an enemy shelter? This was practically a god-tier talent with both offense and defense, filled with endless possibilities. This wave is a huge profit. He just didn't know whether he could let Hisishue and the others use this talent first, then copy it over himself. Hisishue thought about it and felt that made sense too. That way, they could have 2 of this kind of talent. That would be insanely awesome. To make sure, Chunxia carefully checked the talent rules, and the conclusion he reached was no. Only the initial talent from the original binding could be copied. Anything obtained later didn't count. So in the end, Chunxia could only use this talent himself. Suppressing the wild joy in his heart, Chunxia used the talent plunder card on the corpse on the ground without hesitation. System prompt: do you want to use the talent plunder card on player Calendar Immortal? Yes. System prompt: plundering in progress. System prompt: congratulations. You have successfully plundered the S-rank talent Fraudster. Talent S-rank Fraudster. Replicated. Effect 1: Amplified Visual Fraud. You can carry out visual level deceptive disguises on any target, including yourself, making them see the scene you want them to see. The strength of the effect is related to your mental power. Against targets whose mental power is lower than yours, the success rate is 100%. Effect 2: Amplified Aura Simulation. You can perfectly simulate the aura of any creature or item you have come into contact with. It cannot be seen through without special detection methods. Effect 3: Amplified Presence Confusion. You can distort your own sense of presence in the perception of others, making enemies subconsciously ignore you, or mistakenly judge you as a friendly unit. Looking at those 3 effects that were practically broken, Chunxia's smile nearly twisted sideways. How was this a fraudster? This was basically a combination of a top-tier assassin and an illusion master. With this talent, his survival ability and combat methods would undergo a qualitative leap. Chunxia put away the AK, in a great mood. Let's go collect the spoils. As he spoke, he controlled the speedboat and slowly approached the shelter that had already been smashed open with a huge hole. The 4 of them jumped ashore and walked into the dim, damp shelter. A thick smell of blood and piss hit them in the face, making all of them frown. What a disgusting smell. Sigh, let's see if there's any loot. Although this Calendar Immortal shelter wasn't big, it had quite a lot of supplies inside. All kinds of food, drinking water, materials, blueprints, and even a few unopened treasure chests. Though the chests were only wooden quality. Obviously, he had used his S-rank talent to scam all of this from other players. This guy really did defraud quite a lot of people. Hisishua looked at the supplies. Now all of this is ours, but honestly, he's really poor. It's all just very basic materials and food. Chunxia shook his head. The biggest gain this time was only that card. Very quickly, they sorted all the spoils into categories and moved everything onto the speedboat. Aside from returning the 5,000 units of wood and 500 bottles of mineral water to their original owners, they also gained a large amount of extra food, basic materials, and a few scattered blueprints. What surprised Chunxia the most was that inside a locked box, they found another 29 units of shockproof super steel foundation. That made exactly 30. Looks like this guy put all his belongings in this box. Su Mushua looked at the now empty box and said, so that means we got an S-rank talent for free, plus a pile of supplies? Hisishua did the math, and her eyes curved into crescents from smiling. More or less. Chunxia nodded. Then what do we do with this shelter? Just leave it here. Asaka Haruna pointed at the building that was already battered beyond repair and asked. Chunxia glanced at the core of that shelter. Item: Level 3 Shelter Core. Damaged. Description: a shelter core that has lost its owner and can no longer be used. However, the energy inside it seems to be recoverable. It can be recycled. Chunxia was a little puzzled. A shelter could actually be recycled. Chunxia gave it a try, and it really was successfully recycled. The shelter on the spot suddenly vanished. System notice: you have obtained 100 Level 3 Shelter Universal Materials. Level 3 Shelter Universal Material. After use, it can yield essential materials for a Level 3 shelter. Alright, kind of trashy. Chunxia shook his head. After looting all the spoils, the 4 returned fully loaded. The speedboat started up again and headed toward home. On the way back, the atmosphere was obviously much more relaxed than on the way there. Su Mushua and Hisishua discussed how they should eat that full fish feast after getting back. Asaka Haruna started fishing while moving, seeing if she could hook some big catch. Holy crap! By Yun Tao, Asaka Haruna seemed to have hooked something incredible. Hisishua and Su Mushua came over and felt that this was way too small. Asaka Haruna looked a little surprised. This is still small? Chunxia leaned against the driver's seat and said with a grin, that's not small at all. Throw that thing away from me. What we're playing is pure and original. Did Big Baji look like he was joking with you? The speedboat cut a streak of white spray across the pitch-black water, and the roar of the engine carried far into the empty night. The thrill of taking revenge with their own hands left everyone on the speedboat feeling refreshed and exhilarated. Husband, your S-rank talent, fraudster. Hurry up and show us what it does. Su Mushua scooted over to Chunxia's side, her face full of curiosity. Hisishua and Asaka Haruna also looked over with interest. Who wouldn't want to see an S-rank talent with their own eyes? Sure. Chunxia was in a good mood, so he didn't hide it. He glanced at Hisishua beside him, then touched her lightly, and his mind stirred. The next second, under the shocked gazes of Su Mushua and Asaka Haruna, Chunxia's entire figure and appearance began to undergo a bizarre transformation. In less than 3 seconds, the original Chunxia disappeared. In his place was someone who looked exactly like Hisishue. Even the clothes on his body had been copied down to the smallest detail. My God! Su Mushue's eyes widened. She pointed back and forth between the two Hisishus, her tongue practically tying itself in knots. There are actually two sister Sixus? Asuka Haruna was also so stunned she couldn't speak. She circled around the Hisishue Chunxia had turned into, carefully looking her over from head to toe. It was too similar, like they had been cast from the same mold. Even Hisishue herself ran over in front of Chunxia, looking at the other herself, as if she were staring into a mirror, her face full of disbelief. Husband, is your talent really this amazing? You even transformed the mole on my chest. Hisishue pointed at the spot below her collarbone, where there really was a tiny beauty mark. The Hisishue Chunxia had become also lowered her head to look, then imitated Hisishue's tone and said with a smile, of course, professional, okay? It's not just the appearance. I can even imitate your aura. Even the voice is the same. Su Mushue felt like her worldview had been shattered. That's incredible. Asuka Haruna muttered to herself. Chunxia felt smug. This was only the effect of visual fraud and aura mimicry. If presence confusion was added too, then it would truly be impossible to guard against. He cancelled the talent and turned back into his original self. Now you know how broken this talent is, right? Chunxia said with a smile. From now on, I can turn into whoever I want. Sneaking into someone else's shelter would be as easy as going home. Then doesn't that mean you could turn into a woman and go into the women's bathhouse? Su Mushue blurted out. Chunxia rolled his eyes at her. Your vision is too narrow, isn't it? Do I need to go to a women's bathhouse? Aren't there already 3 of them at home? So annoying. Su Mushue's pretty face turned red. Hisishue and Asuka Haruna were both amused into laughter as well. Very soon, the familiar outline of the villa appeared in their sight. The 4 parked the speedboat and returned to the villa. Husband, our fish soup is still hot. Hisishue ran into the kitchen, touched the pot, and cried out in delight. That's great. Hurry, hurry, hurry. My stomach's already starving flat. Su Mushue cheered. Very soon, fragrant braised fish, steamed fish, and milky white fish soup were served onto the dining table. The 4 sat around together under the bright lights, enjoying this late dinner. Outside was the apocalyptic flood, pitch black in every direction. But inside the villa it was warm like spring, brightly lit, filled with the aroma of food and the laughter and chatter of family. Chunxia ate fish, drank soup, and looked at the 3 smiling women beside him, feeling a sense of satisfaction and peace he had never felt before. This feeling was really good. The atmosphere at the dining table was lively. The 3 women chattered non-stop about the thrilling battle of revenge from tonight. Whenever they brought up how frightened that calendar immortal had been, wetting himself in terror, they laughed so hard they shook. Sister Sishua's arrow was insanely accurate. It pinned him straight to the ground. Su Mushue said while gesturing with her hands. If husband hadn't used that giant ghost head to smash in his wall, how would I have gotten the chance to shoot him? Hisishue said with a smile, not forgetting to place a piece of fish into Chunxia's bowl. Husband, eat more. You used up the most energy today. Maybe there'll be another bloody battle later. Chunxia smiled and nodded, stuffing the fish into his mouth. Actually, he didn't like eating fish because there were too many bones and he really found it troublesome, but the fish his wives made actually tasted pretty good. Husband, with your fraudster talent, can you really turn into anyone? Su Mushue brought the topic back again. She was just too curious about this S-rank talent. In theory, yes. As long as it's something I've seen or had contact with, I can transform into it, Chunxia explained. And not just people. Animals or even inanimate objects like tables and chairs, I can become those too. Wow, doesn't that make it invincible? Su Mushue exclaimed. It's not that exaggerated. Chunxia shook his head. This talent uses up quite a lot of mental energy, so I can't keep using it all the time. And if I run into someone with special detection methods, there's still a risk of being exposed. So that's how it is. The meal ended in that cheerful and warm atmosphere. After dinner, the 3 women competed to wash the dishes, while Chunxia lay comfortably on the sofa, eyes closed, thinking about the next plan. The materials for upgrading the shelter, F-rank alloy wall, and anti-seismic super-strength steel foundation had already been secured. As for F-rank metal, he could even breathe it out, so if things went quickly, he would have it by tomorrow. The biggest gap was that whole house smart module. He had never even seen that thing in the trade channel. It was probably like the F-rank alloy wall, an extremely rare blueprint or finished product. After washing the dishes, the 3 women also came to the living room. It was already getting late. Outside was total darkness, and only the villa still had its lights on. After washing up, Su Mushue and Hisishue changed into sexy silk nightgowns and squeezed in on Chunxia's left and right. Husband, can we sleep with you tonight? Su Mushue's body pressed tightly against Chunxia's arm, her warm breath brushing his neck, her voice soft and seductive. Hisishue didn't say anything, but her expressive eyes were full of suggestion. With such soft, fragrant beauties in his arms, If Chun Xia said he had no thoughts at all, that would definitely be a lie. Still, after steering the ship on a long-distance rush and then getting into a fight tonight, he really was mentally exhausted. More importantly, his mind was completely occupied with the S-rank talent he had just obtained. He wanted to study all the different ways to use it. I'm too tired today. Another day. Chun Xia patted their backs and said somewhat perfunctorily, "Oh." Hearing that answer, a trace of hard-to-notice disappointment flashed through both Su Mushue's and Hisishua's eyes. They exchanged a glance and didn't say anything more. Then, "Hubby, get some rest early. We'll go sleep first." Hisishua stood up, pulled Su Mushue along, and the two of them went upstairs together. Looking at their slightly lonely backs, Chun Xia felt a little bad too. But right now he really wasn't in the mood. Only Chun Xia and Mingri Qingnai were left in the living room. Mingri Qingnai had finished washing up too. She was wearing a loose white t-shirt, with her two straight, slender long legs bare, hugging a pillow and curling up on the other end of the sofa. She didn't go to sleep. Instead, she opened the World Chat channel and carefully flipped through it page by page. Chun Xia knew she was looking for her mother's ID. Ever since learning that the trading channel would close in 10 days, she had become somewhat anxious. Whenever she had free time, she would stay in the chat channel, hoping to find some clue about her mother. Chun Xia looked at her focus side profile, with that faint trace of expectation, and sighed inwardly. In a chat channel with information this chaotic, it was no different from looking for a needle in the ocean. They might not even be in the same zone. Chun Xia's imagination started running wild. Visual deception, aura simulation, presence confusion. With those three effects combined, the possibilities were practically endless. If I turn into Su Mushue and get close to Qingnai, a bold and thrilling thought suddenly popped into Chun Xia's mind. The moment that thought appeared, it became like a prairie fire that could no longer be contained. If he approached Mingri Qingnai while disguised as Su Mushue, and then from behind, the moment he thought of that, Chun Xia suddenly felt energized. Standing in the middle of the living room, Chun Xia closed his eyes and began transforming into Su Mushue. Her height, her figure, even that faint jasmine fragrance on her body. S-rank talent, fraudster activated. When he opened his eyes again, he had completely turned into Su Mushue. Awesome. If he could even deceive himself, Mingri Qingnai probably wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Perfect. Chun Xia nodded in satisfaction. The living room lights were still on. Mingri Qingnai was still curled up on the sofa in the same position as before, except her head was already bobbing little by little. She was obviously so sleepy she could barely hold on. Chun Xia's heart stirred. His chance had come. He lightened his footsteps and imitated the way Su Mushue usually walked, approaching Mingri Qingnai step by step. Throughout the entire process, Mingri Qingnai didn't notice a thing. "Little sister Qingnai, why aren't you asleep yet?" A gentle and familiar voice suddenly sounded behind her. Mingri Qingnai jolted and instantly woke up. She whipped her head around and saw Su Mushue standing behind her. "Sister Mushue? Why are you here?" Mingri Qingnai asked in surprise. She rubbed her eyes to make sure she wasn't seeing wrong. "I saw you down here alone and was worried, so I came down to check on you." The Su Mushue Chun Xia had become smiled and naturally sat down beside Mingri Qingnai. A familiar jasmine fragrance drifted into Mingri Qingnai's nose as well. This was the unique scent on Sister Mushue. Mingri Qingnai completely let down her guard. I couldn't sleep, but I almost fell asleep just now." Mingri Qingnai lowered her head. Su Mushue reached out with heartache in her eyes, pulled Mingri Qingnai into her arms, and gently patted her back. "You can't rush something like this. Maybe your mother is doing well too right now. She just isn't in the same zone." Mingri Qingnai rested her head on Su Mushue's shoulder. Feeling that familiar warmth and softness, the emotions that had been tightly wound all night finally loosened a little. "But, I miss her so much." Mingri Qingnai's voice carried a faint sob. I know. Su Mushue comforted her softly. "Don't be afraid. From now on, your sisters will be with you and also, hubby will be with you. We're all your family." Hearing the word hubby, Mingri Qingnai's cheeks turned slightly red. She nodded and said nothing more, simply leaning quietly in Su Mushue's arms. For a moment, the living room fell silent, with only the occasional sound of wind from outside the window. Chun Xia could feel the even breathing of the girl in his arms, and the warmth coming from her body. The hand he had around Mingri Qingnai was no longer satisfied with simply patting her back gently. His hand began to slowly slide downward along Mingri Qingnai's smooth back. Mingri Qingnai's body trembled lightly. She felt the unusual movement of Sister Mushue's palm. "Sister Mushue?" she called softly, sounding somewhat confused. Su Mushue's voice remained gentle, but the movement of her hand didn't stop. His hand had already slid below Mingri Qingnai's slender waist, and through the thin fabric of her t-shirt, it gently squeezed once. Mingri Qingnai's body instantly stiffened. She wasn't stupid. This had already gone beyond the bounds of intimacy between sisters. A strange feeling rose from the bottom of her heart. "Sister Mushue, what are you doing?" Mingri Qingnai's voice carried a trace of panic as she tried to break free from Su Mushue's embrace. But the arm Su Mushue had around her suddenly tightened, with astonishing strength, making her completely unable to move. That strength was absolutely not something Sister Mushue could have. Mingri Qingnai's mind buzzed, and an absurd yet only possible explanation instantly surfaced in her head. It's hubby. He turned into Sister Mushue. The moment she figured that out, Mingri Qingnai's face flushed bright red, as if blood might drip from it. She was embarrassed and annoyed, yet also felt a strange thrill. How could he do something like this? Don't move, breathy voice. A whisper from Su Mushue came by her ear, but that voice carried an unquestionable dominance. Mingri Qingnai gave up struggling, and her body went limp. She didn't know what to do. Her mind was in complete chaos. Should she scream and expose his trick? Or just go along with it, half resisting and half yielding? Sensing that the girl in his arms had stopped struggling, Chun Xia grew even bolder. He got up and embraced Mingri Qingnai from behind, then whispered by her ear, "Qingnai, don't be afraid. I'm Mushue." Mingri Qingnai felt Sister Mushue hugging her from behind like this, and she had no idea what to say anymore. MMH. Mingri Qingnai let out a suppressed muffled moan. An unprecedented feeling instantly drowned her. No one knew how much time had passed. The villa was brightly lit inside, while outside it was pitch black. It started raining lightly in the world outside, with lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. Sister Mushue, you're so bad. Sister Mushue. Please don't do this. Qingnai, you wouldn't want to break Sister Mushue's heart either, right? Break Sister Mushue's heart. Midnight. Chun Xia looked out the window, sighing at the vastness of the universe, the immensity of the world, the height of the heavens and the distance of the earth. He was just like a grain of sand. What do you all think the meaning of being alive is? Early the next morning, Chun Xia was woken up by a string of non-stop system notification sounds. He opened his sleepy eyes, still a little groggy. System notification. Through autonomous breathing, you obtained F-rank Metal X1. System notification. Through autonomous breathing, you obtained F-rank Metal X1. System notification. Through autonomous breathing, you obtained Bread X1. System notification. Through autonomous breathing, you obtained F-rank Metal X1. Chun Xia instantly woke up. He quickly opened his backpack panel, and his eyes lit up at once. The drop rate of F-rank metal seemed to have gotten higher. He glanced at the amount of F-rank metal. After a whole night of accumulation, plus the loot from robbing the calendar immortal earlier, he now had 120 units. He was only 70 short of the 200 units needed for the upgrade. At this production rate, he would be able to gather enough to upgrade the shelter by tonight at the latest. Now, the only obstacle left to upgrading the shelter to level 6 was that whole house smart module. In a great mood, Chun Xia stretched and got ready to get out of bed. The moment he moved, he felt something unusual beside him. He turned his head and saw Su Haruna curled up in his arms, sleeping soundly. She was like a tame little kitten. There were still tear marks hanging on her long eyelashes, making her look especially pitiful and delicate. Last night, she had cried herself out and fallen asleep in his arms just like that. He gently kissed her on the forehead. Maybe sensing his movement, Su Haruna's eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. Their eyes met. Was it fun? It was pretty fun. As long as it was fun. Chun Xia could not help laughing when he saw how cute she looked. Then he got up and left the room. Meanwhile, Su Haruna was still thinking about how she was supposed to face them. Especially Sister Mushue. The moment she thought about how her husband had used Sister Mushue's face to do that kind of thing to her last night, there was no way she could calmly talk to Sister Mushue anymore. Still, she did not think too much about it. After getting dressed, she also came to the living room. The moment she arrived, she saw that Hisishue and Su Mushue were already up and preparing breakfast in the kitchen. "Good morning, hubby, little Sister Haruna." Su Mushue greeted them with a smile when she saw them. "Morn, Anji." Su Haruna was a little awkward. She did not dare look at Su Mushue's face and just felt unbearably guilty. Su Mushue looked at her oddly. "Little Sister Haruna, what's wrong with you today? Why are your eyes so red? Didn't you sleep well last night?" "No, it's just, I had a nightmare," Su Haruna hurriedly explained. "Oh, I see." Su Mushue did not think much of it. Hisishue, on the other hand, gave Chun Xia a thoughtful look, then glanced at Su Haruna, and a trace of understanding flashed through her eyes. "Come eat breakfast. We're having porridge this morning." The breakfast atmosphere was a little subtle. Chun Xia was thinking about upgrading the shelter, while Su Haruna did not dare look at Su Mushue and just kept her head down, drinking porridge. Su Mushue was still chattering away about where she wanted to go fishing today. After breakfast, Su Mushue insisted on dragging Su Haruna along to go fishing, then ran off excitedly to fish on the speedboat. In Su Mushue's words, they could not waste such great water resources. Hisishue did not go with them today. Instead, she stayed in the villa, saying she wanted to sort through the supplies in the storage room and, while she was at it, see whether she could trade for a whole house smart module. Chun Xia walked onto the balcony and looked at the speedboat floating on the water. The weather was nice. The flood seemed to have receded a little, exposing more ground around the villa. Sunlight shone on the water, making it sparkle. On the speedboat, Su Mushue and Asu Haruna had already found their spots and cast out their fishing lines. From a distance, the two girls formed a beautiful picture under the sunlight. Hubby! At some point, Hisishue had walked up behind him. Chun Xia turned around. Last night, worked hard, did you? There was a teasing smile on Hisishue's face. What do you mean worked hard? Chun Xia started playing dumb. Still pretending? Hisishue rolled her eyes at him. You clearly said you didn't have the energy, but it turns out you just weren't interested in me and little sister Mushue. Chun Xia was speechless. A woman's powers of observation were truly terrifying. Ahem, young people are full of fire. Chun Xia coughed twice, trying to muddle through it. Oh! Hisishue stepped closer, her breath fragrant. Then shouldn't an old person like me get a little nourishment too? Otherwise, my fire is going to rise too. On the luxury speedboat, Su Mushue and Asu Haruna each took one side of the rail and cast the glittering jade-bone dragon tendon rods into the water. The weather really was nice today. It was not raining, and the sun was out, making it feel warm on their skin. Su Mushue was wearing a cool JK uniform today. A white short-sleeved shirt, a dark blue pleated short skirt, and white over-the-knee socks. She looked youthful and lively all over. She hummed a little tune while swinging her legs in boredom, checking the float from time to time. As for Asu Haruna beside her, she had deliberately changed into a light purple high-collared cheapao today. The slit of the cheapao was very high, fully showing off her straight, slender, beautiful legs. She simply sat there quietly, looking at the water without saying a word. Every now and then, a blush would rise on her pretty face. Su Mushue quickly noticed that something was off about her good sister. Little sister Haruna, what exactly is wrong with you today? You've been absent-minded since you got up this morning. Su Mushue scooted over and asked curiously. And nothing. Asu Haruna was startled by her and hurriedly shook her head. Nothing? Su Mushue did not believe her at all. She pointed at Asu Haruna's face. Look at you. Your face is red like a bubble teapot. Hurry up and tell me. Are you hiding something from me? I am not. Asu Haruna guiltily turned her head away, not daring to meet Su Mushue's eyes. The more she acted like this, the more suspicious Su Mushue became. A woman's intuition told her there was definitely something going on here, and it was definitely something big. This isn't right. You definitely have something going on. Su Mushue simply stopped fishing altogether, sat cross-legged in front of Asu Haruna, and put on a stance that clearly said, if you don't explain yourself today, don't even think about leaving. Did you sneak a taste last night? Su Mushue narrowed her eyes and asked probing. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense, she denied in a panic, but her stammering tone and evasive eyes were not convincing in the slightest. Ha! I guessed right, didn't I? The moment Su Mushue saw her reaction, she knew her guess was correct. She instantly got excited, like Columbus discovering a new continent, grabbing Asu Haruna by the shoulders and shaking her hard. So hubby saying he wasn't in the mood yesterday really just meant he wasn't in the mood for me and sister Sishue. Looks like little sister Haruna's temptation is still a bit stronger. Su Mushue's mouth was like a rapid-fire cannon, a string of questions smashing into Asu Haruna until her head was spinning. The more Asu Haruna looked at Su Mushue, the more she felt like she was about to break. Could she say that yesterday she was taken from behind by Su Mushue? No way. Why are you being shy? Su Mushue found it very strange. Whenever Asu Haruna looked at her, her face turned red like a bubble teapot. In the end, after hesitating for a long time, she finally gave up resisting. She leaned close to Su Mushue's ear and, in bits and pieces, roughly told her what had happened last night. Even so, after Su Mushue heard the whole thing, she was so shocked that her mouth fell open, and it stayed that way for a long while. No wonder Asuka Haruna blushed when she saw her. It would have been strange if she did not blush. What a player. Right as the two of them were whispering to each other, the villa door opened. Hisishue had changed into another outfit and walked out from inside. A white fitted shirt, a black hip-hugging short skirt, paired with black stockings and high heels, outlined her mature and sexy figure to perfection. When she saw the two on the speedboat, she smiled and greeted them. What are you talking about? You look so happy. As she spoke, she also leaped down from the balcony and landed steadily on the speedboat. Sister Sishue, you're dressed so sexy today. Su Mushue's eyes went wide when she saw her outfit. Really? Hisishue brushed her hair back and smiled with endless charm. Husband likes it. She walked over to the two of them and joined the fishing as well. Even though there were only 2 fishing rods, she could still cheer them on. Now, on the speedboat, 3 beauties with completely different styles had gathered together. A youthful and lively JK girl, a classically elegant cheapao beauty, and a mature, sexy office lady. If other players saw this scene, their eyeballs would probably pop right out. Because all of them had huge boobs. Su Mushue was dressed in a cool and breezy JK uniform, her breasts swaying back and forth, her two fair tender legs swinging around, humming an off-key tune with a thoroughly bored look on her face. Sigh, why won't these fish bite? Could it be they think we're not pretty enough? Leaning against the side of the boat, Sishue smiled and teased. Maybe they think you talk too much and got scared away, Sister Sishue. You're bullying me again. Su Mushue twisted her body unhappily. I'm just livening up the mood. Okay? Meow meow meow. You big slutty furry. But speaking of which, now that we all belong to husband, there are some things we should be a little more open about. When Su Mushue heard that, her eyes lit up. She immediately stopped messing around with Asuka Haruna, and instead mysteriously scooted over to Sishue. Sister Sishue, you're right. I've been wanting to say this for a long time. She lowered her voice, like she was discussing some state secret. Shouldn't we study how to serve husband better? Study? Sishue froze for a moment, not quite understanding what she meant. Yeah. Su Mushue nodded as if it were only natural. We can't fight alone every single time, right? How boring is that? We need to learn teamwork. Let's make husband pass out. As she spoke, she even gestured with her hands. Excited lights sparkled in her eyes, as if the door to a whole new world had opened. For example, Sister Sishue, you have the best figure, so you can wear that kind of, Little Sister Haruna has the fairest skin and the longest legs, so she can do that. As for me, I can do anything. Just then, the fishing rod that had been still this whole time suddenly dipped hard downward. It bit, it bit. Asuka Haruna cried out in shock and delight, quickly grabbing the rod tightly. A huge force came from beneath the water, tugging so hard she was almost dragged into the sea. What strength? What is that thing down there? Asuka Haruna exclaimed. She felt like she was about to lose her grip on the rod. I'll help you. Su Mushue and Sishue no longer had the mind for wild thoughts. They hurried over, each grabbing one end of the rod. Only with all three of them working together did they barely manage to steady it. There's definitely something huge down there. Su Mushue gritted her teeth and used every ounce of strength she had. Little Sister Haruna, your luck is way too good. Could it be some mutated great white shark? Quit talking. Pull, Sishue shouted. The three women pulled together, bit by bit dragging that giant thing under the water upward. The fishing rod bent into an exaggerated arc, letting out creaking sounds like it might snap at any second. Come on, it's almost up. With a sharp cry from the three of them, a huge box with a metallic sheen was finally hauled out of the water and slammed onto the speedboat deck with a bang. It was a silver-white cubic box about 1 meter on each side. Its surface was smooth as a mirror and full of a futuristic feel. Right in the center of the box was a circular button constantly flashing with blue light. What is this thing? All three women were dumbfounded. They had thought they had reeled in a big fish, but it turned out to be a metal box? This doesn't look like a treasure chest. Su Mushue circled around the box and curiously poked the glowing button. Sishue also walked over and carefully examined the box. In one corner, she saw a line of small engraved text. Whole House Smart Module. Whole House Smart Module. Sishue read it out loud, then her eyes suddenly widened. Holy shit, isn't this the material needed to upgrade to a level 6 shelter? What? Su Mushue and Asuka Haruna were both stunned when they heard that. They quickly crowded over. Once they saw that line of small text clearly, all three of them could not help but let out excited screams. We caught a treasure. Oh my god. We actually fished up an upgrade material. Quick. Hurry and tell husband. Su Mushue was so excited she jumped up on the spot. Not caring about her image at all, she grabbed Asuka Haruna and Sishue and ran toward the villa. The three of them rushed into the villa in high spirits. Husband. Husband. Look what we caught. What? Don't tell me it's a Fiji cup. Chon-Xia replied instinctively, but he quickly noticed something was off. Su Mushue, Sishue, and Asuka Haruna were carrying a huge silver-white metal box as they walked in, panting hard. What are you? Chon-Xia looked at the futuristic box, a little dazed. Did you go rob aliens? What do you mean rob aliens? Su Mushue set the box down on the floor, put her hands on her hips, and said proudly, We fished this up. Fished it up. Chon-Xia was even more confused. He stood up, walked over to the box and looked down. When he saw the small engraved words in the corner, Whole House Smart Module, he froze on the spot. Holy shit. A Whole House Smart Module that was not even in the trade channel. Wasn't this the core material most desperately needed to upgrade a level 6 shelter? He had searched the entire trade channel and had not even seen a trace of it, yet now these three had just fished it up like this? You can fish this up too. Chon-Xia felt like his worldview had taken a brutal hit. Wasn't this game's design a little too freeform? Yeah, we were all stunned too. Sishue walked over as well, her face full of barely concealed joy. We thought it was a big fish at first, but when we pulled it up, it turned out to be this. Husband. Does that mean we can upgrade the shelter to level 6 right away now? Yeah. Now we're only missing F rank metal, right? Su Muxue also came over, looking at Chen Xia with eyes full of anticipation. Chen Xia took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart. He opened his inventory panel and took a look. Shelter upgrade requirements, level 6, 1. Seismic Raid Super Reinforced Steel Foundation X20, 30/20. 2. F-Rank Alloy Wall X1, 1/1. 3. Whole House Smart Module X1, 1/1. 4. F-Rank Metal X200, 121/200. The Steel Foundation, Alloy Wall and Smart Module, the 3 core materials, had now all been gathered. The only remaining gap was less than 80 units of F-Rank metal. Almost there, we're short by less than 80 F-grade metals. A smile appeared on Chen Xia's face as well. At this rate, we'll be able to upgrade by tonight at the latest. That's great. The 3 women were happy when they heard the news too. Who would have thought you could even fish up something like this? Alright, don't celebrate too early. Chen Xia smiled and patted them. We still haven't gathered enough F-grade metal yet. Are you going to keep fishing? Or take a break? Of course we're going to keep fishing. Su Muxue was the first to speak up. What if we can fish up more good stuff? Maybe we can even reel in an F-grade metal or deposit. Mushue's right. It's not like we have anything else to do anyway. We can also keep an eye on the trade channel while fishing and see if any good stuff shows up. It won't delay anything. Isishue nodded as well. So the 3 women excitedly ran back to the speedboat and continued their great fishing endeavor. Chen Xia looked at their backs and smiled as he shook his head. He sat back down on the sofa, his mood unable to calm down for a long time. He could even fish up upgrade materials. This luck was way too heaven-defying. About a dozen minutes passed. System notification. Through autonomous breathing, you have obtained F-grade metal X2. Chen Xia's spirits lifted. It actually gave him 2 at once. However, what happened next surprised him again. System notification. Through autonomous breathing, you have obtained F-grade metal X1. Another one. Less than half a minute had passed in between, but now it had happened twice in a row with such a short gap in between. The speed had increased by at least 2 more times. Could it be? A bold guess surfaced in Chen Xia's heart. Could it be that once all the other materials needed to upgrade the shelter had been gathered, the system would automatically increase the drop rate of the final material to help players complete the upgrade as soon as possible? He felt that possibility was extremely high. This game world, though full of danger, seemed at its core to still be encouraging players to keep getting stronger and keep exploring. At that thought, even Chen Xia's heartbeat started to speed up. He couldn't stop breathing. Sure enough, just as he expected. System notification. Through autonomous breathing, you have obtained F-grade metal X1. System notification. Through autonomous breathing, you have obtained F-grade metal X1. System notification. Through autonomous breathing, you have obtained bread X1. System notification. Through autonomous breathing, you have obtained F-grade metal X1. At this speed, it was basically going into mass production. 125, 130, 140, 150. Looking at the rapidly increasing amount of F-grade metal in his backpack, the corners of Chen Xia's mouth couldn't help but curl upward wildly. At this rate, there was no need to wait until tonight at all. At most, in another 1 or 2 hours, he would be able to gather all the materials. A level 6 shelter was right within reach. Just as Chen Xia was immersed in the joy of being about to upgrade, a private message suddenly popped up. When he saw that familiar ID, Chen Xia froze for a moment. Her? Louis. You there? Chen Xia. What is it? On the other side, in her shelter, Louis saw that Chen Xia had replied instantly, and her heart tightened at once. Louis. Chen Xia, I want to ask you a few questions. Chen Xia. Spit it out. Spit it out? Louis felt that Chen Xia had really gotten full of himself now. Had he forgotten where he came from? Still, she knew she was asking him for help now, so her attitude remained good, even if she grumbled a little in her heart. Louis, in this world will we still have a chance to go back someday? Go back to our original world. Louis. Also, will the floodwaters eventually recede? Is there any chance this polluted water can be purified? Louis. Last question. How can ordinary players like us become stronger? I mean, other than upgrading shelters, how can we as individuals gain greater power? A whole string of questions was sent over. Louis stared nervously at the screen, waiting for Chen Xia's reply. She knew these questions might sound childish and naive, but these were the questions she, along with countless ordinary players, cared about the most and felt the most lost about. They were trapped in this unfamiliar world, struggling to survive every day, yet unable to see even a sliver of hope for the future. She wanted to know the answer, even if it was only some vague, illusory hope. Chen Xia looked at the 3 questions Louis had sent and fell silent. Go back? Purify the floodwaters? Become stronger as an individual? He wanted to know the answers to those questions too. Still, based on the information he currently had and his understanding of this world, he could roughly infer a few things. After thinking for a moment, he replied, Chanxia, yes. The moment she saw that word, Louis's eyes lit up instantly. Yes? Was there really hope? Louis. Really? What do we have to do? However, Chanxia's next reply was like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the flame in her heart. Chanxia. Follow me. Then let me hear you. Louis stared at the line on the screen, full of teasing and mockery, and her whole body went stiff. He her? This guy. An indescribable mix of shame and anger instantly rushed to her cheeks. She knew it. She knew this bastard had no good intentions. Number 1 on the rankings, childhood sweetheart, whatever it was, in the end, wasn't he just after her body? Pervert. Bastard. How had she never noticed when they were kids that this guy, who used to cry from being bullied by her every day, would grow up to become such a shameless lecher? Sure enough, men were just lustful. No, if a man wasn't lustful, then there was only one possibility. He had lost interest in that area. Louis. She first sent a string of ellipses to express her speechlessness. Then she typed again. Louis. Chanxia, be serious. We're discussing a very serious issue right now. Louis. Aren't we childhood sweethearts? Can't you treat me like an ordinary friend and answer my questions properly? You won't even let your childhood sweetheart off? We're the closest people to each other. Louis. Are you seriously not even going to let the person closest to you off? My God. How can you do something like that? After sending those 2 messages, she felt her tone might have been a little too harsh, so she cautiously added one more line. Louis. Pitiful look. In the villa, Chanxia looked at the messages Louis had sent and almost laughed out loud. Now she was starting to play the emotional card with him. Chanxia found it a little funny, and he slowly replied. Chanxia, you pulled down my pants because you wanted to see what exactly was different between boys and girls. Back then, who was the hooligan? Hurry up and explain that. Chanxia. Now that we're grown up, you're starting to act reserved with me? Inside the shelter, Louis looked at the evidence of her crime Chanxia had sent over, and her face instantly burned red. This bastard. That pants-pulling incident. She was just curious back then. Kids don't understand things. Could that really count as acting like a hooligan? Louis covered her face, feeling like she had never been this embarrassed in her entire life. She was now 100% sure that bastard Chanxia was holding a grudge. He just wanted revenge for how she had bullied him when they were kids. Louis. Pitiful look. Pitiful look. Wasn't that just curiosity? Also, just tell me already, aren't we the closest people to each other? Don't hee me. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand tall. A good woman can do it too. Chanxia looked at how she instantly chickened out, and the smile at the corner of his mouth grew wider. He liked seeing her get shut down like this. Who told her to be so arrogant when they were kids? Still, the joke had gone on long enough. It was time to get serious. After all, this was an A-rank talent with a 95-point score. And on top of that, she was a childhood sweetheart he knew inside and out. Chanxia decided to stop teasing her. Chanxia. Alright, I don't know that much either, but I'll answer those few questions of yours for free. Only after seeing that sentence did Louis in the shelter finally let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. This guy's mouth was a bit sharp, but it didn't seem like he really planned to do anything to her. Maybe when he said he was going to eat her, he was just joking. After all, they were this familiar with each other. There was no way he could really do that, right? They were practically like real brother and sister. Who would have thoughts about their own brother or sister? She quickly typed out a reply. Louis. Good people live peaceful lives. Chanxia. First question, can you go back? My answer is, stop dreaming. Chanxia. Do you think this is some simple game? What game have you ever seen that can drag everyone in the world who meets the conditions into a world this real, then make you feel pain, feel hunger, and even die? Chanxia, so give up the fantasy. Treat this place as your new world. Staying alive is the only thing you should be thinking about. Looking at the message Chanxia sent, Louis's heart sank little by little. Even though she had already sensed it deep down, when Chanxia ripped apart that cruel reality so directly, she still felt a wave of despair. Chanxia was the number 1 boss on the leaderboard. If even he didn't know how to get back, then there really was no going back. No going back. Was there really no way back anymore? Her parents, her friends. Chanxia. Second question, will the flood recede, and can the water be purified? Chanxia. The flood will definitely recede. Every disaster has a day when it ends. As for when it will go down, I don't know. But based on my guess, it should be related to some kind of ultimate objective in this region. As long as that objective is completed, this flood event should come to an end. Chanxia. As for purification, the possibility is low. This water has been polluted by some unknown energy, and it created monsters like those mutated water snakes. Even if the flood recedes, this kind of contamination may remain for a long time. So from now on, fresh water resources will become extremely precious. Ultimate objective, fresh water resources would become extremely precious. Louis firmly carved every single word Chanxia said into her heart. She had never seen this information in the World Chat channel before. Chanxia, Last question, how does an individual become stronger? Chunxia. So far, there are two methods I know of. Chunxia first, opening treasure chests. There is an extremely low chance of getting special items that can permanently increase attributes, or food that increases attributes as a reward for clearing ruins. Chunxia. So if you want to become stronger, you have to fight and explore. If you hide in the shelter, you'll never become stronger. Looking at this information, Louis felt like a door to a new world had just opened for her. But how was a girl like her supposed to go kill monsters? That was obviously impossible. From the look of it, Chunxia's attribute points were probably much higher than those of ordinary people like them. No wonder he had been sitting firmly in first place the whole time. Chunxia. Alright, your questions have been answered. The free consultation ends here. Chunxia, remember what I said. Stay alive. If you can't even manage to stay alive, then don't talk to me about dignity. Bye. Bye? Couldn't they chat a little longer? Louis pouted. Louis, wait. I still don't know what your talent is. This was what Louis was most curious about. A lot of people had talents, and she felt that Chunxia's talent was probably insanely overpowered. This was likely also the reason Chunxia could stand above everyone else. Chunxia, F** king people. Louis. What? Louis's eyes went wide in an instant. You call F** king people a talent? Are you kidding me? Louis's first reaction was that Chunxia was joking, because there was no way a talent like that could exist. For example, her own talent was a perfectly normal one. Maybe there were healing talents or other kinds, but a talent for F** king people. She absolutely did not believe it. Louis, I don't believe you. Are you messing with me? Chunxia. Talent contract. After sending that final sentence, Chunxia directly closed the chat window. He had already given all the information he could give. As for what this girl would choose next, whether she would continue struggling to survive on her own or choose to come cling to his thigh, that was up to her. Anyway, his door was always open for beauties with an A-rank talent and a score above 95. After Louis finished reading, she was completely stunned. So it really was a talent for F** king people. The world was vast, and all kinds of strange things really did exist. She needed to read it carefully. Then after finishing it, Louis was even a little shaken. Honestly, if she was being real, she definitely had feelings for Chunxia. There was no such thing as a pure relationship between a man and a woman in this world. She just had never exposed it. Still, feelings were feelings. That didn't mean she could just sign this right away. Become a mount? No, she wanted to be the boss. But no rush. She needed to find a chance to ask if she could avoid signing this and still move into Chunxia's place. That afternoon, the sunlight was just right. The torrential rain that had lasted for several days had finally stopped completely. Under the sunlight, even the murky floodwater seemed a little less oppressive. Chunxia stood on the villa balcony, looking outside. He noticed that the water level really had dropped a little. By now, it had already gone down by about 1 meter, exposing walls that had been soaked pale by the water. Looks like Yang was right. This disaster would eventually come to an end, and after it ended, even more terrifying monsters might appear. He took a deep breath and felt the warmth of the sunlight. System notification. Through autonomous breathing, you have obtained 1 F-rank medal. System notification. Through autonomous breathing, you have obtained 1 inflatable character, Kamisato Ayaka. At last, the final piece was here. Still, it seemed he had breathed in something strange. An inflatable doll? Chunxia immediately opened the backpack panel. He did not choose to upgrade the shelter. Instead, he first took a look at that Kamisato Ayaka. Wow, the workmanship was exquisite. He took it out to touch it and look it over. Her skin felt almost like a real person's. She was beautifully dressed, and her face perfectly matched the original version. It made him think of a phrase. I am a nimble dog in the mountains. It was just that the fabric seemed a little too little, barely covering the important spots. But I already have 3 wives, so what do I need this thing for? It can't move and it definitely can't moan. Chunxia felt a little disappointed, then reached out and pinched Kamisato Ayaka's cheek. Ah, that hurts. A soft and delicate voice suddenly sounded out. Holy **T. Chunxia had not expected that it really could make sounds. After playing around for a while, Chunxia got ready to handle the real business. F-rank medal, 200/200. Enough. All the materials had been gathered. Sishue, Haruna, Mushue, come back. He shouted loudly in the direction of the speedboat. On the speedboat, Su Mushue, who was studying a new fishing spot together with Hisishue and Asuka Haruna, immediately stood up when she heard Chunxia call out. What is it, hubby? Is it time to eat? No. The materials are complete. We're upgrading the shelter. Chunxia's voice was filled with excitement he could barely suppress. What? Complete. The 3 women on the speedboat stopped caring about fishing the moment they heard the news. In a flurry, they put away their rods and hurried back. Hubby, did we really get everything? Su Mushue was the first to jump off the speedboat. She rushed in front of Chunxia and asked excitedly. Yeah. Chunxia smiled and nodded, then opened the shelter upgrade panel right in front of them. When they saw that the numbers behind all the materials had turned green, The three women burst into cheers. Great! We can finally upgrade. A level 6 shelter. I wonder what it'll look like. Hurry and upgrade. Hurry and upgrade. I can't wait anymore. System notice. Upgrade materials detected as complete. Do you want to consume all materials and upgrade the shelter to level 6? Yes. With Chun Xia's command, the entire villa was instantly shrouded in a dazzling golden light. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The villa's walls, floor, and ceiling all began to break apart and reconstruct at a speed visible to the naked eye within the golden light. The original 2-story villa actually rose from the ground before their eyes, and just like that, another floor grew on top of it. The villa's area also expanded outward by a full circle, becoming even more spacious. The material of the outer walls turned into F-rank alloy that gleamed with a metallic luster, looking completely indestructible. At the top of the alloy walls, rows upon rows of incomparably sharp alloy spikes automatically formed. Under the sunlight, they glinted with a chilling cold light that made people afraid to even look at them. The interior had also become a whole lot bigger. When the golden light faded, a brand new level 6 shelter, filled with a sense of sci-fi and security, appeared before their eyes. System notice. Congratulations! Your shelter has successfully been upgraded to level 6. Level 6 shelter, super large private villa. Total area, 1,000 square meters. Floors, 3. Number of rooms, 10. Defense rank, F rank. Special effect 1, full house intelligence. All facilities inside the shelter can be controlled by voice or panel. Special effect 2, security module. The shelter gate is an F rank alloy gate capable of withstanding Gatling gun fire. The walls are F rank alloy walls equipped with alloy spikes, with the height increased to 20 meters. The shelter core has been bound and can be set to deny entry permissions to strangers and monsters. Unless the door is breached by force, there is no way to enter through any other means. Special effect 3, strength amplification. The strength of all members inside the shelter is permanently increased by 20 points. New function, World Boss Module. 100,000 units of wood can be consumed to unlock the World Boss Challenge instance for the current area. Successfully killing the World Boss can end the current major event ahead of time. Looking at that long string of downright monstrous attributes and functions, Chun Xia and the three women were all too shocked to speak. There were more rooms now and even full house intelligence. An alloy gate that could directly withstand a Gatling gun. Alloy walls 20 meters high, and the most outrageous part was that as long as they were inside the shelter, everyone's strength would permanently increase by 20 points. The sense of security was overflowing. My God! Su Mushue covered her mouth, her eyes wide as bells. Isn't this way too ridiculous? Strength plus 20 points. I feel like I could punch a cow to death right now. Hisishue clenched her fists, feeling that explosive power inside her body, her face full of disbelief. Hisishue even wanted to immediately have another battle with Chun Xia. Asuha also ran over and touched the wall that gleamed with a metallic sheen. The cold and solid touch gave her a sense of security she had never felt before. But Chun Xia's gaze was locked firmly onto the final newly added function. World Boss Module. He muttered to himself, consume 100,000 wood, and the World Boss Challenge instance could be unlocked. Kill it successfully, and this damned flood could be ended ahead of time. 100,000 wood. Chun Xia glanced at his backpack. He already had over 1 million. Wasn't this cost way too low? Were there any other modules? Bring them all up together. If other people saw this, they'd think Chun Xia couldn't afford the upgrade. Unlock. System notice. Wood has been consumed. World Boss Module unlocked successfully. Challenge instance. Shadow of Shangliu. Difficulty. SSS. Introduction. The ancient fiend has awakened within the flood. Its 9 heads will devour all living beings. Its deadly poison will contaminate the entire land. Go warrior. Use your sword to sever its heads and let the light descend upon this land once more. Shangliu? Isn't that the one Yang Yong mentioned? Wait, that's not right. The information doesn't match. Didn't Yang Yong say it would only appear after the flood ended? This one looks like an active challenge. Doesn't it? The three women chattered as they discussed it. Chun Xia also thought back for a moment. Yang Yong had said that after the flood event ended, a monster called Shangliu might appear. Yang Yong's information wasn't completely accurate, Chun Xia said in a deep voice. Shangliu only appears after the flood ends. But the situation now is that we have to actively go kill it in order to end this flood. Chun Xia's expression turned incomparably grave. In other words, it's a fight to the death between us and it. Either it dies or we do. Passive waiting had turned into an active challenge. The nature of the situation was completely different now. If they didn't challenge it, would this flood never end? And without fresh water appearing, without items that could purify water, everyone else would eventually be trapped to death. So that means only we can deal with Shangliu and then end the flood event? Su Mushue thought for a moment, then added, can we beat it? I don't know. Chun Xia shook his head and answered honestly. Facing an SSS rank mythical fiend beast, He had no confidence at all. But since the system gave us the option to challenge it, that means it isn't completely impossible to beat. Our shelter's defense is F rank. It can tank a Gatling gun without a problem. So what the hell are we scared of? Right? What the hell are we afraid of? Team morale was crucial. As long as everyone's hearts were still together, there was no hurdle they couldn't get past. Alright, let's not think about all that for now. Chunxia clapped his hands and changed the subject. We just upgraded the shelter to level 6, and we still don't know what it looks like inside. Come on. Let's go check out our new home first. Right? I almost forgot. Let's go. I want to see my new room. The 3rd floor. We have a 3rd floor now. The moment their new home was brought up, the 3 women's attention was immediately drawn away. The heavy atmosphere from just now vanished completely. Chirping noisily like 3 happy little birds, they rushed into the villa. Just as he was about to head inside and have a look too, a series of world announcements suddenly flooded his screen. World announcement. Congratulations to player Chunxia. After upgrading a level 6 shelter, he successfully unlocked the world boss module within 5 minutes. Special achievement. Advancing on 2 fronts. Achieved. Reward. Special weapon. Mechanical Toxic Hornet Hive X1. World announcement. The flood will eventually recede. But before that, the ancient fiend has already awakened. Warriors, pick up your weapons and fight for survival. Zhao Huaijin. Boss Chunxia is spamming the announcements again and again and again. I really want to scream. A level 6 shelter. He got to level 6 this fast? I'm still stuck gathering materials to go from level 3 to level 4. But compared to before, boss seems a little slower this time. I figured the announcement would have come out yesterday, but it ended up being 1 day later. Doll sister. You even tried to pressure the big shot? Bro, they might already have enough materials and just don't want to upgrade. That's all. Oh right, I'm doll sister. Big shot. Need someone to AFK for you? Cookie sister. Oh my, doll sister, are you really that much of a bootlicker? But your figure isn't as good as mine. The big shot probably won't be interested in you. Admiring player. The key is the 2nd announcement. Okay, world boss. Big shot Chunxia unlocked the world boss. Author Mumu, Shangliu? What the hell is that? It sounds freaking awesome. Cece, holy shit, I just looked it up. Shangliu is the 9-headed serpent from the classic of mountains and seas, a fiend god. The entire world chat completely exploded. In their eyes, upgrading a shelter to level 6 was already an unreachable dream. But Chunxia had not only done it, he had even brought out the world boss within 5 minutes. What kind of godly speed was this? Could the gap between people really be this huge? Chunxia ignored those messages. His gaze was locked firmly onto the reward from that announcement. Mechanical Venomous Hornet Hive? What kind of thing was that?